As fortune would have it, the world unites in strength, yet when fate departs, even heroes find themselves in bondage. Song Mingting, the 32nd disciple of the Guizang Sword sect, possessed a talent that was utterly mediocre, and an understanding that bordered on dullness. Nevertheless, through unwavering determination and tenacity, he gradually caught up with his peers. Just as Song Mingting was beginning to surpass his fellow disciples, the Guizang Sword sect fell prey to a sudden assault from the demon sect. In the blink of an eye, the mountain gate was shattered, and his companions were decimated. Thus began Song Mingting's more than a century-long life of fugitive existence. Yet, despite his valiant struggles, he could not evade the clutches of death. Upon awakening once more, he found himself lying at the bottom of the pond where he had often practiced in his youth. Chapter 1. At the end of the road. The biting cold wind howled, and the dusk deepened, casting a shadow over the autumn river that mirrored the somber gray sky, enhancing the desolation. The trees lining the riverbank had long shed their leaves, leaving behind gnarled branches that clawed at the twilight like ghastly specters. Soon, a faint light flickered on the distant river, swiftly approaching. This light, a deep azure hue, almost akin to dark ink, emitted a dim glow, merging seamlessly with the evening sky. It was a sword light, measuring a zhang in length, its body a deep blackish blue, crystalline in clarity, flowing silently like the river itself. Though its radiance was subdued, it exuded an essence of purity, untainted by any discordant hue. Upon this sword light knelt a man, leaning on his sword. He appeared rather disheveled, with unkempt hair obscuring much of his face, clad in a tattered and filthy sword robe. This robe, once white with black patterns, had faded so much that it was nearly indistinguishable from the white beneath. Large splotches of blood stained the front. The man was exceedingly thin, resembling a mere bamboo stick, and the oversized robe draped over him like a tattered cloth, swaying with the wind. At that moment, a violet sword light suddenly appeared behind him, cutting through the dim twilight like the purest ray of purple dawn. Beside it, a hue of dark yellow glimmered, both lights racing toward this direction. As the two lights drew nearer, a deep and steady voice emanated from the violet sword light. Song Mingting, you have nowhere left to retreat, surrender at once. The violet light quickly approached, revealing the face of the man atop the sword. He had a slightly dark complexion, with thick brows like ink, a resolute countenance, and a strong build, clad in impeccably tailored attire adorned with embroidered mountains and rivers. The young man in black, named Lu Qingzong, was a disciple of the supreme sect. Beside him stood a towering divine figure, known as Fuyue, one of the 12 mighty protective deities of the supreme sect, radiating a dark yellow glow, clad in armor. With only his eyes visible, he wielded a long staff intricately carved with mountain patterns, embodying the essence of the world's mountains in its form, truly a sight of divine brilliance and extraordinary valor. Noting Song Mingting's silence, Lu Qingzong's brow furrowed slightly, and with a stoic expression, he declared, if that is the case, I shall have no choice but to take you down. Be cautious. In the next moment, a point of violet light surged forth from the dusk, akin to the sun rising at dawn. As the darkness receded, the dazzling violet light illuminated half the sky, and from within the radiant purple haze, Lu Qingzong's flying sword expanded to 100 zhang, darting forth like lightning, descending upon Song Mingting. As the sword light threatened to engulf him, the water-backed sword beneath Song Mingting erupted with astonishing brilliance, instantly swelling to 100 zhang in length. In an instant, the sky appeared to transform into a dark ink hue. As the water-backed sword surged, the previously tranquil surface of the river rose dramatically, as if a towering peak had suddenly emerged from the flat ground, waves swelling with fury. And in that moment, boundless waters rose from the earth, transforming into a colossal wave that charged fiercely toward the descending violet sword light. The mountainous torrent of water clashed violently with the 100 zhang violet sword light, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion, millions of tons of water losing their support and collapsing downward. However, though the wave was shattered by the sword, the violet light was not entirely unscathed after the strike. It expended its strength, and the sword light diminished, leaving only the sword itself. The 3-foot purple glow circled in the air before returning to Lu Qingzong's side. The powerful gust of water and vapor swept past, lifting the long hair from Song Mingting's forehead, revealing his face. It was a countenance worn by hardship, marked by desolation and an eerie stillness. A grotesque scar marred his visage, a sword wound that traversed from his left brow to his right jaw, nearly obliterating his features. In the next moment, Song Mingting surged forward once more, but just as he did, Fuyue descended upon him like a dark yellow meteor. Fuyue swiftly caught up to Song Mingting, and swung his staff with ferocious intent. In an instant, a massive shadow of the staff, over 100 zhang long, loomed over the river, akin to a continuous mountain range, crashing down with earth-shattering force. At that moment, a formidable sword intent emanated from Song Mingting once again. He inhaled sharply and hurled his snow-colored sword forward. In the blink of an eye, that snow-colored sword light surged forth, expanding to 100 zhang in length of sight to behold. It was as though a scroll depicting winter had been unfurled, showcasing a realm blanketed in pure white, with only hints of ink color peeking through. The sword light collided with the staff shadow, both forces shattering in a dazzling display, causing the broad river to nearly split apart. At that moment, Lu Qingzong had once again caught up. He glanced at the radiant snow-white sword light, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. That was the Great Snow Sword, a top-tier artifact. He had experienced its might countless times while pursuing Song Mingting. As the Great Snow Sword erupted with incredible brilliance, it surged violently toward Lu Qingzong. The river's surface rapidly froze, and snowflakes began to fall like feathers from the sky. Lu Qingzong turned to Fuyue, commanding, "Fuyue, guard me." "Yes," Fuyue replied, his voice resonating like a grand bell. Lu Qingzong ceased his speech, reaching for his waist, where a small, exquisite red copper pot appeared in his hand. This pot, no larger than a palm, resembled a vividly crafted bird, its beak aligning perfectly with the spout. The pot was forged with remarkable precision, each feather distinctly visible. This was the fire sparrow pot, his most prized treasure. Though it paled in comparison to the Great Snow Sword, it remained a superior artifact. Meanwhile, the sword light of the Great Snow Sword fragmented into countless beams, illuminating half the night sky as they surged toward Lu Qingzong. Fuyue's expression turned serious, his aura deepened as he swung his staff forward, unleashing 100 shadowy strikes in an instant. The sky was filled with dazzling sword lights and shadowy staffs colliding, creating an earth-shattering commotion that instantly swallowed a vast expanse of the river. The trees along the banks were not spared, violently uprooted and sent flying, collapsing in droves amidst the fierce gusts of wind. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Lu Qingzong remained unperturbed. Grasping the fire sparrow pot, he swiftly performed a series of incantations, his lips moving rapidly. Soon, the pot expanded significantly and soared into the air. Chirping like birds, one by one, golden-red three-legged sparrows emerged from the pot's spout, charging towards Song Mingting in overwhelming numbers. In an instant, the fiery glow illuminated both banks of the river, while the intense heat caused the water below to begin evaporating rapidly. As the waves of flames surged forth, Song Mingting maintained a facade of calm indifference in the face of the oncoming throng of three-legged fire sparrows. He swiftly executed several sword gestures, and in the next moment, a terrifying pressure emanated from the sword light. In an instant, all the birds fled from the mountains, and all traces of humanity vanished from the paths. A pure white snow scene abruptly descended upon the river's surface, enveloping Lu Qingzong, the floating Yu-God, and the multitude of three-legged fire sparrows, causing the river's surface to freeze rapidly over a wide area. Suddenly shrouded in this snowy landscape, Lu Qingzong's expression changed abruptly. This was the Taoist technique associated with the Great Snow Sword, and its most potent attack. "Are you courting death? How dare you invoke the celestial powers of the Great Snow Sword at such a time?" Song Mingting remained silent. Once the snowy scene descended, he beckoned for the Great Snow Sword to return, and then urged the sword light beneath his feet, propelling it forward. Observing this, Lu Qingzong ceased to engage in further conversation, his gaze turning cold in an instant, the vestiges of humanity fading away, replaced by an all-encompassing indifference that loomed over the masses. All methods converge as one, the utmost detachment from emotions. A profound declaration escaped Lu Qingzong's lips, and with it, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, amplifying his aura several-fold. He then expressionlessly pointed towards the fire sparrow pot, and in the next moment, the pot erupted with brilliant light, manifesting a colossal fire sparrow that enveloped Lu Qingzong, a representation of thousands of fire sparrows. As Lu Qingzong exerted his utmost effort to break through the constraints of the Great Snow Sword's Taoist technique, on the other side, Song Mingting suddenly halted mid-flight. An astonishing killing intent erupted from his being as he fixed his icy gaze upon the trees along the riverbank, his penetrating stare almost piercing through the damp hair that fell over his forehead. In the next instant, he swiftly executed several sword gestures, launching an unforeseen attack. The azure sword light shot forth like lightning towards the riverbank's trees. The sword energy erupted, instantly splitting into countless beams, laden with heavy dew, crashing into the trees with a thunderous force, causing the air to frost in its wake. This was the Cold Dew Sword, a companion to the Great Snow Sword, both belonging to the top-tier Taoist artifacts. At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from the trees along the bank, blooming like a lotus. In the next instant, the forest erupted violently, thousands of white swords surging forth, rushing onto the river in the blink of an eye. The multitude of sword lights collided, and in an instant, the sword lights scattered chaotically, sword energy bursting forth as two waves of sword light clashed, effectively raising the trees along the banks. A cold snort emanated from the riverbank as a middle-aged Taoist stepped onto his sword. I never imagined that you, little wretch, would possess such keen spiritual awareness even in such dire circumstances. Truly, a centipede, though severed, does not die easily. This Taoist appeared to be in his 40s, with a sinister look, cold eyes, and a faint blue flame cascading around him like falling rain. His narrow eyes fixated on the bloodied, retreating youth in tattered robes, imbued with a bone-chilling murderous intent, as cold as a serpent. This man was the rain-covering true person, the esteemed elder of the Shooting Tide Sword Pavilion. Song Mingting gazed at the approaching rain-covering true person, his eyes equally ablaze with a profound murderous intent. The rain-covering true person donned a sea-green swordsman's robe, embroidered with deep blue wave patterns, two swords strapped to his back. One sword sheath was a blend of blue and black, adorned with a dragon breaking through waves. This sword was already unsheathed, resting beneath the Taoist's feet. The other sword sheath was pale blue, with white clouds depicted in a drifting manner, still sheathed within. In the sky, the two sword lights stood off against each other, while the river's surface exuded a chill reminiscent of dew, evoking the refreshing cold of early autumn. With its icy aura extending hundreds of feet away, thick dew enveloping the expanse above the river. On the riverbank, the sword light gleamed a deep blue, resembling a vast expanse of ocean water, as a gentle drizzle fell around it. The river and its banks presented two entirely distinct atmospheres. Chapter 2, The Final Stand. In the next moment, Song Mingting suddenly sprang into action. The Cold Dew Sword erupted with an overwhelming pressure, and in an instant, a realm of azure dew expanded outward from the sword light at its center, swiftly enveloping the rain-covering true person. Boldness. The rain-covering true person bellowed, a mix of astonishment and fury. In his surprise and rage, he quickly initiated his sword gestures. The next instant, the sky-blue sword on his back suddenly unsheathed, its light surging like a long wind piercing through the air, instantly expanding to 100 feet long. This sword light then split into myriad paths, creating a barrier against the cold dew. You little wretch, today I shall ensure you have no place to be buried. The rain-covering true person snarled. In the next moment, the myriad paths of the sky-blue sword light converged, instantaneously transforming into a colossal azure dragon stretching 1,000 feet long. The sword energy surged to the heavens, its fearsome might almost reaching the night sky. Then, a layer of deep blue light enveloped the azure dragon, akin to draping it in deep blue scales. The dragon lashed its tail, and a tremendous roar echoed through the night sky. Amidst the terrifying howl, the azure dragon soared upwards, piercing through the cold dew realm that enveloped the heavens above the river. As the dragon broke through, the azure dew realm summoned by the Cold Dew Sword trembled violently before shattering with a resounding crash. The cold dew scene dispelled, and the already gravely wounded Song Mingting coughed up another mouthful of blood. In that moment, his aura diminished to its lowest ebb. A satisfied smile crept onto the rain-covering true person's face, just as Lu Qingzong caught up. Senior rain-covering, Lu Qingzong said, stopping a short distance away, his tone calm. The rain-covering true person's menacing demeanor faded, and he nodded faintly. Disciple Lu. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Qingzong took the initiative to speak. Senior rain-covering. Although Song is guilty of heinous crimes, many of the charges are fabrications by malicious individuals. The truth of which accusations are valid and which are false remains to be confirmed. On behalf of my sect, I must escort Song Mingting to our supreme sect for a triad judgment. Should you wish to attend, Senior, you are most welcome. Upon hearing this, the rain-covering true person could no longer suppress his expression, retorting, "This little wretch has betrayed his master and ancestral teachings, colluded with demonic forces, and for his own selfish interests, shattered the ancient seals of the North Mang ghost domain, leading to the suffering of countless beings. Such a wretch deserves immediate execution. What judgment is necessary?" Lu Qingzong's brow furrowed involuntarily. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly interjected. "Huh. Indeed, those of the righteous path are all hypocrites. Old Taoist reign, you clearly covet the returning to hiding sword canon of the returning to hiding sword pavilion, Yet you feign concern for the greater good. How utterly hypocritical. Old man, how shameless are you and your shooting tide sword pavilion? If you covet the returning to hiding sword cannon, just say so. Why the pretense? As the voice echoed, a young man riding a golden cicada swiftly pierced through the air. His skin was deeply tanned, his features strikingly handsome and robust, with a blood scorpion tattoo adorning his right cheek. A mischievous smile played at the corners of his lips, exuding an alluring charm. Clad in a richly colored barbarian garb, he bore a massive blood-red gourd on his back, while beneath him lay a gigantic and fearsome golden cicada, wild and sinister. This cicada was indeed extraordinary, sporting 6 wings that spread nearly 20 feet wide, glimmering with golden light, making it exceptionally conspicuous against the night sky. Tong Jui, the Master of Rain, exclaimed in a deep voice. This individual was a prodigious disciple of the Gu God sect. What? Am I mistaken? Tong Jui retorted, a smirk dancing on his lips. The Master of Rain snorted coldly, opting for no further words as he immediately launched an attack. The azure sword light hovering beside him erupted with brilliance, fracturing into countless beams. Thousands of sword lights descended upon Tong Jui like a deluge of azure meteors. Are you enraged out of shame? Tong Jui laughed heartily. He swiftly performed a hand gesture, and in the next moment, the enormous gourd behind him suddenly opened, unleashing a swarm of blood-red scorpions that surged forth, enveloping the area like a plague of locusts, meeting the descending sword light heat. The air was filled with a thunderous roar as the countless blood scorpions collided with the myriad sword lights, astonishingly resisting their onslaught without being pierced, effortlessly blocking the barrage. After his laughter faded, Tong Jui's expression darkened, and with an exceptionally sinister tone, he declared, "You wish for my demise? Who do you think you are, old fool?" At that moment, the Master of Rain felt an inexplicable chill. Realizing something, he spun around like lightning, summoning the azure sword light to his side, positioning it defensively before him. A metallic crash reverberated as a streak of golden light collided with the sword light, shattering the azure beams. The Master of Rain staggered back several steps, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he watched the retreating golden light. Golden-scaled celestial dragon. The golden light was a long insect, resembling a celestial dragon, adorned with horns and shimmering like gold. However, it was indeed a type of Gu insect, and an immensely powerful one at that. Ranking fourth among the notorious Gu creatures of the Gu God sect, impervious to both water and fire. In no time, having failed its first strike, the golden-scaled celestial dragon initiated a second assault. The golden light flashed again in the night, akin to a fleeting golden firefly, swiftly darting towards the Master of Rain. At that moment, a violet light shot forth, interposing itself before the golden-scaled celestial dragon. Another resounding crash echoed as the violet light trembled and dispersed, sending the golden dragon reeling back once more. Lu Qingzong, expressionless, manipulated the sword technique, causing the rosy purple flying sword to expand once more, transforming into a radiant sword light. Tong Jui let out a cold snort, then swiftly shifted his expression, his demeanor oscillating as if neurotic, his face shifting from displeasure to a sinister smile in an instant. Turning to Song Mingtian with a grin, he said, "Song Mingtian, since these hypocritical righteous sects accuse you of colluding with the demonic path, why not indulge them? After all, you cannot suffer wrongful accusations in vain. Let us join forces and eliminate these hypocrites. I only ask for your Han Mountain Cauldron. What say you?" The Master of Rain's expression shifted slightly. Just then, a voice, soft yet compelling, interjected, "Song Mingtian, allying with this barbarian is less favorable than allying with me. I too desire nothing more than that Han Mountain Cauldron. How does that sound?" Both Tong Jui and the Master of Rain's expressions changed simultaneously. Tong Jui, with a sudden cold laugh, said, "Qin Yulong, cease your lurking since you are here. Why not reveal yourself?" The Master of Rain was even more straightforward, launching an attack without hesitation. The sword light hovering beside him shot forth like lightning, expanding to a length of 100 feet as it plunged ferociously toward the river surface. However, at that moment, Song Mingtian, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly sprang into action. Like a phantom, he soared into the sky, unexpectedly driving the sword light downward with tremendous force. The recoil propelling him even faster, reaching a height of 100 feet in the blink of an eye. The Master of Rain and the others were taken aback, and it was then that they witnessed the river surface beneath Song Mingtian's original position suddenly heaving, followed by a colossal serpent head breaking through the water, spewing forth a torrent of toxic liquid. Above, The exposed azure sword light instantaneously diversified into hundreds of beams, intertwining to form a sword net that descended upon the toxic liquid below. The black-purple venom collided with the sword light, almost instantly corroding the net into tatters. The toxic liquid, obstructed by the sword net, burst apart, scattering droplets that plunged into the river, instantly tainting it a dark purple hue. In the next moment, countless fish, shrimp, and turtle carcasses emerged, floating to the surface. The giant serpent opened its mouth once more, its forked tongue extending outward. Perched upon the serpent's tongue was a striking figure, a beauty with elongated brows and deep purple lips, her skin as white as snow, exuding an ethereal femininity. Dressed in a vibrant robe embroidered with serpents and scorpions, she was both beautiful and bizarre. This colorful-clad youth, standing atop the massive serpent known as the Blackwater Mysterious Python, was none other than Qin Yulong, the talented disciple of the Poison King sect. The serpent was among the most fearsome creatures and toxic beings in existence. Qin Yulong showed no signs of embarrassment from a failed ambush. Instead, he summoned a transparent seashell from the waters where the Master of Rain had attacked. Land listens to the tides. Both Tong Jiui and the Master of Rain gasped in unison. Yet, Qin Yulong did not focus on them. Instead, he cast a regretful glance at Song Mingtian, sighing, "It seems you wish to forego our cooperation. Very well, how about we collaborate instead?" His gaze shifted back to Tong Jiui. Taken aback, Tong Jiui smirked wickedly. "Very well, I shall ally with you, neither man nor woman, for this one occasion. As for the ownership of the Han Mountain Cauldron, let our abilities determine it, shall we?" A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Yulong's eyes. Agreed. At that moment, Lu Qingzong, who had been silent for some time, suddenly positioned himself before Song Mingtian, crossing his sword defiantly in front of him. With an expression devoid of emotion, he addressed Tong Jiui and Qin Yulong. "If you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me." The allegiances among the adversaries shifted in an instant. Just a moment ago, Tong Jiui and Qin Yulong were vying for Song Mingtian's favor, but in the blink of an eye, they united against him. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzong, who had previously appeared selflessly intent on bringing Song Mingtian back to the Supreme Sect, now stood to protect him. At this juncture, the Master of Rain spoke calmly. "Song has committed heinous acts, slaughtering indiscriminately. Lu, you wish to spare his life? That is truly misguided. Today, I must ally with the demonic path to eliminate this traitor to the righteous sect." With that, he directed his flying sword towards Song Mingtian. The situation continued to shift unpredictably, and for a moment, all present remained still. Suddenly, a new development arose, as an ancient Buddhist chant resonated from afar, accompanied by the approach of a monk. To the left stood a figure, tall and slender, with white hair and a youthful face, clad in a loose dark green Taoist robe, holding a pale pink jade ruler. The robe was embroidered with symbols of longevity, fluttering in the night breeze. Presenting an aura of celestial grace and Taoist elegance, on the right stood a monk, slender in stature, adorned in a robe of dark gold, draped with a deep azure kasaya. In his right hand, he held a string of golden Bodhi beads resembling dragon's eyes, while a scar of 9 rings adorned his forehead. Behind him, a halo of ethereal blue light radiated softly. "Master Chunwei, Zen Master Jishan," exclaimed Tong Jiui and Qin Yulong, their expressions shifting dramatically, revealing profound trepidation. Lu Qingzong respectfully greeted the two, and even the usually aloof and venerable Master Fuyu, who often regarded himself as a senior, lowered his demeanor to pay his respects. Master Chunwei and Zen Master Jishan nodded in acknowledgement, their gazes sweeping the assembly before finally resting upon Song Mingting. With a heavy sigh, Master Chunwei declared, "Song Mingting, you have consorted with the demonic path, ruthlessly slaughtering those of the righteous way, and have further unsealed the ban of the Mingshan ghost domain, bringing untold suffering to the innocent. Such transgressions are unforgivable. We have come forth to apprehend you. Surrender yourself." Song Mingting remained silent, as from the distance, more sword lights and escape glimmers surged forward. At that moment, the Beishui sword suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The ink-blue brilliance soared to the heavens, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from the Beishui sword, saturating the air with a stifling aura that caused the 5 greatest masters present to change countenance in alarm. Zen Master Jishan murmured to himself, "The Beishui sword, a desperate battle. This is not good." He intends to self-destruct the flying sword. As he spoke, urgency punctuated his voice. The others, initially taken aback, quickly regained their wits and, with faces ashen, withdrew with haste. However, by then, Song Mingting had already summoned the Beishui sword. charging towards Master Fuyue in the realm of destiny. The forces of heaven and earth converge as one when fortune departs. Even heroes find themselves ensnared by fate. Song Mingting, the 32nd disciple of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, possessed neither extraordinary talent nor keen insight. Yet, through unwavering perseverance and indomitable will, he gradually caught up to his peers. Just as he began to outshine his fellow disciples, the Guizang Sword Pavilion was unexpectedly besieged by the forces of the demon sect. In a single night, the mountain gate was obliterated, and his companions fell like autumn leaves. Thus began Song Mingting's odyssey of flight, a harrowing journey that spanned over a century. Yet, despite his relentless struggles, he could not escape the clutches of death. Upon awakening once more, he found himself lying at the bottom of the very pool where he had practiced in his youth. Chapter 1. At the end of the road. The cold wind howled fiercely, and twilight descended heavily upon the land. The autumn river mirrored the gloomy gray sky, adding an air of desolation. The trees lining the riverbank had long shed their leaves, leaving behind gnarled, skeletal branches that clawed at the dim twilight like malevolent phantoms. Before long, a flicker of light appeared on the distant river, racing towards him. The light was a deep azure, almost akin to ink, casting a faint glow against the encroaching darkness, blending seamlessly with the evening sky. This was a sword light, a full zhang in length, its body a deep, transparent black, reminiscent of silent, flowing waters. Though its radiance was dim, it emanated an essence of purity, devoid of any taint. Upon this sword light knelt a man, half-crouched, leaning on his sword. He appeared quite disheveled, his hair hung loosely, obscuring much of his face, and he wore a tattered, filthy sword robe that was once white with black patterns but had faded to a near uniformity of gray, marred by large splotches of blood. The man was emaciated, resembling a mere reed, and his oversized sword robe billowed around him like a ragged cloth, swaying in the wind. At that moment, a flash of purple sword light surged from behind, piercing through the dusk like the purest of twilight hues. Accompanying it was an earthy yellow radiance, both lights hurtling towards him with alarming speed. As the two lights approached, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the purple sword light. Song Mingting, you have nowhere left to retreat, surrender yourself. The purple light drew closer, revealing the face of its wielder. The man had a slightly dark complexion, with bold brows and a resolute expression, clad in garments that bore the insignia of mountains and rivers. The youth in black robes, known as Lu Qingzong, was a disciple of the Taishang sect. Beside him stood a towering figure, a divine being emanating a yellowish glow, clad in armor, with only his eyes visible. He wielded a long staff adorned with mountain patterns, exuding an aura of formidable strength. This being was Lu Qingzong's guardian spirit, known as Fuyue, ranked 12th among the 108 guardian deities of the Taishang sect, a divine entity of unparalleled might. Noticing Song Mingting's silence, Lu Qingzong's brow furrowed slightly, and he remarked, if that is the case, I shall have to subdue you by force. Be cautious. In the next moment, a burst of purple light erupted from the darkness, illuminating half the sky as it surged forth like the dawn. The darkness receded, and the dazzling purple glow seemed to expand beneath the weight of its brilliance, transforming into a sword that soared 100 zhang long, striking down towards Song Mingting with the speed of lightning. As the sword light descended, the water beneath Song Mingting suddenly erupted into a magnificent display of light, the water sword beneath him swelling to 100 zhang in length. In an instant, the sky appeared to turn an ink-like hue. As the water sword surged upward, the once tranquil river rose as if a mountain had erupted from the ground, waves roiling in fury as countless torrents of water erupted skyward, colliding fiercely with the descending purple sword light. The clash between the mountainous water and the 100 zhang purple sword light resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. The water peak, deprived of its support, collapsed under the impact. However, the purple sword light was not left unscathed after the collision. It too diminished in strength, retreating to reveal the sword's essence, a 3-foot purple spark that circled back to Lu Qingzong. The force of the crashing waves swept across the river, lifting Song Mingting's hair and revealing his face. It was a visage worn by hardship, etched with lines of suffering and a haunting emptiness. A ghastly scar marred his features, a testament to a sword wound that ran from his left brow to his right jaw, nearly obliterating his countenance. In the next moment, Song Mingting sprang into action once more. Yet, as he advanced, Fuyue descended upon him like a yellow meteor, swinging his staff with tremendous force. At that instant, a colossal shadow of the staff appeared upon the water's surface, stretching over 100 zhang, resembling a mighty mountain crashing down. In response, an aura of formidable sword intent surged from Song Mingting's being. He inhaled sharply and hurled his snow-colored long sword forward. Instantly, the sword light burgeoned, expanding to a breathtaking 100 zhong. It was a sight to behold, as if an exquisite scroll of winter had unfurled, depicting a world blanketed in snow, with only traces of ink breaking through the pristine white. The fierce collision of sword light and staff shadow sent shockwaves across the expansive river. At this moment, Lu Qingzong caught up again, casting a wary glance at the dazzling snow-white sword light. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. This was the Great Snow Sword, a premier artifact. He had experienced its power numerous times while pursuing Song Mingting. As the Great Snow Sword erupted with brilliant light, it charged towards Lu Qingzong. The river began to freeze, and snowflakes fell like feathers from the sky. Lu Qingzong turned to Fuyue, commanding, "Fuyue, protect me." "Understood," Fuyue replied, his voice resonating like a grand bell. Without further ado, Lu Qingzong reached for his waist, producing a small, exquisite red bronze pot, resembling a lively bird, its beak perfectly aligned with the spout. The pot was masterfully crafted, every feather meticulously detailed. This was the Fire Sparrow pot, his most treasured artifact. Though it paled in comparison to the Great Snow Sword, it was still a remarkable tool of power. Meanwhile, the sword light of the Great Snow Sword splintered into countless beams, illuminating nearly half the night sky as they surged towards Lu Qingzong. Fuyu's expression turned solemn as he summoned his strength, unleashing a flurry of staff shadows in rapid succession. The sky was filled with a dazzling array of sword lights and staff shadows that collided with a thunderous uproar, instantly erasing a vast expanse of the river surface. The trees lining the banks were not spared either. They were uprooted and sent flying, collapsing in droves under the ferocious shockwaves. Amidst this fierce confrontation, Lu Qingzong remained steadfast, gripping the Fire Sparrow pot in one hand while deftly forming incantations with his fingers, his lips moving rapidly in chant. Soon, the Fire Sparrow pot began to swell and soared into the air. With a melodious chirping, golden-red three-legged sparrows burst forth from the spout, surging towards Song Mingting in an overwhelming tide. The fiery brilliance illuminated both riverbanks, causing the water below to evaporate swiftly under the intense heat. As the relentless waves of three-legged fire sparrows approached, Song Mingting remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. He swiftly executed several sword gestures, and in the next moment, a terrifying pressure emanated from the sword light. In an instant, the skies were devoid of birds, and all paths were deserted. A pristine blanket of snow abruptly enveloped the river, shrouding Lu Qingzong, the floating peak deity, and the myriad fire sparrows within its embrace, causing the river's surface, spanning several miles, to freeze rapidly. Suddenly cloaked in this snowy realm, Lu Qingzong's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the profound technique associated with the Great Snow Sword, which represented its most formidable attack. "Are you courting death? How dare you invoke the heavenly Tao's power in such a moment?" Song Mingting remained silent. Following the arrival of the snow-laden scene, he summoned the Great Snow Sword back to him, and with a surge of sword light beneath his feet, propelled himself forward. Observing this, Lu Qingzong spared no further words. His gaze turned icy, the remnants of humanity fading in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming indifference that looked down upon all existence. All laws converge into one. The utmost transcends emotions. A mantra escaped Lu Qingzong's lips, and with it, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, elevating his aura several-fold. He then pointed expressionlessly at the Fire Sparrow pot, which erupted in radiant light, transforming into a colossal fire sparrow that enveloped Lu Qingzong within its fiery embrace, embodying thousands of fire sparrows. As Lu Qingzong endeavored to break free from the constraints of the Great Snow Sword's technique, Song Mingting, who had been racing forward, suddenly halted. An astonishing killing intent erupted from him as he fixed his icy gaze upon the trees by the riverbank, his piercing stare seemingly penetrating through his damp hair. In the next moment, he swiftly executed several sword gestures, launching an unanticipated assault. The azure sword light shot forth like lightning towards the riverside woods. The sword energy erupted, fracturing into countless beams that surged with immense force towards the trees, freezing the air in their wake. This was the Cold Dew Sword, part of the same elite set of flying swords as the Great Snow Sword. At that moment, a brilliant blue light ignited amidst the trees by the riverbank, resembling a blossoming lotus. In the blink of an eye, the woods exploded, unleashing a torrent of silvery white sword light that rushed onto the river. The multitude of sword lights collided, creating a chaotic dance of brilliance, with the two waves of sword energy clashing and erasing the trees at the river's edge. A cold snort echoed from the riverbank as a middle-aged Taoist stepped forth upon his sword. I did not expect this young wretch to possess such keen spiritual awareness even in dire straits. Truly a centipede, alive, yet not thriving. This Taoist, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a sinister countenance, his gaze icy, emanating threads of deep blue flames that resembled falling rain. His narrow eyes fixated upon the bloodied and retreating youth, radiating a chilling malice akin to a serpent. This man was the rain-covering true man, a senior elder of the Rising Tide Sword sect. As Song Mingting regarded the approaching rain-covering true man, a similar murderous intent sparked in his eyes. Clad in a sea-green swordsman's robe adorned with deep blue wave patterns, the true man bore 2 swords on his back. One sword, sheathed in a black and blue scabbard, was already drawn, while the other, encased in a sky-blue sheath adorned with white clouds, remained within its scabbard. In the sky, 2 sword lights stood in stark opposition, one emanating a chill akin to dew, conveying an initial autumn's briskness, while the other glowed a deep blue, resembling a vast ocean, with light rain softly falling around it. The river and its banks presented 2 entirely disparate atmospheres. Chapter 2, The Last Stand. In the next moment, Song Mingting made his move. The cold dew sword erupted with terrifying pressure, and a realm of azure dew expanded outward from the sword light, enveloping the rain-covering true man in an instant. Boldness. The rain-covering true man bellowed, flabbergasted and enraged. In his fury, he swiftly initiated a sword technique. The sky-blue sword on his back suddenly unsheathed, its light expanding to 100 feet in an instant. The sword light then split into myriad beams, forming a barrier against the cold dew. You wretch, today I shall ensure your demise without a burial. The rain-covering true man snarled. In the next moment, the myriad beams of sky-blue sword light converged, transforming into a colossal azure dragon. The sword energy surged skyward, its fearsome momentum nearly reaching the heavens. A layer of deep blue light enveloped the dragon, resembling scales. With a mighty whip of its tail, the dragon let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the night. In a fearsome crescendo, the azure dragon soared skyward, piercing through the cold dew that enveloped the river and sky. As the dragon broke through, the realm of azure dew summoned by the cold dew sword trembled violently before shattering. The cold dew scene was dispelled, causing Song Mingting, already gravely injured, to cough up another mouthful of blood. In that instant, his aura waned to its lowest point. A gleeful smile crept onto the rain-covering true man's face, and just as he was about to speak, Lu Qingzong caught up. Senior rain-covering, Lu Qingzong called out from a short distance, his tone calm. The rain-covering true man retracted his menacing expression, nodding lightly, Lu Shitty. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Qingzong pressed on. Senior rain-covering, although Song's crimes are grievous, many accusations have been fabricated by malicious individuals. It remains to be clarified which are true and which are false. I come bearing the name of my sect to escort Song Mingting to the Taishang sect for a trial by the 3 families. Should you wish to attend, as an observer, you are welcome. Upon hearing this, the rain-covering true man could no longer maintain his composure, rebuking, "This wretch has betrayed his master and ancestors, colluded with demonic forces, and for his own selfish desires, shattered the ancient seal of the Beiming ghost domain, resulting in untold suffering. Such a vile creature deserves immediate execution, not a trial. What is there to judge?" Lu Qingzong furrowed his brow in discontent. At that moment, an irksome voice interjected from the side. "Ah, righteous individuals truly are hypocrites. Rain-covering Taoist, you desire to seize the Return to Hiding Sword Classic from the Guizang Sword sect, yet you feign righteousness, utterly hypocritical. Old man, your sect, the Rising Tide Sword sect, has no shame. If you covet the Return to Hiding Sword Classic, just say so. Why the need for pretense?" As the voice echoed, a young man riding on a golden cicada swiftly broke through the air. His skin was a deep brown, his features striking and robust, marked by a blood scorpion tattoo on his right cheek, and a charming yet sinister smile graced his lips. Clad in a vibrant attire reminiscent of a barbarian, he bore a massive blood-red gourd on his back, while beneath him lay a colossal and fearsome golden cicada, wild and malevolent. This cicada was no ordinary creature. It possessed 6 wings that spanned a remarkable 20 feet, gleaming brilliantly in the night, making it particularly conspicuous. "Tong Jui, the master of rain," Fu Yu uttered in a low voice. This individual was a prodigious disciple of the Gu God sect. "What? Am I mistaken?" Tong Jui replied with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. With a cold snort, Fu Yu wasted no words and launched a direct assault. The azure sword light hovering beside him suddenly erupted, fracturing into countless beams. Thousands of sword lights descended upon Tong Jiui like a torrential rain of azure meteors. Have you succumbed to rage and shame? Tong Jiui laughed heartily. He swiftly conjured a spell, and in the next moment, the enormous gourd on his back burst open, unleashing a swarm of blood-red scorpions that surged forth like a dark tide, colliding with the cascading sword light. A thunderous roar filled the air as the densely packed blood scorpions clashed against the sword beams, astonishingly managing to withstand the onslaught without being pierced, instead effortlessly blocking the barrage of sword light. After his laughter subsided, Tong Jiui's expression shifted to one of cold malice as he growled, "You wish for my demise? Who do you think you are, old fool?" At that moment, a chill crept into Fu Ye's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. With lightning speed, he turned, summoning the azure-white sword light to shield himself. With a resounding crash, a streak of golden light collided with the sword, shattering it, and forcing Fu Yu to stagger back, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. The golden-scaled celestial dragon. The golden light took the form of a 1-inch-long serpent resembling a celestial dragon, adorned with horns and gleaming gold. Yet it was a formidable goo insect, ranked fourth among the notorious goo creatures of the goo god sect, impervious to both fire and water. Quickly, the golden-scaled celestial dragon, having failed its first strike, launched a second attack. The golden light flashed across the night like a fleeting firefly, rapidly approaching Fu Yu. Just then, a purple light darted forward, intercepting the golden-scaled celestial dragon. With another thunderous sound, the purple light trembled and shattered, sending the dragon flying backward once more. Lu Qingzong, his expression impassive, deftly manipulated the sword technique, causing the purplish sword to expand dramatically, transforming into a radiant display of violet light. Tong Jiui scoffed, then abruptly changed his demeanor, displaying a manic grin that oscillated between mirth and malice. Turning to Song Mingting, he said with a sly grin, "Song Mingting, since these pretentious righteous cultivators accuse you of consorting with demonic forces, why not simply indulge them? You cannot be wrongfully accused without some merit, can you? Let us join forces to eliminate these hypocrites. I only require your cold mountain cauldron. What say you?" Fu Yu's expression shifted slightly. At that moment, a soft, almost feminine voice interjected, "Song Mingting, aligning with this barbarian is a poor choice. You would be better off collaborating with me. I, too, desire nothing but the cold mountain cauldron. How about it?" Both Tong Jiui and Fu Yu's expressions darkened. Tong Jiui then sneered, "Qin Yulong, cease your lurking. If you've arrived, then show yourself." Fu Yu, however, was more decisive, launching an attack without hesitation. The sword light hovering beside him shot forth like a bolt of lightning, rapidly expanding to 100 feet long as it plunged fiercely towards the river below. Yet at that moment, Song Mingting, who had been silent for a long time, sprang into action. He leapt into the sky like a specter, unexpectedly driving the sword light downward with a forceful thrust, the tremendous recoil propelling him to great heights. Unaware of his intentions, Fu Yu and the others were taken aback when the river beneath Song Mingting suddenly surged, and a massive serpent's head broke through the surface, spewing forth a torrent of toxic water. Above, the exposed azure sword light swiftly split into hundreds of beams, intertwining to form a sword net that descended upon the dark, vile food poison. The toxic deluge collided with the sword light, rapidly corroding the net. The poison, once obstructed by the sword net, erupted outward, splattering into the river, instantly tainting it a deep purple. In the next moment, countless fish, shrimp, and turtle carcasses floated to the surface, and as the giant serpent opened its mouth, its forked tongue extended outward. Perched upon the serpent's tongue was a striking figure with slender eyebrows and deep purple lips. Their skin was as pale as snow, bearing an ethereal beauty that was almost otherworldly. Clad in a vibrant garment adorned with intricate embroidery of serpents and scorpions, they exuded both beauty and strangeness. This individual was Qin Yulong, the prodigious disciple of the Poison King sect. The massive black-scaled serpent beneath him, known as the Blackwater Shin Python, was among the world's most fearsome beasts and poisons. Qin Yulong exhibited no signs of embarrassment for his failed ambush. Instead, he summoned a transparent sea conch from the waters previously disturbed by Fu Ye's attack. "Listen to the tides of the land." Tong Jiui and Fu Yu simultaneously gasped. Yet, Qin Yulong did not focus on the two. He cast a regretful glance at Song Mingting, sighed, and remarked, "It seems you are unwilling to cooperate with me. Very well, let us join forces, shall we?" His gaze then shifted to Tong Jiui. Tong Jiui paused for a moment, then grinned wickedly. "Very well, I shall collaborate with you, neither man nor woman. For this one occasion, as for the cold mountain cauldron, let it be determined by our abilities, shall we?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Yulong's eyes, agreed. At that moment, Lu Qingzong, who had remained silent, suddenly positioned himself in front of Song Mingting, crossing his sword before him with an expressionless countenance. If you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me. The allegiances within the group shifted dramatically. In the previous moment, it was Tong Jiui and Qin Yulong vying for Song Mingting, and in the next, they had formed an alliance to turn against him. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzong, who had previously professed an unselfish desire to bring Song Mingting back to the supreme sect, now stood to protect him. Fu Yu spoke coolly. Song has defied the heavens, committing murder without remorse. Lu, how could you wish to spare his life? Such ignorance is truly astonishing. Today, I shall align myself with the demonic forces to eliminate this traitor of the righteous path. With that, he pointed his flying sword menacingly towards Song Mingting. As the situation continued to fluctuate, all present remained still. Suddenly, a new development arose. A distant, ancient chant resonated, echoing the arrival of a monk. To the left appeared a figure, tall and slender, with hair white as a crane and a youthful visage. Clad in a loose dark green Taoist robe, he wielded a pale pink jade ruler. The robe was adorned with symbols of longevity, fluttering in the night breeze. Exuding an aura of celestial grace, on the right stood a monk of slender build, clad in a robe of dark golden hue, with a deep azure kasaya draped over it. In his right hand, he grasped a string of golden Bodhi beads resembling dragon's eyes, and atop his head rested the scars of 9 precepts. A halo of azure Buddhist light radiated from the back of his head, its glow gentle and soothing. Master Chunwei, Zen Master Jishan, exclaimed Tong Jiui and Qin Yulong, their expressions shifting dramatically, revealing deep-seated trepidation. Lu Qingzong bowed to the two. Even the revered Master Fu Yu, who had always held himself in high esteem, lowered his posture and greeted them respectfully. Both Chunhui and Jishan nodded in acknowledgement, their gazes sweeping the surroundings before finally settling on Song Mingting. With a sigh, Master Chunhui addressed him. Song Mingting, your collusion with the demonic path, the slaughter of righteous practitioners, and the unsealing of the Ming Mountain's ghostly domain have caused untold suffering to countless souls. Such transgressions are unforgivable. We have come forth to apprehend you. Surrender at once. Song Mingting remained silent. From afar, more beams of sword light and escape lights surged forth. At that moment, the Beishui sword erupted in a blinding radiance. A dark azure luminescence soared into the heavens, as an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from the Beishui sword, casting an oppressive atmosphere that caused even the 5 greatest masters present to change countenance. Zen Master Jishan murmured to himself, the Beishui sword, a last resort. This is not good. He intends to self-detonate the flying sword. His voice escalated in urgency towards the end. The others were momentarily taken aback, but swiftly reacted, their faces paling as they retreated. Yet, by this time, Song Mingting had already summoned the Beishui sword, charging towards Master Fu Yu. In an era where fate and the universe exert their collective force, and heroes find themselves shackled by the whims of destiny, Song Mingting, the 32nd disciple of the Guizang Sword sect, was born with unremarkable talent and a dull wit. Nevertheless, through unwavering determination and relentless perseverance, he gradually caught up to his peers. Yet, just as he began to surpass them, the Guizang Sword sect was unexpectedly besieged by the forces of the demonic sect. In a single night, the mountain gate was obliterated, and his fellow disciples were decimated. From that moment onward, Song Mingting embarked on a century-long odyssey of escape. However, no matter how fervently he struggled, he ultimately could not evade the clutches of death. Upon awakening once more, he found himself lying at the bottom of a familiar pool, a place where he had often practiced in his youth. Chapter 1. At the end of the road. The cold wind howled, and the twilight gloom enveloped the land. The autumn waters of the river mirrored the somber gray sky, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. The trees lining the banks had long shed their leaves, leaving behind gnarled, blackened branches that clawed at the dusky air, resembling sinister spirits. Before long, a faint glimmer appeared on the distant river, rapidly approaching. This glimmer was a deep azure, almost resembling a hue of dark ink, emitting a dim light that melded seamlessly with the evening sky. It was a sword light, stretching a full 10 feet in length, its body a translucent black, flowing silently like the river itself. Though its brilliance was muted, it radiated a pure essence, free of any impurities. Upon the sword light knelt a man, half supporting himself on his blade. He appeared quite disheveled, his hair tousled and obscuring much of his face, clad in a tattered and filthy sword robe. Once white with black patterns, the robe had faded so severely that it nearly matched the white base, stained with large splotches of blood. The man was emaciated, resembling a mere reed, and the oversized robe draped over him like a rag. At that moment, a violet sword light suddenly emerged from behind, piercing through the gloom like a ray of pure purple dawn. Accompanying this violet glow was another beam of yellowish hue, both racing toward him. As the two lights drew near, a deep, steady voice emanated from the violet glow. Song Mingting, you have nowhere left to retreat, surrender yourself. The violet light approached swiftly, revealing the face of the man wielding it. He had a slightly dark complexion, thick brows like ink, a resolute countenance, and a powerful build, clad in attire that was impeccably neat, with his yellow robe adorned with intricate mountain and river patterns. The black-robed youth was named Lu Qingzong, a disciple of the Taishang sect. Beside him stood a towering figure, a divine being radiating a yellowish light, clad in armor and helmet, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. He wielded a long staff, intricately engraved with mountain patterns, exuding an aura of formidable strength. This was Lu Qingzong's guardian deity, known as Fuyue, ranked 12th among the 108 guardian spirits of the Taishang sect, a being of immense power. Noticing Song Mingting's silence, Lu Qingzong's brow furrowed slightly, and he flatly stated, "In that case, I shall have to take action to subdue you. Be on your guard." In the next moment, a burst of violet light surged forth from the darkness, akin to the sun rising on the horizon. The murky shadows receded as the dazzling purple light illuminated half the sky, and from it, Lu Qingzong's flying sword expanded explosively to 100 feet, launching forth like a bolt of lightning, cleaving towards Song Mingting. As the blade descended, poised to claim his life, the water sword beneath Song Mingting erupted with a blinding brilliance, instantly swelling to 100 feet in length. In an instant, the sky appeared to transform into a deep ink hue. As the water sword surged, the once tranquil river beneath him suddenly rose as if a mountain were erupting from the ground, waves crashing in a tumultuous fury, as an immense water peak soared upward to collide fiercely with the descending purple sword light. The river, rising like a mountain, collided violently with the violet sword light, shattering the water peak, sending millions of tons of water cascading downwards in a chaotic torrent. Yet, while the water peak was cleaved asunder, the violet sword light was not left unscathed. After the strike, it exhausted its power, diminishing swiftly, leaving only the sword's essence, a 3-foot purple glimmer that circled back to Lu Qingzong. The powerful gust of air generated by the crashing waves swept through, lifting the hair from Song Mingting's forehead and revealing his face. It was a visage marked by hardship, weariness, and a haunting stillness. A grotesque scar marred his countenance, a testament to his past Bat-Liza sword scar that ran from his left brow to his right jaw, marring his features beyond recognition. In the next moment, Song Mingting moved once more. However, as he soared forward, the divine being Fuyue charged at him like a yellow meteor. Fuyue swiftly caught up to Song Mingting and swung his staff down with tremendous force. In an instant, a shadow of the staff, longer than 100 feet, manifested above the river, resembling a continuous mountain range, crashing down with earth-shattering might. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent surged from Song Mingting. Gasping deeply, he hurled his snow-white long sword forward. In an instant, that white sword light expanded dramatically, growing to 100 feet in length, a magnificent sight. It was as if a scroll of winter had been unfurled, depicting a world blanketed in pure white, with only hints of ink visible. The sword light collided with the staff shadow, both erupting into a magnificent explosion of energy that nearly cleaved the river in two. At this juncture, Lu Qingzong had once again closed the distance. He cast a wary glance at the brilliant white sword light, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features. It was the Great Snow Sword, a pinnacle artifact. He had experienced its devastating power countless times while pursuing Song Mingting. As the Great Snow Sword erupted with astonishing radiance, it surged toward Lu Qingzong with reckless abandon. The river's surface began to freeze, and snowflakes drifted down like feathers from the sky. Lu Qingzong turned to Fuyue and commanded, "Fuyue, protect me." "Understood," Fuyue replied, his voice resonating like a grand bell. Lu Qingzong fell silent, reaching for his waist, where he produced a small, intricately crafted copper vessel, resembling a vivid bird, its beak aligning perfectly with the spout. This fire sparrow vessel, though small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, was his most prized possession, a top-tier artifact, albeit slightly inferior to the Great Snow Sword. Meanwhile, the white sword light fragmented into countless beams, illuminating half the night sky as they surged toward Lu Qingzong. Fuyue's expression turned grave, and he summoned his strength, launching a flurry of staff shadows in response. The sky was filled with the dazzling light of swords and the shadows of staffs clashing, producing a thunderous uproar that instantaneously erased a vast expanse of the river's surface. The trees along the banks were not spared, uprooted and sent flying, collapsing in droves under the ferocious shockwave. Amidst such a fierce confrontation, Lu Qingzong remained unperturbed, holding the fire sparrow flask in his hand, fingers weaving intricate gestures as he rapidly recited incantations. Soon, the flask swelled in size and soared forth. Chirping birds emerged, golden-red three-legged sparrows bursting forth from the flask's spout, surging towards Song Mingting in an overwhelming tide. The fiery radiance illuminated the banks, and under the intense heat, the river below began to evaporate swiftly. As the fiery waves rolled in, facing the onslaught of the three-legged fire sparrows, Song Mingting maintained an air of calmness. He swiftly formed several sword gestures, and in the next moment, a dreadful pressure emanated from the sword light. In an instant, the skies were devoid of birds, and all paths were deserted. A pure white snow scene abruptly descended upon the river, enveloping Lu Qingzong, the floating summit deity, and the throngs of three-legged fire sparrows, causing the river's surface within a dozen miles to freeze rapidly. Suddenly encased in this snow-laden realm, Lu Qingzong's countenance changed drastically. This was the Taoist technique associated with the Great Snow Sword, representing its most formidable strike. Are you courting death? How dare you invoke the heavenly power of the Great Snow Sword at such a moment? Song Mingting remained silent, beckoning the Great Snow Sword back after the snowy scene descended, then urging the sword light beneath him to shoot forward. Observing this, Lu Qingzong ceased to waste words, his gaze transforming into one of cold indifference as the vestiges of humanity evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming apathy that looked down upon all beings. All methods converge as one. The utmost transcendence forgets emotion. A maxim escaped Lu Qingzong's lips, and with it, an oppressive force surged forth, amplifying his aura several-fold. He then pointed expressionlessly at the fire sparrow flask, which erupted with brilliance, transforming into a colossal fire sparrow that enveloped Lu Qingzong within a manifestation of countless fire sparrows. As Lu Qingzong exerted himself to break free from the constraints of the Great Snow Sword's Tao, Song Mingting, racing forward, suddenly halted. A surge of lethal intent erupted from him as he fixed his icy gaze upon the trees along the bank, his piercing glare almost penetrating the damp hair that fell over his brow. In the next heartbeat, he swiftly formed several sword gestures, launching an unforeseen assault. The azure sword light shot forth like lightning toward the riverside forest. The sword energy surged forth, instantly splitting into thousands of strands imbued with heavy dew, crashing into the trees with earth-shattering force, causing the air to frost in its wake. This was the Cold Dew Sword, part of the same elite set as the Great Snow Sword, a top-tier Taoist artifact. At this moment, a brilliant blue light suddenly ignited within the riverside woods, blooming like a lotus. In the next instant, the forest erupted as thousands of water-white sword lights burst forth, racing toward the river in the blink of an eye. The collision of myriad sword lights created chaos, scattering sword energy in all directions. Two waves of sword light clashed like torrents, mercilessly stripping away the trees along the banks. A cold snort emanated from the riverbank as a middle-aged Taoist stepped forth on his sword. I never expected this little beast to possess such keen spiritual awareness even in these dire circumstances. Indeed, a centipede, though dead, does not lie still. This Taoist appeared to be in his 40s, possessing a sinister visage and a chilling gaze, emanating threads of deep blue light akin to falling rain. His narrow eyes fixed intently on the bloodied and retreating youth, exuding a venomous intent, as cold as a serpent. This man was the rain-covering true man, a high elder of the Shooting Tide Sword Pavilion. Song Mingting, gazing at the approaching rain-covering true man, mirrored that lethal intent. Clad in a sea-green swordsman's robe, embroidered with deep azure wave patterns, he bore two swords on his back. One sword scabbard was a blend of blue and black, intricately carved with dragon and wave motifs. It had already been drawn, the one resting beneath his feet. The other scabbard was azure white, featuring a sky blue base adorned with swirling white clouds, its blades still sheathed. In the heavens, two sword lights stood off against each other, while the river's surface radiated a chill reminiscent of dew, exuding the crispness of early autumn, extending its cold aura hundreds of feet away, thick dew enveloping the expanse above the water. On the riverbank, the sword light was as deep blue as the ocean, resembling a vast expanse of azure water, while a gentle drizzle fell around its radiance. The river and its banks presented two starkly contrasting atmospheres. Chapter 2. The Mortality of a Cornered Beast. In the next moment, Song Mingting sprang into action. The cold dew sword erupted with a terrifying pressure, and a realm of dew-blue light centered around the sword light expanded in all directions, swiftly enveloping the rain-covering true man. Boldness. The rain-covering true man bellowed, astonished and enraged. In his shock, he quickly activated his sword technique. In an instant, the azure sword on his back unsheathed, its light soaring to 100 feet in length. The sword light then fragmented into myriad paths, barring the cold dew's manifestation. Little beast, today I shall ensure you have no place to be buried. The rain-covering true man snarled. In the next moment, the myriad paths of azure sword light converged, instantly transforming into a 1,000-foot-long azure dragon. The sword energy soared skyward, its fearsome might almost reaching the heavens. A layer of deep blue light enveloped the azure dragon, as if cloaking it in deep blue scales. With a flick of its tail, a thunderous roar resonated through the night sky. Amidst the terrifying howls, the azure dragon ascended, piercing through the realm of cold dew that enveloped the river and sky. As the dragon shattered the void, the dew-blue realm summoned by the cold dew sword trembled violently before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The cold dew scene dispelled, and the already gravely injured Song Mingting coughed up a mouthful of blood. In that instant, his aura dwindled to its nadir. A triumphant smile crept across the rain-covering true man's face, just as Lu Qingzong caught up. "Senior rain-covering," Lu Qingzong called out from a distance, his tone calm. The rain-covering true man's ferocity faded, replaced by a nod of acknowledgement. "Disciple Lu." After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Qingzong took the initiative. "Senior rain-covering, although Song Mingting bears grave sins, many charges have been fabricated by malicious individuals. It remains to be seen which accusations hold truth and which are falsehoods. I come on behalf of my sect to escort Song Mingting to our Taishang sect for a trial among the 3 factions. Should you wish to attend, you are welcome." Upon hearing this, the rain-covering true man could no longer contain his expression, rebuking. This little beast has betrayed his master and ancestors, colluded with dark forces, and shattered the ancient seal of the North Mang ghost domain for his selfish gain, leading to the suffering of countless lives. Such a wretch deserves immediate execution, not trial. What is there to judge? Lu Qingzong furrowed his brow at this retort. Just then, a mocking voice unexpectedly interjected nearby. "Ha! Indeed, those of the righteous path are all hypocrites. Old Taoist rain-covering, you clearly covet the Guizang Sword Cannon of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Yet you feign concern for the greater good. How utterly hypocritical. You old fool, are the people of the Shooting Tide Sword Pavilion truly so shameless? If you desire the Guizang Sword Cannon, just say so. Why the need for pretense?" As the voice echoed, a young man riding a golden cicada swiftly pierced through the air. The youth, with his sun-kissed skin and strikingly handsome features, bore a blood scorpion tattoo on his right cheek, his lips curled into a charmingly wicked smile. Adorned in a vibrant outfit reminiscent of a barbarian, he carried a massive crimson gourd on his back and stood atop a formidable and fierce golden cicada, exuding an aura of wildness and malevolence. This cicada was no ordinary creature. It possessed 6 wings, each stretching nearly 20 feet wide, glimmering with golden light that made it stand out vividly against the night sky. "Tong Jiui," the Rainmaster uttered solemnly. This individual was a prodigious disciple of the Gu God sect. "What? Am I mistaken?" Tong Jiui replied, a hint of mockery in his tone. The Rainmaster snorted coldly, choosing not to waste words, and instead launched a sudden attack. The azure sword light hovering beside him flared brilliantly, splitting into thousands of beams. The multitude of azure sword lights descended upon Tong Jiui like a torrential rain of stars. "Are you enraged out of embarrassment?" Tong Jiui laughed heartily. With a swift gesture, he invoked a spell, and in an instant, the massive gourd on his back burst open, releasing countless blood-red scorpions that surged forth like a swarm of locusts, meeting the oncoming sword light heated. A deafening roar filled the air as the dense mass of blood scorpions collided with the countless sword beams, astonishingly withstanding the onslaught without being pierced, effortlessly absorbing the force of the attack. After his laughter subsided, Tong Jiui's expression shifted to one of cold malice as he declared, "Do you wish for my demise? Who do you think you are, old fool?" At that moment, the Rainmaster felt an inexplicable chill creep into his heart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he spun around like lightning, summoning the azure sword light to shield himself. A resounding metallic clash echoed as a golden flash collided with the sword light, shattering the azure beams and forcing the Rainmaster to stagger back, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Golden-scaled celestial dragon. The golden flash revealed itself to be a tiny creature resembling a dragon, adorned in shimmering gold. This was, in fact, a powerful goo worm, ranked fourth among the notorious goo creatures of the Goo God sect, impervious to both water and fire. Soon, the golden-scaled celestial dragon, having failed its initial attack, launched a second strike. The golden light flickered through the night, resembling a fleeting firefly, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon the Rainmaster. Just then, a violet light darted forth, intercepting the dragon. Another resounding crash ensued as the violet light trembled and dissipated, sending the golden-scaled celestial dragon reeling once more. Lu Qingzong, with an impassive expression, executed a sword technique, causing the violet sword to expand dramatically, transforming into a radiant display of purple light. Tong Jiui snorted disdainfully, then abruptly changed his demeanor, appearing neurotic as his previous frown morphed into a sly grin. He turned to Song Mingting, grinning mischievously. Song Mingting, since these hypocritical righteous sects accuse you of consorting with the demonic path, why not give them a show? One cannot be wrongfully accused without taking action, can they? Let us join forces to eliminate these self-righteous pretenders. I only desire your Han Mountain Cauldron. What do you say? The Rainmaster's expression shifted subtly. At that moment, an effeminate voice interjected, Song Mingting, allying with this barbarian is a poor choice. You would be better off collaborating with me. I too desire nothing more than the Han Mountain Cauldron. What say you? Both Tong Jiui and the Rainmaster's expressions changed in unison. Tong Jiui suddenly sneered. Qin Yulong, stop hiding in the shadows. If you've arrived, then show yourself. The Rainmaster, more decisive, launched an attack. The sword light hovering beside him shot forth like a bolt of lightning, instantly expanding to 100 feet in length, aimed directly at the river below. However, at that moment, Song Mingting, who had been silent for a while, surged upward like a specter, unexpectedly propelling the sword light downwards with tremendous force. The immense recoil propelled him skyward in an instant, reaching a height of 100 feet. The others were taken aback when suddenly, the river beneath Song Mingting's previous position erupted, revealing a colossal serpent's head that spewed forth a torrent of poisonous water. Above, the azure sword light split into hundreds of beams, weaving together to form a net, which descended upon the black-purple toxic water that corroded the sword net almost instantly. The toxic water, once obstructed, dispersed and splattered into the river, staining it a deep purple. In the next moment, numerous fish, shrimp, and turtle carcasses floated to the surface, and the giant serpent opened its mouth wide, extending its forked tongue towards the water. Perched upon the serpent's tongue stood a striking figure, a beautiful individual with elongated eyebrows, deep purple lips, and alabaster skin, exuding an ethereal, feminine charm. Clad in a vibrant garment adorned with embroidered serpents and scorpions, this striking figure was none other than Qin Yulong, the prodigious disciple of the Poison King sect. His massive black-scaled serpent, known as the Blackwater Shin Python, was one of the most fearsome beasts and toxic creatures in existence. Qin Yulong, unperturbed by any potential embarrassment, summoned a transparent sea conch from the waters disturbed by the Rainmaster's attack. Land here's the tides, Tong Jiui and the Rainmaster exclaimed simultaneously. Yet, Qin Yulong's attention remained fixed on Song Mingting, casting a regretful glance his way. It seems you are unwilling to collaborate with me very well. How about we partner instead? His gaze shifted back to Tong Jiui. Tong Jiui paused momentarily, then grinned wickedly. Very well, I shall join forces with you, this androgynous creature, for today. As for who ultimately claims the Han Mountain Cauldron, let us rely on our own abilities, shall we? A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Yulong's eyes, agreed. Just then, Lu Qingzong, who had been silent for a while, suddenly positioned himself protectively in front of Song Mingting, sword held horizontally before him, expressionless as he addressed Tong Jiui and Qin Yulong. If you wish to harm him, you must first pass through me. The dynamics of the situation shifted in an instant. Moments earlier, it was Tong Jiui and Qin Yulong vying for Song Mingting's allegiance, yet now they had formed an alliance intent on eliminating him. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzong, who had previously claimed to uphold justice by capturing Song Mingting for the Taishang sect, now stood to defend him. The Rainmaster then spoke calmly. Song has committed acts of treason, killing indiscriminately. Lu, do you truly wish to spare his life? Such naivety is unfathomable. Today, I must ally with the demonic path to eliminate this traitor of the righteous sect. With that, he directed his sword towards Song Mingting. As the situation continued to evolve chaotically, all present found themselves momentarily frozen. Suddenly, a new development emerged as a distant, aged Buddhist chant resonated through the air, accompanied by the arrival of a monk. To the left was a tall, slender figure with a youthful countenance despite his white hair, clad in a flowing dark blue robe, holding a delicate pink jade ruler. The monk's robe, embroidered with symbols of longevity, billowed dramatically in the strong night breeze, creating an image of celestial grace and Taoist bearing. That on the right stood a monk, slender in stature, adorned in a robe of deep golden hue, draped with a dark azure kasaya. He held in his right hand a string of golden Bodhi beads, resembling dragon's eyes, and atop his head was the mark of 9 scars. Behind him radiated a soft, verdant light of Buddhist illumination. Master Chunwei, Zen Master Jishan, exclaimed Tong Jioi and Qin Yulong, their expressions shifting dramatically, revealing profound trepidation. Lu Qingzong offered a respectful greeting to the two, even the revered rain-covering master, who had always regarded himself as a senior figure, lowered his demeanor to bow and pay his respects. Both Master Chunwei and Zen Master Jishan nodded in acknowledgement, their gaze sweeping the assembly before finally resting upon Song Mingtian. Master Chunwei sighed. Song Mingtian, you have consorted with the demonic path, slaughtering our righteous brethren, and have further unsealed the barriers of the ghost realm of Mongshan, resulting in untold suffering. Such transgressions are unforgivable. We have emerged from seclusion to apprehend you. Surrender without resistance. Song Mingtian remained silent. In the distance, more lights of swords and flashes of escape surged toward them. At that moment, the water-backed sword suddenly erupted with a blinding brilliance. The azure-black radiance soared skyward, and an overwhelming aura of dread emanated from the water-backed sword, casting an oppressive atmosphere that caused even the 5 foremost masters present to pale in fear. Zen Master Jishan muttered softly to himself, the water-backed sword, backed against the wall, a fight to the death. This is dire. He intends to self-detonate the flying sword. The urgency in his voice escalated abruptly. The others were momentarily taken aback, but swiftly reacted, their faces turning ashen as they retreated. However, Song Mingtian had already urged the water-backed sword forward, charging toward the rain-covering master. Section 2. In the next moment, a dazzling azure-black glow suddenly illuminated the inky night, expanding violently in all directions. The closest to the flying sword, Master Raincover, was almost instantly engulfed in the overwhelming azure-black radiance. The light swiftly traversed the river's surface, enveloping both banks, leaving nothing but obliteration in its wake. Under the cloak of night, the earth blossomed into a colossal azure-black water lotus. Chapter 3. Awakening at the bottom of the pool. As the first light of dawn broke from the east, the dark hues faded away, and the golden rays ignited countless torches upon the earth, dispelling the night from east to west. The morning mist took on a delicate golden hue, while the chill of early spring and the remnants of night's dew gradually dissipated. A soft golden haze enveloped the verdant mountains, suffused with spiritual energy, resembling a realm of immortals. The rosy light cascaded over mountains and rivers, falling into a mountain pool. The pool was exceptionally clear, so clear that one could almost see its bottom, where fish appeared to swim through the air. Sunlight filtered through the layers of water, casting shimmering halos that illuminated both the pool's bottom and the figure lying there. It was a young man clad in a fitted sword robe, predominantly white, adorned with intricate patterns woven in ink-black thread. On his chest was embroidered a stylized depiction of mountains, while the edges and hem featured sword motifs. The youth was strikingly handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth, eyebrows sharp like a bent sword, exuding a characteristic youthful elegance. Beside him lay a sword, gleaming coldly, its surface scattered with dozens of silver-white specks that sparkled like stars under the water's reflection. After an indeterminate period, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. At first, his gaze was filled with confusion, but in the next instant, it sharpened with clarity. He took a swift step, darting away like a flash of lightning, only to abruptly halt. What is happening? Song Mingting glanced down at his hands. These were clearly not his hands. Not only that, but he also realized that his cultivation had diminished to an astonishingly feeble state, nearly non-existent. Yet, he found a silver lining. The chronic ailments that had plagued him had vanished without a trace. No, this is my hand. It quickly dawned on Song Mingting that these were indeed his hands, though they belonged to a younger version of himself, unscarred by life's trials. What is going on? Have I been reborn? He analyzed his situation with a cool head, while simultaneously surveying his surroundings. It was impossible that he had escaped death. Given the explosive power of the water's edge sword, which he had been so close to, there was no way he could have survived. Even if he had miraculously evaded the blast, survival was still impossible. The water's edge sword was his life-bound flying sword. Its self-detonation meant his own demise as well, leaving no room for survival. Since survival was out of the question, yet here he was, undeniably alive. The only explanation could be reincarnation. However, Song Mingting quickly dismissed this notion. No, I have not been reincarnated. He realized that this was indeed his original body. Although the concept of reincarnation existed in the world, and some individuals retained their true essence through it, awakening memories of past lives, his situation was clearly different. If he had been reincarnated, he would possess memories of this life, yet his mind held not a single fragment of such recollections. Moreover, the chance for reincarnation was no longer an option for him. Song Mingting sighed lightly within, for the self-detonation of the water's edge sword had obliterated not just his physical form, but also his primordial spirit. In other words, during that explosion, he had been completely annihilated, leaving no opportunity for rebirth. What about possession? After dismissing the idea of reincarnation, Song Mingting considered another possibility. It was conceivable that, despite his intention for mutual destruction at that moment, a fragment of his lingering soul might have survived the explosion. Perhaps, guided by instinct, it drifted until finding a suitable vessel for possession. However, as soon as this thought surfaced, Song Mingting suppressed it. Setting aside the fact that self-detonation was the most ruthless method of mutual destruction, there was no chance of surviving even a trace of a residual soul. Even if such an extraordinary event did occur, his current sensations felt wrong. Possessing another's body, regardless of how well it matched his soul, could never compare to his original form, and there would undoubtedly be some impediments. Yet, as he moved his body now, he felt no such hindrance, indicating that this was not possession. Additionally, if it were a residual soul taking over, his memories should be fragmented, and his thoughts chaotic, yet his mind was crystal clear. With memories intact, every event from the past century vivid in his mind, which was beyond the capability of a mere fragment. Song Mingting rapidly contemplated his current state. Though he pondered extensively, only a brief moment had passed in the external world. While reflecting, he reached out and retrieved the sword lying beside him, the Cold Star Sword, gifted by his master upon reaching the aperture stage at the age of 15. If this were reincarnation or possession, the Cold Star Sword would not be present. In an instant, a thought struck him, causing a tremor of excitement within his long-dormant heart. Could it be that I have been reborn? After dismissing both reincarnation and possession, he recalled tales he had read in his youth. Many of those stories depicted protagonists who, after facing mortal peril and dying in anguish, were suddenly reborn to avenge their grievances. Such rebirth was not reincarnation, but a true revival. Was his current situation not akin to those tales? No, this is impossible. Yet, before he could fully embrace his excitement, a cold splash of reality dampened his spirits. Song Mingting quickly recognized the impossibility of this scenario, perhaps in his youthful ignorance. He might have entertained such fantasies, but now, he would not harbor such naive thoughts. As his cultivation level increased and his understanding deepened, he was acutely aware of the sheer impossibility of rebirth. To achieve such a feat required erasing all causes and effects, and among the countless lives in existence, the enormity of the resulting causal web was beyond imagination. To single-handedly alter such vast causes was utterly implausible. It would be akin to opposing all past, present, and future lives, as well as the world itself. Even immortals could not accomplish such a feat. Thus, the notion of rebirth was entirely inconceivable. In that instant, Song Mingting's heart sank back into desolation. However, at that moment, his gaze fell upon a pile of shards. Chapter 4. Returning to the mountain gate with a splash. Song Mingting leaped from the water's surface, grasping the Cold Star Sword in one hand and a handful of fragments in the other, landing at the edge of the pool. The shards were neither metal nor jade, but pure black, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Emerging from the water, he channeled his energy, causing the moisture in his clothes to evaporate rapidly, and soon he was dry. Raising his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a deep, secluded valley, lush with vegetation, where the tranquil waters of the pool reflected the scene. A silver dragon cascaded down the cliffside, plunging into the pool below. This valley was all too familiar to Song Mingting, for it was the very place where he had often practiced his swordsmanship in the past. Song Mingting executed a sword technique, and at that moment, he discovered that his hand was trembling slightly. The Cold Star Sword soared into the air, transforming into a beam of icy light, halting before him. The sword light was frigid, adorned with dozens of twinkling star points. With a leap, Song Mingting ascended onto the sword light, urging it upward toward the heavens, almost unable to contain his eagerness. The Cold Star Sword swiftly surpassed the valley, and his view instantly expanded. The first sight that greeted him was a majestic peak. This towering mountain, flat-topped yet reaching into the clouds, vanished into the sea of clouds above the halfway point, rendering its true height and grandeur indeterminate. Surrounding the colossal peak were several smaller summits, noticeably lower in comparison, with most failing to breach the cloud cover. However, apart from the towering presence before him, 5 other peaks in the distance commanded attention, each with varying degrees of steepness and elegance, all rising into the clouds, shrouded in a golden mist. The ethereal cloud formations and golden hues made the peaks appear like boats adrift in a golden sea, creating a scene that was truly dreamlike, surpassing even the realms of immortality. As Song Mingting gazed at the magnificent peak, cloaked in clouds, he could not suppress his trembling. This was no dream. He had truly returned. After a considerable time, he finally steadied himself and directed the sword light toward the majestic peak, known as Zhongshu Peak, the very site of his sect. His sect, the Guizang Sword Pavilion, was one of the foremost swordsmanship schools of the age, established over 3 millennia ago, rich in history and profound in its legacy. The sect boasted 6 main peaks: Wuda Peak, Jingyang Peak, Zhimei Peak, Jingyue Peak, Zhongshu Peak, and Yali Peak, each representing a distinct lineage. He was a disciple of the Zhongshu Peak lineage, the 32nd generation true inheritor. Yet, such a powerful sect had been destroyed overnight a decade later. Not only had their mountain gate been seized, but the elite members had suffered significant casualties. Reflecting on this, Song Mingting's spirits sank once more. The sword light flickered in the sky and landed at the foot of Zhongshu Peak. He sheathed the sword light and gazed upward at the mountain that he had not seen for a century. He stood at the base for a long while, waiting until his emotions settled before he began his ascent. As he walked, he savored the scenery along the way. In the past, while on the mountain, he had always flown up and down on his sword, never truly appreciating the beauty around him. After the mountain gate had been taken by the forces of darkness, he had longed for the chance to behold it once more, but opportunity had eluded him. Now, having returned, he was determined to traverse the paths he had never walked and witness the sights he had never seen. The pathway was adorned with lush foliage and vibrant blossoms, with mountain goats, deer, and rabbits darting through the underbrush. Occasionally, small figures would emerge from the thickets, their forms indistinct but exuding a faint greenish glow. Peering curiously at Song Mingting, as he approached, they would swiftly vanish back into the brush. These were the mushroom people, ethereal beings born from the essence of flora, flourishing only in places where spiritual energy was pure and vegetation abundant. It had been over a century since he had last set foot on this land. In his previous life, when the dark forces attacked the mountain and seized its gate, only a few had survived, and he was among them. After the sect's destruction, those who remained became like lost dogs, struggling in vain against their fate. Eventually, the Grand Elder, the elders, and his fellow disciples fell one by one, leaving him utterly alone. From that moment on, he was a solitary figure, battling destiny alone, until even he met his end. A rustle of leaves startled a flock of birds hidden in the trees, and several cranes flapped their wings, soaring into the sky. These cranes were a striking black and white. Their necks and bodies were pure white, while the tops of their heads, the lower parts of their wings, and their tails were jet black. Even their long legs were entirely black. Song Mingting glanced up before returning his gaze to the path. These were the Tai Chi cranes, a unique spiritual bird of Guizang Mountain, named for their feather colors resembling the Tai Chi symbol. The Tai Chi cranes were a hallmark of their Guizang Sword Pavilion. In spring, they appeared unremarkable, but in winter, when snow blanketed the peaks, their true beauty would be revealed. Continuing his ascent, he reached the mountainside as noon approached. The sea of clouds loomed nearby, and upon crossing it, he would soon see the buildings. At that moment, 2 beams of sword light illuminated the clouds. Song Mingting halted. The 2 lights, one a muted gray and the other a serene blue, grew brighter as they neared, swiftly piercing through the cloud cover. Upon the swords were 2 young men, both clad in identical white robes with black accents. The taller of the 2 appeared to be around 17 or 18. His skin as white as snow, with willow-like brows and exquisitely chiseled features, exuding a cold beauty that was somewhat androgynous. Yet, his calm gaze and composed demeanor diminished any feminine qualities. The shorter youth looked around 14 or 15, his complexion darker, contrasting starkly beside the taller boy. While not as striking, he was still handsome, with a clever glint in his eyes that suggested mischief. Upon noticing Song Mingting, the 2 paused momentarily before stopping entirely. Third senior brother, they greeted him, their tone formal and distant. As Song Mingting stood before them, he suddenly realized that his emotions were amiss. He should have felt elated since they were none other than his disciples, his very own juniors sharing the same master. The taller one was his 4th disciple, Li Qingke, and the shorter was his 5th disciple, Wei Quangyuan. Yet, despite the excitement that should have surged within him, His heart remained shrouded in a heavy stillness, devoid of any waves of emotion. This was wrong, very wrong. Song Mingting mused, though despite his thoughts, his heart remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Wei Kuangyuan, sensing Song Mingting's prolonged silence, grew impatient. Their relationship was neither good nor bad. Song Mingting, with his average aptitude and slow progress, had a reserved nature and lacked presence, making it hard for others to feel close to him. Thus, they were not well acquainted. Just as Wei Kuangyuan was about to speak, Song Mingting finally responded with a nonchalant Words hung in the air as they exchanged glances, after a moment of surprise. Wei Kuangyuan and Li Qingke politely bid farewell to Song Mingting before swiftly departing. Song Mingting continued his ascent until their figures vanished from sight, soon enveloped by the sea of clouds. Chapter 5. A century like a dream. As Song Mingting climbed the mountain, he reflected on the earlier encounter. Meeting Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan stirred emotions within him, yet his heart insisted he should feel excitement, while no stirrings were forthcoming. It was as if he were cleaved in two, the true essence of himself firmly shackled, deeply submerged in the depths of his being, struggling in vain against the restraints that bound him. The external self remained devoid of any emotion, resembling a stagnant pool, utterly lifeless, indifferent to the tumultuous happenings outside, not stirring even a ripple. Song Mingtian recognized that a problem had arisen within him, one that, as expected, stemmed from his previous existence. In that past life, he had spent merely 2 decades within the mountain gate. After 20 years, powerful demons, led by the Mingting sect, attacked, resulting in the obliteration of the mountain gate overnight. The once formidable sect crumbled before the might of the Mingting masters, suffering a catastrophic defeat. From that moment on, his life took a nosedive. Though he survived, his master, his brothers, and many fellow disciples perished in that battle, leaving only a handful of the sect's elite. That day marked the darkest chapter of his existence, nearly shattering his spirit. Afterward, he mustered the strength to join the surviving members of his sect in a quest to reclaim their mountain home. But this hope was swiftly extinguished. The fortunate survivors became wanderers, living a life of exile. At that time, he believed this was the most arduous period of his life. Alas, he was too naive. Compared to the nightmarish experiences that lay ahead, this phase was trivial. Though he faced constant peril and upheaval, he still had the support of elders and fellow disciples. When the sky fell, there were still elders to bear the weight. More importantly, he was not alone. As time passed, the demonic forces encroached relentlessly, and the righteous sects turned against him, leading to the demise of his elders and companions one by one. Eventually, he found himself utterly alone. How fortunate he was that everyone else had perished, yet he remained. Wasn't he it? But he would have preferred to forsake such luck. To confront the world alone, engaging in battles day after day, was an utterly disheartening ordeal. The immense pressure threatened to drive him to madness. Yet, he could not succumb, for he was the last vestige of his sect. His death would sever its legacy. Moreover, his life was no longer his own. It was sustained by the hopes of many who had entrusted their aspirations to him, rendering him unworthy of death. With no means to escape, he bore the burden alone. Living in opposition to the world was hardly a life worth living, and he endured this for over 20 years. During that time, his spirit was already troubled. Yet his heart had become a stagnant pool, making it nearly impossible to recognize this fact. However, now reborn, a glimmer of hope emerged, illuminating the issues he faced. Amidst the ethereal mist, the scenery before him was discernible, yet beyond a few paces, it faded into obscurity, a blank expanse of white. Song Mingtian raised his hand to examine the shards he held. This was the catalyst for his rebirth. Upon awakening, he initially speculated about reincarnation, possession, and rebirth. But it became clear that these conjectures were erroneous. He had neither reincarnated nor possessed another's body. He had not been reborn. The truth was that he had never died nor endured that bleak, despairing century. He had merely experienced a dream of the future. The 100 years were but a figment of his slumber, so vividly real, encapsulating every moment of joy and sorrow, despair and struggle, that he became utterly lost within it, blurring the lines between reality and dream. The architect of this century-long dream was the shard in his hand, or more precisely, the former existence of these shards. These shards were remnants of a fate plate, a treasure used for divining destiny. It was only when he glimpsed these shards at the bottom of the pool that he suddenly comprehended the true nature of his predicament. The fate plate, a remarkable artifact, had accurately predicted his future for over a century, presenting it before him with startling clarity, leading him to believe he had genuinely lived such a life. Such an extraordinary fate plate was unheard of. Yet, he felt gratitude towards it, for it had unveiled the events of the coming century. Otherwise, he would have been forced to witness those tragedies unfold without recourse. Now, there was still time to alter the course. Silently, Song Mingtian tucked the shards away and continued his ascent up the mountain. After a while, he encountered others. For individuals, clad in white robes and carrying long swords, stood before him, their bearing tall and distinguished. However, their words were far from pleasant. "Is that you, Song Mingtian? Finished practicing your swordplay? Give it up. No matter how hard you try, you remain a waste." At that moment, Song Mingtian felt himself again divided into two selves. One, shrouded in darkness, lay submerged at the lake's bottom, watching the four before him with a complex array of emotions. He recognized them all, true disciples of their sect, but not from his master. Being students of two other elders. They were Zhou Weiyuan, Zhao Jingke, Sun Huma, and Wang Ruben, with Zhou Wen and Zhao Jingke being disciples of the esteemed Taoist Yofei, and Sun Huma and Wang Ruben disciples of the Taoist Baixio. Zhao Jingke, with his biting sarcasm, was particularly sharp-tongued. One self felt a tumult of emotions, while the other, who now commanded his body, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Thus, he merely cast a dispassionate glance at them, remaining silent. The four, noticing his indifference, stepped closer, blocking his path. "Song Mingtian, I'm speaking to you. What does your silence mean?" With an expressionless gaze, he regarded the quartet, internally sighing. The audacity of Zhao Jingke and the others to speak to him so rudely stemmed from his perceived lack of talent. Indeed, although in his previous life he was a notorious demon, feared throughout the realm of cultivation, that was a tale for another time. In his youth, he was merely an ordinary disciple with remarkably mediocre aptitude. Song Mingtian felt a bitter smile emerge within. Back then, his talent was so lacking that he fell far short of the average standard among true disciples of the sect. The realm of cultivation, being one that valued strength above all, meant that even among his peers, few regarded him with any significance. This was one reason. The other was that Zhou Weiyuan and Zhao Jing's master, Taoist Yofei, was a direct disciple of the previous peak master. While the current peak master was neither Yofei nor his contemporaries, but rather his own master, the ascetic Kashi. His master was not even a disciple of the previous peak master, nor of that lineage, being merely a common elder's apprentice at the time. If one traced the lineage back 7 generations, they would reach the same master. His master's ascension to peak master meant that power had shifted from the previous lineage to theirs, creating significant unrest. Thus, since his master took over as peak master, the two factions had been embroiled in ongoing contention. As a result, Zhao Jingke and the others relentlessly sought to provoke him. In truth, it was not merely him who attracted trouble. These individuals also sought out Li Qingke and Wei Quanyuan. However, due to his comparatively inferior talent and weaker strength, he found himself the most frequent target of their harassment. Alas, human nature tends to prey upon the vulnerable. In his youth, his abilities were exceedingly lacking, yet his pride was robust, rendering him incapable of seeking help even in dire situations. Such a character was indeed the perfect target for torment, and thus it was only natural that he was often the one to be bullied. Deep within, Song Mingting disregarded Zhao Jing's provocations. Yet another part of him bore a less forgiving temperament. This other self cast a cold glance at Zhao Jingke, causing the latter to stumble back in fright. What a joke! Who was Song Mingting? He was a formidable figure, having emerged from the depths of a blood-soaked battlefield. Over the span of that 100-year dream, his experiences in life and death struggles were far from few. A person of his caliber, even without exuding a murderous aura, was sufficient to intimidate a novice like Zhao Jingke. After retreating 3 steps, Zhao Jingke quickly regained his composure, furiously embarrassed that he had been intimidated into retreating by someone he deemed a worthless individual. He shoved towards Song Mingting, while nearby, Zhou Weiyuan interjected, "Enough, third junior brother. Why are you taking this so seriously with Song Mingting? Don't you feel ashamed?" However, he halted mid-sentence, for as Zhao Jingke lunged at Song Mingting, the latter suddenly moved. With the speed of lightning, he grasped Zhao Jing's shoulder and, with a swift turn, hurled him away, so rapid that even Zhou Wen barely comprehended the event. With a heavy thud, Zhao Jingke sprawled on the ground. Zhou Weiyuan, Sun Huma, and Wang Ruben stood momentarily stunned before their expressions darkened. "What are you doing?" Zhou Weiyuan demanded, while Sun Huma and Wang Ruben unsheathed their flying swords. Yet, Song Mingting acted even faster. In a flash, the Cold Star sword was already poised before Sun Huma. All three were taken aback, struggling to believe that the usually malleable Song Mingting would dare to attack them. Sun Huma, caught off guard, hastily summoned his sword to defend himself. A flash of earthy yellow sword light appeared, attempting to block the Cold Star Sword. But the subsequent force emanating from it caused Sun Huma's complexion to pale. This is impossible. He staggered back several steps. Senior brother. Wang Ruben could hardly believe his eyes. His senior brother had been repelled by Song Mingting. Regaining his senses, Wang Ruben quickly urged his flying sword to charge at Song Mingting. However, Song Mingting had already turned, directing the Cold Star Sword towards Wang Ruben, forcing him back as well. Suddenly, he extended his hand forward, unleashing a blade of sword energy akin to azure frost. Caught in the recoil, Wang Ruben was powerless to defend himself, and, seeing the sword energy descending upon him, his heart sank in terror. Just then, a crimson sword light darted forth, effortlessly shattering the azure frost sword energy and swiftly countering the Cold Star Sword. What talisman did you employ on your flying sword? Zhou Wuyuan inquired, his voice grave. The sword light hovered menacingly towards Song Mingting, exuding a fierce crimson aura. Though Song Mingting had executed merely 2 or 3 moves, he had defeated his junior and forced back Sun Huma, even compelling Zhou Wuyuan to counterattack, which was utterly beyond his expectations. If one could argue that the act of hurling his junior could be attributed to the latter's carelessness, the subsequent repulsion of Sun Huma and Wang Ruben was an undeniable fact. Yet how could Song Mingting possess such capabilities? He was renowned among them as a notorious failure. Even the weakest among them, Wang Ruben, was certainly beyond his reach. But now, Song Mingting had forcibly repelled Sun Huma and Wang Ruben, nearly injuring Wang Ruben in the process. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. In light of this, Zhou Wuyuan could only speculate that Song Mingting had utilized some sort of talismans. Moreover, at the moment he repelled the Cold Star Sword, he sensed an extraordinary force emanating from it, a power that was beyond what someone of Song Mingting's caliber could wield. However, Song Mingting showed no inclination to clarify Zhou Wuyuan's doubts. After the Cold Star Sword was forced back, he immediately urged it forward again, encompassing everyone within the range of his assault. A surge of fury washed over Zhou Wuyuan's face. He had refrained from acting up to this point due to his status. But now Song Mingting had brazenly included them all within his attack range. Utter arrogance. Do you truly believe that employing some underhanded tactics can surpass me? What a colossal joke. Zhou Wuyuan thought coldly, propelling his sword onward. The flash of red sword light zipped past, its speed so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible, far surpassing the Cold Star Sword. Yet, at that moment, the Cold Star Sword suddenly surged in speed, overtaking Zhou Wuyuan's flying sword in an instant. It collided with Zhou Wuyuan's crimson sword light, sending it careening away, then darting towards Zhou Wuyuan himself. Zhou Wuyuan's complexion shifted drastically. He never imagined Song Mingting would be capable of repelling his flying sword. In a panic, he summoned another sword from his back, and in a split second, it appeared just in time to block the Cold Star Sword. Yet, the immense force transmitted from the Cold Star Sword still sent him, and his sword, flying backward. Chapter 7. A warning to others. Third senior brother. Wuyuan, Zhao Jingke, Sun Huma, and Wang Ruben exclaimed in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that Song Mingting had repelled Zhou Wuyuan, for in their eyes, Song Mingting's strength was far inferior to Zhou Wuyuan's, not to mention their own. In a fit of rage, the three shouted in unison and charged at Song Mingting. However, he was quicker still, swiftly retracting his sword light before darting towards them. Although the Cold Star Sword had lost some of its extraordinary speed after repelling Zhou Wuyuan, it still outpaced Zhao Jingke and his companions. The Cold Star Sword collided first with Sun Huma's flying sword, sending it flying effortlessly. Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben's swords barely grazed the Cold Star Sword, easily evaded. Breaking through the encirclement of their flying swords, the Cold Star Sword soon confronted Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben, knocking them away in a seamless barrage. It then sharply turned, directing its assault towards Sun Huma, who, despite his desperate efforts to defend, was also sent sprawling. With the two flying swords aimed at Song Mingting rendered ineffective, they fell to the ground. Song Mingting executed a hand gesture, recalling the Cold Star Sword, and pointed it towards Zhou Wuyuan and the others. He cast a cool glance at them before turning to depart. As Song Mingting walked away, Zhou Wuyuan's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. Yet he made no move to retaliate. Defeat was defeat. No matter how incredulous or furious he felt, he could not stoop to ambush from behind. Nevertheless, being bested by Song Mingting would likely haunt him for a long time to come. Meanwhile, at some distance, Wei Quangyuan pondered the encounter with Song Mingting, sensing something amiss. Hey, fourth senior brother, why does it feel like third senior brother is different today? Li Qingke glanced at him with a calm gaze, replying, indeed, it is rather unusual. The atmosphere felt markedly different, as if it transcended mere ambience. Wei Kuangyin mused to himself. Li Qingke nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from further comment. Noticing Li Qingque's silence, Wei Kuangyuan chose to shift the subject, for his relationship with Song Mingting was not particularly intimate, and he harbored no genuine curiosity regarding the events surrounding him. It was not that Song Mingting possessed a disagreeable temperament. Rather, their interactions felt taxing, and Song Mingting himself was seldom inclined to engage in conversation. Consequently, over the years, their bond as senior brother and junior disciple had grown increasingly distant. Wei Kuangyuan swiftly transitioned to a new topic, fourth senior brother. We must capture several green bamboo arrow snakes this time. With them, I shall have ample gold coins to exchange for the feathers of the phoenix-crowned sky-harp bird. Li Qingke nodded in response. I should also be able to make my exchange with the ice crystal stone. Meanwhile, after defeating Zhou Weiyuan and his companions, Song Mingting entered the Sea of Clouds. Shortly after, he emerged from the mist, and his vision cleared, revealing a picturesque scene of pavilions and towers nestled among the mountains, harmoniously blending with the peaks. As Song Mingting ascended the mountain, his thoughts wandered back to the recent encounter. His actions against Zhou Weiyuan were not driven by a desire for retribution. In truth, the troubles posed by Zhao Jingke and his group had faded into the distant past. Over a century had passed. Even the most profound grievances ought to have diminished over such a span. Moreover, the animosity between Zhao Jingke and himself hardly constituted a true vendetta, perhaps in his youth. He may have held a grudge, but now, their behavior seemed akin to that of children acting thoughtlessly. How could he allow himself to be perturbed by such trivial matters? Nevertheless, he had acted against the four, not out of a thirst for vengeance, but rather to set an example. As the favored disciple of the peak master, his lack of prowess had rendered him insignificant in the eyes of others. Since his initiation into the art, disciples from the Fei Dao lineage frequently sought to provoke him. The elders were often reluctant to intervene, and even his status as the peak master's disciple afforded him little protection, especially as his master had not yet fully asserted control over Zhongshu Peak. With Zhao Jingke and his cohorts under the protection of the Fei Dao lineage, they had no reason to fear him. Failing to take a stand would likely result in a protracted series of troubles, and he had little patience to address each one individually. Thus, he needed to demonstrate his resolve, swiftly conveying to others that he, Song Mingting, was no longer the same. They should refrain from provoking him without cause. Soon, Song Mingting reached a hillside adorned with towering pines and verdant cypress trees, interspersed with ancient courtyards. These were the dwellings of the true disciples. Here, his pace quickened instinctively. He was eager to see his eldest senior brother. The mere thought of reuniting with him stirred emotions within his heart that had long remained dormant. The eldest senior brother was one of the two individuals he cherished most in his previous life, the other being his master. Unlike Wei Kuangyuan and Li Qingke, his bond with his eldest senior brother had always been strong. From a young age, he had been cared for by him. Unlike Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan, who had joined the sect later, both he and his eldest senior brother were orphans taken in by their master. Thus, their master represented not just a mentor, but a father figure to them. Their relationship transcended mere brotherhood. He regarded his eldest senior brother as a protector. Moreover, his eldest senior brother was indeed an exemplary figure, having cherished him since childhood and ultimately sacrificing himself to save him. Such a bond was incomparable to that of Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan. Therefore, the two individuals he valued most in his previous life were his eldest senior brother and his master. Everyone else paled in comparison. In fact, had he been unable to avert the sect's tragic fate, his sole wish would have been to save his eldest senior brother and master. If he could secure their safety, then his rebirth would hold meaning. Conversely, if either of them perished, even if he managed to rescue others, he would be unable to forgive himself. In essence, the loss of his eldest senior brother and master was an unbearable thought. He could accept the deaths of others, but not theirs. Chapter 8. Return to the courtyard. Song Mingting hurried through the forest towards his eldest senior brother's residence, but suddenly halted before a particular courtyard. The door stood wide open, revealing a tall poplar tree in the yard, beneath which lay a large azure stone. Upon the stone lounged a disheveled figure, lazily sipping wine with half-closed eyes. Nearby, a plate of peanuts, a dish of beans, and another of delicate meat lay scattered. The warm sunlight enveloped the poplar's fluff, tickling Song Mingting's nostrils, stirring a bittersweet nostalgia within him. In that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into two separate beings, with his true self submerged in the depths of a tranquil lake, eyes misty and nose tinged with the ache of unshed tears. Indeed, in his eagerness to see his eldest senior brother, he had forgotten about his second senior brother. This was his second senior brother, Chu Kuanga, a notoriously lazy individual. Utterly disinterested in cultivation and perpetually clad in a carefree demeanor, embodying the essence of living in the moment. Not only was he indolent, but he also possessed an insatiable fondness for alcohol, reveling in it to an almost excessive degree. Of course, there were times when he exhibited diligence, but such efforts were solely devoted to the art of brewing the finest wines, spending most of his days either drinking or experimenting with new recipes. He was truly an eccentric, with his carefree attitude and lack of seriousness towards cultivation, coupled with his penchant for pilfering drinks. Any master would find themselves grappling with the challenges of such a disciple. His master, with a generally amiable temperament, occasionally found himself exasperated, shaking his head in amusement at Chu Kuanga's antics. Among the 7 disciples, the one who occupied his master's thoughts the most was undoubtedly the second senior brother. Consequently, in his youth, Song Mingting had little fondness for him, perceiving him as a source of constant worry for their master. Furthermore, their personalities were so dissimilar that they hardly shared common interests, making intimacy between them improbable. As Song Mingting's strength grew and his relationships with Wei Kuangyuan and Li Qingke flourished, his bond with Chu Kuanga remained relatively unchanged. Even during the assault by the demonic forces, he remained largely unaware of the true nature of his second senior brother. It was only later, when he sought to understand him, that he discovered he would never have the chance again, for his second senior brother perished during that battle, sacrificing himself to save him. He had never anticipated that his seemingly carefree second senior brother would lay down his life for his sake. This memory weighed heavily on his heart, casting him into a deep well of regret for over a century. At that moment, Chu Kuanga noticed Song Mingting, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, though his natural carelessness allowed him to swiftly brush it aside. Raising his wine flask, he called out to Song Mingting with a cheerful grin, "Oh, what a rare visit. Care for a drink? I must tell you, this is renowned apricot blossom brew, delicious." Song Mingting's heart swelled with conflicting emotions, but all the turmoil lay submerged in the depths of his heart, where no amount of struggle could disturb the still surface. He yearned to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he remained silent and simply approached Chu Kuanga, taking a seat beside him. Unexpectedly, Chu Kuanga was taken aback, yet he was not one to dwell on the underlying reasons. After his moment of surprise, he promptly retrieved a bowl, cheerfully poured some wine, and handed it to Song Mingting. Taking the bowl, Song Mingting and Chu Kuanga shared sips, engaging in a friendly exchange, with the company of another to share drinks with. Chu Kuanga's excitement was palpable, his chatter was unceasing, while Song Mingting listened intently, maintaining a thoughtful silence that fostered a harmonious atmosphere. After a while, having drained his cup, Song Mingting managed to utter a few words. "Second senior brother, I must take my leave," his tone peculiar, as if he had not spoken in ages and had forgotten the art of conversation. Chu Kuanga, satisfied with the company and the drink, waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. Go on." With that, Song Mingting rose and departed. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of another modest abode. 2 tall men stood guard at the door, clad in plain white robes embellished with faint ink-like sword patterns, resembling sentinels. One of them, upon spotting Song Mingting, expressed surprise. "Mingting, what brings you here? Have you left something behind?" Song Mingting shook his head. The 2 men were his eldest senior brother's sword attendants, named Song Mo and Shi Yin. They had been groomed as true disciples from a young age, serving as personal aides to the inner disciples of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. The inner disciples had 2 attendants, while the true disciples had 4. As one's status ascended, the number of attendants increased. For instance, if an inner disciple were to become an elder, their attendants would rise to 4, while true disciples elevated to elders would have 6. The peak master had 8 attendants, and the sect leader had 12. These attendants were cultivated from childhood, educated, and skilled in various aspects. Except for their innate qualities, they were not significantly different from the inner and true disciples. However, the disparity in innate talent confined them to the role of attendants, preventing them from becoming inner or true disciples. This was not due to the sect's elitism. Rather, the mediocrity of their innate qualities rendered them unlikely to achieve significant breakthroughs in cultivation. Given the scarcity of cultivation resources, it was imprudent for the sect to squander them on those of modest potential. To illustrate, nurturing a true disciple to a respectable level might require a single unit of resources, while elevating an attendant to a comparable standing could demand dozens or even hundreds of units, making the latter's requirements exponentially greater. This disparity would only widen with further cultivation. More critically, the innate limitations of the attendants meant that no amount of resources could elevate them to great heights. Thus, no sect would engage in such folly, as it would be akin to digging their own graves. The attendants willingly accepted their roles, performing menial tasks. Yet this also forged a close bond with the true and inner disciples. For the latter, attendants were not merely servants but companions raised alongside them and potential confidants. Consequently, true and inner disciples were generous in nurturing their attendants, and even a mere fragment of resources shared with attendants could yield significant benefits for them. Moreover, the sect welcomed this dynamic, as the only constraint on the attendants was their innate talent, which could potentially be enhanced. Therefore, attendants were not entirely devoid of the possibility of remarkable achievements. In fact, throughout the history of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, several attendants had attained accomplishments rivaling those of ordinary true disciples, with one even reaching the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Hence, the sect was pleased to witness such phenomena. This explains why the term sword attendant was preferred over derogatory titles like sword servant. A crucial aspect of cultivation is maintaining one's spirit. Being labeled a servant could deplete that spirit. Without a vibrant spirit, substantial achievements in cultivation would be unattainable. Thus, within the Guizang Sword Pavilion, the status of attendants, though lower than that of inner disciples, surpassed that of outer disciples. This was a common practice across most sections. Furthermore, if an attendant aligned themselves with the right individuals, their status could even rival that of inner and true disciples. Consider the sect leader's attendant, whose rank would surely exceed that of a true disciple. Song Mo and Shi Yan had served by the side of his eldest senior brother since childhood, and thus could not be viewed merely through the lens of servitude. Song Mingting typically addressed them as Brother Song Mo and Brother Shi Yan. In addition to them, his eldest senior brother had two other attendants named Lang Hao and Yun Ji, collectively representing the four treasures of the study. As Song Mo and Shi Yan exchanged glances, they sensed a shift in Song Mingting's demeanor, as if he had transformed into a different person. Mingting, he managed to rasp, "Is my elder brother not present?" His voice was hoarse, and his tone remained unnatural. Song Mo and Shi Yan exchanged looks again, then turned to him, their expressions curious. "Brother Qingyi has gone on a journey, do you not recall?" Song Mingting felt as though a bucket of cold water had doused him. His previously tumultuous emotions suddenly quelled. He stood at the entrance in a daze for a moment before silently departing. Song Mo and Shi Yan exchanged concerned glances, and finally, Song Mo, feeling uneasy, followed him at a distance. After leaving, Song Mingting headed straight back to his abode. Upon seeing him return, Song Mo felt reassured and turned to leave. Arriving at his dwelling, Song Mingting was greeted by his attendant, Shang Lu. "Brother Mingting, you're back. South Star just delivered your meal." As he spoke, he opened the door for him. Shang Lu was one of Song Mingting's four attendants. South Star was another, while the remaining two were named Jing Mo and Han Shui, all drawn from the names of herbs. Nodding, Song Mingting breezed into the courtyard, ignoring Jing Mo and Han Shui, and directly entered his room, slamming the door shut. Jing Mo, Han Shui, and Shang Lu exchanged startled glances, taken aback by his unusually grim demeanor, as he had always been known for his calm temperament. It was the first time they had witnessed such a dark expression on his face, prompting them to lower their noise significantly. Once inside, Song Mingting sat upon his bed, centering his thoughts and beginning his cultivation. He needed to restore his chaotic mind through meditation. Focusing his spirit, he silently practiced his mind method. In no time, he slipped into a state of cultivation. In his past life, he had been a top-tier master in the cultivation realm, hunted relentlessly by countless experts for over a decade before ultimately succumbing. His level of mastery was naturally exceptional, and even after experiencing the monumental event of rebirth, he managed to enter his cultivation state almost immediately, despite the tumult of his thoughts. Before long, wisps of black and white flames began to rise from his body. The ethereal flames intertwined, emanating a profound aura. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually converged towards him, transforming into strands of black and white true qi, like flowing light, that entered Song Mingting's body. The interplay of black and white essence is profoundly enigmatic. It not only perpetually oscillates between these two hues, but also exudes an aura of inscrutable depth, embodying the sharpness of swordsmanship alongside the profound virtue of the earth's essence, and even incorporating the ethereal nature of the path of change. This is the formidable power distilled from the revered sect's foundational mental technique, known as the 10,000 Mysteries returning to the concealed path sword scripture, abbreviated as the returning scripture, which represents an unparalleled mental discipline at the saintly level. In the realm of cultivation, spells are categorized into 6 tiers, from weak to potent: departing mortality, solidifying reality, subtlety, profound insight, approaching the path, and entering sanctity. The classification of mental techniques parallels that of spells. Departing mortality signifies a detachment from the mundane. Spells are methods by which cultivators harness the primordial energies of the universe. Such techniques transcend the capabilities of ordinary mortals. Hence, the simplest spells are designated as departing mortality tier spells. These spells constitute the most rudimentary tier and are the first that every cultivator encounters and masters, for every practitioner begins their journey with departing mortality spells. Solidifying reality, on the other hand, entails the crystallization of true forms. Departing mortality spells merely represent the rudimentary application of primordial energies, often lacking defined shapes, indicating a poor grasp of these energies. Consequently, such spells wield minimal power. In contrast, solidifying reality spells can attain a certain form, significantly amplifying their power compared to their departing mortality counterparts. However, the complexity of solidifying reality spells far exceeds that of departing mortality spells, creating a formidable barrier. Even cultivators of lesser talent can grasp one or two departing mortality spells, but solidifying reality spells are not so easily mastered. Subtlety denotes precision and intricacy. At this level, spells demand meticulous control, striving for every ounce of energy to be wielded with finesse. Mastering this tier requires not just the ability to shape energy, but to do so with exquisite detail, such that a beastly form reveals each individual hair, and a bird-like shape displays every feather. Consequently, subtlety spells possess power that far surpasses that of solidifying reality spells, yet their mastery is significantly more challenging. At this stage, not all cultivators can attain proficiency. In fact, the majority of independent practitioners will never encounter subtlety spells in their lifetime. Profound insight transcends mere control of energy to engage with the underlying principles of the universe. The workings of the world are but surface phenomena, while the true forces that sustain it are the laws of nature. Therefore, profound insight spells involve the application of these laws, rendering them exponentially more powerful than the previous tiers. Mastery of such spells is not achieved through mere effort. The barriers are so high that only the most extraordinary individuals can hope to succeed, with even the strongest practitioners typically mastering only 2 or 3 profound insight spells. Approaching the path signifies a closeness to the ultimate truth. As ancient wisdom suggests, it transcends mere technique to approach the essence of the way. Each approaching the path spell is a superlative manifestation of cosmic creation, deserving of its place among the foremost sects such as the Everlasting Green Sect, Supreme Sect, Bodhi Temple, Ghostly Demon Sect, and Goo God Sect. A cultivator who perfects an approaching the path spell possesses the means to traverse the world with unparalleled strength. Finally, entering sanctity represents the pinnacle of extraordinary attainment. The journey of spells begins with the extraordinary and culminates in entering sanctity. The spells that qualify for this tier are exceedingly rare. Throughout history, few have achieved the mastery required for such spells. Those who can wield entering sanctity spells are invariably exceptional talents, with only a handful of individuals in each generation of the cultivation world achieving this level of power. In his previous life, as a notorious figure, he was pursued by both righteous and demonic factions, yet he never grasped a single entering sanctity spell. Thus is the classification of spells. The higher the tier, the greater the power, and correspondingly, the rarer they become. This is merely the realm of spells. In comparison, the quantity of mental techniques is even more scarce. Therefore, entering sanctity-level mental techniques are the ultimate of their kind, exceedingly few in number, with the returning scripture being one of them. Chapter 10. The returning scripture as an entering sanctity-level mental technique. The returning scripture is immensely powerful, not only guiding one towards the celestial path, but also facilitating rapid cultivation, yielding energies far superior to those derived from ordinary methods. Moreover, the most formidable aspect of the returning scripture lies in its capacity to nurture a practitioner's innate sword energy. Every cultivator who practices the returning scripture has the potential to comprehend their innate sword energy, which serves as the seed of their own swordsmanship, contingent upon a profound understanding of their path. Once this innate sword energy is cultivated, the benefits are substantial. The innate sword energy derived from the returning scripture wields tremendous power, with even the weakest equivalent to a profound insight-level spell, and because it is innate, its potency often ascends 1 or 2 tiers. Thus, profound insight-level innate sword energy can rival approaching the path-level spells. While approaching the path, innate sword energy may approach the might of entering sanctity-level spells. As for entering sanctity-level sword energy, its power can obliterate the heavens. Furthermore, realizing one's innate sword energy not only signifies the acquisition of a formidable spell exceeding the profound insight tier, but also illuminates the path of swordsmanship as a legitimate way. For cultivators, the paramount pursuit is to discover their own path. The realization of innate sword energy equates to a shortcut in this journey. This is also the origin of the phrase establishing the path within the 10,000 mysteries, returning to the concealed path sword scripture. In his former life, his innate sword energy was known as the backwater sword energy, which, when condensed, manifested as the backwater sword. This explains why individuals such as Lu Qingzong, Tong Jui, and Qin Yulong would sometimes refer to him as Song Mingting and at other times as Song Backwater, for his most widely recognized title was indeed Backwater Sword Song Mingting. The returning scripture can be regarded as the very foundation upon which the returning sword sect is built, and it is the principal reason for their enduring prominence among the great sections. It was the founding ancestor of their sect, Master Returning, who forged the returning scripture, ensuring the sect's fortune has flourished for 3 millennia. Over 3,000 years ago, Master Returning emerged brilliantly, rising like a comet within a century, creating the returning scripture and establishing the returning sword sect, commanding respect across the world and effortlessly overshadowing all contemporaneous powers. At that time, the returning sword sect's reputation eclipsed even that of the everlasting green sect, supreme sect, Bodhi temple, ghostly demon sect, and goo god sect, earning a whispered title as the foremost sect of the cultivation world. Regrettably, as the saying goes, success and failure are both attributed to the same factors. Despite the overwhelming strength of the returning scripture, it harbors a critical flaw. It only truly manifests the formidable nature of an entering sanctity level mental technique upon the realization of one's innate sword energy. Without this realization, the returning scripture's efficacy is equivalent to that of a profound insight level technique. However, grasping one's innate sword energy is an arduous endeavor. The returning sword sect typically admits 2,000 to 3,000 true disciples each generation, yet among them, only around 100 may ultimately comprehend their innate sword energy, indicating that for fewer than 100 individuals, the returning scripture is an entering sanctity level technique, while for the rest, it remains merely a strong, profound insight level technique. This has hindered the returning sword sect from achieving the enduring, formidable strength possessed by other sects with entering sanctity level techniques. Do not even mention the esteemed sects that possess sacred level martial arts. They cannot even compare to those who merely have access to lesser path techniques. Consequently, the strength of the Guizang Sword Pavilion has fluctuated significantly, facing numerous grave crises throughout its history. For instance, after the ascension of the Guizang Patriarch and the 6 second-generation patriarchs, the strength of the Guizang Sword Pavilion diminished drastically, transitioning from the preeminent sect in the world to merely a distinguished faction. Over 1,200 years ago, the Guizang Sword Pavilion nearly faced annihilation. At that time, their power had waned considerably compared to the founding days. Although they still held the status of a top sect, they precariously lingered on the edge of that distinction, constantly threatened by the possibility of falling from the ranks of elite sections. The true peril arose from their decline, which attracted formidable adversaries. With several sects seeking to seize a share of their influence, one even aspired to ascend by stepping over the corpses of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. The situation was dire, and it was not until the emergence of the revitalizing patriarch, the 5 Virtues Patriarch, that the tide turned. Following his arrival, not only was the crisis averted, but the Guizang Sword Pavilion entered a brief period of resurgence. However, after this fleeting prosperity, they once again succumbed to a gradual decline, which, despite intermittent fluctuations, ultimately could not alter the prevailing trend of their diminishing strength. Now, over 1,200 years later, the Guizang Sword Pavilion has sunk to a new low, even falling out of the ranks of elite sects to become an ordinary faction. This unprecedented event in their 3,000-year history is compounded by the fact that their current foes are the likes of the Mingwei sect and the Gushan sect, both of which are super sects. The danger they face is far more severe than that of 12 centuries past. As Song Mingting practiced, he contemplated this dire state of affairs when suddenly, Jing Imo knocked on the door. "Senior brother Mingting, Elder Zhu Chuan has arrived with Zhou Wuyan and Zhao Jinkei." His tone was fraught with urgency, just as he had settled into meditation. Song Mingting opened his eyes, got up, and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Zhou Wuyan and Sun Huma stood awkwardly by the gate, while Zhao Jinkei wore a smug expression. Before them stood a middle-aged Taoist. Clad in a white robe adorned with intricate patterns, the Taoist bore a bamboo sword on his back and had a gaunt visage. He stood before Song Mingting's residence with a stern countenance, and upon seeing Song Mingting emerge, his expression darkened further. "Song Mingting, did you engage in conflict with Wu Yuan and the others?" Song Mingting regarded him silently. The Taoist was an elder of the Zhongshu Peak, known as the Zhuchuan Taoist. By rights, he should address him as Shu, yet their connection was somewhat distant, as he belonged to the faction of Fei Taoist. You are aware that dueling in secret is strictly forbidden within the sect? The Zhuchuan Taoist said coldly. This was merely a pretext. While such regulations existed, they were not enforced with severity. Noticing Song Mingting's continued silence, the Zhuchuan Taoist's expression darkened further. Moreover, you have injured someone. Finally, Song Mingting responded with a glance at Zhou Weiyuan and the others. He had deliberately held back during their encounter, but having just returned from his previous life, he had yet to fully shake off its influence. Thus, despite his restraint, he could not entirely suppress the killing intent within him, resulting in some minor injuries to the four, though they were not serious. Come with me to the Tianzhao Pavilion, the Zhuchuan Taoist stated flatly. The three accompanying Jing Mo immediately grew anxious, yet they dared not speak with the Zhuchuan Taoist present. Song Mingting remained unmoved, prompting the Zhuchuan Taoist to become irate. How audacious! Do you not intend to leave? Shall I have to compel you? Yet still, Song Mingting did not budge. In a fit of rage, the Zhuchuan Taoist flicked his fingers, sending forth a stream of azure energy towards Song Mingting. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Song Mingting sprang into action, unleashing the Cold Star Sword. And with lightning speed, he dispatched several strikes against the azure energy, instantly shattering it into fragments. The Zhuchuan Taoist was first taken aback, then consumed by fury. He had not anticipated that Song Mingting would dare to resist, nor that he could counter his spell. He had come to support Zhou Weiyuan and the others upon seeing their disheveled appearance and learned that they had been bested by Song Mingting. While he found it incredulous that Song Mingting could defeat them, as an elder, he felt compelled to defend his disciples. Especially since Sun Huma and Wang Ruben were his own nephews, being direct students of his brother, the Baixiong Taoist. Although he understood the means by which Song Mingting had triumphed over Zhou Weiyuan, he did not regard it with much concern. For while Zhou Weiyuan was exceptionally talented and destined to surpass him, he was still young and lacked the experience and power to rival him. Song Mingting might have managed to defeat Zhou Weiyuan through some unorthodox methods, but there was no way he could withstand the Zhuchuan Taoist. However, the fact that Song Mingting managed to break his spell left the Zhuchuan Taoist astonished and somewhat embarrassed. He snorted coldly, preparing to strike again to salvage his dignity. When Song Mingting spoke, "I will leave on my own," the Zhuchuan Taoist found himself without a pretext to continue his assault, ultimately letting out a heavy snort and departing in a huff. He could not truly harm Song Mingting, given that the Jinren Kashi held the position of Peak Master. Disputes among juniors were their own affairs. Even as the Peak Master, Kashi would not overstep his bounds to intervene on behalf of his disciples. Indeed, it was precisely because Kashi was the Peak Master that he was even less inclined to take sides in such matters. The Zhuchuan Taoist could only allow Song Mingting to suffer some minor setbacks, but could not truly inflict harm upon him. Moreover, even if he were permitted to do so, he would refrain, for regardless of the animosity between their factions, they were all members of the same Guizang Sword Pavilion. As fellow sect members, how could he jeopardize the interests of their sect? After all, Song Mingting was still his legitimate nephew. You all follow along, the Zhuchuan Taoist said, departing with a flick of his sleeve, addressing Zhou Weiyuan and the others from a distance. Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben exchanged glances, quickly concealing their surprise and casting triumphant looks at Song Mingting as they hurried to follow the Zhuchuan Taoist. Their faces were filled with joy. While Zhou Weiyuan and Sun Huma appeared rather awkward, being older, they were not children and could not stoop to the level of complaining. Being dragged along by the Zhuchuan Taoist was undeniably embarrassing, especially after having been defeated by Song Mingting. Song Mingting followed without a change in expression. Once they had departed, Jing Mo immediately asked, "What should we do now?" Shang Lu also wore a worried expression, clearly at a loss. At last, the most composed and calm among the three, Han Shui, suggested, "Let's find someone." The other two, suddenly enlightened, hurried off to seek assistance. Meanwhile, Song Mingting, maintaining a stoic expression, followed the Taoist Zhuchuan and others to a grand and solemn pavilion. Along the way, the buildings, varying in size and style, all resembled pavilions painted in black and white, and the one before them was notably the tallest among them. The towering and austere pavilion stood upon a gentle slope, adorned with white walls and black tiles, exhibiting a strict architectural style. A plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the gilded characters Tianzhao Gu, emanating an aura of solemnity and menace. Before the entrance stood two statues of pure black mythical beasts, resembling neither dragon nor tiger, but possessing the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Surrounding the high pavilion, every few steps stood a disciple, equipped with long swords and bearing serious expressions. As Song Mingting passed through the entrance, he could distinctly feel the intimidating presence emanating from the two statues. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the statues had come to life, the black beasts letting out a low growl that quickened his heartbeat. A glance at Zhou Weiyuan and the others revealed that they had all subtly trembled in unison, while Taoist Zhuchuan appeared unaffected. These were the mythical beasts known as Bian, one of the legendary 9 sons of the dragon. With the head of a dragon and the body of a tiger, they are known for their litigious nature, symbolizing righteousness and often found in courtrooms to intimidate wrongdoers. Although the statues were made of stone, their rare material and millennia of existence had imbued them with spiritual essence. The apparition experienced moments ago was a manifestation of the spirit of the Bian. This spirit exerts varying degrees of intimidation on those who enter Tianzhaoge, deterring them from speaking falsehoods based on their cultivation level. However, it is important to note that the spirit's role is merely to instill fear. It does not guarantee that those entering will speak the truth. For instance, the intimidation experienced by him and Taoist Zhuchuan was minimal. This subtle intimidation was merely a secondary effect. Their primary function is to guard Tianzhaoge when the pavilion is threatened by adversaries. The spirit of the Bian will manifest to assist in repelling evil forces, proving to be a formidable ally in battle. Moreover, while the spirit's intimidation may seem ineffective, it had indeed caused a reaction in Zhou Weiyuan and the others. Taoist Zhuchuan remained unaffected due to his elevated level of cultivation, and Song Mingting's immunity stemmed from possessing a soul of true mastery. Even Taoist Zhuchuan's willpower could not compare to his, rendering the spirit's intimidation inconsequential. Chapter 12. Within Tianzhaoge. Upon entering the grand doors of Tianzhaoge, one is met with a flurry of hurried figures. A disciple, spotting Song Mingting and his companions, quickly approached. "Uncle Zhuchuan, what brings you here?" Then, turning his gaze to Song Mingting and the others, he continued, "This is..." The disciple, clad in a white robe adorned with black sword patterns, appeared less ornate than Song Mingting's attire, featuring simpler embroidery with fewer sword motifs. He was an inner disciple, not a direct disciple of the sect. With a stern expression, Taoist Zhuchuan replied, "A disciple was caught in a private brawl, injuring a fellow sect member. I demand to see Brother Taizhan." Upon hearing these words, the disciple's demeanor immediately shifted to one of seriousness. Though Taoist Zhuchuan held a high rank, he wielded little authority, and his prowess was not particularly remarkable among the true disciples, thus not deemed a troublesome figure. However, the individuals involved presented a different story, as their identities were anything but ordinary. Song Mingting, being the direct disciple of the Peak Master, carried a weighty status that ensured any situation involving him would not be trivial, despite his lack of notable strength. Zhou Weiyuan and Zhao Jingke, also disciples of Fei Daoren, the second most powerful elder after the Peak Master, were similarly significant. The remaining disciples, Sun Huma and Wang Ruben, were students of the distinguished by Xiongdao Ren. Further complicating matters. Realizing this, the Tianzhaoge disciple felt an immediate headache, hastily leading Song Mingting and his companions deeper into the pavilion. While the disciple was preoccupied with the implications of their presence, Song Mingting exhibited no signs of concern, his expression remaining impassive as he observed the interior decor and the bustling individuals around him. The walls of the pavilion were adorned with ink paintings of Bian and other mythical beasts, each image so lifelike that they seemed poised to leap from the walls. Black tables and bookshelves filled with neatly arranged white jade slips were scattered throughout, with disciples diligently working at the desks, their expressions serious as they retrieved and returned slips with precision. What lay before them was Tianzhaoge, embodying the essence of the celestial way, serving as the domain of law and order for their Guizang Sword sect. Each peak had its own pavilion, overseen by a central pavilion, alongside numerous branch pavilions. The one they entered was the Tianzhaoge of the Zhongshu Peak, responsible for the laws governing both the peak and several counties under its jurisdiction. Tianzhaoge handled a multitude of legal matters daily, representing one of the most crucial departments in their sect's governance. From the sect leader to the common populace, all transgressions of the sect's rules fell under its purview, thus necessitating a heavy workload every day, explaining the bustling activity of the individuals present. Indeed, governance was paramount. The Guizang Sword sect, with its vast territories and millions of inhabitants, could not survive without effective management. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, leading to the sect's inevitable demise. It was a fallacy to assume that one could recline in comfort, expecting others to sustain them without action, for such an approach would lead only to disorder and swift extinction. In a past life, he had spent some time within Tianzhao, but only after gaining considerable opportunities that elevated his strength among true disciples could he gain entry. Otherwise, his initial inadequacies would have barred him from such an esteemed place. As memories flashed through Song Mingting's mind, the Tianzhao disciple soon led them to the innermost grand hall. Within the solemn and imposing chamber, a middle-aged Taoist with an authoritative countenance was diligently working at a desk, dressed in an exquisite sword robe identical to Taoist Zhuchuan's. His dark complexion radiated an aura of quiet authority, with a black iron sword box beside him. The walls of the hall were adorned with similar depictions of Bian and other mythical creatures, mirroring those outside. Taizhan, Uncle Zhuchuan has matters to discuss with you, announced the guiding disciple. The dark-faced Taoist lifted his gaze, his voice deep and commanding. What is it? Even in the presence of Taoist Zhuchuan, he maintained an air of unyielding authority. Taoist Zhuchuan responded. Song Mingting was involved in a private brawl, injuring a fellow sect member. The gaze of Taizhan Taoist shifted to Song Mingting, his expression inscrutable. Is that so? Though merely a commonplace inquiry. When paired with the imposing demeanor of the Iron Mountain Taoist, it radiated an undeniable authority, causing the four individuals accompanying Zhou Weyan to instinctively straighten their backs. However, Song Mingting maintained an expressionless calm. This middle-aged Taoist, known as the Iron Mountain Taoist, was not only his senior uncle but also the master of their Chongshu Peaks Tianzhao Pavilion, and one of the few eminent figures among the elders of their sect. Renowned for his unwavering integrity, he was personally appointed by the previous master of Tianzhao Pavilion to ascend to his current position. The Iron Mountain Taoist was neither affiliated with the faction of his master, the self-disciplining true person, nor with the faction of the Fei Taoist. He was not even a disciple of the previous master of Tianzhao Pavilion, who had chosen him as his successor purely out of admiration and trust. Thus, the Iron Mountain Taoist held a neutral stance within their sect, devoid of partisanship or alliances, allowing Song Mingting to trust that he would not be biased or conspire with the Bamboo River Taoist against him. It was Zhao Jingke who initiated the provocation, and they were the ones to make the first move. Understanding the Iron Mountain Taoist's character, Song Mingting did not attempt to argue, but rather openly acknowledged his involvement in the altercation, while also clarifying that he had not struck first. The Iron Mountain Taoist cast a fleeting glance at him before shifting his gaze to Zhou Weyan and the others. Under his scrutiny, even Zhou Weyan, the strongest among them, felt a surge of tension. Observing from the side, Song Mingting couldn't help but reminisce about the past. In his previous life, he had harbored a strong aversion to entering Tianzhao Pavilion, finding its atmosphere overly strict and stifling, and he had been utterly intimidated by his stern uncle. Yet upon re-entering Tianzhao Pavilion now, he felt none of that former anxiety. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the decor within the hall. Upon seeing the Iron Mountain Taoist, he felt no more like a mouse in the presence of a cat. Now, he regarded both the Iron Mountain Taoist and the Bamboo River Taoist with the perspective of a peer, for considering the over 100 years spent in his dreams. His age was now comparable to theirs. Moreover, having once surpassed them in cultivation, it was impossible for him to look up to them in reverence. However, he had indeed violated the sect's rules by engaging in a clandestine brawl and causing injury, which warranted severe punishment. The Bamboo River Taoist interjected. The Iron Mountain Taoist cast a neutral glance at him, and as he was about to respond, a voice suddenly called from outside, "Wait." Following this was the hurried announcement of a disciple. "Master Iron Mountain, Master Liho wishes to see you." As the words fell, a tall figure stepped inside. The middle-aged Taoist entering wore the same elder's robe as the Iron Mountain and Bamboo River Taoists, adorned with a dark green hairpin that was neither gold nor jade, and a blue and gold flying sword strapped to his back. His features were handsome, with an aura that was warm and translucent like jade. Song Mingting turned his head, his heart fluttering with excitement. This was his own uncle, the only direct disciple of his master, the self-disciplining true person, known as Liha Jian, or the Liha Taoist. Master Liha was likewise among the few skilled elders of their Chongshu Peak, rivaling the Iron Mountain Taoist in prowess. Upon entering, Liha Taoist offered Song Mingting a reassuring expression before turning to face the Iron Mountain and Bamboo River Taoists. "Master Iron Mountain, Master Bamboo River, I believe the situation has yet to be clarified. My disciple is typically well-behaved and does not instigate trouble, while you claim he has harmed someone. Setting aside whether that is true, surely there must be a cause behind it. Given my disciple's temperament, how could he possibly act without reason?" The Iron Mountain Taoist nodded slightly in agreement, while the Bamboo River Taoist could only snort in discontent. "Then what is the cause of this incident?" the Iron Mountain Taoist inquired. At this moment, Zhao Jingke interjected. What cause is there? We merely encountered him on the road. I made way a tad slowly, and he grew impatient, throwing me aside. My second senior brother and Huma, unable to bear it, approached him to reason, and he ended up striking my senior brother as well. The Iron Mountain Taoist regarded him with a cool gaze, withholding judgment, then shifted his attention back to Song Mingting. Song Mingting, maintaining his impassive demeanor, stated, "He blocked my path and shoved me, prompting my response." The Iron Mountain Taoist nodded. Just then, as Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben attempted to argue further, the Iron Mountain Taoist swiftly formed a hand seal, summoning a water mirror in the hall, displaying the earlier conflict between Song Mingting and Zhao Jingke. At this revelation, Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben fell silent. The Iron Mountain Taoist surveyed the assembly and then proclaimed, "Song Mingting has violated sect rules by engaging in a clandestine brawl. He shall face a reduction of his stipend for 1 month and will transcribe scriptures in the reflection hall for 3 days. This punishment was neither excessively lenient nor particularly harsh." Thus, the previously silent Zhao Jingke suddenly voiced his discontent. "Master Iron Mountain, this punishment is far too light. He has harmed someone, yet only faces a stipend reduction for a month and 3 days of scripture transcription." He gestured to the dirt stains on his attire. The Iron Mountain Taoist cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "Zhou Wein, Sun Huma, Zhao Jingke, and Wang Ruben instigated first. They too will face a stipend reduction for 1 month." Zhao Jingke was instantly alarmed, having deemed Song Mingting's punishment too lenient. He was taken aback to learn that he and his companions would also be penalized. However, before he could voice his protest, the Iron Mountain Taoist shot him a cold glance, causing Zhao Jing's heart to race, and he instinctively fell silent. Song Mingting observed the entire exchange with an amused heart. The Iron Mountain Taoist had joined Tianzhao Pavilion as a youth, gradually ascending through the ranks to become its head. He had witnessed countless situations. Zhao Jing's petty schemes were utterly transparent to the Iron Mountain Taoist, who could discern his thoughts with a mere glance. "Master Iron Mountain, is this punishment not somewhat unjust?" The Bamboo River Taoist's expression darkened. At this moment, the Liha Taoist cast a languid glance at him and remarked, "Each shall receive 50 strikes. That is fair." "You Bamboo River Taoist." The Bamboo River Taoist retorted in agitation. The Iron Mountain Taoist, however, responded coolly, "Did Zhou Weiyuan and his companions not strike?" He added, "Do not bring such trifles to trouble me again." With that, he lowered his head to resume his work. The Bamboo River Taoist, feeling the weight of the Iron Mountain Taoist's indifferent stance, simmered with anger but dared not confront him directly. He knew that challenging a figure as unyielding as the Iron Mountain Taoist would only lead to his own embarrassment. After a moment of struggling with his emotions, he let out a cold huff, begrudgingly accepting the verdict. Ultimately, his objective had been to ensure that Song Mingting faced consequences for his actions. While the outcome was not entirely satisfactory, it was nonetheless acceptable. Afterwards, the Bamboo River Taoist led his followers away. "Master Iron Mountain, since the ruling has been made, it is unnecessary to trouble the Tianzhao Pavilion further. I shall escort Mingting to the reflection hall," the Liha Taoist stated. The Iron Mountain Taoist nodded, and with that, the Liha Taoist took Song Mingting away. At this moment, the Iron Mountain Taoist lifted his gaze, observing the departing figures of the Liha Taoist and Song Mingting, a hint of a cold smile appearing in his heart. Did the Bamboo River Taoist and the others truly believe he was oblivious to everything? Although he had little direct interaction with Song Mingting, he was aware of the frequent provocations the latter faced from Zhao Jingke and others. Thus, he was entirely unconvinced that Song Mingting had instigated the conflict. This understanding was precisely why he had issued such a ruling. However, having seen Song Mingting today, he could not help but reflect that his third disciple, contrary to the rumors, was not as inept as believed. His interactions with Song Mingting had been few and far between, limited to distant encounters during festivals and ceremonies. Song Mingting was known for his adherence to rules and had never been involved in any misconduct. Hence, he had never been summoned to the Tianzhao Pavilion. Although he was familiar with Song Mingting's reputation and had heard of the provocations he faced from disciples aligned with Yofei Taoist, today marked their first true encounter. However, contrary to the rumors of his inadequacy, Song Mingting presented himself today with an air of composure and grace, even surpassing the renowned genius Zhou Weiyuan in performance. Not only did he demonstrate remarkable skill, but he also managed to defeat Zhou Weiyuan, which was quite unexpected. It was a well-known fact that Song Mingting's talent was considered mediocre on Zhongshu Peak, something he himself had heard. In stark contrast, Zhou Weiyuan was a well-known prodigy whose abilities could rival those of disciples who had cultivated for over 2 decades. The fact that Song Mingting had triumphed over Zhou Weiyuan, despite likely employing some auxiliary means, was sufficient to dispel the notion that he was as inept as many believed. Nonetheless, being a disciple of the self-disciplined Xixiao, it was reasonable for him to possess some extraordinary qualities. Taizhan Daoist mused quietly, though he maintained a neutral stance between the two factions of Keiji Jinren and Yofei Daoist. He held a personal admiration for Keiji Jinren. Thus, he believed that under the tutelage of Keiji Jinren, even a disciple with mediocre talent like Song Mingting would not fall short. Chapter 14. Liha Daoist. Following Liha Daoist, Song Mingting exited the Tianzhou Pavilion. The sun outside was warm, casting a golden hue that enveloped him in a pleasant, lazy warmth. Liha Daoist smiled at Song Mingting, reassuring him, "It's all right now." Upon raising his gaze to Liha Daoist, for the first time since awakening from the depths of the pool, a faint smile appeared on Song Mingting's face. The act of injuring a fellow disciple could be perceived in varying magnitudes. On one hand, it could signify a natural rebelliousness, disregarding the bonds of brotherhood. On the other, it could merely be a trivial squabble among children. The determination of its severity ultimately rested with the elder's judgment. Although he had left Zhou Weiyuan and his companions in quite a predicament, he had been careful not to inflict real harm. Even though Zhou Weiyuan's cultivation was significantly superior to his own, he was no ordinary individual. He was a formidable figure who had caused considerable concern for both righteous and demonic sections. Even if he had returned to a time over a century ago with diminished powers, dealing with fledgling disciples like Zhou Weiyuan and Zhao Jingke would be an effortless task for him. Of course, the lingering effects of his dreams over the past century had left him unable to fully control his emotions, leading him to strike a tad harder than intended. However, it was only slightly excessive, hardly enough to stir up any trouble. Moreover, he was confident that those who would come to his aid would arrive shortly, ensuring that any punishment from Tianzhou Pavilion would not be severe. As expected, events unfolded according to his predictions. Liha Daoist, with a kind demeanor, patted Song Mingting on the shoulder and remarked, "I must admit, I did not foresee you defeating Zhou Weiyuan. When Feng Jing, your senior brother, came to tell me, I thought he must have been mistaken. What is this? Have you suddenly had an epiphany?" Feng Jing, his second disciple, was formerly known as Yang Feng Jing. Song Mingting's expression remained unchanged. He understood that his uncle was beginning to harbor suspicions. It was no surprise, as his mediocre talent was well known on Zhongshu Peak. And as his direct uncle, Liha Daoist would be even more aware of this. Just days prior, he had been no match for Zhou Weiyuan and his companions. Yet today he had bested all four, including the strongest among them, Zhou Weiyuan. Such a drastic change was indeed suspicious. If he were in Liha Daoist's position, he too would have doubts. It was likely that Taizhan Daoist and Zhuchuan Daoist had also begun to question this unexpected outcome, though they may have refrained from voicing their thoughts due to his status. "A while ago, I acquired a few thousand Guizang Sword talismans," Song Mingting replied. "Ah, no wonder," Liha Daoist exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The 1,000 Guizang Sword talisman was an auxiliary talisman that, when affixed to a flying sword, could greatly enhance its power without compromising its speed, substantially increasing its lethality. Thus, it was indeed plausible that Song Mingting could defeat Zhou Weiyuan with the aid of such talismans. As for the source of these talismans, Liha Daoist chose not to inquire further. Everyone has their own fortunes and secrets. When he was a disciple, he too disliked being subjected to incessant questioning about every detail. Now that he was an elder, he would not engage in such bothersome behavior. "Let us depart," Liha Daoist thought, his doubts dissipating. As an elder, he inherently wished to see his juniors in a positive light. Given that Song Mingting was his own nephew, he instinctively preferred not to suspect him. However, the circumstances surrounding this incident were somewhat extraordinary, coupled with the fact that Song Mingting's demeanor today felt distinctly different from before, prompting his inquiry. Now that Song Mingting had provided an explanation, he subconsciously accepted it. As for the change in Song Mingting's demeanor, Liha Daoist assumed it was simply a reflection of a child's fluctuating emotions. After all, children are often capricious, and it was not unusual for them to feel downcast at times. Thus, Song Mingting's relatively muted behavior today did not strike him as particularly odd. After walking a few paces, Song Mingting suddenly inquired, "Uncle, is Master currently at Zhongshu Pavilion?" He had initially intended to meditate and calm his tumultuous mind before seeking out his master. He yearned to see his master at the earliest opportunity, to confirm that he was indeed alive and well, and to prove that everything was not merely an ethereal dream. He had countless words he wished to share with his master, to express how much he had longed for him over the years, and to confess that he had ultimately disappointed him. But his master was not at the mountain. Liha Daoist, unaware of Song Mingting's inner thoughts, sensed a sudden shift in his mood. He felt a pang of sympathy and was about to offer words of comfort when Song Mingting spoke again. Uncle, I will return to my residence for a while before heading to the Sigwa Pavilion. Liha Daoist was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, very well. He added a reassuring note, suggesting that copying scriptures at the Sigwa Pavilion was not a grave matter, and that this 3-day period would serve as a good opportunity for reflection. Song Mingting nodded and returned to his residence. Upon arrival, Jing Mo and the others rushed to greet him anxiously. Brother Mingting, are you all right? Jing Mo asked. As soon as you left, we went to find Elder Liha. Song Mingting nodded in acknowledgement and stated, I will be copying scriptures at the Sigwa Pavilion for 3 days. What? The 4 sword youths were taken aback. Brother Mingting, you have been punished to copy scriptures for 3 days at the Sigwa Pavilion? There can't be any other penalties, right? Song Mingting replied. A month's salary will be deducted, his tone still somewhat stern. The 4 individuals displayed expressions of relief. A mere month of reduced pay and a 3-day confinement in the Contemplation Pavilion was manageable. Their greatest fear lay in the possibility of harsher penalties. They had numerous questions, such as how he had vanquished Zhou Weiyuan and the others, but the stern countenance of Song Mingting rendered them mute. Jing Mo and Han Shui accompanied Song Mingting into the room, with Han Shui preparing the necessary materials for transcription, while Jing Mo retreated to the inner room to fetch 2 knee pads. Brother Mingting, take these knee pads. They will provide some comfort when kneeling, he offered. No need, Song Mingting replied, accepting the ink, paper, and brushes that Han Shui had prepared before striding towards the door. I can manage on my own, you need not follow. His voice drifted back as he stepped outside. Chapter 15. Entering the Contemplation Pavilion, Song Mingting navigated a winding path through clusters of ancient pines, verdant cypress, phoenix trees, locust trees, and osmanthus, ultimately arriving at the precipice of a cliff. There, a modest pavilion stood solitary against the backdrop of the sky. This was the Contemplation Pavilion. Affiliated with the Tianzhao Pavilion, the Contemplation Pavilion served as a place for disciples of the Guizang Sword sect to reflect upon their transgressions. Within the sect, there existed numerous such pavilions across various peaks, each designated for different ranks of disciples. Some were for inner disciples, others for fully initiated apprentices. And even elders had their own dedicated pavilions, including the Peak Master, who had a special pavilion as well. Before him stood the pavilion reserved for fully initiated disciples. In contrast to the Tianzhao Pavilion, the Contemplation Pavilion was considerably smaller, its appearance unadorned, lacking any intricate carvings or murals. It was a simple, square, single-story structure perched upon the cliff, devoid of surrounding trees, lending it an air of desolation. Not only did the pavilion appear forlorn, but it was also guarded by far fewer sentinels than the Tianzhao Pavilion, which boasted a guard every 5 steps and a post every 10. The Contemplation Pavilion, however, had only 2 guards, exuding an atmosphere of neglect and solitude. Upon approaching the 2 guardians, both appeared to be in their 30s, donning robes similar in style to those of inner disciples. However, their attire was more intricate, adorned with patterns and sword motifs embroidered in dark gold thread, indicating their status as inner elders. Within the Guizang Sword sect, the robes worn by individuals of varying ranks reflected their respective statuses, a practice not unique to this sect but prevalent across various martial arts factions, albeit with differing regulations. In the Guizang Sword sect, the complexity of the robe's design and the quantity of ink color were primary indicators of rank, while the preciousness of the fabric was also a factor. It was less discernible at a glance, making the complexity of design and ink color the most apparent distinctions. Outer disciples wore entirely plain robes, devoid of any ink coloring. The robes of outer elders began to incorporate minimal ink, faint patterns at the edges making them appear almost white. As one progressed to the rank of inner disciple, the ink patterns became more pronounced, occupying a quarter of the garment's surface. The design became increasingly intricate. Next came the inner elders, whose robes featured slightly more ink than those of inner disciples, with more elaborate patterns and complexity, though no substantial qualitative difference existed. Following them were the fully initiated disciples, whose robes boasted a third of their surface in ink, made from more precious materials and exhibiting exquisite designs. The fully initiated elders wore robes that were half black and half white, with ink patterns covering half their garments, showcasing an impressive level of artistry and intricacy. Above them were the supreme elders, whose robes contained ink exceeding half, reaching 3/5 of the fabric. Following them were the true ones, whose robes were predominantly black, with ink covering 3/4 of the garment, resembling those of inner disciples in color but vastly different in design. The peak master's robes shared a similar color scheme with true ones, but were distinguished by even more elaborate patterns. Lastly, the sect leader's robe was entirely black, adorned with exquisite dark gold embroidery. In essence, the robes represented 10 distinct ranks, each symbolizing different statuses within the sect. The disparity between outer disciples and outer elders was minimal, as was that between inner disciples and inner elders. The same could be said for true ones and peak masters, with the ink color serving as a clear indicator of rank. Thus, one could roughly categorize the hierarchy into 7 levels: the sect leader, the peak masters, and true ones. The supreme elders, the fully initiated elders, the fully initiated disciples, the inner elders and inner disciples, and finally the outer elders and outer disciples. Each level represented a significant gap in status. The 2 individuals before him were inner elders, as evidenced by their attire. Upon seeing Song Mingting, one elder cast a languid glance in his direction and lazily extended his hand. "Present your identity token. What transgression have you committed?" Overseeing the contemplation pavilion was an unremarkable and thankless task, typically assigned to those who had reached a standstill in their cultivation. These 2 inner elders, relegated to guard the pavilion, were evidently among those who had lost their path in martial practice, spending their days in a state of languor, with their prospects extinguished. The passage of time often led to a sense of resignation, and a resigned individual harbors few inhibitions. Though inner elders ranked below fully initiated disciples, they still held a position of authority, justifying their lack of courtesy. Thus, these 2 guardians treated Song Mingting with a degree of disdain. Otherwise, a typical inner elder would not have been so dismissive of a fully initiated disciple. Song Mingting removed a black and white jade pendant from his waist and presented it. The pendant, shaped like a sword, featured a white base with ink outlines depicting the silhouette of Guizang Mountain, its jade surface pure and smooth. This was the identity token, containing not only personal identification details, but also information regarding his recent infractions and the accompanying penalties. The elder languidly accepted the token, scanning it with a glance. "Oh, so it is for unsanctioned combat. You may enter. Once inside, kneel and diligently transcribe texts. You are required to copy 100 pieces within 3 days, as stated here." He gestured at Song Mingting's identity token before casually tossing it back to him. Song Mingting accepted the token and stepped into the contemplation pavilion. Chapter 16. The 9 Realms of Cultivation, Part 1. The furnishings within the pavilion were minimal. Aside from a small table, there was nothing else. The ground was composed of finely polished bluestone, and the surrounding windows stood open, devoid of screens, allowing the wind to whistle through, rendering the hall both desolate and chilly. The pavilion was relatively clean, but beyond that, there was little else to note. Song Mingting approached one of the tables and sat down heavily, retrieving his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and immediately began the transcription of scriptures. Each vigorous stroke fell upon the paper, while the wind howled like a specter on the cliffside. As the characters formed, his inner mind began to circulate its technique autonomously. The Guizang Sword Sutra flowed through his consciousness, and spiritual energy began to converge around him, quickly manifesting as wisps of black and white mist rising from his body. Once again, Song Mingting entered a state of cultivation. For him, the practice of cultivation was no longer confined to specific postures. As long as he desired, he could cultivate regardless of his actions. Thus, even while transcribing scriptures, he could operate his inner technique, and the act of writing further facilitated a serene mental state, resulting in a more profound effect than mere meditation. As the technique operated, streams of fluctuating black and white energy coursed through 11 invisible meridians, entering his body and converging in his dantian. By this point, the dantian was already enveloped in a haze of black and white energy, swirling in the shape of a yin-yang fish. Outside his body, threads of black and white energy congregated, continuously striking a specific point, which seemed to possess an invisible barrier that, regardless of how forcefully the true energies collided, could not be breached. This was the Tao aperture, the gateway to cultivation. The energy flowed through the Tao meridians into the dantian, but first, the Tao apertures must be opened. These apertures are formless and initially closed, requiring an opening to allow energy to pass. The point he was controlling, where the energy relentlessly struck, was indeed the Tao aperture, a discovery made through countless generations. There are a total of 36 Tao apertures, corresponding to the number of the heavenly stems. He had previously opened 11 and was now in the process of opening the 12th. The path of cultivation encompasses 9 realms, confined to this world, while the realms beyond ascension remain unknown. These 9 realms are referred to as the 9 realms of cultivation. ascending from the lowest to the highest as follows: Tao Fire Realm, Aperture Opening Realm, Cauldron Forging Realm, Star Plucking Realm, Moon Merging Realm, Sun Guiding Realm, My Tao Realm, Perfect Clarity Realm, and Unity Realm. They are also known as Tao Fire Stage, Aperture Stage, Cauldron Stage, Star Stage, Moon Stage, Sun Stage, My Tao Stage, Perfect Clarity Stage, and Unity Stage. Tao Fire Realm ignites the Tao Fire. This is the first realm of the 9 realms of cultivation, marking the commencement of the cultivation journey. Tao Fire refers to the fire of cultivation. The Tao Zong states that mortals lack essence, referring to their aptitude for cultivation, indicating that not everyone possesses the talent for cultivation. In this world, those truly gifted in cultivation are rare, with the criterion for assessing one's aptitude being the ability to ignite the Tao Fire. In truth, every being possesses Tao Fire. However, it is obscured by dust, requiring purification to engage with the creation of heaven and earth and thus embark on the path of cultivation. Yet, very few beings can cleanse this layer of grime, leading to the phenomenon where those with the aptitude for cultivation are exceedingly rare. The Tao Fire stage is essentially the period of cleansing the surface dust from the Tao Fire. During this stage, cultivators exhibit no significant difference from mortals, apart from a slightly more distinguished demeanor and a healthier physique. Aperture Opening Realm opens the Tao apertures. This stage uses Tao Fire as a guide to absorb celestial spiritual energy, refining it into magical power, and then using this power to open the cultivation apertures. As the physical body lacks openings for true energy to enter, the cultivator must open the Tao apertures themselves. These apertures are formless and are known as Tao apertures. Once the first Tao aperture is opened, the physical body can begin to accommodate magical power. The more apertures that are opened, the faster future cultivation will progress. However, opening too many apertures during this stage can lead to wasted time, and if too many are opened without forging a sufficiently powerful cauldron in the subsequent stage, the risk of bodily explosion arises. Thus, the balance is of utmost importance. Cultivators in the aperture opening realm have already distinctly separated themselves from mortals. Their physical strength surpasses that of ordinary beings, possessing the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. More importantly, upon reaching this stage, cultivators can utilize spells and wield magical artifacts. Cauldron Forging Realm forges the Tao Cauldron. Although the physical body lacks cultivation apertures, it possesses a cauldron for cultivation. This cauldron is the Dantian, but the amount of magical power it can hold is limited, rendering it a false cauldron. In the early stages of cultivation, this suffices. But as one progresses to mid and late stages, it becomes increasingly inadequate. Therefore, for a prolonged cultivation journey, a genuine vessel for accommodating true energy must be cultivated, which is the Tao Cauldron. The Tao Cauldron can hold vast amounts of magical power and will gradually expand and solidify as one's cultivation level rises, eliminating concerns about capacity. These are the first 3 realms of the 9 realms of cultivation, collectively known as the Foundation Establishment 3 realms, as they serve as the foundation. The combat power that can be exerted is not formidable, yet it is crucial for future cultivation. Cultivators in these 3 stages have transcended the realm of mortals, but are still far from possessing the earth-shattering power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Those in the Foundation Establishment 3 realms are merely novices who have just embarked on the path of cultivation, not yet constituting the core strength of the cultivation world. Following the Foundation Establishment 3 realms are the Star Plucking Realm, Moon Merging Realm, and Sun Guiding Realm. Star Plucking Realm involves drawing starlight into the body. This stage requires the reception of starlight to refine the primordial spirit, facilitating the transformation of the Yin spirit into the Yang spirit. The essence of cultivation lies in achieving immortality, fundamentally aimed at rendering the primordial spirit pure Yang and eternally immortal. Thus, for cultivators, the most crucial aspect is to strengthen the primordial spirit. The transformation from Yin spirit to Yang spirit is part of this strengthening process. The primordial spirit is inherently Yin, hence referred to as the Yin spirit. After continuously receiving starlight, moonlight, and sunlight into the body, it transforms into pure Yang, becoming the Yang spirit. The Star Plucking Realm is the process of receiving starlight to refine the primordial spirit. Upon overcoming the Star Plucking Realm, the primordial spirit may briefly leave the body under the starlit sky. However, during this time, the cultivator must not allow the primordial spirit to wander outside for too long, as while it is no longer afraid of starlight, it remains fearful of moonlight and must not be exposed to it for extended periods. As for sunlight, that is even more perilous. If the primordial spirit exposed to sunlight during the Star Plucking Realm, it would turn to ash within moments. Chapter 17. The 9 Realms of Cultivation, Part 2. Moon Merging Realm involves merging with the moon. This stage requires drawing moonlight into the body to refine the primordial spirit, facilitating the transformation of the yin spirit into the yang spirit. The moon merging realm, as the name suggests, is the process of receiving moonlight to refine the primordial spirit. The transformation from yin spirit to yang spirit is extremely arduous and perilous, necessitating numerous preparations. The star-plucking realm is merely the first step, while the moon merging realm serves as a crucial transitional phase. Cultivators in the moon merging realm can allow their primordial spirit to leave the body for extended periods during the night, yet at this time, the primordial spirit must still avoid exposure to sunlight. Sun guiding realm signifies the crossing of the sun's tribulation. This final stage of transforming the yin spirit into the yang spirit involves drawing a thread of solar true fire into the primordial spirit, enabling a portion to become pure yang. This process is exceedingly dangerous. A moment's inattention could lead to the primordial spirit being incinerated by the solar true fire. Furthermore, even if a portion of the primordial spirit successfully transforms into pure yang, it does not guarantee safety. Continuous reception of solar true fire is required until the primordial spirit is entirely transformed into pure yang. Each encounter with the scorching heat of solar true fire is a perilous gamble, and it is no exaggeration to say that every step is fraught with deadly risks. The monk of the sun-invoking stage has transcended the fear of sunlight, acquiring the true ability to move mountains and fill seas. These 3 realms are referred to as the 3 stages of tribulation, for each step within them is akin to enduring a trial. Consequently, the star-seizing, moon-fusing, and sun-invoking stages are also known as the 3 tribulations of sun, moon, and stars. However, the heavenly Tao is just, and beneath every tribulation lies a reward. Although the star-seizing, moon-fusing, and sun-invoking stages are fraught with peril, the rewards are immense, with each advancement bringing substantial growth and power. It is at this juncture that practitioners genuinely begin to possess the capacity to seize stars and harvest moons, to scorch mountains and boil seas. In the realm of cultivation, those in the star-seizing stage have gained a modest reputation as skilled experts, while those in the moon-fusing stage serve as the backbone of the cultivation community. Practitioners of the sun-invoking stage, however, have become formidable figures in their own right. Beyond these stages lie the Tao understanding, perfection, and unity stages. The Tao understanding stage signifies an awareness of one's own path, a journey of truth-seeking and inquiry. It is here that practitioners begin to engage with the Tao of heaven and earth, navigating the myriad paths of the vast universe to find one that resonates with their essence, ultimately paving the way to transcendence. Yet, throughout history, countless seekers have traversed this path, but truly understanding one's Tao is a rarity, as reaching the Tao understanding stage requires talent, perseverance, and fortuitous circumstances, qualities that elude the vast majority of practitioners. Those who attain the Tao understanding stage are regarded as significant powers, earning respect wherever they go. Even formidable sects like the Evergreen sect or the Supreme sect would hesitate to provoke a practitioner at this level without cause. The perfection stage embodies completeness without deficiency. A perfected being possesses the innate essence of clarity and truth. If the Tao understanding stage requires comprehension of one's path, then the perfection stage focuses on perfecting that path. Although this stage may not appear as perilous as the sun-invoking stage, it is equally fraught with danger, as the quest for truth can breed inner demons, and a moment's inattention may result in falling into madness. Once ensnared by madness, one may either become a demon pursued by both righteous and demonic forces or perish outright. Thus, the perfection stage can be even more treacherous than the sun-invoking stage. As for strength, practitioners of the Tao understanding stage are already formidable figures in the cultivation realm, while those in the perfection stage have ascended even further, positioning themselves as giants. In any era, those at the perfection stage stand atop the hierarchy of cultivation. The unity stage signifies the merging of the Tao with oneself, where spirit and flesh become one. This realm is profoundly mysterious, and its intricacies are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Within every gesture lies the ability to move mountains and alter seas. Practitioners of the unity stage are invariably leaders of top-tier sects, wielding both extraordinary abilities and commanding vast powers that can stir upheaval in the cultivation world with the slightest movement. At this level, one is free from tribulations. Unless slain by enemies, ascension is virtually assured. But who in the cultivation world could possibly slay a practitioner at the unity stage? These 3 realms are collectively known as the 3 stages of path seeking or the 3 stages of ascension, representing the final 3 steps for practitioners in this world. Additionally, those who cultivate beyond the Tao understanding stage are honored as true beings, for they have begun to understand their own path. And seeing the essence of the heart is the essence of truth. Thus, individuals above the Tao understanding stage are revered as true beings. This constitutes the renowned 9 realms of cultivation, each of which is further divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Shortly after Song Mingtian devoted himself to his cultivation, he heard the voices of Shang Lu and Song Mo outside. "Senior brother Mingtian, we have come to bring you food." Following this was the voice of the elder guarding the pavilion. "Just leave the items here. No unauthorized persons may enter." "Elder, could you please make an exception?" This was Song Mo's voice. "No exceptions." At this moment, Song Mingtian spoke up. "Brother Song Mo, I am fine. You need not worry." "Shang Lu, there is no need to bring the food inside. You four can share it." His tone had become much more normal. However, Shang Lu outside pondered something. But Song Mingtian chose not to say more. "Very well, we shall return to see you tomorrow." Outside, Song Mo and Shang Lu, after realizing they could not enter the pavilion of reflection, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately departed. As Song Mingtian listened to the fading footsteps of the two, he contemplated future arrangements for Shang Lu and the others. Since they became true disciples, they had been following him, and now a decade had passed. The 4 were specially selected by his master and stood out among the sword children. In his previous life, Shang Lu, Han Shui, and Nanxing perished in the demonic assault, with only Jing Mo surviving to remain by his side. Yet, Jing Mo also did not live long, meeting his demise at the hands of the demonic forces 3 years later. Now that he had been reborn, he could not allow the 4 to meet such a tragic fate at a young age again. Therefore, he resolved to consider how to enhance their strength from this moment onward. As sword children, their innate gifts could not compare to true disciples or inner disciples. Nevertheless, as the cream of the crop among the sword children, their comprehension was commendable, even exceptional. With improvements to their foundations, they could attain considerable strength. Even if their foundations could not be enhanced, with sufficient resources, reaching the star-seizing stage was still possible. Thus, as long as they could see some improvement in their foundations, Jing Mo and the others would gain the means to protect themselves. The spiritual items and methods to enhance one's foundation are rare for ordinary practitioners, but not insurmountable for him. There are varying degrees of enhancement for one's foundation. While significant improvements are indeed rare, minor enhancements are not considered particularly precious to a master-level expert. In fact, in the early stages of his previous life, his strength began to grow not only due to several fortuitous encounters, but also largely because his master had prepared a treasure for enhancing his foundation. Hence, for master-level experts, treasures that enhance foundations are not exceedingly hard to come by. He was fully capable of improving Jing Mo and the others' foundations, as he currently retained a wealth of relevant memories, in addition to knowing numerous techniques for enhancement. Chapter 18, Cold Jade Silver Thread. As Song Mingtian contemplated how to enhance Shang Lu and the others' foundations, he continued to transcribe scriptures. After writing several pages, he set down his brush, rose to his feet, and paced back and forth on the azure stone floor. Finally, he paused before a particular stone slab. He scrutinized the stone for a moment before bending down and placing his hand in the gap between 2 azure stones. A glimmer of azure light streamed from his fingers, transforming into a slender thread that slipped into the crevice. Shortly thereafter, the azure light retracted, but now one end bore an additional transparent thread. This thread was exceedingly fine, almost invisible, only revealing a faint outline in the sunlight. Song Mingtian grasped the thread in his hand, and as soon as it touched his palm, a thought entered his mind. He remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, calmly placing it in his belt before returning to his desk to continue transcribing scriptures. The belt worn by true disciples is a treasure of space, capable of holding myriad items. The seemingly ordinary thread he extracted from beneath the floor was, in fact, far from trivial. This thread is known as the cold jade silver thread, derived from the silk spun by a rare silkworm called the snow jade cold silkworm, which inhabits the extreme northern glaciers. It is exceedingly fine, nearly transparent, yet remarkably resilient, making it a precious material for crafting puppets. This particular cold jade silver thread was discovered in his past life, which explains how he could, with uncanny foresight, accurately locate that piece of blue brick and unearth this thread from beneath it. The process of discovering the cold jade silver thread in his previous life was quite similar to today's experience. It was also during a punishment of transcribing scriptures. At that time, he encountered some fortuitous opportunities that significantly enhanced his strength, leading to an inflated sense of self, compounded by the continuous provocations from Zhao Jingke and others. Unable to restrain himself, he retaliated against them. Lacking the self-control and composure he possesses now, he inadvertently harmed Zhao Jingke and his companions. The crime of injuring fellow disciples carries a far graver penalty than mere brawling, but since his master was present on the mountain, he ultimately faced only a light punishment, some lashes and a few additional days of scripture copying. It was during this period of transcribing in the Reflecting on Mistakes Pavilion that he stumbled upon the cold jade silver thread. Initially, he was filled with resentment, struggling to focus in the first few days of copying scriptures. On one hand, the pain from the lashes was excruciating. On the other, he felt a profound sense of injustice and frustration. However, as time passed and he continued his transcription, his anger gradually dissipated, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the task. Transcribing scriptures is a rather monotonous endeavor, and at that time, he lacked the composure and temperament he possesses today. Thus, during moments of daydreaming, he noticed something unusual about the blue brick beneath him. Though his talent for cultivation was mediocre, he possessed numerous advantages in other aspects, one of which was exceptional eyesight coupled with an excellent memory, rendering him highly sensitive to details. Consequently, after several observations, he discerned that one end of the blue brick was slightly elevated compared to the adjacent bricks. This difference was minuscule, easily overlooked by ordinary individuals, but his keen vision and innate memory allowed him to uncover this subtle anomaly. Even he only noticed it after numerous inspections, highlighting how slight this difference was. Eventually, he discovered the cold jade silver thread concealed beneath the blue brick. Now, a century later, this cold jade silver thread had once again come into his possession. However, the thread itself is not the focal point. Rather, it is the ice soul puppet that it is associated with. Though the cold jade silver thread is rare and an excellent material for puppet crafting, possessing just one does not warrant a special journey to retrieve it. His true objective lies in the ice soul puppet. The ice soul puppet is a highly esteemed type of puppet, requiring the heart of a millennium-old cold jade from the extreme north, combined with elite ice souls from the high altitudes of the frigid north and several rare treasures, all intricately crafted through advanced puppet techniques. The millennium-old cold jade is already a precious material, and its heart represents its quintessence. Even a piece the size of a basin may not contain a heart. Therefore, to create a puppet requires a considerable amount of this heart, which is exceedingly rare. Moreover, the value of the elite ice souls is comparable to that of the cold jade heart. These souls can only be found in the highest reaches of the coldest regions, formed from the purest essence of extreme cold, making them immensely valuable. Coupled with dozens of other precious materials, the effort to forge an ice soul puppet demands an extraordinary array of resources. Furthermore, the process necessitates a highly skilled puppeteer who is willing to invest a significant amount of effort. And such craftsmen capable of creating ice soul puppets are few and far between in the cultivation world. Thus, the value of an ice soul puppet can be deemed priceless. In his previous life, when he grasped the cold jade silver thread, a thought imbued within it entered his consciousness, which is why he understood its origin. However, the predecessor who left the thread did not disclose their name, only informing him that the thread was intentionally left for someone with exceptional eyesight, which is a fundamental quality for becoming a puppeteer. If he could pass the subsequent tests, he would be granted access to their notes on puppetry and an ice soul puppet. After exiting the Reflecting on Mistakes Pavilion, he visited the scripture repository and perused the historical records of the true disciples, ultimately discovering the name of the predecessor who had left the cold jade silver thread. This was not particularly challenging. The thread's discovery likely dated back a few hundred years. The further back in time, the lesser the chance of something remaining unnoticed for so long, as previous cultivators were not foolish and would have seized any opportunities. Naturally, it would not be too recent, as he would have undoubtedly heard of it otherwise. Moreover, as the Guizang Sword sect is primarily a swordsmanship sect, while methods for crafting puppets exist, they are neither profound nor complete. Thus, the number of true disciples who practiced puppetry within their lineage is quite limited, and those skilled enough to craft ice soul puppets are even rarer. Therefore, he merely needed to sift through the records chronologically, and he was likely to find the name of the predecessor who left the cold jade silver thread. Indeed, it did not take long before he identified a potential candidate. Though he continued to search through the records of the top 31 generations of disciples from the past 3,000 years to confirm that the thread's creator was indeed his great-granduncle. Chapter 19. The Master of Puppets. This great-granduncle, known as the Master of Puppets, was the 29th true disciple of the Guizang Sword sect, belonging to the lineage of his master's master, a figure from 300 years ago. This Master of Puppets was a remarkable anomaly in the history of the Chongshu Peak. And although the sect recorded his deeds using a veiled style to avoid mentioning revered figures, it is not difficult to discern his deviance from the norm. The Guizang Sword sect is founded on the principles of the Guizang Sword canon, making it an exceptionally pure swordsmanship sect. However, the master of puppets showed no interest in swordsmanship and instead devoted himself entirely to the art of puppetry. It is worth noting that puppetry, even when compared to alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, or beast taming, is considered a minor path, let alone in contrast to swordsmanship. Furthermore, the Guizang Sword sect lacks a strong heritage of puppetry techniques. Therefore, such behavior is undoubtedly regarded as heretical within the sect, yet the master of puppets remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in his pursuit of puppetry. Additionally, this master of puppets was known for his rebellious nature. The disciples of Chongshu Peak, due to their master being the sage of integrity, typically exhibit generous and taciturn personalities. However, the master of puppets was quite the opposite, sharp-tongued and full of fallacious reasoning, capable of arguing circles around the elders until they appeared as if they had witnessed the birth of a Buddha or the ascension of a deity. Despite his deviation from the norm, the master of puppets possessed extraordinary talent in the craft of puppetry. In the absence of a solid inheritance and without the guidance of a master, he diligently delved into his studies and emerged as a renowned puppet master. Not only did he become one of the few puppet masters in the annals of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, but he also etched his name into the history of the entire cultivation world. His mastery of puppetry is considered among the most distinguished of the past 3 centuries. Therefore, although the esteemed Master Wankai's cultivation level was not particularly high, never reaching the realm of the true immortal, and only attaining the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage by the time of his death, his prowess was nonetheless formidable, rivaling that of advanced practitioners in our sect. His exceptional skills in puppetry allowed him to command numerous powerful puppets simultaneously, earning him the title of Master of 10,000 Puppets. Among these creations was the Ice Soul puppet, a sophisticated construct made by Master Wankai, which would provide immense assistance to him at this stage, compelling him to acquire it. 3 fleeting days passed, and upon exiting the Hall of Reflection, Song Mingting found Jing Imo waiting outside with refreshments, accompanied by Shang Lu, Song Imo, Yin Ji, and others. After savoring a few pastries to quell his hunger, he returned to the residence with Jing Imo and the others. Upon their arrival, Jing Imo and Han Shui quickly presented the dishes. As Jing Imo arranged the food, he remarked, "Brother Mingting, you haven't eaten in 3 days. This was specially prepared by the kitchen and kept warm for you. You should eat it while it's hot." The kitchen pavilion is one of the 4 halls governing clothing, food, shelter, and transportation on the mountain, specifically overseeing meals. At present, his cultivation was at the mid-stage of the aperture realm. Although he had transcended the mortal realm, he had yet to reach the state of fasting, necessitating sustenance for survival. Therefore, 3 days without food had significantly impacted him. Furthermore, the food on the mountain differed vastly from that of the mundane world, imbued with abundant spiritual energy that not only satiated hunger, but also facilitated cultivation. The table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, all composed of seasonal vegetables. Though they appeared simple, they were rich in flavor, aroma, and visual appeal. A large bowl of rice, plump and glistening with steam, was also present. Unlike ordinary rice, this rice was a pale green hue, emanating a delicate fragrance of bamboo leaves. Tantalizing to behold, this was the bamboo green sword rice, one of the unique grains cultivated by the Guizang Sword Pavilion. While cultivators may seem to require little sustenance, they are not entirely exempt from the need for food. If that were the case, what purpose would elixirs, beverages, or delicacies made from rare birds and beasts serve? The existence of these items indicates a demand for them. Thus, cultivators also require nourishment, albeit not the common grains, but rather spiritual ingredients brimming with energy. For cultivators, ordinary grains contain minimal essence of heaven and earth and are laden with impurities, which can harm the body rather than aid in cultivation. Consuming such grains is a net loss. In contrast, spiritual ingredients are born of the essence of heaven and earth, flourishing in rich spiritual energy. They contain copious amounts of this essence and are virtually devoid of impurities, thus not only accelerating cultivation and enhancing true energy, but also benefiting the physical body in various ways. The bamboo green sword rice is an exceptionally precious spiritual ingredient, characterized by its emerald hue, growing exclusively in bamboo groves filled with spiritual energy. Its cultivation is labor-intensive, requiring meticulous care day and night to yield a successful harvest, rendering it exceedingly rare. Only large sects like the Guizang Sword Pavilion possess the capability to cultivate such rice, showcasing the depth of their heritage. Brother Mingting, You haven't eaten for 3 days, so I spoke with the kitchen pavilion to record your missed meals, and they have agreed to compensate for them, Jing Mo continued. Song Mingting nodded in acknowledgement. The distinction between true disciples and inner disciples manifests not only in status, but also in the quality of treatment received. The resources available to a true disciple far surpass those afforded to an inner disciple, both in quantity and value. Meals constitute a significant aspect of these cultivation resources, meaning that the ingredients enjoyed by true disciples are far more precious, greatly enhancing their cultivation efforts. Thus, his 3-day fast represented a considerable loss. Fortunately, Jing Mo had proactively communicated with the kitchen pavilion to mitigate the setback. Song Mingting lifted his bowl, gestured, and branches from the osmanthus tree outside suddenly splintered apart, as if severed by an unseen blade, swiftly transforming into 4 pairs of chopsticks that landed in his hands. You may take your seats, he said, as the chopsticks flew toward Jing Mo and the others. Instinctively, they caught them, exchanging glances filled with astonishment at Song Mingting's display of skill, which seemed effortless yet was undeniably complex, indicating mastery over his magical powers. After their initial surprise, as they hesitated to decline the offer, Song Mingting urged, "Please, sit." Thus, they complied, albeit with a sense of awkwardness. Observing them, Song Mingting picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and fell silent. Compared to his state upon returning from his previous life, he had regained a measure of composure, emerging from a state of desolation akin to that of a soulless being. The sensation of his spirit being fragmented had lessened, yet he understood that completely overcoming the mental scars of his past life would not be an overnight endeavor. The 4, noting Song Mingting's silence, could not remain idle, and after a brief moment of restlessness, they cautiously extended their chopsticks toward the shared dishes. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Song Mingting remained silent, and in turn, the others dared not speak. Once he finished eating and set down his chopsticks, the 4 immediately followed suit. Rising, Song Mingting remarked, "Leave the dishes for now. Focus on your cultivation," and retreated to his chamber. Jing Mo, initially poised to clear the table, halted at Song Mingting's words, exchanging glances of delight with the others. Despite their varied personalities, they all shared a passion for cultivation. Today's meal, rich in spiritual energy, was far superior to their usual fare, and consuming such ingredients followed by immediate practice would yield optimal results. Thus, they expressed their gratitude before swiftly returning to their rooms to cultivate. Meanwhile, Song Mingting entered his chamber and promptly seated himself on the bed, legs crossed, fingers forming an intricate mudra as he commenced meditation. He was about to undertake a significant endeavor. As the mind gradually settled into the heart, the chaotic thoughts dissipated piece by piece. At some unknown moment, a shadowy blue lotus blossomed at the center of Song Mingting's brow. In the realm of cultivation, the brow is of paramount importance, known by various names, in Taoism as the Purple Palace, in Buddhism as the spiritual platform. Furthermore, it is widely recognized as the sea of consciousness, the dwelling place of the primordial spirit. Within Song Mingting's sea of consciousness, myriad grains of light flickered, embodying countless thoughts that were born and extinguished in an instant. At this moment, within one such thought, a blue-hued Buddhist scripture began to take shape, its verses imbued with Zen essence swirling in the void. As the scripture gradually formed, Song Mingting's spiritual platform became increasingly lucid and his thoughts purer. With the emergence of the scripture, strands of Zen harmony began to rise from Song Mingting. After a brief while, the verses, now tinged with the blue of the scripture, suddenly coalesced, gradually transforming into a Buddha statue. The statue was crafted from blue stone, worn and uneven from the ravages of time, its surface covered in moss. The craftsmanship was ancient and rustic, depicting a tall, slender figure in a meditative posture, exuding a serene and tranquil demeanor, reminiscent of a creation from millennia past. It resembled an ancient Buddha, weathered by countless years, shrouded in the green of time. Yet, it bore no facial features. This was a Buddha statue devoid of discernible eyes, nose, or mouth. After the scripture morphed into the statue, it did not vanish but soon began to emit verses of blue text. These verses flew forth from the statue, transcending the world shaped by thoughts, eventually escaping the sea of consciousness itself. Once outside the sea of consciousness, the verses soared towards the limbs and bones, circling around before returning to the sea of consciousness, then rushing back into the thought where the statue resided, engaging in this eternal cycle of rebirth. The presence of the statue solidified Song Mingting's thought, rendering it remarkably unyielding, unlike other fleeting thoughts that came and went. Shortly after the statue's formation, Tendrils of dark energy began to emerge from Song Mingting, coalescing into serpentine shadows that intertwined with sinister intent, filled with gloom, malice, and despair, before vanishing into thin air. Moments later, Song Mingting opened his eyes. At that instant, each eye bore a petal-less blue lotus, which quickly faded. Yet, the dark energy continued to seep forth from within him. Upon opening his eyes, Song Mingting's expression remained one of equanimity, neither joyful nor sorrowful, though his heart brimmed with delight. Despite the seemingly mundane nature of the process and the absence of any remarkable phenomena, he had just successfully executed an extraordinary spell. In his previous life, he was the last among his peers to perish, possessing profound cultivation and unmatched combat prowess. Able to withstand relentless pursuits from both righteous and demonic sects for over a decade. Yet, in truth, his early cultivation talent was rather mediocre. Even subpar, he had been exceedingly ordinary, eventually overshadowed by his junior disciples, his intelligence unremarkable, often silent as a tomb, rendering even his status as a direct disciple of the peak master seemingly inconsequential. His eventual strength and survival until the end were the fruits of myriad opportunities and countless hardships. Among these opportunities, the most significant was the very statue of the martial Buddha now residing in his sea of consciousness, specifically, this particular method of cultivation. What he had just performed was a transformative technique known as the sixth consciousness visualization of the Blue Lotus Zen, abbreviated as Blue Lotus Zen. This spell possessed no offensive or defensive capabilities, nor any other extraordinary effects. Its sole purpose was to enhance one's innate qualities. Yet, that singular function was more than sufficient. For how many individuals in this world are ensnared by their inherent limitations? Any method capable of augmenting one's innate qualities, even slightly, could be deemed a priceless treasure, inciting fierce competition among multiple sections. The Blue Lotus Zen's potential to enhance one's qualities was not trivial, but substantial. It was categorized as a profound method of the near-path level. Chapter 21. Cultivating Blue Lotus Zen like spells, techniques are classified into 6 tiers: mundane, true, subtle, profound, near-path, and entry to sainthood. The near-path tier ranks second among these levels, surpassed only by the entry to sainthood tier, thus undeniably a superlative technique. In truth, for cultivators, near-path techniques represent the most formidable spells they can master. Not to mention, there are only a handful of entry to sainthood techniques in the entire cultivation world. And even if one were to acquire such a spell, the difficulty of mastering it means that most would fail to do so. It is not uncommon for entire generations to pass without anyone successfully cultivating an entry to sainthood technique. In his past life, he reached the pinnacle of the Tao period and was nearly on par with early and mid-stage masters, yet he had only managed to cultivate a few near-path techniques. Even so, that was sufficient for him to endure the relentless pursuit of both righteous and demonic factions for over a decade. Among those near-path techniques, Blue Lotus Zen was undoubtedly the most critical, as it was purely a method for enhancing one's innate qualities. The absence of offensive or defensive capabilities did not diminish its status as a near-path technique. Its efficacy was self-evident. Such near-path techniques, in terms of value, far exceed their offensive or defensive counterparts. Any major sect would readily exchange 2 or even 3 near-path techniques for one of this caliber. His rise to prominence in his previous life, which caused both the righteous and demonic factions considerable distress, was largely due to his mastery of Blue Lotus Zen. In fact, the primary reason he survived so long and attained such formidable strength was because he cultivated Blue Lotus Zen. Without it, given his original innate qualities, he would never have reached such lofty heights. Without sufficient cultivation depth, what use would even the most potent spells or treasures be? Thus, Blue Lotus Zen was undoubtedly one of the greatest contributors to his endurance under the relentless pursuit of both the righteous and demonic sects in his past life. However, he had acquired Blue Lotus Zen relatively late, having squandered 50 to 60 years prior. Consequently, while it significantly aided his strength, its full potential was never realized. Had he compensated for those lost years, his growth would have accelerated further, naturally leading to greater strength. Now that he had been bestowed with the extraordinary opportunity of rebirth, it was imperative to begin cultivating Blue Lotus Zen as early as possible. What he had just undertaken was merely the first step in this journey. To cultivate Blue Lotus Zen, one must first visualize the Blue Lotus statue within the sea of consciousness, maintaining its existence for 12 uninterrupted hours each day. Subsequently, one must successively close the 6 senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, while simultaneously comprehending the 6 external phenomena: form, sound, scent, taste, touch, and dharma. Thus, after 3 years, one can claim to have mastered Blue Lotus Zen. Upon completion, a profound transformation akin to that of a phoenix reborn occurs. Regardless of how poor one's innate qualities were prior, mastering Blue Lotus Zen elevates them to the ranks of the most gifted. The worse the original qualities, the greater the enhancement. In his previous life, he had attained the pinnacle of the Taoist realm before his demise, having successfully navigated both the pure Yang tribulation and the Taoist tribulation. His ability to endure these trials stemmed from his mastery of the Qinglian Zen. Without this profound practice, given his innate talents, even with numerous fortuitous encounters, he could never have reached such heights. With his original capabilities, he might have barely achieved the peak of the fusion moon stage, rendering any hope of reaching the sun induction stage utterly impossible, let alone the Taoist realm. Thus, all credit belongs to the Qinglian Zen. Moreover, the Qinglian Zen not only facilitates a complete transformation of the practitioner, but also clarifies the mind and purifies the senses. During the practice of Qinglian Zen, the cultivation process is intrinsically linked to the cultivation of the heart. Once the heart is refined, the 6 senses, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and mental phenomena, are significantly less influenced by external distractions. However, the clarity of mind and purity of senses are merely supplementary benefits of practicing Qinglian Zen, even as secondary effects. They are sufficient to enable practitioners to resist the majority of worldly temptations. Nonetheless, mastering Qinglian Zen is no simple feat. It is fraught with peril. The ease with which he envisioned the Buddha statue and successfully closed his nasal perception was due to his prior experience. Having accomplished it once made the second attempt significantly less daunting. What he executed was merely the initial step, visualizing the Buddha statue and shutting down the nasal perception. If he found this step challenging, he would have no chance of progressing further. Thus, despite his seemingly effortless execution, another individual might struggle immensely with such a task. To begin with, the mere act of visualizing and sustaining the Qinglian stone Buddha would confound the majority of practitioners. While visualization itself is not exceedingly difficult, many can achieve it. The true challenge lies in maintaining the existence of the Qinglian stone Buddha. This requires an extraordinarily pure intention, a feat that most practitioners find difficult to attain, as the human mind is perpetually filled with a multitude of chaotic thoughts. This is a natural state and instinctual, making it hard to control. The term monkey mind aptly describes this phenomenon. The practice of Qinglian Zen necessitates the subjugation of this restless mind, meticulously stripping away the myriad thoughts until only a singular, pure intention remains to visualize and sustain the Qinglian stone Buddha. This is a formidable challenge, achievable only by those who have long engaged in heart cultivation and possess profound self-discipline. Thus, unless one is a seasoned monk meditating in a secluded temple, an ordinary practitioner would find it nearly impossible to visualize and maintain the Qinglian stone Buddha as he did. Even among those monks with deep spiritual attainment, success is not guaranteed. This represents merely the first of the challenges encountered in practicing Qinglian Zen. There exists a second, even more daunting hurdle. The second difficulty lies in the closure of the 6 senses, which constitutes the true peril of practicing Qinglian Zen. This step demands the practitioner to shut down their sensory perceptions, requiring immense wisdom, willpower, and courage. Among the 6 senses, closing the mind is the most challenging, followed by the body, then the eyes and mouth, with the closure of the nose and ears being the least demanding. The practice of closing the nose and ears is relatively simple, merely involving the inability to perceive smells and sounds, thus not necessitating great self-restraint. These 2 steps could be considered the easiest, their difficulty not surpassing the challenge of maintaining the Qinglian stone Buddha. However, closing the eyes and mouth is a different matter entirely, requiring at least 6 months of silence and stillness, demanding significant self-control. As a moment's lapse could lead to breaking the vow, it is evident that even esteemed monks frequently practice the closure of speech, indicating that it poses a challenge even for them. In his previous life, he found himself trapped in these 2 stages for an extended period. Yet, closing the mouth and eyes is not the most arduous. The most formidable challenges are closing the body and the mind. To practice these 2 forms of Zen requires one to shut down the body and consciousness, essentially rendering oneself immobile and thoughtless. Sitting in stillness without eating, drinking, hearing, smelling, seeing, speaking, moving, or thinking for an entire year is an exceedingly daunting task, achievable by but a few in this world. Therefore, the Qinglian Zen is notoriously difficult to master. It stands to reason that if it were easily attainable, sects possessing the Qinglian Zen would have long since become invincible. Song Mingting rose to sip his tea before returning to bed. The practices of closing the body and mind are not only challenging, but also perilous. During the practice of closing the mind, one must shut off all external perception, plunging consciousness into an eternal darkness. This state is akin to death. To master Qinglian Zen, one must maintain this state for 6 months. Remaining completely still, without consciousness, for such a duration risks merging with the mountains and rivers, leading to a state from which one cannot awaken, even under external stimulus. At that moment, one truly becomes one with the mountain. This is an exceedingly perilous step. To transcend, it opens vast possibilities, while failure results in death and the dissolution of the soul. Historically, the overwhelming majority of those who attempted to practice Qinglian Zen did not survive this trial. In his previous life, he nearly perished at this juncture. Even in this life, despite having succeeded once, he cannot claim with certainty that he can surpass the closure of the mind. Thus, the practice of Qinglian Zen is indeed a treacherous endeavor. Of course, with great risk comes great reward. The enhancement of one's innate abilities through Qinglian Zen is comprehensive, capable of purging impurities, filth, and ailments within the body, significantly augmenting one's foundational qualities and sharpening the mind for greater clarity and comprehension. In essence, one's innate potential is a combination of foundational qualities and comprehension. In his previous life, his lack of innate talent primarily stemmed from poor foundational qualities, which meant that even expending time and effort several times greater than others, he still lagged far behind. As for his comprehension, while it was decent, it was hardly exceptional. After mastering Qinglian Zen in his past life, his foundational qualities improved dramatically, and his comprehension soared, propelling him from the fusion moon stage to the Taoist realm with remarkable speed. The dark wisps that emerged from his body during the practice of Qinglian Zen were manifestations of the impurities, filth, and chaotic energies within his spirit. Eliminating these elements signifies an enhancement of both foundational qualities and comprehension. The process of practicing Qinglian Zen is essentially one of purging these hindrances. His eagerness to commence the practice of Qinglian Zen shortly after his rebirth is driven by a significant reason. Qinglian Zen aids in expelling despair, darkness, and madness. The desperate experiences from his previous life, where he struggled yet ultimately met with death, left an indelible impact on him. This is also why, 3 days prior, he frequently felt as though he were being torn asunder, struggling to control his own actions due to the torment of his inner demons. Indeed, these inner demons had existed since the moment he first sensed the division within himself. They had long been a part of him, only coming to light after his rebirth. In his previous life, he had lived like a mere shell of a person, unable to recognize the changes within his heart. However, in this new life, the resurgence of hope made it clear that he had been deeply afflicted by these inner demons. This explains why, despite reciting scriptures for 3 days, he only appeared marginally more stable. The existence of his inner demons would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle, even a shackle, to his future cultivation. Thus, he must eradicate them. However, the strength of his inner demons had reached an astonishing level, making their removal a task that could not be accomplished in a day or with ordinary methods. Only the transformative technique of the Qinglian Zen, which breaks free from the confines of the self, could achieve this. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had acquired the extraordinary skill of the 6 senses visualization Qinglian Zen. Otherwise, attempting to eliminate his inner demons would have required immense effort. After sipping a cup of tea, Song Mingting returned to his bed and commenced his cultivation. As his mental techniques began to operate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge around him, swiftly manifesting as swirling mists of black and white surrounding his form. Simultaneously, the spiritual essence he had consumed began to transmute into spiritual energy, rising from his abdomen as streams of pure, ethereal energy, intermingled with various elemental attributes, gradually transforming into true qi. Within the black and white mists, a profound aura emanated from Song Mingting. Streams of black and white true qi formed and slowly penetrated into his body, flowing towards his dantian. At the 12th energy channel, the black and white true qi swirled before it, continuously colliding, with each impact depleting a fraction of true qi. As time passed, an indistinct sound suddenly resonated in the void, and the invisible barrier before the 12th energy channel dissipated. The true qi surged forward without obstruction, rushing into Song Mingting's body and barreling into his dantian. At that moment, his dantian shimmered, radiating a luminous black and white glow. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Song Mingting opened his eyes. He had successfully opened the 12th energy channel, the Tianchu channel. The human body possesses a total of 36 energy channels, corresponding to the number of heavenly poles. Each additional channel opened enhances one's foundation, serving as one of the pathways for practitioners with lesser innate abilities to improve. In the initial stage of channel opening, the first 6 channels are opened, while the 7th to 12th channels represent the mid-stage. The 13th to 18th channels signify the late stage, and beyond the 19th channel marks the pinnacle of this phase, at which point one may attempt to condense the Tao cauldron. Currently, he was at the mid-stage of channel opening, and by opening one more channel, he could reach the late stage. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Song Mingting closed his eyes once more, determined to gather his energy and open the 13th channel. Advancing to the late stage, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth once again converged around him, and under the influence of his mental techniques, the energy rapidly transformed into true qi, with part of it accumulating in his dantian, while another part began to strike against the 13th energy channel. Before his rebirth, his cultivation had progressed slowly, often taking months to open a single channel. However, now, in a mere instant, he opened a channel, demonstrating a remarkable acceleration in his progress. Yet, this was not due to an enhancement in his innate abilities. In truth, his foundation remained as weak as before. The ease with which he opened a channel stemmed solely from his extensive experience. Having once reached the pinnacle of the Tao stage, despite not bringing back his formidable cultivation, powerful artifacts, or extraordinary techniques, his understanding of cultivation remained at that elevated level. Approaching the channel opening phase with the perspective of a peak Tao practitioner naturally allowed for swift advancement. This concept is straightforward. It is akin to mastering a skill over a lifetime, and then, unexpectedly, finding oneself back at the beginning of that skill, even if one's physical state remains unchanged. The learning process becomes exponentially faster due to the evolved perspective. This explains why, despite his unchanged foundation, his cultivation speed had markedly improved. Originally, Song Mingting intended to push through to the late stage of channel opening in one go. However, his plans were thwarted when, shortly after entering a meditative state, footsteps echoed from outside. "Brother Mingting, brothers Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan have come to see you," announced Jing Mo from outside. Reluctantly, Song Mingting ceased his practice and arose. Upon entering the main hall, he found Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan already present, seated at the table where Jing Mo had prepared tea for them. As he entered, the two stood to greet him. Li Qingke merely acknowledged him with a nod, while Wei Kuangyuan, effusive, exclaimed, "Third brother, I heard you were punished. Are you all right?" Song Mingting shook his head. 3 days had passed. Although his inner demons persisted, his reactions had returned to a more normal state, no longer as unresponsive as before. Seeing him, Wei Kuangyuan's expression shifted to one of relief, quickly followed by astonishment. "I heard from Hans Han that you were punished for injuring Zhou Weiyuan and his group. Is that true? When did you become so formidable as to defeat Zhou Weiyuan?" Wei Kuangyuan's face was filled with disbelief. He and Li Qingke had just returned from a mission and were eager to see him, curious about the unusual circumstances of his punishment. Despite their bond not being particularly close, Wei Kuangyuan felt it necessary to check on him, especially given the rarity of his punishment. Yet, his visit was not solely motivated by concern. Curiosity played a significant role, as he could scarcely comprehend how Song Mingting could have triumphed over Zhou Weiyuan. After his inquiry, not only was Wei Kuangyuan astonished, but even the typically reserved Li Qingke turned his attention to Song Mingting. Jing Mo and Hans Hui exchanged a quick glance at Wei Kuangyuan. Frowning inwardly, they perceived that his words were somewhat indiscreet. Song Mingting, however, was not offended by Wei Kuangyuan's forthrightness. It was simply his nature to speak so directly. Nevertheless, even the most straightforward individuals tend to exercise caution in their speech when addressing those they respect or care for. Wei Kuangyuan's bluntness in front of Song Mingting indicated a lack of respect for him and an indifference to his feelings. Yet, this could not be entirely blamed on Wei Kuangyuan, as his cultivation aptitude was rather poor. When faced with someone he deemed inferior, even if that individual was his senior, how could he be expected to show respect? Furthermore, his personality was somewhat awkward, though he appeared calm. He harbored a high opinion of himself and had little interaction with Wei Kuangyuan, which naturally led to the latter's disregard for his feelings. Song Mingting did not answer Wei Kuangyuan's question immediately. Instead, he focused on the latter's right hand and asked, "Have you been injured by a green bamboo arrow snake?" A blood hole marred Wei Kuangyuan's palm, bearing an unusual bamboo green hue, smeared with an unknown ointment. Wei Kuangyuan was taken aback, perplexed by Song Mingting's abrupt change in topic and how he had deduced the cause of his injury. Noticing Wei Kuangyuan's surprise, Song Mingting remarked casually, Wash off the antidote on your hand and apply the saliva of the cloud-piercing bamboo bird a few times, and it should suffice. Moreover, next time we endeavor to capture the bamboo arrow snake, we shall attempt to utilize the blueberry infused with the blood of the blue-spotted frog. The bamboo arrow snake is a demonic beast classified within the Dao Ding stage, which categorizes such creatures into various tiers: Dao Fire, Dao Ding, and a Dao Ding stage beast signifies that its mature form possesses strength equivalent to that of a cultivator at the Dao Ding level. The bamboo arrow snake, characterized by its verdant hue resembling bamboo, is predominantly found in bamboo groves and possesses the capability to shoot bamboo arrows from its mouth, which are lethally potent and laced with venom. However, its gallbladder, skin, and eyes are medicinal. This creature is omnivorous, consuming not only birds and beasts but also bamboo and fruits, with a particular affinity for spiritual items like the bamboo sword rice. The vast cultivation of bamboo sword rice in the Guizang Sword Pavilion has rendered the bamboo arrow snake a primary pest there. The sect has issued a task to hunt the bamboo arrow snake, whereby the procurement of its gallbladder, skin, and eyes is secondary. The primary aim is to regulate the population of these snakes to prevent them from ravaging the bamboo sword rice and spiritual bamboo. As for the wound on Wei Kuan-Yuan's hand, it was evidently inflicted by the bamboo arrow snake. This snake possesses remarkable stealth, camouflaging within the bamboo leaves, making it challenging to detect. In such circumstances, it poses a significant threat, particularly to those below the stage. Wei Kuan-Yuan, being at the mid-Dao Ding level, could easily fall victim to its attack if not cautious. Regarding the Chuan Yun bamboo bird, blueberry, and blue-spotted frog, the Chuan Yun bamboo bird is a stage beast, a palm-sized azure bird that inhabits bamboo forests, feasting on insects within. It possesses remarkable agility, darting in and out of the bamboo with the speed of an arrow. Although most are aware that this bird serves as prey for the bamboo arrow snake, few know that its saliva holds miraculous properties for counteracting the snake's venom. The blueberry is a berry found in grassy areas, roughly the size of a longan, with a green hue. For humans, its taste is sour and slightly toxic, rendering it inedible. However, many omnivorous serpentine beasts are fond of it. Lastly, the blue-spotted frog is a stage beast residing near ponds and streams. This frog, no larger than half a palm, is black with blue spots and can emit a chilling mist from its mouth. The habitats of the blue-spotted frog and the bamboo arrow snake are entirely disparate. Thus few are aware that the blood of the blue-spotted frog reacts with the venom of the bamboo arrow snake, inducing paralysis. Therefore, by infusing the blueberry with the blood of the blue-spotted frog, one can easily capture the bamboo arrow snake. This method is scarcely known. His awareness of it arose purely from serendipity during his previous life, when he undertook numerous missions to hunt the bamboo arrow snake. Ultimately discovering the efficacy of the blue-spotted frog's blood, Wei Kuan-Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then felt a warm surge in his heart. Although Song Mingting's expression was placid while speaking, there was an undertone of concern in his words. Simultaneously, Wei Kuan-Yuan was astounded, pondering how Song Mingting had acquired such knowledge. At that moment, Song Mingting continued, stating that he had previously obtained several Qianjun sword talismans. Ah, so that is it. A look of realization spread across Wei Kuan-Yuan's face. Third senior brother, you are indeed fortunate. However, he refrained from probing further into the origins of the talismans. Once his confusion was resolved, Wei Kuan-Yuan inquired, how did you come to know that blueberries and the blood of the blue-spotted frog could be used to capture the bamboo arrow snake? What is the principle behind it? It was a chance discovery, replied Song Mingting, and he proceeded to elucidate the principle to him. Wei Kuan-Yuan nodded intermittently, occasionally stealing glances at Song Mingting. Although Song Mingting appeared more stoic than before, he felt a newfound warmth in their interaction, leading Wei Kuan-Yuan to conclude that his third senior brother was not as difficult to approach as he had previously thought. This sentiment was shared by Li Qingke, who, after a while, also engaged in the conversation. After an extensive discussion, Li Qingke and Wei Kuan-Yuan eventually took their leave. Upon exiting, Wei Kuan-Yuan could not help but quietly express to Li Qingke, fourth senior brother, why do I feel that third senior brother seems different today? I sensed it 3 days ago, but today it is particularly pronounced. Do you think we may have misjudged him? He doesn't seem so hard to get along with after all. Today marks the day he has spoken the most with Song Mingting since he came to the mountain. Li Qingke, however, did not share Wei Kuan-Yuan's enthusiasm. Once outside, his expression turned grave. Hearing Wei Kuan-Yuan's words, he glanced back at Song Mingting's residence and remarked, indeed, there is something different. Wei Kuan-Yuan, suddenly excited, exclaimed, different? It is as though he is an entirely different person. Furthermore, third senior brother managed to defeat Zhou Yuan. That is utterly astonishing. I initially thought I misheard. Can you imagine, fourth senior brother, that third senior brother could defeat Zhou Yuan? Wei Yuan was practically jumping with excitement. Although Song Mingting did not often interact with them and trained alone, Guizang Sword Pavilion conducts evaluations monthly, during which Song Mingting's capabilities are laid bare. Thus, Wei Yuan was well aware of Song Mingting's strength. Not only was he incapable of defeating Zhou Yuan, but he also paled in comparison to Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben. Fourth senior brother, how do you think third senior brother managed to defeat Zhou Yuan? He claimed it was due to the Qianjun sword talismans. Are they truly that formidable? Wei Yuan questioned uncertainly. Perhaps, Li Qingke replied. However, it seems that third senior brother is quite approachable after all. We should seek him out more often. Wei Yuan continued. He had never held any real animosity towards Song Mingting. Their prior distance stemmed merely from the perception that Song Mingting was hard to engage with. Upon realizing that Song Mingting was not as difficult as he had believed and seemed quite knowledgeable, he felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. Yet, upon hearing this, Li Qingqua's countenance grew even more somber. No, we should avoid disturbing third senior brother for the time being. Let us wait until master returns. He cautioned. Wei Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but he had always heeded Li Qingqua's advice. Though perplexed, he obediently replied, "All right, I understand." They then shifted the conversation to other topics. As they walked ahead, Li Qingqua's expression was complex. Unlike Wei Yuan's innocent romanticism, his thoughts were far more meticulous and cautious. Thus, while Wei Yuan was merely surprised by Song Mingting's transformation, Li Qingke contemplated far deeper implications. Upon noticing the significant change in Song Mingting within a single day, he immediately considered the possibilities of possession or reincarnation, regardless of whether Song Mingting had been possessed or had awakened memories of a past life. It indicated that he was an unpredictable variable, and remaining in his proximity could be perilous. Although the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal, how many could achieve possession of a true disciple within the Guizang Sword Pavilion, right under the watchful eyes of numerous esteemed cultivators? As for the possibility of awakening past life memories, that too seemed improbable. Song Mingting had previously encountered the likes of Zhu Chuan Daorun, Taishan Daorun, and Li He Daorun. While Zhu Chuan Daorun might overlook certain details due to a lack of experience, Taishan Daorun and Li He Daorun were renowned experts of the Zhongshu Peak, and it was inconceivable that they would fail to notice anything amiss. The absence of any indication from them suggested that Song Mingting was indeed unscathed. Yet what if? What if even the Iron Mountain Taoist and the Li River Taoist fail to notice it? Although both are formidable, they are not true masters of the human realm, and it is conceivable that they could be deceived. Thus, he resolved to wait for his master, the self-controlled true man, to return. If even he fails to detect any anomalies, it would confirm that Song Mingting is indeed without issue. Li Qingke, being a prudent individual, believed it wise to maintain some distance from Song Mingting for the time being. He had even begun to contemplate a plausible excuse to dissuade Wei Yuan from attempting to apply the saliva of the cloud-piercing bamboo bird to his wounds, or to capture the green bamboo arrow snake using the blue-spotted frog and the green flowerberry. After Li Qingke and Wei Yuan departed, Song Mingting returned to his chamber to continue his cultivation. Chapter 25. Planning for the future. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth once again converged around Song Mingting. The true qi within his dantian, taking the form of a yin-yang fish, expanded at a scarcely perceivable pace. This transformation, though subtle, was significantly faster than before. Simultaneously, strands of concealed true qi continuously collided with the 13th Tao aperture, the Tianzhou aperture. In truth, even in the past, his cultivation speed had not been slow. Although his aptitude was mediocre compared to his peers, when juxtaposed with disciples from lesser sects, his talents were far from ordinary. The Guizang Sword Pavilion, while diminished from its former glory, still boasted a notable reputation as a major sect, maintaining a faade of prestige and attracting disciples who, while not necessarily the pinnacle, were at least of respectable caliber. Thus, even though his abilities ranked at the bottom among the true disciples of his sect, and he lagged behind some inner disciples, he was nevertheless exceptional compared to disciples from smaller sects and independent cultivators. Moreover, as he practiced the Guizang Sword Classic, his cultivation speed was incomparable to that of lesser sect disciples and solitary practitioners. The Guizang Sword Classic is an esteemed holy level technique, ranking among the finest throughout history and rightfully regarded as an unparalleled method. Although he had yet to condense his innate sword qi, the Guizang Sword Classic's effects were equivalent to that of a Dongxuan level technique. Even so, the cultivation speed of a Dongxuan level technique far surpassed that of a Ningxuan level or Jingwei level technique, with the differences being pronounced. After a brief period of approximately half an hour, Song Mingting halted his practice. Ultimately, he had not opened the 13th Dao aperture, given his current foundation. It was somewhat unrealistic to forcefully open both the Tianrui and Tianzhou apertures in one go, since he could not simultaneously break through the 12th and 13th apertures. He chose to let it be. Cultivation adheres to the principle of natural progression, and excessive striving often proves detrimental to practice. Furthermore, considering his current level of cultivation, spending half an hour on practice was already quite substantial. Continuing beyond that would risk straining the pathways within his body. Upon concluding his practice, Song Mingting did not immediately rise but sat on the bed, deep in contemplation. In recent days, he had been pondering how to alter the fate of his sect. In his past life, their mountain gate had been breached a decade later, when he was 27 years old, by the Mingting sect, one of the most powerful factions in the current realm of cultivation. Presently, there are 18 top-tier sects, comprising 10 righteous sects, 6 demonic sects, and 2 heterodox sects. Collectively referred to as the 10 righteous factions, 6 demonic sects, and dual heterodox marvels. The 10 righteous sects include the Evergreen sect, the Supreme sect, the Bodhi temple, the Pure Yang sect, the Thunder and Lightning Sword sect, the Great Sun temple, the Green Lotus temple, the Heavenly Qin sect, the Guizang Sword Pavilion, and the Dancing sect. The 6 demonic sects are the Mingting sect, the Guishan sect, the Wuan sect, the Niming sect, the Poison King sect, and the Heijing temple. The 2 heterodox marvels are the 10,000 Beasts sect and the Dragon Ruins. While other sects also boast significant strength, they ultimately fall short compared to these 18 sects, such as the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Among these 18 sects, the Evergreen sect, the Supreme sect, the Bodhi temple, the Mingting sect, and the Guishan sect possess the most formidable power. Although the Guizang Sword Pavilion can be deemed a major sect, the disparity when compared to the Mingting sect is stark. The outcome of a confrontation between the two is all too clear. Additionally, the attack on the Guizang Sword Pavilion was not solely the work of the Mingting sect's experts, as various other demonic masters also participated. Consequently, the Guizang Sword Pavilion was rendered utterly helpless. Moreover, as time progressed in his previous life, he discovered that the true culprits behind the annihilation of the Guizang Sword Pavilion were not limited to the demonic sects, as there were also prominent righteous sects involved. However, which specific sects were implicated? He never conclusively determined this in his past life, though at least one was certain, the Guizang Sword Pavilion. While the Guizang Sword Pavilion did not overtly engage in hostilities, they covertly continued to target the surviving members of his sect. In fact, their role in the destruction of the Guizang Sword Pavilion was not insignificant, with the Mingting sect openly assaulting them alongside numerous demonic experts. The Guizang Sword Pavilion and other righteous sects covertly incited further turmoil, compounded by various hidden forces. It was a miracle that the Guizang Sword Pavilion survived that ordeal. Thus, once the demonic masters revealed themselves, their mountain gate was swiftly breached. Although they subsequently established a new base and attempted to resist, they ultimately could not contend with the Mingting sect, and their temporary stronghold fell after a decade. From that point onward, the Guizang Sword Pavilion lost all hope of resurgence and entered a life of fleeing. Therefore, in this life, he aimed to alter the fate of his sect, a task as formidable as defying the heavens. To achieve this monumental endeavor, he must begin meticulous planning immediately. Otherwise, even with the advantage of reincarnation, he may still be unable to escape the destiny of his previous life. The first step towards altering fate is to strengthen oneself. How does one attain such strength? For cultivators, enhancing their power fundamentally revolves around 4 pillars: law, wealth, companionship, and land. Law, wealth, companionship, and land. These are the 4 pillars of a cultivator's practice. Firstly, law is straightforward to comprehend. It refers to the methods of cultivation, which further divides into heart methods and spells. Heart methods are the foundational practices for longevity, while spells pertain to the application of celestial energy. While the significance of spells is somewhat lesser than that of heart methods, both remain paramount for cultivators. Without heart methods, cultivation is impossible, and without spells, there is no means of self-defense against danger. Hence, law is placed at the forefront. Next is wealth, which represents all resources required on the path of cultivation. The resources consumed by a cultivator from the Dao fire stage to ascension are immense, requiring countless precious materials, elixirs, and treasures. These materials and elixirs are what constitute wealth. Thus, without sufficient financial backing, even a prodigy may lead a mundane life. Therefore, the importance of wealth is second only to law. Following that is companionship, which does not merely refer to romantic partners, but encompasses all like-minded individuals. The journey of cultivation is long and fraught with challenges. Without the support and mutual understanding of companions, few can reach the journey's end. Thus, companionship is equally vital for a cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, the term Dao friends holds great value and is seldom used lightly. Lastly, land refers to the place of cultivation. An exceptional location for practice can significantly enhance the efficiency of cultivation, particularly in the initial stages. This is why major sects strive to occupy renowned mountains and blessed lands. Chapter 26. The Four Pillars of Law, Wealth, Companionship, and Land. Part 1. Law, Wealth, Companionship, and Land. These are the four pillars of a cultivator's practice. Firstly, law is straightforward to comprehend. It refers to the methods of cultivation, which further divides into heart methods and spells. Heart methods are the foundational practices for longevity, while spells pertain to the application of celestial energy. While the significance of spells is somewhat lesser than that of heart methods, both remain paramount for cultivators. Because without the cultivation of the heart method, one cannot even begin to discuss the matter, and without spells, it signifies the absence of a foundation for existence. If one lacks formidable spells, there are no means to resist in the face of danger. Thus, the order of importance is established as law, wealth, companionship, and place, with law being paramount. Following that is wealth, which refers to all resources necessary for cultivation on the path of practice. A cultivator from the fire path to ascension goes through an immense amount of resources, requiring countless precious materials, elixirs, and medicinal herbs. These materials and elixirs are what constitute wealth. Therefore, without a certain level of financial power, even a prodigious talent is destined to lead a life of mediocrity. Accordingly, for a cultivator, the significance of wealth is only secondary to that of law. Next is companionship, which does not solely refer to a romantic partner, but broadly encompasses fellow practitioners. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with thorns. Without the support, dialectical engagement, and problem-solving camaraderie of like-minded individuals, few can reach the end. Hence, companionship is equally vital for a cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, the term fellow cultivator is thus a treasured designation, seldom used lightly. Finally, place denotes the location of cultivation. An excellent cultivation site can significantly enhance the effectiveness of practice, especially in its early stages. This is why prominent sects occupy renowned mountains and blessed lands. These four pillars of cultivation, law, wealth, companionship, and place, are fundamental. For him, the aspect of law is already resolved. Over 3,000 years ago, the founding patriarch of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, the Guizang Immortal, emerged, establishing the Guizang Sword Classic and the pavilion itself. Within just a century, it rose like a comet, dominating 7 states and standing unparalleled, nearly eclipsing the radiance of an entire era, thereby securing the Guizang Sword Pavilion as the foremost sect in the cultivation world at that time. The prominence of the Guizang Sword Pavilion even surpassed that of the Evergreen Sect, the Supreme Sect, the Bodhi Temple, the Underworld Ghost Sect, the Gu God Sect, and other top sects of that era. Although their ascension to the top was undoubtedly influenced by the protracted Second Righteous and Demonic War, which left many top sects like the Evergreen Sect and the Supreme Sect significantly weakened, it remains an extraordinary achievement. At that time, the Guizang Sword Pavilion was merely a nascent sect, established for less than a century, lacking any profound heritage. While the Evergreen Sect and the Supreme Sect had lineages exceeding 10,000 years, with depths unimaginable to outsiders. A newly established sect. Yet it managed to overshadow those ancient powerhouses. This is a feat rarely seen in the annals of history. Throughout time, only the Guizang Sword Pavilion has accomplished this. Their triumph over the Evergreen and Supreme sects was attributable to 2 primary factors. The first is the unparalleled strength of their founding patriarch, who was genuinely invincible at that time, a rare occurrence throughout history. Typically, the strength within the cultivation world has its limits. Those who eventually ascend to the celestial realm possess relatively similar strengths, while still in the human realm. Even those at the pinnacle of the cultivation world often have contemporaries of equal renown. Thus, even if one stands as the strongest of their era, they cannot be deemed truly unrivaled. However, some individuals transcend these norms. Although they may be on the brink of ascension like their peers, their combat prowess significantly exceeds that of others, allowing them to face multiple opponents with ease. Such individuals have surpassed the normal limits of power in the cultivation world, emerging only once in a millennium. When such a being appears, they inevitably overshadow all other contemporaneous masters. These extraordinary figures are referred to as peerless experts or unmatched talents. The founding patriarch of the Guizang Sword Pavilion and the revitalizing patriarch, the Five Virtues Patriarch, are such prodigious talents. The strength of the Guizang Patriarch even surpasses that of the Five Virtues Patriarch, placing him among the elite in the extensive history of the cultivation world, a consensus among practitioners. Not mere self-aggrandizement. With such an extraordinary figure at the helm, the strength of the Guizang Sword Pavilion is not to be underestimated. The second factor contributing to their prowess is the existence of the Guizang Sword Classic. This Sacred Heart method has facilitated the rapid development of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, resulting in countless powerful disciples across the second and third generations. Ultimately, all 6 of their second-generation patriarchs ascended to the celestial realm, propelling the Guizang Sword Pavilion to its zenith while simultaneously creating a legend of 7 celestial beings. Therefore, he need not worry regarding the heart method, as the Guizang Sword Classic is indeed the finest in the world. If even the Guizang Sword Classic cannot meet his requirements, then no other heart method could. As for the notion that he cannot comprehend the innate sword aura, rendering the Guizang Sword Classic merely a heart method, this is entirely unfounded. In his previous life, he comprehended the backwater sword aura. How could he possibly fail to grasp the innate sword aura in this life? Moreover, if necessary, he could cultivate the backwater sword aura at this moment, though he does not wish to, as it lacks the requisite strength. The backwater sword aura provided significant assistance in his previous life, allowing him to survive numerous life-threatening situations. However, it does not overshadow the fact that it is merely a top-tier innate sword aura. In this life, he aspires to alter his fate. Merely possessing the backwater sword aura is evidently insufficient. Given the extraordinary opportunity presented by his rebirth, he naturally harbors greater ambitions. In this lifetime, the innate sword aura he aims to comprehend should at least be of the near-path level. Furthermore, even if the heart method of the Guizang Sword Pavilion were not of the entry-level sacred grade, he would not consider switching. His rebirth was solely to save the sect. It is his foundation, and the Guizang Sword Classic symbolizes his status as a true disciple of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Should he change his heart method, he would no longer be a disciple of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. What then would be the significance of his rebirth? Therefore, he is utterly resolute in not altering his heart method. Chapter 27. Law, Wealth, Companionship, and Place. Part 2. Next is wealth, which is something he needs to prepare for. The Guizang Sword Pavilion is not weak. Although it has weakened over time, it once held the title of the foremost sect in the cultivation world, boasting over 3,000 years of heritage. Even if its current strength is diminished, it should not be underestimated. Presently, while the Guizang Sword Pavilion may not rival the 10 righteous sects, the 6 demonic clans, or the 2 exceptional sects of the heterodox path, it remains a formidable sect, ranking just below these 16 top sections. Given its considerable strength, its financial resources are naturally substantial. Thus, for an ordinary true disciple, the cultivation resources provided by the sect are undoubtedly ample. Regrettably, he is not content to merely be an ordinary true disciple. He aims to save the sect and must enhance his strength as much as possible and as quickly as possible. Consequently, the limited resources supplied by the sect are insufficient, and he must strive to acquire additional resources independently. As for where to seek these resources, there is no need for concern. He is aware of several treasure locations. His mind holds a wealth of memories spanning over a century, an endless trove of riches sufficient for acquiring cultivation resources. However, to rescue the sect, he cannot rely solely on himself, for the demonic forces are poised to attack within a decade. Even with rapid cultivation, he would only reach the pinnacle of his abilities in this short span, which would not be enough to play a significant role in the impending conflict. To rescue the sect, his task transcends merely enhancing his own strength. The paramount objective lies in elevating the prowess of the entire sect, which necessitates ample resources. Thus, he must astutely leverage his prophetic advantage to procure as many resources as possible for both himself and the sect. Next, there is the matter of companions, or what one might refer to as fellow practitioners. His current aspiration is to salvage the sect. Hence, these companions should not be limited to those who share his path, but should encompass all who can unite. Among those capable of uniting, his fellow disciples are naturally included, as they will undoubtedly strive to protect the mountain gate with the same fervor as he. However, beyond his fellow disciples, allies are equally essential. The Guizang Sword Pavilion will inevitably confront some of the most formidable sects of this era. Relying solely on the strength of one sect would render them incapable of contending with the top-tier sections. Therefore, he must initiate plans to cultivate friendships and alliances, ensuring that when the time comes, he can summon powerful allies. In his previous life, while the Guizang Sword Pavilion did have allies during the demonic sect's assault, these allies lacked formidable experts, leading to a failure in countering the demonic forces. Ultimately, not only did they fail to save the Guizang Sword Pavilion, but they also brought demise upon themselves. He must, within the next decade, weave alliances and foster goodwill, thereby avoiding a repeat of his past life's plight. When the demonic sect attacked, leaving them to withstand the onslaught with little support from experts. Furthermore, while it is often said that those who possess the Tao receive assistance, and those who stray from it receive scant aid, the demise of the Guizang Sword Pavilion in his previous life was not solely due to a lack of support. Nevertheless, one must question how extensively the Guizang Sword Pavilion truly fostered goodwill. The sword cultivators were often quite arrogant. Although the Guizang Sword Pavilion was the most humble among several great sword sects, it still leaned towards arrogance compared to others. Thus, the ultimate annihilation of the Guizang Sword Pavilion in his previous life was not entirely without cause. In this life, he aims to alter the status quo. Lastly, there lies the issue of traitors. Indeed, traitors exist within the Guizang Sword Pavilion. This is hardly surprising, for where there are people, there exists a society. If even a handful of individuals can form factions, how much more so for a multitude? No sect, regardless of its cohesion, can maintain perfect harmony. It is a rare feat to achieve unity amidst diversity. This discord stems from human nature and the pursuit of interests. Consequently, the Guizang Sword Pavilion also harbors traitors. One can easily surmise that the Guizang Sword Pavilion was once a supreme sect, unrivaled across the realm, and for nearly 3 millennia, it stood as a pinnacle of righteousness. Even now, though weakened and distanced from the top 10 righteous sects for a mere 2 centuries, its reputation remains. Given that the main battleground has been fortified for over 3,000 years, with countless hidden forces, it is improbable that the Guizang Sword Pavilion would succumb to the demonic sect's assault without a fight. Regrettably, the presence of traitors within the Guizang Sword Pavilion resulted in the dismantling of various defenses and potent strategies when the demonic forces invaded. Many experts were either poisoned or gravely injured, with intact combatants amounting to less than half, which led to the overwhelming triumph of the demonic forces. Thus, he must root out these traitors and eliminate them decisively. However, achieving this with his current status as a mere true disciple is insufficient. Who would heed the counsel of a true disciple? Therefore, he must begin to devise a plan to enhance his influence, and, in order to gain sufficient authority, he cannot remain in his current state. He must expeditiously rid himself of his inner demons and alter his image in the eyes of others. He must possess a magnetic charisma. Only through this can he garner the necessary public support. Otherwise, remaining merely a powerful entity will not suffice. Unless he can attain a strength comparable to that of the Guizang Patriarch or the 5 Virtues Patriarch within a decade, the sect will still be unable to confront the demonic sect. Yet, achieving such mastery within 10 years, akin to the Guizang Patriarch or the 5 Virtues Patriarch, is evidently implausible. Thus, the matter of companions, as part of the 4 essential elements, law, wealth, companions, and land, also requires his careful planning. Lastly, concerning the land, there is little to deliberate. Guizang Mountain is renowned as a celestial paradise, unless he were to venture to the Chongqing sect or the Taishang sect. No place on earth is more suitable for his cultivation. Hence, the aspect of land requires no extensive contemplation. After meticulously organizing his thoughts, Song Mingting rose from his seat and exited the room. In the courtyard, Jing Mo, noticing his intent to leave, inquired, "Brother Mingting, are you going out?" Song Mingting paused. A dark aura continuously emanated from him, yet Jing Mo appeared entirely oblivious, his expression unchanged. This lack of perception was understandable, for the sinister energy manifesting from his inner demons was imperceptible to anyone but Song Mingting himself, and even experts at the Dao and Yuanming stages could not discern it. "Yes," Song Mingting replied softly, refraining from disclosing his destination, and turned to leave the courtyard, plunging into the nearby osmanthus grove. Chapter 28. Treasure hunting at the cliff. After navigating several winding paths, Song Mingting finally arrived before a small, exposed cliff. He stood before the cliff, scrutinizing it closely. After pacing back and forth a few times, he confirmed his suspicions and retrieved a strand of cold jade silver thread from his belt. Holding the cold jade silver thread, Song Mingting infused it with a hint of his spiritual energy. Upon receiving this energy, the silver thread suddenly floated upward, gradually drifting toward the cliff, and soon after, one end of the thread vanished into the rock face. Moments later, the cliff trembled slightly, and with a subtle quake, a section of the rock face began to shift, revealing an entrance. Indeed, this was a mechanism left by the master of 10,000 puppets. The cold jade silver thread not only served as a superior material for crafting puppets, but was also the key to activating the mechanism before him. The craftsmanship of this mechanism was remarkably intricate, perfectly disguised. From its exterior, it appeared nearly flawless. Moreover, given the seclusion of this location, few had ventured here, allowing it to remain undiscovered for 3 centuries. Song Mingting swiftly entered the cave, and the entrance sealed behind him. Inside, it was dim, having remained undisturbed for a long time, and the air was damp. As he advanced deeper into the cave, he suddenly heard a faint sound beneath his feet, followed by the ground giving way beneath him. However, Song Mingting was well prepared for this eventuality. Unfazed by the sudden shift, he remained steady and did not make any hasty movements. Instead, he seemed to levitate above the ground as a gust of wind swept beneath him, creating a whirring sound. At that moment, a metallic ball shot out from above the cave. Like a swift arrow, it hurtled towards Song Mingting. Once again, he had anticipated this. And before the ball could fully materialize, he pivoted and unleashed a bolt of sword energy akin to a clap of thunder. The sword energy collided with the iron ball, shattering it into pieces, allowing Song Mingting to descend gently. However, just as he was about to touch down, an unexpected event occurred. Thick webs suddenly erupted from the surrounding rock walls. In a flash, he formed a hand seal, and a dark yellow protective barrier materialized around him, intercepting the white webs, which, along with the barrier, plummeted downward. Song Mingting swiftly reached out to grab a handful of the sticky webs before landing gracefully on the ground. Once on solid ground, he lightly leapt off the spot. At that moment, 6 orbs of light flared to life around him, illuminating the darkness. Immediately afterward, a sinister, mocking laughter echoed. "Ha! Were you frightened?" However, before it could finish speaking, Song Mingting swiftly flicked his fingers, propelling a viscous white substance from his hand. With a splat, the substance struck the creature that was joyously bouncing back and forth on the table, effectively sealing its mouth and stifling its forthcoming words. It was an unsightly puppet toad, with an oversized mouth and a rather lewd appearance. The adhesive substance that clung to the toad's mouth was the spider silk that had been ejected from the trap earlier, which he had casually wiped off moments ago. Song Mingting gazed expressionlessly at the toad, which was struggling incessantly, although his face betrayed indifference. A flicker of amusement stirred within him. This toad, a creation of the master of 10,000 puppets, bore no particularly unique traits aside from its incessant chattering and an unpleasant voice. The master of 10,000 puppets had a notoriously mischievous disposition, delighting in practical jokes. The traps he had encountered earlier were, in fact, laid by this capricious master. The first trap was a gaping hole that opened suddenly in the ground. Typically, disciples at the Qi refinement and Dao pill stages would find it nearly impossible to evade this trap when caught unawares. Even if one reacted swiftly, it was unlikely they could escape the second mechanism, the iron ball that would spring forth from above at a remarkable speed. Disciples below the foundation establishment stage would find it nearly impossible to evade this, and the impact of the iron ball would leave them dazed for several breaths. Consequently, anyone ensnared in the trap would be rendered powerless to resist, plummeting into the depths below. Even if they managed to avoid the second mechanism, it mattered little, for a third trap awaited them. As they fell, the walls would spew forth the viscous silk of the white glue spider. This creature, a lunar stage beast the size of a barrel, was black with a touch of white on its forehead, and its silk was notoriously sticky, hence its name. At this moment, having just evaded 2 traps, the unfortunate soul would be in a state of disorientation, unable to react swiftly enough to avoid being ensnared by the silk. However, the trap would not allow them to truly fall from dozens of meters above. When they were just a few meters from the ground, the spider silk would shoot out, launching multiple strands that would adhere to the walls of the pit, effectively halting their descent. Of course, given the master of 10,000 puppets' malevolence, he would not allow an easy escape. Thus, once the individual was caught, the silk would soon detach from the walls, causing them to plummet to the ground with a thud. Falling from such a height posed little threat to cultivators. At most, they would feel a jolt of pain, but no serious harm would befall them. This trap was rudimentary in design, relying solely on mechanisms, yet it operated with remarkable speed, intricately linked to ensure precise timing. Given the interconnectedness of the traps, even Foundation establishment disciples could easily fall victim, while those below that stage would find it nearly impossible to evade. In his past life, he had indeed fallen prey to this trap, enduring the relentless assault of iron balls and being ensnared by the spider's silk, followed by a harrowing drop. only to be mocked by the incessant croaking of the toad. Truly a humiliating experience, entirely at the mercy of the trap's design. However, in this life, he was a different man, armed with foreknowledge and thus adept at evading all the traps, even managing to capture a clump of the white glue spider's silk to seal the toad's mouth with ease. Despite having silenced it, he felt a sense of fondness toward the creature. Although it was loquacious, it had accompanied him through many trials in his previous life, and seeing it again evoked a sense of nostalgia. Song Mingting withdrew his gaze from the puppet toad and surveyed his surroundings. Chapter 29. Ice Spirit Puppet. He found himself in a chamber with a circular vaulted ceiling, its walls constructed of azure bricks. Above loomed an opening, the very pit from which he had descended. 6 dragon-headed stone carvings adorned the walls, each clutching a luminous pearl that cast a gentle glow, illuminating the chamber with brilliance. These dragon heads, along with the pearls, were part of a mechanism that only activated when a person was present within the chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a writing desk, upon which lay a jade slip, a ring, and an array of tools of various sizes. Approaching the desk, Song Mingting retrieved materials from the ring and selected a tool from the side, immediately setting to work. These items had been left behind by the master of 10,000 puppets. The jade slip contained the methods for crafting puppets, while the ring was a storage ring filled with an assortment of materials for puppet creation and pills for fasting. The various tools scattered across the desk were utilized in the art of puppet crafting. Ordinarily, the toad would mock him before revealing that the jade slip contained knowledge of puppet techniques, and that the storage ring held sufficient materials and fasting pills for him to create a basic puppet before he could obtain the ice spirit puppet and exit. Failure to produce the puppet would mean he would remain trapped until he succeeded, relegated to subsisting on fasting pills. In his previous life, he had experienced just that, confined within these walls, forced to consume fasting pills daily, compelled to immerse himself in the study of puppet techniques. Fortunately, he had possessed keen eyesight, steady hands, and a certain talent for the craft, which had ultimately allowed him to escape this predicament. Yet, even with these advantages, it had taken him over half a month to successfully create his first puppet. During this time, his unexplained absence had caused quite a stir outside, all stemming from the master of 10,000 puppets' twisted sense of humor. For, given the master's expertise in puppet techniques, it was certain that he had left a legacy behind. Any disciple interested in the art would inevitably delve into his notes, ensuring the transmission of his skills. However, he had taken pleasure in forcing a disciple, who merely sought the ice spirit puppet without genuine interest in puppet techniques, to learn the craft, indifferent to the chaos his actions would incite outside. As a true disciple of the hidden sword pavilion, he certainly knew the uproar that would ensue from a genuine disciple's unexplained absence for over half a month. But that was a matter of his past life. In this one, he would not suffer the same fate. With his current proficiency in puppet techniques, crafting a puppet that met the master of 10,000 puppet specifications would be an effortless task. At the writing desk, Song Mingting diligently carved and inscribed, occasionally invoking a few incantations. Before long, he had fashioned a foot-tall humanoid puppet, its body of vibrant red adorned with deep crimson patterns. This was a fire soldier puppet, the most rudimentary of its kind. Though slow in movement, it could unleash flames from its mouth and possessed decent melee capabilities. He placed the puppet before the toad, which suddenly emitted a green light from its eyes, sweeping over the fire soldier puppet. Meanwhile, the toad's mouth moved, clearly attempting to speak, but its voice was thwarted by the steadfast grip of the spider silk. After a brief moment, a loud rumble echoed as the wall parted to reveal a passageway. Song Mingting quickly gathered the puppet toad, the tools from the desk, the jade slip, and the remaining materials, along with the fire soldier puppet, and stored them in the ring before stepping into the newly revealed tunnel. The tunnel stretched on, lacking the azure brickwork of the chamber, though the ceiling remained studded with luminous pearls that illuminated the way as he approached. Thus, the luminous pearls within the tunnel began to illuminate in succession, as Song Mingting gradually descended until he arrived at another secret chamber. This chamber was somewhat smaller than the previous one, featuring a similarly domed ceiling and walls embedded with azure bricks. However, it lacked the dragon head stone carvings and the luminous pearls. Yet, the chamber was not devoid of light. In the center of the chamber floated a cerulean ice puppet, smaller than the fiery armored warrior Song Mingting had just crafted, emitting a soft blue glow amidst the darkness. In the dim chamber, streams of icy blue light cascaded down the walls from the circular ceiling, converging upon the puppet, casting a gentle azure hue throughout the room. This was indeed the ice spirit puppet, and the flowing light resembling water was, in fact, an emanation of cold air descending from above. As the chamber was situated above a cold pool, Indeed, this secret chamber was built atop a cold pond. Everything before him had been intricately arranged by the master of puppets, particularly the unending stream of cold air feeding into the ice spirit puppet. When the master of puppets had left this opportunity, he could not have anticipated how many years later a disciple would discover the secrets he concealed within the Hall of Reflection. Unlike magical treasures, which could endure for millennia without decay, puppets required regular maintenance. Neglecting them for an extended period would lead to their ruin. Hence, the master of puppets established a formation to continuously channel cold air into the ice spirit puppet for its preservation. Song Mingting approached, carefully retrieving the ice spirit puppet and storing it within his spatial ring. He then suddenly cast a defensive spell, enveloping himself in a sphere of deep yellow light. After completing this, a sound of cracking rock echoed from above, followed by the ceiling breaking apart as icy water rushed into the chamber. However, shielded by the yellow protective barrier, the torrent of water and the debris carried by it could not reach him. Once the waters calmed, he swam upward. This was the master of puppets' final cruel jest. In his previous life, he had been ensnared in a similarly tumultuous treasure hunt, and just as it was about to conclude, he found himself drenched and utterly disheveled. Upon emerging from the chamber, Song Mingting quickly surfaced. He dispelled the defensive spell and retrieved the ice spirit puppet once more. This puppet, no larger than the palm of his hand, was exquisitely crafted in a pristine white with hints of blue. It represented a higher echelon of puppetry. Though not the pinnacle of the master of puppets' creations, it was among the more formidable. In his previous life, the ice spirit puppet had provided him with substantial assistance. Guiding him through numerous adversities, it had been his most relied upon asset during his early endeavors. In this life, while it could not offer the same level of support, it remained crucial for him, as he needed the ice spirit puppet to undertake a matter of great significance, one that could determine the fate of his sect from annihilation. This urgency was why he had hastened to retrieve it. Chapter 30. In the Dragon Emerald Valley, however, now was not the time to employ the ice spirit puppet. Prior preparations were necessary. Song Mingting stored the puppet within the Qian Kuan ring left by the master of puppets, concealing it within his sleeve before returning to his quarters. The Qian Kuan ring was notably superior to his own spatial belt, offering a much larger capacity. Yet, he was reluctant to let anyone know of the events that transpired today, thus he refrained from using the ring. Once back in his quarters, he placed the Qian Kuan ring within a wooden box, casting a sealing spell upon it before placing it in a cabinet. His bedroom was a private sanctuary, accessible only to him. This was not due to any formidable restrictions, but rather the inherent privacy of the space. Entering without permission was deemed exceedingly impolite, even for the elders of the sect, who would not intrude without cause or probe with their spiritual senses. Therefore, the ice spirit puppet remained secure within his bedroom. Even considering a hypothetical scenario where someone might disregard decorum and pry into his room or clandestinely intrude, the wards he had placed upon the box would sufficiently alert him, allowing him to ascertain who had overstepped their bounds. His primary concern was merely to keep the ice spirit puppet hidden, not to confront anyone. However, trespassing into another's private quarters was a different matter entirely. If discovered, one would lose all face within the sect. Following this, Song Mingting refrained from venturing out and dedicated himself to quiet meditation and cultivation. The next morning, he took up the Cold Star's sword, exchanged a few words with Jing Mo, and stepped outside. He soared through the air, reaching a mid-mountain location before summoning his flying sword and arriving at the entrance of a valley. Descending before the valley, Song Mingting followed the gently flowing stream deeper into its embrace. The further he ventured, the more narrow and serene the surroundings became. Upon rounding a bend, he was met with a breathtaking vista. A tranquil, emerald-hued valley unfolded before him. Not far away, a slender silver dragon cascaded down from above, plummeting into a deep pool below. The verdant walls were adorned with intricate rock formations, and as the waterfall crashed against the protruding stones, it scattered like shattered jade. The splashes of water, crystalline and radiant, resembled blooming white plum blossoms, cascading like gentle rain. Occasionally, a mountain breeze would stir, causing the droplets to dance and scatter, resembling drifting poplar fluff rather than blossoms. The cascading water splashed upon the rocks and grass, the moss-covered stones and wild grasses glistening with a vibrant green hue. Imbued with a deep, lustrous vibrancy, the air was fresh and invigorating. Standing at the entrance, the cool, ethereal moisture enveloped him. What a celestial paradise this valley was. Song Mingting continued his exploration, and with a leap, he ascended to a solitary rock before the waterfall. This rock jutted out from the wall, standing alone in midair, resembling an eagle in flight. From this vantage point, He could feel the cool mist wafting from the waterfall. This valley, rarely trodden by human feet, was replete with serene beauty, complemented by the cascading waters and crystal-clear pools. While it lacked the grandeur of towering mountains and expansive rivers, it possessed a delicate charm all its own. After standing for a while upon the rock, he descended to the edge of the pool, drawing forth the Cold Star Sword. A 3-foot-long flying sword meticulously crafted by his master, its dark blue blade flecked with silver, akin to the cold stars in the night sky. Though the Cold Star Sword was classified as a superior magical treasure, its potency was amplified due to its tailored design, aligning perfectly with his abilities, thus surpassing the typical strength of similar grade swords. As for why his master had not forged a higher grade sword for him, it was simply because his current cultivation was insufficient to wield such a weapon effectively. Certainly, for his past self, it was a different matter, yet, for his present self, even wielding a low-grade spiritual flying sword is effortless. However, acquiring a new flying sword is not a pressing concern for him at the moment, especially since the Hanxing sword suffices for his needs in the short term, thus he does not hasten to replace it. After unsheathing the Hanxing sword, Song Mingting commenced his sword practice. This valley is his usual training ground, and the cold pool before him is indeed the very spot where he discovered the fate plate. He had found this secluded valley in his previous life, a place not only rare in human presence, but also serene in its beauty. Remarkably, it serves as a convergence of several spiritual veins, rich in spiritual energy bestowed by the heavens and the earth. While the concentration of spiritual energy here may not rival that of the main peaks, it certainly ranks among the most significant locations outside them. Due to the lush greenery of the valley and the cascading waterfall resembling a silver dragon, he named this valley Longsue Valley. The rock upon which he stood resembled a soaring eagle, hence he dubbed it Eagle Rock. As his sword techniques unfolded, wisps of earthy yellow smoke began to rise from the ground, coalescing into illusory mountain silhouettes. The sword technique he practiced is known as the Zhongshu sword technique, the foundational sword art of their Zhongshu peak. The Zhongshu sword technique can summon the energy of the earth, initially crafted by their ancestral master, the immortal Zhongshu, and refined through generations. It stands as a premier subtle-level sword art comprising 18 layers. Generally, the number of layers in a technique signifies its grade. Levels 1 to 3 correspond to the mortal level, levels 4 to 6 to the true condensation level, levels 7 to 12 to the subtle level, levels 13 to 18 to the profound level, and levels 19 to 27 to the near path level, while levels 28 to 36 correspond to the saintly level. However, exceptions exist. The Zhongshu sword technique is one such anomaly, for it comprises 18 layers, yet is classified as a subtle-level sword technique rather than a profound one. This is attributed to its nature as a growth-type sword art. In its initial 3 layers, its power aligns with the mortal level, and upon reaching the 4th layer, it attains the power of true condensation level techniques. Only after the 7th layer does its potency surge to the subtle level. The immortal Zhongshu intended for the Zhongshu sword technique to consist of 18 layers to serve as the fundamental sword art of Zhongshu Peak, which is essentially an introductory sword art. Chapter 31. The Zhongshu Sword Technique. The introductory sword art, as its name suggests, is learned at the outset. When disciples first begin, they are often ignorant of the intricacies of cultivation. Should they commence with subtle-level techniques, not only would they struggle to achieve satisfactory results, but their confidence would likely wane. The mortal-level sword art, however, is the simplest form of swordplay, significantly easier than its subtle-level counterpart. With the innate talent of the true disciples of Zhongshu Peak, mastering it is virtually guaranteed. The initial 6 layers of the Zhongshu sword technique are intrinsically linked to the subsequent 12 layers, thereby facilitating a smoother transition for disciples as they progress through the ladder. This ensures that every true disciple of Zhongshu Peak can master at least one subtle-level sword art, and notably, a top-tier subtle-level sword art. Given that the Zhongshu sword technique encompasses 12 layers at this stage, akin to the finest subtle-level techniques. Among techniques of the same grade, those with a greater number of layers are inherently superior, thus a 12-layer subtle-level technique is significantly more potent than one with merely 7 layers. Therefore, with 12 layers in its latter half, the Zhongshu sword technique undoubtedly ranks as a premier subtle-level sword art. However, in the realm of cultivation, growth-type sword arts that transition seamlessly through the mortal, true condensation, and subtle levels are exceedingly rare. The challenge of creating such a technique surpasses that of directly crafting a subtle-level sword art, akin to the difficulty of devising a profound-level technique, which is not within everyone's capacity. Consequently, the creation of a growth-type subtle-level sword art is immensely challenging. The immortal Zhongshu was able to develop the Zhongshu sword technique only under the guidance of the ancestor Guizang. In their Guizang Sword Pavilion, there exist 6 introductory sword arts, one for each peak, reflecting the profound heritage of a grand sect. The Zhongshu sword technique is not primarily an offensive art, rather, it leans towards defense, characterized by a measured and weighty tempo, embodying an essence of offense within defense. The tendrils of earthy yellow smoke represent the essence of the earth, with the Zhongshu sword technique capable of drawing forth the quintessence of earth, manifesting as illusory mountains, thereby enhancing its defensive prowess. Song Mingting practiced the Zhongshu sword technique repeatedly. Initially, his movements bore some disjointedness, yet they gradually became more fluid, and the surrounding earthy essence thickened. Although he had previously defeated Zhou Weiyuan and his companions within just a few moves, it was not solely due to his formidable cultivation or the prowess of his sword technique. In truth, he merely employed the Zhongshu sword technique. His ease in overcoming Zhou Weiyuan's group was entirely attributable to his exceptional mastery of swordsmanship and extensive combat experience. Zhou Weiyuan and his peers were still in the stage of mimicking techniques, executing moves strictly according to the sword manual, making them vulnerable to disruption. Conversely, he had transcended to a realm where spontaneity triumphed over rigidity, executing a myriad of techniques with effortless grace, rendering his moves unrecognizable to Zhou Weiyuan's discerning eye, thus easily disrupting their rhythm. With his current level of swordsmanship, he could amplify the inherent lethality of his techniques tenfold, making his swordplay far beyond what Zhou Weiyuan and his companions could contend with. Otherwise, given his current mid-stage of insight, defeating Zhou Weiyuan and his companions would have been an impossible feat. Wang Ruben had a mid-stage Dao Cauldron cultivation. Zhao Jingke was in the late stage. Sun Huma had reached the pinnacle of the Dao Cauldron stage, and Zhou Weiyuan was at the initial stage of the star-plucking level. Without the enhancement of his swordsmanship, it would be inconceivable for him to triumph over 4 opponents with such a significant disparity in cultivation levels, particularly when Zhou Weiyuan's cultivation surpassed his by 2 entire realms, a staggering gap. Moreover, his effortless victory over Zhou Weiyuan's group stemmed not only from his profound swordsmanship, but also from a strategy of swift resolution. He defeated them before they could fully unleash their potential. Had Zhou Weiyuan and his companions been able to display their full strength at the outset, his victory would not have been so easily secured. Ultimately, their relative inexperience in combat played a significant role. Thus, his apparent strength was not as formidable as it seemed. The technique he employed was merely the 5th layer of the Zhongshu sword technique. This does not imply that he had only mastered it to the 5th layer. In fact, his proficiency in the Zhongshu sword technique had already reached a state of perfection, but rather that just 3 days prior, it had stagnated at the 4th layer. Under such circumstances, using the 7th or 8th layers would undeniably raise suspicions. Therefore, at that moment, he could only elevate the Zhongshu sword technique to the 5th layer at most, as anything beyond would appear abnormal. Of course, with his current cultivation, he is also inadequate to elevate the Zhongshu sword technique beyond the 7th layer. The maximum he could attain would be the 7th layer. However, since the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique has reached its consummate realm, is he not merely squandering time practicing it now? Not quite so. Although he has already mastered the 18th level of the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique and does not need to start anew, his body has never undergone the rigorous training required for the higher levels of this technique. Thus, he must engage in practice to allow his physique to adapt swiftly. This explains why his initial swordplay appeared somewhat awkward, but soon became fluid. After practicing for more than half an hour, Song Mingting halted, sheathed his sword, wiped the sweat from his brow, and then leapt into the pool below to cleanse himself, washing away the perspiration and heat. Though he was once a true practitioner of the Tao, he now only possessed the cultivation of the aperture stage, and prolonged sword practice would inevitably lead to sweating. Once he completed his swordplay, shortly after, Jing Mo approached, each hand holding a gourd. Upon seeing Song Mingting, Jing Mo extended one of the gourds towards him, inquiring with bewilderment, "Brother Mingting, what do you need these for?" "Useful," Song Mingting replied nonchalantly. After speaking, he soared up to Eagle Rock and called down to Jing Mo. "You may return now." Despite Jing Mo's myriad suspicions, he could only leave, laden with questions. Chapter 32. Brick making in the valley. Song Mingting uncorked the 2 gourds and pointed at one. Water gushed forth from the gourd's spout, tracing a graceful arc in the air as it flowed into the other gourd. This water, tinged with a faint green hue, was imbued with a rich aroma of bamboo leaves. In mere moments, the surrounding air was suffused with the delicate fragrance of bamboo leaves. This was the rinsing water from washing the bamboo greensword rice, the remnants after the process. The other gourd contained soil. The rinsing water was something he had requested Jing Mo to obtain from the kitchen pavilion, while the soil had been excavated by Jing Mo and his companions from a designated location. Their sect, the Guizang Sword sect, was named after the Guizang Pavilion, and all its buildings were constructed in the style of pavilions, naturally bearing names such as Guizang Pavilion, Loyalty and Forgiveness Pavilion, and Tianjiao Pavilion. Among them, the kitchen pavilion managed culinary affairs, while the Four Seasons Pavilion oversaw clothing, food, shelter, and travel on Guizang Mountain. Like the Tianjiao Pavilion, the kitchen pavilion existed not only on their Loyalty and Forgiveness peak, but also on the other 5 peaks. The gourd was small, yet the rinsing water from the bamboo green sword rice flowed forth continuously for quite some time before finally ceasing. Song Mingting sealed the gourd and set it aside, then sat cross-legged to cultivate. After half an hour, he concluded his practice and took the gourd beside him, retrieving a dark substance from his waistband and tossing it into the air. As he did so, he cast a spell, causing it to hover in midair. He then flicked his fingers, igniting a spark. The spark landed upon the dark substance, and in the next moment, that hard, stone-like material ignited. The flames surged upward, vibrant and steady. This dark substance was a type of grease, derived from a demonic beast known as the firefly, which was feeble and resided within trees, subsisting on bark and was incredibly fatty, containing copious amounts of grease. This grease, when combined with other materials, could produce a robust and enduring flame. After igniting the grease, Song Mingting gestured towards the gourd again. With a pop, the gourd's cork was removed once more, and a stream of dark, viscous mud flowed out, coalescing in the air, gradually transforming into the shape of bricks. He guided the mud into the flames. As the fire consumed it, the moisture within the mud rapidly evaporated, intensifying the aroma of bamboo leaves in the air. The soil quickly hardened, ultimately becoming a jet-black brick. Song Mingting placed the brick aside and proceeded to control the mud and flames to create a second brick. He intended to construct a secluded residence in Longsue Valley. The mixing of rinsing water and soil and the current endeavor were all preparatory steps for this future project. To be precise, this was merely one of the preliminary procedures in building a house. In the mundane world, affluent households typically boil soil with rinsing water when constructing houses. This process not only eliminates any foul odors, but also eradicates insect eggs and weed seeds, preventing the presence of snakes and pests. The use of rinsing water from bamboo green sword rice for soaking the soil serves this very purpose. Moreover, because bamboo green sword rice is not an ordinary grain, but a spiritual resource for cultivators, houses built from soil soaked in this water would undoubtedly surpass those made from soil treated with regular rinsing water. The rinsing water from bamboo green sword rice not only removes unpleasant odors and destroys insect eggs and weed seeds, but also imparts a subtle, fragrant aroma of bamboo leaves to the soil, ensuring that the house will naturally exude this scent without the need for incense. Furthermore, the essence of bamboo green sword rice contained in the rinsing water can enhance soil quality, fostering vigorous growth of the plants cultivated in the courtyard. He intentionally let the gourd sit for half an hour to allow the rinsing water to thoroughly permeate the soil. Additionally, the soil Jing Mo and his companions excavated was not ordinary. It was exceptionally dark and fine, ideally suited for brickmaking, and could only be found in a few locations near Guizang Mountain. With methodical precision, Song Mingting continued to make bricks, the dark bricks gradually stacking higher around him. The morning sunlight streamed down, filtered through the greenery of Longsue Valley, softening its warmth and casting a gentle golden glow throughout the valley. In that moment, the sunlight scattered into countless golden motes, dancing and swirling, blending everything in a golden embrace. On Eagle Rock, Song Mingting basked in the morning light, his movements fluid and graceful, his expression focused and serene. The stack of dark bricks grew ever higher until he finally exhausted the mud from the gourd. Afterward, Song Mingting departed from Longsue Valley. Instead of returning to his residence, he made his way to Tongbao Pavilion, one of the 14 principal pavilions of the Guizang Sword sect. The Guizang Sword sect comprises 14 primary pavilions, collectively referred to as the 14 main pavilions, which include Guizang Pavilion, Ancestor Pavilion, Scripture Pavilion, Five Virtues Pavilion, Jingyang Pavilion, Jime Pavilion, Jinghua Pavilion, Loyalty and Forgiveness Pavilion, Yali Pavilion, Qingyan Pavilion, Tongbao Pavilion, Poxi Pavilion, Tianjiao Pavilion, and Wanxiang Pavilion. Among these, Guizang Pavilion stands as the most prestigious, symbolizing the sect and founded by the sect's ancestor before his ascension. It serves as the nexus of Guizang Mountain and has been the place of quiet cultivation for the successive sect leaders. All significant matters concerning the sect's survival are deliberated here, securing its rightful position as the foremost pavilion of the Guizang Sword sect. The Ancestor Pavilion is dedicated to honoring the heavens and the ancestors, housing their portraits. In addition to preserving these images, the Ancestor Pavilion also oversees the monitoring and advising of the sect, wielding the authority to supervise all members of the sect. Those serving in the Ancestor Pavilion are esteemed elders, thereby granting the pavilion considerable authority, theoretically even possessing the power to admonish the sect leader. Among the pavilions, its status is second only to Guizang Pavilion, ranking above the 5 Virtues Pavilion, Jingyang Pavilion, and the other 11 pavilions. The Scripture Pavilion is where the sect's texts are stored and oversees the transmission of teachings and research of spells, symbolizing the sect's legacy. Daily activities involve the study and compilation of various spells, including the enhancements and refinements of the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique, which falls under the purview of the Scripture Pavilion. The individuals in charge of this pavilion are all esteemed elders, ranking just below the Guizang Pavilion alongside the Zushi Pavilion among the various pavilions. These 3 pavilions hold the highest status, collectively referred to as the upper 3 pavilions. Following them are the Wuda Pavilion, Jingyang Pavilion, Zhimei Pavilion, Jinghua Pavilion, Zhongshu Pavilion, and Yali Pavilion, which serve as the 6 peak main pavilions, the highest authority for the 6 peaks. Each peak master resides here, and it also serves as the venue for significant discussions among the peaks. Although their status is also high, it pales in comparison to that of the Guizang Pavilion, Zushi Pavilion, and the Canjing Pavilion. The Wuda Pavilion, Jingyang Pavilion, Zhimei Pavilion, Jinghua Pavilion, Zhongshu Pavilion, and Yali Pavilion govern the 6 peaks, theoretically holding equal status. However, due to the disparities in strength among the 6 peaks, a subtle hierarchy exists among these 6 pavilions. The stronger the peak, the higher the status of its corresponding pavilion. Currently, among the 6 peaks, Wuda Peak is the strongest, followed by Jingyang Peak, Zhimei Peak, Zhongshu Peak, and finally Yali Peak. Thus, in terms of status, the ranking is as follows: Wuda Pavilion 1st, Jingyang Pavilion 2nd, Zhimei Pavilion 3rd, Jinghua Pavilion 4th, Zhongshu Pavilion 5th, and Yali Pavilion 6th. Of course, this differentiation in status is more evident in presence. A strong presence commands a greater voice, while a weak one has less influence. In essence, there is no inherent hierarchy among the 6 pavilions themselves. Furthermore, the 6 peaks of Guizang exist relatively independently from one another. Even a powerful entity like the Wuda Pavilion does not possess the authority to interfere in the affairs of the other peaks. Following the Wuda, Jingyang, Zhimei, Jinghua, Zhongshu, and Yali pavilions are the Qingyun Pavilion, Tongbao Pavilion, Poxi Pavilion, Tianjiao Pavilion, and Wanxiang Pavilion. In terms of status, Poxi, Qingyun, Tongbao, Tianjiao, and Wanxiang pavilions are on par with the Wuda, Jingyang, Zhimei, Jinghua, Zhongshu, and Yali pavilions, all holding equal standing. However, the nature of the 2 groups is markedly different. The former 6 pavilions, akin to the Guizang Pavilion, symbolize the highest authority. In contrast, the latter 5 pavilions, Qingyun, Tongbao, Poxi, Tianjiao, and Wanxiang, are similar to the Zushi Pavilion and Canjing Pavilion, each managing specific duties. The Qingyun Pavilion, named to evoke the image of soaring to great heights, oversees the appointments and promotions of various positions within the sect. The name reflects a beautiful aspiration, wishing for individuals in these roles to ascend to remarkable heights. However, this remains merely an ideal. The reality is quite different, with many individuals being promoted and equally as many demoted each year. The Qingyun Pavilion wields considerable power due to its control over appointments. However, it is worth noting that while the Qingyun Pavilion ostensibly has the authority to appoint and dismiss all members, this power does not extend to high-ranking individuals such as the sect leader or the peak masters, whose appointments must be decided through discussions among the sect's senior figures. Tongbao Pavilion embodies the concept of universal wealth, managing the sect's financial authority. All financial affairs within the sect are overseen by this pavilion, and any request to utilize shared resources must obtain the approval of Tongbao Pavilion. However, this only pertains to communal resources. Private assets are beyond its jurisdiction. The name of the Poxi Pavilion differs from those of Qingyun and Tongbao. It originates from the sect that was extinguished prior to the establishment of the Guizang Sword sect. The Guizang Sword sect possesses vast territories, which were not simply acquired without effort. Established over 3,200 years ago, the land was already claimed, and thus the Guizang Sword sect's large expanse was obtained through conquest from other sections. The sect that fell to the Guizang Sword sect was known as the Tianxia sect, a prominent evil sect of its time. The Poxy Pavilion, responsible for military affairs, thus bears this name. Tianzhao Pavilion signifies the principles of celestial justice, overseeing matters of judgment and discipline within the sect. Any violations of sect rules are adjudicated by Tianzhao Pavilion, which also formulates and revises the sect's regulations. However, the regulations that Tianzhao Pavilion can amend are limited to those not fundamental to the sect's foundation. Any foundational changes require broader discussions. Lastly, the Wanxiang Pavilion encompasses all matters related to the refinement and creation of medicinal pills, magical artifacts, talismans, and restrictions. This pavilion serves as the material headquarters of the Guizang Sword sect, dedicated to the production of resources. The creation of significant artifacts and rare medicinal pills necessitates the involvement of Wanxiang Pavilion, which was also responsible for the design and construction of the sect's mountain gate. These 14 pavilions represent the most crucial structures within the Guizang Sword sect. Beyond these, there exist numerous other subordinate pavilions, such as the Canteen Pavilion, which belongs to the Four Seasons Pavilion and is overseen by Tongbao Pavilion. Presently, he has come to the Tongbao Pavilion to exchange goods. As Song Mingting entered, he found the Tongbao Pavilion bustling with activity, contrasting sharply with the solemnity of Tianzhao Pavilion. The atmosphere was vibrant, almost reminiscent of a lively marketplace. Numerous counters were set up, each with varying lengths of queues, where disciples engaged in animated conversations. This particular section of Tongbao Pavilion was designated specifically for disciples to exchange resources. As Song Mingting walked through, he noticed fellow disciples pointing and whispering about him, clearly aware of his recent victory over Zhou Weiyuan and others. Maintaining his composure, Song Mingting approached one of the counters where only one person stood in line. Upon noticing the newcomer, the individual turned around and, after a brief hesitation, greeted him, Mingting Shitty. Song Mingting acknowledged him with a nod, his expression remaining calm as he replied, Hualing Shixiao. This senior brother, Zhang Hualing, was a disciple of the Baishao Daoist, a prominent elder of Zhongshu Peak. At the pinnacle of the Rongyu stage, though not particularly renowned among the elders, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Hualing's eyes. He recognized Song Mingting due to his status as the Peak Master's disciple, albeit with a modest talent, making him the least noticeable among the 5 disciples of the Kashi Jinren. Nonetheless, his identity as a Peak Master's disciple naturally drew attention, so it was understandable that he knew who Song Mingting was. What surprised him was that Song Mingting actually knew his name. His own master was merely a standard elder, and he himself was an unremarkable disciple, easily overlooked in a crowd. Given Song Mingting's somewhat reclusive nature and their lack of interaction, it was reasonable to assume that Song Mingting would not know him. Song Mingting noted the surprise in Zhang Hualing's eyes with a wry smile. At this time in his previous life, he indeed did not know Zhang Hualing. However, having lived over 100 years, not recognizing him now did not preclude future familiarity. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Mingting fell silent, allowing Zhang Hualing to attend to his own matters. After a short while, Zhang Hualing completed his business and bid farewell before departing. Song Mingting approached the counter, and the disciple behind it, recognizing him, addressed him, Brother Mingting, what would you like to exchange? However, Song Mingting could not recognize the disciple in return, as this individual was an inner sect disciple, and there were far too many such disciples for him to remember. Even with over a century of memories, most of those working at Tongbao Pavilion were inner sect disciples, with a few true disciples occupying more significant positions. The counters for exchanging resources differed between inner sect and true disciples, which explained the varying lengths of the queues. The number of inner sect disciples far exceeded that of true disciples. I would like to exchange for a low-grade sun god needle, Song Mingting replied, nodding at the inner sect disciple. He then listed a series of items. I also need Yunming mud, Qingxi flower, the sun god needle, forged from the essence of solar true fire, could be launched at lightning speed upon activation, unleashing a tremendous force of solar true fire upon impact, inflicting considerable damage on the target. Solar true fire is one of the mightiest flames in existence, and the power of the sun god needle varies with the quality of the solar true fire it contains. Even a needle formed from the outermost layer of solar true fire would equate to a low-grade spiritual artifact, albeit a single-use one. The closer the solar true fire is to the solar core, the higher the grade of the sun god needle. The most potent needles could rival those of the high-grade mysterious artifacts. In theory, if one could obtain solar true fire from the solar core, even a celestial-grade sun god needle could be crafted. Unfortunately, even the most adept ascenders cannot collect solar true fire from the solar core, rendering celestial grade sun god needles merely a theoretical concept. What he sought to exchange for was a low-grade sun god needle. Though it ranked lowest among sun god needles, it was still an incredibly formidable artifact for a disciple at the aperture stage like him. As Song Mingting emotionlessly listed each item, the expression of the attending disciple shifted to one of increasing astonishment. Initially surprised at the request for even the lowest grade sun god needle, the disciple found the cumulative value of the additional items, while individually less valuable, to be overwhelming, exceeding that of the needle itself. Can Brother Mingting truly afford all this? The disciple murmured, quickly calculating the total cost of the items. Brother Mingting, the total comes to 232 gold tongbao and 87 silver tongbao. Song Mingting nodded and handed over his identity jade token. He could indeed afford these items. Although he had yet to take on any official role and only received the basic salary afforded to true disciples, that salary was already quite substantial. Over the years, he had spent little, and his senior brother occasionally brought him along for tasks, discreetly providing him with funds, thus amassing a considerable savings. After receiving his token, the disciple scanned it with another jade plate, and a flash of white light signified the deduction of 232 gold tongbao and 87 silver tongbao. Gold and silver tongbao were the currency used within the Guizang Sword sect, consisting of 3 types: gold, silver, and copper, with 1 gold tongbao equivalent to 100 silver tongbao, and 1 silver tongbao to 100 copper tongbao. Guizang tongbao circulated within the sect and even in other sects, allowing both disciples and commoners to use them for transactions. Disciples predominantly used gold and silver tongbao, while commoners primarily utilized copper tongbao, with gold tongbao being quite rare in everyday transactions. Once the transaction was complete, the disciple informed Song Mingting, "Brother Mingting, please wait a moment," before turning to retreat into the back room. In truth, he was older than Song Mingting, but due to Song Mingting's early initiation and status as a true disciple, the disciple referred to him as brother. After a short while, the disciple emerged from the back room, carrying a substantial bundle. He placed the items on the counter and took a jade box from the collection, advising, "This jade box contains the sun god needle. Its purpose is to prevent the solar true fire from dissipating, so it is best to open it only when you intend to use it." Song Mingting nodded in acknowledgement of the gesture, placing the items into his spatial belt before departing. As he walked, he contemplated which tasks to undertake to earn more Guizang tongbao. Although he could afford the items, this expenditure would deplete much of his savings. Thus, he needed to replenish his funds, and within the sect, the best way to earn tongbao was through sect tasks. However, he knew that there were more pressing matters at hand, which was precisely why he had invested so many Guizang tongbao in acquiring a low-grade sun god needle. It was an indispensable tool for his intended endeavor. After leaving the Tongbao Pavilion, Song Mingting returned to his secluded chamber, instructing Jingma and the others not to disturb him. Before isolating himself in his bedroom, he first retrieved a stone basin and then selected a portion of the materials he had exchanged for at the Tongbao Pavilion. Methodically, he processed each ingredient, carefully measuring and adding them to the stone basin, with each component undergoing one or several intricate procedures, the entire process flowing seamlessly like water. After some time, he poured the dark, viscous liquid from the stone basin into a glass vial, exhaling a sigh of relief. Despite his fluid execution, this endeavor had been mentally taxing, presenting a considerable challenge for him at his current aperture stage. He then set the vial on the windowsill. By now, dusk had descended, and upon observing the darkening sky, he took the jade box containing the sun god needle and informed Jingma and the others that he was heading down the mountain to undertake a task before leaving the chamber. He soared through the air, swiftly reaching the mountainside. Once beyond the restricted flying zone, he drew forth the Guizang sword and descended towards the valley below. After reaching the base of the mountain, Song Mingting flew onward, traversing numerous peaks until he arrived at a highland lake. This was an ordinary alpine lake, spanning about 2 to 3 miles, nestled among the mountains like a deep green gemstone embedded in the heights. He landed gracefully, sheathing the Guizang sword and concealing his presence by lurking nearby. Night had fallen, and the bright moon gradually ascended to its zenith. As darkness enveloped the area, a thick mist began to rise from the lake. The moon shone down, illuminating the fog above the water with a silvery glow. The scene was ethereal, with the vapor wrapping around the lake like a veil of moonlight. Song Mingting remained quietly concealed at the water's edge, nearly holding his breath. Time trickled away, and before long, a glimmer of pearly white emerged from beneath the water's surface, manifesting itself at the center of the lake. Song Mingting's gaze shifted, finally stirred into action. Holding a jade box containing the sun divine needle, he silently approached the lake's edge. Soon, he arrived by the water's brink, at which point the radiant white light at the lake's heart unveiled its true form. It was a silvery orb, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a resplendent and enchanting glow under the serene moonlight. Beneath the luminous sphere, a small silver snake, adorned with wings, was poised, its mouth agape as it inhaled the moonlight. Strands of lunar essence cascaded down, drifting into the shimmering orb, rendering the silver serpent's body almost translucent in the moon-esque glow, exuding a captivating silver brilliance. The mooning water serpent. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. Song Mingting clenched his fist in silent triumph. This silver-winged serpent was the very target of his quest, known as the mooning water serpent. It was a creature of the extraordinary, bearing the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the moonlight dark dragon. In the realm of beasts, they are generally categorized into 5 types: divine beasts, spiritual beasts, ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, and extraordinary beasts. Divine beasts are those endowed with innate sanctity, all possessing formidable physiques and potent abilities. From birth, they exhibit considerable strength, capable of rivaling humans of the Enlightenment period, or even those of the Return period when fully matured, with astonishing prowess. Nonetheless, divine beasts tend to be peaceful by nature and usually do not pose a threat to humans. Some benevolent divine beasts even actively protect humankind, which is why they are revered as divine. In stark contrast, ferocious beasts are embodiments of calamity. Like divine beasts, they possess robust physiques and formidable powers, often exhibiting strength akin to the Enlightenment or even Return period. Some ferocious beasts boast physical might surpassing that of divine beasts. However, unlike their divine counterparts, ferocious beasts are typically savage and brutal, with some lacking even basic rationality. The threat posed by such malevolent creatures is terrifying throughout history. Every appearance of a ferocious beast has resulted in countless casualties. Spiritual beasts are those imbued with a degree of sentience and gentle temperaments, akin to second-tier divine beasts. Like divine beasts, they are generally peaceful and do not typically attack humans. However, they lack the formidable strength of divine beasts, mostly possessing abilities equivalent to the moon fusion or sunrise stages, with some spiritual beasts lacking offensive capabilities altogether. Next are the demonic beasts, which encompass a broad range of creatures, including all flying and terrestrial beings. In a narrower sense, demonic beasts refer to all creatures that do not fall under the categories of divine beasts, ferocious beasts, spiritual beasts, or extraordinary beasts. Finally, extraordinary beasts are those that possess the bloodlines of divine or ferocious beasts. These creatures are fundamentally ordinary demonic or spiritual beasts, yet their divine or ferocious bloodlines endow them with significantly greater innate abilities. Once their bloodline powers are fully unleashed, their growth rate and strength becomes astonishingly rapid, far surpassing that of typical spiritual or demonic beasts. Due to their divine or ferocious lineage, extraordinary beasts may exhibit either peaceful or savage dispositions. Whether they lean towards tranquility or ferocity depends on the nature of the blood they carry. The mooning water serpent before him is an extraordinary beast, its veins coursing with the blood of the ancient divine beast, the moonlight dark dragon, which is considered a formidable presence among divine and ferocious beasts. Hence, the mooning water serpent's potential and prowess exceed that of ordinary demonic beasts, and its combat capability surpasses that of most beasts of equivalent rank. Upon reaching maturity, a mooning water serpent typically possesses strength comparable to that of a true being in the Tao, with the more powerful among them capable of contending with peak-level experts. Nevertheless, the mooning water serpent is exceedingly rare, predominantly residing in remote mountains and rivers, elusive to ordinary folk. His awareness of the serpent's concealment in this unremarkable little lake stemmed from tales he had heard in his previous life. In that lifetime, the mooning water serpent made its appearance 20 years later, still not fully matured, yet capable of matching the strength of sunrise practitioners. Furthermore, due to its ancestral bloodline, its true combat prowess exceeded that of most sunrise practitioners. However, at that time, Guizang Mountain had already been overtaken by the ghostly demon sect, rendering the area their territory. Consequently, it was not the members of Guizang Sword Pavilion who discovered the mooning water serpent, but rather those of the ghostly demon sect. Upon their discovery, the serpent swiftly dispatched the 3 disciples who had found it and managed to escape. Yet, with Guizang Mountain firmly in the grasp of the ghostly demon sect and countless experts lurking within 100 miles, the mooning water serpent's fate was sealed. After its attack on the sect members, it could hardly hope to evade capture. Ultimately, The mooning water serpent drew the ire of a demonic cultivator of true being caliber from the ghostly demon sect, resulting in its demise. Chapter 36. The mooning water serpent. This tale had circulated widely in his previous life, and many were aware of it. As he held a jade box containing the sun divine needle, he silently submerged into the lake, gradually making his way toward the center. The sun divine needle was specifically designed to counter the mooning water serpent. This extraordinary beast was suffused with substantial amounts of lunar and sunflower essence, making much of its form a composition of moonlight and water. Since the sun and moon are oppositional forces, and the sun true fire inherently restrains water to a certain degree, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the sun divine needle was the serpent's greatest nemesis. Even as a low-grade spiritual artifact, its power was sufficient to slay the mooning water serpent. After all, the current mooning water serpent was not the same as the one that could defeat sunrise practitioners 20 years hence. At present, the mooning water serpent stood at the pinnacle of the Tao Cauldron stage. Although its innate talents were formidable, its true combat strength, when fully unleashed, would only equate to a practitioner at the mid or late stages of the star-plucking realm. Employing a low-grade spiritual artifact like the sun divine needle against it would be more than adequate. The reason for swimming closer was due to his current insufficient cultivation, which prevented him from controlling the sun divine needle effectively from a distance to eliminate the serpent. Thus, he needed to approach before unleashing the artifact. In truth, had a genuine Tao aperture practitioner appeared here, even with the sun divine needle in hand, they would likely not have succeeded in slaying the mooning water serpent. It was more probable that they would be detected before getting close, leading to their demise instead. However, Song Mingting was no ordinary Tao aperture practitioner. He was a former true being of the Tao. His skills in concealment surpassed that of genuine Tao aperture practitioners, allowing him to approach without fear of being detected or missing his target. With the surface of the water glimmering softly, Song Mingting silently drew nearer to the mooning water serpent at the lake's heart. His motive for slaying this serpent was to acquire its inner core, the very essence it was currently exhaling, necessary for him to cultivate a particular spell. He now possesses the realm of my path, yet is constrained by his meager cultivation, rendering him utterly incapable of realizing his true potential. At the age of 17, his strength ranked at the bottom among his peers, his combat prowess so feeble that, rather than rivaling true disciples, even many inner disciples could easily surpass him. Of course, his current strength has undoubtedly improved, for while his cultivation remains stagnant, his soul has transformed, now embodying the essence of a true being. Under the command of this true soul, even with merely mid-stage cultivation, he can transmute decay into the miraculous, unleashing formidable combat power. Were it not for this, he could not have possibly defeated Zhou Yuan. However, this is still insufficient. He must confront the pinnacle masters of the cultivation world in the future, facing immense pressure. To save his sect, he must swiftly alter others' perceptions of him, shedding the label of a wastrel to gain the title of a genius, thereby securing the sect's full support and gradually increasing his influence. Consequently, he urgently requires a sufficiently high-tier spell to enhance his prowess. Otherwise, his extensive experience in cultivation and combat would find no practical application. In truth, if he were to wield the powerful spells he mastered in his past life, he would instantly exhibit extraordinary strength. Yet therein lies the dilemma. He cannot. The moment he employs such formidable spells, he would inevitably expose his mastery of techniques beyond his sect, landing himself in an indefensible position. Furthermore, even the strong techniques within his sect remain unpracticed, and utilizing them would also be inexplicable. Thus, he not only seeks a sufficiently potent spell to elevate his strength, but it must also be appropriate. A spell too high in tier would be exceedingly difficult to master. And as he is still renowned as a mediocre talent of Zhongshu Peak, mastering a powerful spell above the would be patently abnormal. Conversely, a spell too low in tier would lack sufficient power to achieve his goal of rapid enhancement. After thorough deliberation, he ultimately selected a spell from the thousands available within the sect. This spell, named, is a refined level technique comprising 18 layers. Is a sword energy technique that harnesses the power of moonlight and the essence of the earth's yin energy to form sword chi. The sword chi produced by this technique is cool as water by night, ethereal as moonlit gauze, capable of gathering and dispersing at will while wielding astonishing lethality. Just from the number of layers alone, it is evident that this is a premier refined level spell. Of course, even the most exceptional refined level spell remains within that tier. Above it lie, and spells. Yet, he is currently ill-suited for techniques above the, making the most fitting choice at this juncture. Song Mingting seemed to dissolve into the night and the lake, silently approaching the heart of the lake without disturbing a single ripple. They remained blissfully unaware. However, mastering is no simple feat. Comprehending the cultivation method itself is arduous, and disciples of average talent would find it impossible to grasp. With his current level, the cultivation method poses no issues, but before practicing it, he must prepare a sword chi seed, which requires the refinement of a sufficiently high-tier Taiyin and water attribute spiritual material. Numerous spiritual materials can be used to forge a sword chi seed, yet the quality varies according to the material employed, directly influencing the eventual power of. Should the seed's quality be subpar, the resulting might not even compare to a refined level technique of 14 or 15 layers. Conversely, if the seed is of exceptional quality, its lethality could rival that of spells. Undoubtedly, the of the is one of the most suitable materials for crafting the sword chi seed. A seed forged from the of the would perfectly unleash the power of. Additionally, due to this lineage of the Moonlight Dark Dragon, he could employ secret techniques to activate and purify this lineage, potentially allowing his to break through limitations and reach the level of strong techniques. As Song Mingting finally approached he found himself 30 zhang away. At this point, he ceased his advance, for any closer approach, even with his stealth abilities, could likely reveal him. He silently observed for a moment, then suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, he opened the jade box and retrieved the sun god needle. The instant he opened the jade box, the sensed something amiss and swiftly turned. Its silver-white eyes fixed intently on Song Mingting, pure and transparent, like a pair of moon-white gems, cold yet exquisite. However, it was too late. A surge of magical power flowed into the needle, and in an instant, the sun god needle transformed into a golden red ray. The ray pierced through the night, tracing a line of gold and red as it shot towards thee. A flicker of human-like fear flickered in this beautiful moon-white eyes, quickly overshadowed by a surge of ferocity. It raised its head, its neck expanding significantly, and swiftly unleashed a silver-white cold light from its mouth. The cold light darted across the lake's surface, striking the sun god needle with blinding speed. A burst of icy energy erupted, silver light flashing as the golden red ray penetrated the silver cold light, shooting towards this head with lightning speed. This eyes widened in horror as it turned its head to evade the sun god needle's attack, but the needle's velocity was overwhelming, akin to a streak of gold light. It could only manage to tilt its head slightly, yet the sun god needle had already pierced through its skull. As the golden red ray passed through, the power of the sun's true fire obliterated its brain. Thus, in that fleeting moment, despite its formidable talent, capable of slaying powerful adversaries in 20 years, met its demise, having failed to exert even a fraction of its strength. If the possessed any awareness in the afterlife, it would surely feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. The lifeless serpent fell into the lake, its inner Dan, suspended in the air, also losing its power and plummeting alongside the serpent's corpse. However, at this moment, Song Mingting had no time to collect the serpent's remains, for the silver cold light hastily expelled by although unable to intercept the sun god needle, continued to surge toward him. Facing the oncoming silver cold light, Song Mingting remained unperturbed, swiftly forming a sword seal. A flash of cold light erupted as the cold star sword shot forth, meeting the incoming silver cold light. The azure sword light shimmered with a golden hue as he executed 3 swift strikes, successfully blocking the electrifying silver cold light. Nevertheless, the impact still shook his form thrice, a layer of frost forming upon his hands, although he wielded the sword from the air. The connection between his spirit and the cold star sword allowed this attack to transmit its force to him. Under attack, Song Mingting remained unflinching, a crimson glow flashing across his hand. The frost vanished swiftly, and he surged out of the water's surface, propelling himself with a swift leap, deftly retrieving the inner Dan of the mooning water serpent along with its corpse from the lake. His actions flowed like a startled swan, executed without pause. After securing the inner Dan, he produced a jade vial from his belt, carefully sealing the precious essence within. He then retrieved a wooden box, coiling the serpent's remains before stowing it back into his belt. With the inner Dan in hand, one might assume his objective was accomplished. However, Song Mingting lingered in the center of the lake. He drew forth another jade vial and performed a spell at its opening. In an instant, a force of attraction emerged, and wisps of moonlit radiance began to coalesce and drift towards him from the mist. The lake's center brightened momentarily compared to the surrounding waters. As the saying goes, a mountain's worth is not in height, but in the presence of immortals. A river's depth is not in its measure, but in the presence of dragons. Though this mountain lake was modest in size, its significance was amplified by the mooning water serpent, which had inhabited these waters for many years, absorbing moonlight nightly for its cultivation. A considerable amount of moonlight essence had accumulated. Even after most had been absorbed into its body, some still lingered in the vapor. The vapor was rich, and the moonlight's power melded with the mist, preventing it from dispersing, resulting in a perpetual veil of fog enveloping the lake's heart. While the essence released was negligible over a day or two, over the years, it had amassed a considerable quantity of moonlight power. Thus, this small lake had transformed into a reservoir brimming with lunar energy and the essence of water. At present, Song Mingting was engaged in the collection of this moonlight essence from the mist. This essence would aid in his cultivation of the moon's spring sword chi, allowing him to refine the mooning water serpent's demon Dan into a seed of sword chi. However, mastering the moon spring sword chi was merely the initial step. Substantial time would still be required to consolidate the lunar energy and the earthly yin chi necessary for its full manifestation. This principle extends beyond just the moon spring sword chi. All spells require time and effort for comprehension and cultivation. Even for mortal-level spells, significant dedication is essential, while for the higher tiers, true, subtle, profound, near-path, and sacred-level spells, the time investment can span decades or even lifetimes. Some formidable spells may never be fully mastered, even with a lifetime of effort. The Moon Spring Sword Chi, being a top-tier subtle spell, naturally presents considerable difficulty. Even achieving a minor success demands extensive time and energy. However, a distinct advantage of spells like the Moon Spring Sword Chi is that, given sufficient materials, their cultivation progresses significantly faster than average spells, with lower demands on comprehension. Thus, the moonlight essence within the mist could save him several months of labor. As the moonlight shimmered like silver threads upon the darkened lake, it poured into the jade vial. Meanwhile, several miles away, within a concealed cave, an enraged roar echoed. Who has slain my mooning water serpent? In the dim cave, flickering candles cast erratic shadows. At its center sat a middle-aged monk, his face marked by a scowl, clad in black robes devoid of the benevolence typical of a monk. Instead, his visage radiated fury, as if his eyes could ignite flames. Strangely, despite his rage, he remained motionless, as if petrified below the neck. After a series of facial contortions, his expression darkened as an ebony glow flickered across his features. Suddenly, a faint, starry silhouette detached from him, resembling the monk himself, shimmering with starlight and adorned with four brilliant celestial halos. In that moment, it was as if the monk had divided into two beings. The ethereal figure that emerged was the monk's primordial spirit. Enraged, it dashed from the cave, streaking through the night sky like a shooting star, heading toward the lake where the mooning water serpent resided. Back at the lake, Song Mingting had finished gathering the lunar essence and was about to return the jade vial to his belt when an ominous feeling surged within him. Before he could fully comprehend the source of his unease, his body reacted instinctively. He swiftly turned to face the direction that had triggered his alarm. Under the night sky, a mass of black light hurtled toward him like a meteor, a black Dharma wheel, entirely obsidian, inscribed with floating black characters that radiated a darkness akin to ink. It was the monk's primordial spirit, now blinded by rage upon spotting Song Mingting, who summoned the black Dharma wheel, launching it directly at him without hesitation. The black Dharma wheel, resembling a dark meteor, pierced the starlit night, colliding with Song Mingting. Sensing the imminent danger as the monk unleashed the wheel, Song Mingting willed the cold star sword into action, transforming it into a beam of icy light that surged toward the black wheel. With a resounding crash, the sword light shattered, sending a shockwave through Song Mingting's body, causing him to involuntarily retreat and create ripples upon the lake's surface. Though the sword light had fragmented, the black Dharma wheel was also not unscathed. The floating black characters disintegrated, causing the wheel to shrink momentarily. Startled by the sudden assault, Song Mingting's expression shifted. The black gold Dharma wheel. You are from the Black Sutra Temple? He inquired, his voice heavy with tension. The demon monk's face revealed surprise. Seemingly taken aback by Song Mingting's keen insight, recognizing his origins at a glance. Yet, despite his astonishment, the monk's inner rage was undiminished. He replied with a cold smirk. Indeed, I did not expect you, young one, to possess such discernment. Why did you ambush me? Song Mingting's expression darkened as he challenged. What is the reason for your sudden appearance? This unexpected monk piqued his curiosity. The black gold Dharma wheel was a treasure forged through the unique techniques of the Black Sutra Temple, composed of common materials yet wielding notable power. More remarkably, this artifact possessed a capacity for growth, Initially a low-grade magic tool, it could ascend through years of ritualistic refinement to reach a high-grade spiritual tool status. While its materials were ordinary, its efficacy was commendable, requiring merely time for enhancement. Such artifacts were highly coveted among cultivators of moderate strength who lacked access to superior treasures, making them standard for inner disciples of the Black Sutra Temple. This was why he recognized the demon monk's origin immediately. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in the fact that the Black Sutra Temple was one of the 6 major demonic sects of the present day, alongside the ghostly underworld sect, the Goo God sect, the Reversal Fate sect, the Poison King sect, and the Witch Pattern sect. Its might surpassed that of the Guizang Sword Pavilion by a significant margin. 500 years ago, the Guizang Sword Pavilion could have contended with this sect, but now, it was unequivocally outmatched. Heijing Temple was established 4,000 years ago, predating the Guizang Sword Pavilion by over a millennium. The founder was a rogue monk who defected from the renowned Dainichi Temple, one of the 3 foremost sects in contemporary Buddhism and Taoism. It must be acknowledged that while the founder's actions were treacherous, he was undeniably a prodigious talent in the history of the cultivation world. Even during his tenure at Dainichi Temple, he was among the elite, having created a unique method of cultivation that was considered extraordinary. After his defection, he swiftly gathered a faction, founding Heijing Temple amidst the onslaught from Dainichi Temple. And within a few decades, he had cultivated Heijing Temple into a force that Dainichi could not easily eradicate, remaining a thorn in their side even until his ascension to the celestial realm. Following his ascension, Heijing Temple continued its rise, growing increasingly powerful. And within a few hundred years, it had established itself as a major sect within the demonic path, maintaining its formidable strength to this day. Thus, the appearance of a monk from Heijing Temple in this location was quite surprising, for it is known that although this place is far from the gates of Guizang Sword Pavilion, it remains within their core territory. The emergence of a Heijing monk here is indeed astonishing. The monk, filled with fury, retorted with a bitter laugh, questioning why he should not be enraged when his life was severed by the death of his mooning water snake at the hands of Song Mingting. In his earlier years, this monk had developed a severe condition due to a mishap in his cultivation, leading to episodes of petrification. Initially, the affliction was not grave, merely causing his feet to turn to stone. However, as time progressed, the situation worsened, and now, when the condition manifests, his body from the neck down turns to stone. If this continues, he feared that one day he would be entirely petrified, unable to awaken. To avoid a petrified demise, he had spent years seeking a remedy. Eventually, he discovered a formula capable of curing his ailment, but was still in search of one crucial ingredient, the gallbladder of the mooning water snake, which he had yet to procure. Chapter 39. The Black Gold Vajra. Will. The monk had nearly lost hope, as creatures of the mooning water snake's caliber were far beyond his reach. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon one in an obscure little lake, and to his delight, it was in its juvenile stage. This was a miraculous stroke of fortune, as an adult mooning water snake would be too formidable for him to confront. However, the juvenile was within his capabilities. Fortunately, the formula required only the extraction of the juvenile's demon core, otherwise he would have stood no chance against a stronger one. Therefore, all he needed was to wait until the mooning water snake matured to the appropriate level to resolve his chronic affliction, potentially even breaking the cultivation bottleneck that had long stymied his progress. Thus, when he discovered the juvenile mooning water snake, his exhilaration was palpable. Yet now, with its untimely death at the hands of Song Mingting, not only was his path to advancement severed, but his very life was at stake. The thought of exacting vengeance on Song Mingting filled him with rage. His only hope now lay in the gallbladder of a Daoding phase mooning water snake proving effective against his ailment. Otherwise, he would be left to await his demise. Song Mingting furrowed his brow. This was an unforeseen circumstance, as the mooning water snake was not discovered until 20 years later, and he had never heard any reports of its presence in this area. How could this monk from Heijing Temple have encountered it? Did he truly find the mooning water snake only to be killed by it, or had his own rebirth altered the course of history? However, now was not the time for such inquiries. The pressing concern was that this Heijing monk clearly possessed peak cultivation at the Zhaixing stage. This was evident from the 4 layers of stellar auras encircling his soul, known as the stellar qi, which forms automatically for cultivators at the Zhaixing stage. It possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. The existence of stellar qi is a primary reason Zhaixing cultivators are significantly stronger than Daoding cultivators, as it allows for both attack and defense, rendering most Daoding cultivators incapable of breaching its defenses. Typically, A Zhaixing cultivator can easily dominate doubting opponents relying solely on their stellar qi. The quantity of stellar qi correlates with cultivation level: 1 layer at early Zhaixing, 2 layers at mid Zhaixing, 3 layers at late Zhaixing, and 4 layers at peak Zhaixing. The monk before him was clearly at the pinnacle of Zhaixing, possessing 4 layers of stellar qi. Despite easily besting Zhou Weiyuan earlier, which might suggest he could easily defeat Zhaixing opponents, the reality was that Zhou's lack of combat experience played a significant role in his defeat. Had Zhou possessed greater practical experience, even a timely activation of his stellar qi would have made victory difficult for the monk. Of course, Zhou Weiyuan's loss stemmed from both his inexperience and a certain underestimation of his opponent. The monk's previously displayed lack of talent led to a pervasive disregard from others, including not just Zhou but also Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben. Such ingrained disdain prevented Zhou from showcasing his true capabilities. In contrast, this Heijing monk, though merely an inner disciple rather than a direct successor, was of the same generation as his master, likely over 100 years old. Even if his talent did not rival Zhou's, his combat experience would be vastly superior. Thus, given his current cultivation, it would be impossible for him to defeat this Heijing monk, as the disparity between the Dongxiao and Zhaixing stages was simply too vast. Moreover, Zhou Weiyuan was only at early Zhaixing, while the monk before him stood at the peak of Zhaixing. In the distance lay Guizang Mountain. Did he not fear the arrival of Guizang Sword Pavilion's members by initiating a conflict here? Song Mingting remained expressionless. The monk momentarily faltered, and upon regaining his composure, he realized that Song Mingting donned the garb of a true disciple of Guizang Sword Pavilion. How much effort would it take to kill you? The monk retorted defiantly. However, despite his bravado, he felt a chill from Song Mingting's words, prompting him to regain his composure. Indeed, Heijing Temple was immensely powerful. Ranked among the 6 sects of the demonic path, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Qinglian Temple and Tianqin sect, far surpassing Shichao Sword Pavilion and Danqing sect. Yet, Guizang Sword Pavilion was no feeble opponent. Although it had seen a decline in recent years, falling from the ranks of super sects, its foundational strength remained robust. Moreover, he was merely an ordinary inner elder of Heijing Temple, having cultivated for over a century to reach only the peak of Zhaixing, with little standing in the sect. While Heijing Temple could hold its ground against Guizang Sword Pavilion, he was alone now. Confronting Guizang would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No, even less than that. Guizang Sword Pavilion could extinguish him as easily as crushing an ant, even if he were to be killed by those from the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Given his status within the sect, the Black Sutra Monastery would never come to his aid. Thus, his death would be in vain. This is precisely the reason he had previously taken great care to conceal himself, out of fear of being discovered by the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Little did he expect to actually encounter one of their disciples now. However, the demon monk hesitated only for a fleeting moment. A moment that was swiftly consumed by the raging fury in his mind. With his path to survival severed, what was there left to fear? Even if he were to be executed by the Guizang Sword Pavilion today, he would take someone down with him. With this thought, a surge of audacity welled up within him, prompting him to direct the black gold Vajra wheel towards Song Mingting once more. This black gold Vajra wheel had accompanied him for nearly a century. Throughout this time, he had never ceased its ritual enhancement, elevating it from a low-grade magical artifact to a low-grade spiritual weapon. As Song Mingting observed the black gold Vajra wheel hurtling towards him, a chill ran through his heart. This wheel, having been refined by the demon monk for over 100 years, had indeed been upgraded to the level of a low-grade spiritual weapon, surpassing even the Cold Star Sword. Coupled with the disparity in their levels of cultivation, the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Chapter 40. Facing the enemy calmly confronted with the whistling Vajra wheel, Song Mingting's mind stirred, and the Cold Star Sword once again coalesced with sword light, darting towards the black gold Vajra wheel. With his current mastery of swordsmanship, he wielded the loyal and forgiving sword technique with ease, no longer requiring intricate hand gestures. This was not the loyal and forgiving peak. Even if he displayed such prowess, no one would question him. The sword light of the Cold Star Sword was enveloped in a layer of pale, yellow radiance. As it shot forth, the surrounding atmosphere began to shimmer with earthy energy, forming illusory mountain peaks. However, compared to his previous practice at Long Chui Valley, the speed at which these mountain phantoms coalesced was considerably slower. This was, after all, the heart of the lake, lacking the abundant earthy energy of Long Chui Valley. The black gold Vajra wheel collided with the Cold Star Sword, shattering its sword light once more and sending the sword itself flying. Song Mingting staggered back involuntarily. If one were to scrutinize the events of this night, he would indeed be at fault, For if the elder of the Black Sutra Monastery was to be believed, he had seized another's opportunity and even severed their path to survival. And from the current circumstances, it appeared that the elder's assertions held true. In such a scenario, had this monk been a righteous individual, he would have surely relinquished whatever it was that the other required. Even if it were the inner core of the mooning water serpent, he would have gladly bestowed it upon the monk. What of the consequences for his inability to cultivate the moon spring sword chi? If he were unable to, so be it, with his current capabilities. Failing to master the moon spring sword chi would only result in minor repercussions, nothing of great significance. Yet this monk before him was a demon of the Black Sutra Monastery, and thus there was no obligation to relinquish anything. Though named a monastery, the Black Sutra Monastery was truly a den of malevolence, harboring individuals who treated human lives as mere fodder. They were brutal and ruthless, having taken countless lives, frequently using the lives, souls, and flesh of mortals and cultivators for their dark practices. This demon monk, with a mere glance, made it evident that he was far from a figure of integrity, one who could emerge untainted from the depths of evil. The blood on his hands was undoubtedly abundant. Such a person was hardly worth lamenting. How could he possibly consider returning the mooning water serpent? The demon monk's eyes gleamed with cold malice as he urged the black gold vajra wheel in pursuit. However, just then, a sword chi, akin to azure frost, struck with lightning speed, precisely colliding with the black gold vajra wheel. In that moment, as Song Mingting was forced back, he managed to unleash a wave of sword chi. The azure sword chi impacted the black gold vajra wheel, instantly forming a layer of frost upon its surface. After enduring a series of obstructions, the black gold vajra wheel was finally halted. As Song Mingting was propelled backward, he deftly retrieved a jade vial from his belt. The azure sword chi he unleashed was known as the azure frost sword chi, similar to the moon spring sword chi. It was a technique that required the condensation of morning frost to master, consisting of 6 levels, and was a top-tier technique of the condensation realm. This technique had been his primary focus during his youth, aside from the loyal and forgiving sword technique. He had devoted the most effort to mastering the azure frost sword chi. Thus, even with his previously average aptitude, he had successfully cultivated it to the 5th level. Nevertheless, despite its prowess, the azure frost sword chi remained merely a technique of the condensation realm. Even with his current capabilities, while he could unleash it with far greater strength than typical techniques of its kind, it was still insufficient to overpower the demon monk before him. Therefore, he needed to employ further means. After retrieving the jade vial once more, Song Mingting brushed his finger across its opening and extracted a drop of moonlight essence. Flicking it forth, the drop of moonlight traversed through the misty night, hurtling towards the demon monk, and upon reaching a distance of 3 zhang, it exploded into a cloud of moonlit vapor, enveloping the monk. The demon monk's expression shifted. Until now, he had focused all his attention on the black gold vajra wheel. The prowess displayed by Song Mingting had far exceeded his expectations. A mere sword chi emanating from someone of the aperture stage posed a genuine threat. Just moments ago, the frost emanating from the sword chi had nearly caused him to lose control over the black gold vajra wheel, an occurrence that was simply illogical. Due to his complete concentration on the black gold vajra wheel, he had scarcely noticed Song Mingting's actions as he retreated. The silver glimmer had been too subtle for him to detect, and it was not until it was 3 zhang away that he sensed it. By that time, it was already too late to evade. As the moonlit mist approached him, the demon monk's countenance changed dramatically, and he hastily attempted to defend himself. Instantly, the 4 star-like energies surrounding him thinned. The energies linked together in the blink of an eye, forming a spherical barrier of star energy that enveloped his primordial spirit entirely. The primordial spirit, being of the Yin nature, is exceedingly vulnerable without the protection of a corporeal body. Although the demon monk had reached the pinnacle of the star-plucking stage, the moonlight cascading from the night sky could still inflict damage upon his primordial spirit. In fact, at this very moment, his primordial spirit was continuously subjected to the searing effects of the moonlight. Had he not been nearing the completion of the stellar refinement of the spirit stage, with some degree of resilience against the moonlight's burn, he would have never dared to venture forth and kill. While he could endure the searing moonlight, the mist composed of moonlight essence that now enveloped him contained a force far denser than the mere moonlight, its potency magnified 100-fold. Even a slight touch could lead to his annihilation. As the moonlight mist ensnared the demon monk, Song Mingting did not pursue the advantage. Instead, he withdrew the cold star sword and soared towards the direction of Guizang Mountain, for he understood well that, despite temporarily halting the Black Sutra demon monk with this minor stratagem, His current cultivation level was insufficient to contend with him. The disparity in their cultivation was simply too vast. As a mid-aperture stage cultivator, no matter how extraordinary he might be, defeating a peak star-plucking stage cultivator was beyond his reach, unless he possessed a second sun god needle. However, he was not merely fleeing. He intended to set a trap and lead the demon monk into it to eliminate him. Having stained his hands with the blood of countless innocents, there was no way he could allow him to continue his reign of terror. This was indeed the territory of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Had he not discovered the demonic individual, it would have been one matter, but since he had, he was determined to eradicate the evil entirely. In this moment, Song Mingting was setting a trap, while on the other side, the demon monk from the Black Golden Monastery, flustered and in a flurry to disperse the moonlit mist, caught sight of the fleeing Song Mingting. Enraged, he immediately pursued him, and upon catching up, could not resist striking fiercely at Song Mingting with the black golden wheel. Suddenly, a sword light of pine green hue appeared in the distance, slicing through the night sky like a bolt of lightning. Colliding with the black golden wheel at an astonishing speed, the green light flickered, causing the wheel to tremble, and under the impact of the sword light, the black golden wheel was sent flying, utterly incapable of resistance. At that very moment, as the pine green sword light emerged, Song Mingting felt as if struck by lightning. Abruptly halting his escape, he froze, slowly turning to face the direction from which the sword light approached. Beneath the night sky, a deeper, cypress green sword light surged towards him, swiftly arriving at Song Mingting's side, effectively separating him from the demon monk. "Junior brother, are you all right?" A tall figure with striking brows turned to inquire from atop the sword. Clad in a white robe and black sword attire, he bore a noble stature, with a strong build and a pair of thick brows, exuding an aura of simplicity and integrity. "Senior brother." Song Mingting gazed at the familiar youth, momentarily at a loss for words. For days, he had deliberately avoided recalling his past life, as doing so would awaken a tumult of emotions that could lead to inner turmoil. Yet at this instant, the emotions he had long suppressed surged forth like a flood, overwhelming him and silencing his speech. Seeing Song Mingting's silence, Song Qingyi, concerned for his well-being, pressed further. "Junior brother, what's the matter? Are you injured?" With great effort, Song Mingting managed to respond, believing himself prepared for this moment. However, upon seeing this exceedingly familiar figure and hearing that well-known voice, he lost his composure, as a wave of emotions washed over him, leaving him bewildered about his own feelings. In that moment, a profound sense of grievance welled up within him. For an instant, he felt transported back to his 17-year-old self, to a time of vulnerability and uncertainty. Strangely, he had never considered the last few decades of his previous life to be particularly unfair. Yet now, upon reuniting with his senior brother, he felt as though he had found someone with whom he could share his burdens and all the unresolved hardships and grievances poured forth. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself from unleashing this torrent of emotions. "I'm fine, senior brother. The demon monk is trying to escape," he finally spoke, striving to keep his voice steady, though a hint of choked emotion lingered in his words. Song Qingyi, perceptive to the slight quaver in his junior brother's voice, displayed a flicker of concern on his face. However, he understood that this was not the time for inquiries. He turned to focus on the demon monk from the Black Golden Monastery, who was attempting to slip away, forming a sword gesture to summon his flying sword once more. The pine green sword light, suspended in the night sky, darted forward like lightning, appearing before the demon monk in an instant, blocking his path. "Why have you harmed my junior brother?" Song Qingyi demanded in a solemn tone. The demon monk hesitated in midair, paralyzed by fear. Upon seeing Song Qingyi's arrival, he realized he was no match for him. Though their cultivations were equal, both at the pinnacle of the celestial star stage, the disparity in their abilities was vast. Song Qingyi practiced the esteemed returning to the Tsang Sword Sutra, a sacred heart method, while the monk practiced only a rudimentary technique, leading to an insurmountable gap in their strengths. Moreover, the fact that Song Qingyi had reached such heights at his young age confirmed his status as a prodigious disciple of the returning to the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Even if he were in his prime, the demon monk would stand no chance against him. Yet, upon hearing Song Qingyi's grave inquiry, the demon monk's mind was instantly flooded with rage, retorting, "Why harm your junior brother? He stole the mooning water serpent that I discovered first, cutting off my path to survival. What do you have to say about that?" While the demon monk seethed with anger, Song Mingting felt his emotions begin to calm. The turbulent feelings within him started to settle. Nevertheless, his body trembled slightly, though he was indifferent to it, for he had finally reunited with his senior brother. Among their 7 brothers, despite their close relationships later on, there were varying degrees of closeness. For instance, Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan shared a bond that was the strongest, while the yet-to-ascend 7th junior brother had the closest relationship with the 2nd senior brother, Chu Kuanga. However, the bond between him and his senior brother was unparalleled. Unlike the others, who were taken in by their master later, both he and his senior brother were brought up by their master from childhood, having been orphaned. Thus, for the others, their relationships were merely those of fellow disciples. For him and his senior brother, theirs transcended into brotherhood. Their bond was so intimate that it could be likened to that of biological siblings, as he had been raised by his senior brother since childhood. In his past life, the two individuals he cherished most were his senior brother and master. In comparison, everyone else paled in significance. Even if he could not alter the fate of their sect's annihilation in this life, saving his senior brother and master would render his rebirth meaningful. To him, their importance surpassed that of the sect itself. As long as he could save them, he could accept the demise of the sect. Thus, encountering his senior brother stirred a profound emotional upheaval within him, far surpassing the feelings he experienced when seeing Li Qingke, Wei Kuangyuan, Chu Kuanga, Li Daoren, and Jing Imo. In that fleeting moment, he felt the resurgence of emotions long thought lost, the warmth of life returning to him, transforming him from a mere shadow into a living being. Having listened to the demon monk's words, Song Qingyi's face clouded with a hint of embarrassment, while the demon monk's fury escalated, culminating in a cold sneer. You righteous ones claim that we of the demonic path commit all manner of atrocities, killing and plundering. Yet are you not the same? I have long seen through your hypocrisy. You are all nothing but false gentlemen. Enough with the empty words. Let's settle this with our strength. I shall see just how capable these two young ones truly are. The demon monk, upon seeing Song Qingyi momentarily ensnared by his inquiries, suddenly paled. A fierce expression overtook his ethereal visage, swiftly accompanied by a surge of dark energy from his dantian. In the next instant, the black gold Dharma wheel, which had been swirling ominously at the monk's side, erupted with a torrent of black light, causing the Sanskrit inscriptions etched upon its surface to shimmer and rise. The entire wheel expanded dramatically, soaring skyward as it hurtled towards Song Qingyi. The monk's sudden ambush was a desperate gamble, and thus the force of this strike far exceeded his previous enraged assault on Song Mingting. Although taken aback by the monk's unexpected attack, Song Qingyi was no ordinary individual. He was the chief disciple of the Chongshu Peak. Despite his inherently gentle nature, lacking a fierce disposition, his prowess was undeniable. The demon monk's ambush, though surprising, was not enough to incapacitate him. Regaining his composure, Song Qingyi swiftly formed a sword seal. The sword light surged forth, a burst of pine-green radiance erupting into a flurry of pine needles, which converged to form a dragon-like beam of light that surged toward the black gold Dharma wheel. When the pine-green sword light collided with the Dharma wheel, it unleashed a brilliant azure explosion. The black gold wheel, under the impact of the sword light, could only withstand a few breaths before it shattered with a thunderous crash, the dragon-like sword light continuing its course to completely engulf the remnants of the Dharma wheel. In the monk's wide-eyed horror, the sword light suddenly veered, bypassing him, and surged forward over 100 feet before dissipating into a pine-green flying sword. This was a standard 3-foot-long sword, its blade a deep inked green, adorned with patterns resembling pine, and possessing a texture akin to jade. Its radiance subtle as clusters of pine needles continuously manifested around it. The monk's face was etched with a lingering terror, both from the near brush with death and from the disbelief that his treasured artifact had been obliterated. He realized he was outmatched by Song Qingyi, yet he had never anticipated that he would be unable to withstand even a single strike, let alone that Song Qingyi could shatter the black gold Dharma wheel, which he had painstakingly refined for 80 years, in a mere moment. Song Mingting observed from the sidelines, his expression betraying no surprise. He was entirely unperturbed by the outcome. Although his senior brother was at the same pinnacle realm as the demon monk, both being at the peak of the Zhaixing phase, the disparity in their strengths was vast. The monk, despite hailing from the prestigious Black Scripture Temple, was merely an inner elder and not a core member, revealing his average aptitude. As achieving the Zhaixing peak after 70 to 80 years of cultivation indicated, he was of middling talent among the inner elders. In contrast, Song Qingyi was a true disciple of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Although the Guizang Sword Pavilion had faced decline over the years, it had once been a formidable righteous sect, its strength not inferior to that of the Black Scripture Temple, and its foundation remained robust. Furthermore, being the chief disciple of Chongshu Peak only underscored the insurmountable gap between him and the demon monk. This disparity in status translated into profound differences in techniques, spells, and artifacts. For instance, the monk practiced the Black Scripture Temple's inner disciple technique, known as the Night Demon Sutra, which, despite its imposing name, was merely a subtle-level technique and hardly noteworthy among the major sections. In stark contrast, Song Qingyi cultivated the Guizang Sword Classic, a sacred-level technique, vastly superior to the Night Demon Sutra. Regarding artifacts, the monk wielded the black gold Dharma wheel, a low-grade spiritual tool, painstakingly crafted over decades, and had no other notable artifacts to boast. Conversely, Song Qingyi possessed two high-grade spiritual swords, one of which had just shattered the Dharma wheel, known as the Xian Song Sword, while the other, the Song Bai Sword, lay beneath his feet. Significantly, the Xian Song Sword and Song Bai Sword formed a pair, capable of combining to exponentially increase their lethality. The vast disparities in techniques, spells, and artifacts rendered any comparison futile. Thus, despite both being at the Zhaixing peak, Song Qingyi was leagues ahead of the demon monk, making the shattering of the Dharma wheel by a single strike entirely unremarkable. Meanwhile, the monk stood in a stupor, gazing at the remnants of his shattered artifact, while Song Qingyi's visage revealed a hint of embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "You might as well surrender. A visit to the Guizang Sword Pavilion Tianzhao Pavilion will provide a fair assessment of right and wrong." Song Qingyi's words jolted the monk back to reality, igniting a furious and crazed expression upon his face. Without hesitation, the monk swiftly executed several hand seals, conjuring an illusory form of a demonic deity behind him, the dark heaven demon god. Song Qingyi's expression shifted slightly. At this juncture, he disregarded the monk's potential surrender and directly formed a sword seal. The Xiansong sword surged once more, morphing into a dragon-like beam of light as it charged towards the monk. The four surrounding starry auras burst to life, attempting to thwart the Xiansong sword's advance. The sword light clashed against the starry auras, erupting in a dazzling display, scattering pine needles as the auras shattered, the sword light cleaving through 4 layers of starry defenses, advancing relentlessly towards the demon monk. In the face of the monk's astonishment, Song Qingyi suddenly formed a different hand seal, redirecting the sword light from a thrust to a sweeping strike, sending the monk hurtling away. This blow left the monk unable to sustain his impending spell, causing the illusory form of the demon god to disintegrate in an instant. Chapter 43. Pressing the enemy up the mountain. Song Qingyi's assault inflicted significant damage upon the monk, rendering his primordial spirit considerably more ethereal, clearly indicating a severe injury. After wounding the demon monk's primordial spirit, Song Qingyi remained undeterred, retrieving a small sword black and white in color from his belt. With one hand grasping the small sword, he pointed the other towards it, releasing a flicker of black and white light. This light surged into the sword, which then split into two, one black and one white. The two halves rapidly expanded as they flew towards the monk, further splitting in midair until they formed 12 blades, encircling the monk within. Once the black and white swords enclosed the monk, they swiftly contracted to their original size, with the monk's primordial spirit shrinking to the size of a palm, trapped within the barrier formed by the swords. With a flick of his hand, Song Qingyi summoned the small sword back to him, while the monk's primordial spirit flailed helplessly within the confines of the barrier, shouting, though no sound escaped. Controlling the monk's primordial spirit, Song Qingyi turned to Song Mingting and inquired, "Junior brother, what brings you here at this late hour?" By now, Song Mingting had fully calmed his emotions. He looked at Song Qingyi and explained, "I discovered a mooning water snake in this lake, initially intending to procure its inner dan to cultivate the moon spring sword chi. But I never expected to encounter the demon monk here." "You wish to practice the moon spring sword chi?" Song Qingyi exclaimed in surprise, then quickly realized his initial reaction was perhaps inappropriate. He scratched his head awkwardly and added, "I meant to ask, to what level have you cultivated the Chengshu sword technique? Given your current low cultivation, it would be wiser to focus your efforts on mastering the Chengshu sword technique. It is the foundational sword technique of our Chengshu peak. Seemingly simple, yet intricately profound, capable of rivaling the moon spring sword chi when perfected." Song Qingyi was aware of Song Mingtian's cultivation talent. Yet it was precisely this understanding that led him to believe that Song Mingtian's attempt to cultivate the moon spring sword chi was a futile endeavor. The moon spring sword chi represented the pinnacle of the exquisite spells within their Guizang Sword Pavilion, a level of mastery that even he could not confidently achieve. Thus, the prospect of Song Mingtian succeeding in such a pursuit seemed almost impossible. However, he hesitated to express this opinion outright, fearing that doing so might wound Song Mingtian's pride. Instead, he opted for a more tactful admonition. Yet, his gentle counsel was not without merit. for the Zhongshu sword technique was indeed extraordinarily refined, sufficient for Song Mingtian to cultivate to the level of Zhai Xingqi or even Ryueki. In fact, at Song Mingtian's age, he himself had been devoted to the Zhongshu sword technique. I understand. I merely wish to give it a try, Song Mingtian replied. He was fully cognizant of his senior brother's concerns. In truth, had he not possessed the memories of an additional lifetime, he would never have considered pursuing the Moon Spring Sword Qi at this juncture, as it would have simply been a waste of time. However, the situation was different now. Thanks to the memories of a past life, cultivating the Moon Spring Sword Qi posed no challenge for him, so embarking on this path was of little consequence. The matter of his past life memories was of great significance, and despite the close bond he shared with his senior brother, he could not disclose this information to him. So he chose to deflect the conversation. Seeing him respond in such a manner, Song Qingyi's honest face broke into a slight smile. Then let us return and leave this demon monk to be dealt with by Elder Taizhan and the others. Song Mingtian nodded. Although he had initially intended to set a trap and eliminate the demon monk directly, he held no objections to his senior brother's decision to escort the monk to the Tianzhao Pavilion. He understood his senior brother's character, principled and magnanimous. He would never resort to extrajudicial means, even against a vile demon monk. Song Qingyi sheathed the Xinsong sword, and after Song Mingtian mounted the Zongbai sword, he urged the flying sword towards Zhongshu Peak. Upon their return to Zhongshu Peak, Song Qingyi led Song Mingtian towards the Tianzhao Pavilion. Although it was midnight, lights still illuminated the pavilion, albeit with significantly fewer people compared to daytime. Upon their entrance, a duty disciple of the Tianzhao Pavilion quickly approached, displaying a hint of eagerness. Senior brother Qingyi, senior brother Mingtian, what brings you here at this late hour? Has something happened? It was understandable for the disciple to be concerned, as Song Qingyi was a figure of remarkable prowess and high standing. Not only was he the eldest disciple of the Peak Master, but he was also the chief disciple of this generation of Zhongshu Peak. While his first title was significant due to his status, it did not confer any real authority. However, the title of chief disciple was different. Historically, chief disciples served as exemplary figures for their peers, wielding considerable power to admonish true disciples and even expel inner disciples. If a true disciple were admonished, they would be required to respond seriously, and their master would also need to provide a defense. Should the accusations be substantiated, the consequences could be severe, potentially resulting in expulsion from the ranks of true disciples, with their masters facing repercussions as well. In contrast, inner disciples would not even have the opportunity for defense. They would be investigated directly, and if found in violation of sect rules, they would swiftly be expelled from the ranks of inner disciples. Of course, the chief disciple had to wield their authority judiciously. If they acted without justification, doing so once or twice might be overlooked, but repeated misuse could lead to the loss of their title. Nevertheless, the power held by the chief disciple was immense, and Song Qingyi was indeed the chief disciple of this generation of Zhongshu Peak. Thus, even though he was known for his lenient nature and rarely exercised his authority, the Tianzhao Pavilion disciple did not dare to be negligent. We have captured a demon monk from the Heijing Temple and wish to turn him over to the Tianzhao Pavilion for processing, Song Qingyi stated. The Tianzhao Pavilion disciple gasped in surprise at his words and promptly inquired, "What rank does this monk hold within the Heijing Temple?" As he spoke, he led the two into a small chamber. With a chuckle, Song Qingyi replied, "He is an inner elder of the Heijing Temple. If he were a true elder, I certainly wouldn't have been able to defeat him, would I?" The Tianzhao Pavilion disciple laughed in agreement. "That is indeed true. However, senior brother Qingyi, your ability to defeat an inner elder from the Heijing Temple is quite impressive. Truly, you live up to your reputation. Please wait here a moment while I report this matter." While the disciple expressed his admiration, he was inwardly astonished. Even though Song Qingyi had only apprehended an inner elder from the Heijing Temple, it was still a remarkable feat, for inner elders were figures from a previous generation. Regardless of the elder's talent, they had likely cultivated for 70 or 80 years. Were it him, he would stand no chance against such an opponent. Escaping from their grasp would be an accomplishment in itself. Yet, Song Qingyi had effortlessly defeated and captured the elder. Such strength was indeed awe-inspiring. Chapter 44. Thunderous Judgment. As the Tianzhao Pavilion disciple marveled at Song Qingyi's formidable prowess, he contemplated the appropriate level of elder to report the incident. Given that the Heijing Temple was one of the 6 demonic sects, any association with such a powerful faction warranted reporting to the head of their Tianzhao Pavilion, Elder Taizhan. However, since the individual captured was merely an inner elder, escalating the matter to such heights seemed excessive, as it might suggest that they, the Guizang Sword Pavilion, were intimidated by the Heijing Temple. Thus, after some deliberation, the disciple decided to report the situation to the responsible elder of the Tianzhao Pavilion. The structure of the Tianzhao Pavilion was hierarchical, comprising a central pavilion and subsidiary pavilions within each peak, leading to 3 tiers of Tianzhao pavilions in total, thus forming 5 levels in total. Each level had its own head, deputy heads, and various officials, with ranks decreasing in accordance with their tier. The Tianzhao Pavilion disciple soon relayed the details of the incident to the elder on duty that night, who happened to be a true elder. After listening to the report, the elder pondered briefly before responding. This minor matter does not require my intervention. Go and seek Elder Wang to handle it. Elder Wang was an inner elder and one of the 8 administrative elders of the Tianzhao Pavilion on Zhongshu Peak. The Tianzhao Pavilion disciple complied and reported the matter to Elder Wang. Subsequently, he returned to the small chamber where Song Mingtian and Song Qingyi were waiting and escorted them to the judgment room. Upon their arrival, they found Elder Wang already present. Song Mingtian recognized him as one of the 8 administrative elders of the Tianzhao Pavilion, an inner elder by the surname Wang. He was not surprised that only an administrative elder had been dispatched to handle the matter. Although it involved the Heijing Temple, it was merely an inner elder who had been apprehended, not a significant figure. Had they been a smaller sect, such a situation might have sparked considerable concern, leading to extensive discussions among the higher-ups. Yet, the Guizang Sword Pavilion was no ordinary sect. To send the head of their Tianzhao Pavilion to address the capture of a mere inner elder from the Heijing Temple would be to grant undue significance to the matter. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the Tianzhao Pavilion to send a single administrative elder to manage the situation, reflecting the confidence inherent in a large sect. The Heijing Temple would certainly not escalate matters with the Guizang Sword Pavilion over the apprehension of an inner elder. As 2 individuals entered, Elder Wang nodded in their direction and spoke. I have heard that you, Master Song Qingyi, have captured an elder from the Black Sutra Temple? Song Qingyi nodded. Indeed. Uncle Wang, please observe. With that, he spread his hand, revealing the spirit of the demon monk he had captured. Upon witnessing this, Elder Wang waved his hand and cast a spell upon the barrier formed by the small sword, causing a flicker of light and shadow as the small sword rapidly transformed into a figure of equal height. The demon monk, realizing he could now speak, threatened from within the barrier. Should you dare to kill me, the Black Sutra Temple will not spare you. Prepare to face annihilation. Release me at once. Silence. Elder Wang's expression turned cold as he picked up a mirror nearby and directed its light towards the demon monk's spirit. Under the mirror's illumination, countless vengeful souls appeared around the demon, numbering at least in the hundreds, indicating that many innocent lives had perished at his hands. The demon monk continued to shout frantically within the barrier. Yet, deep down, he understood that his struggles were futile had he fallen into the hands of a smaller sect. His threats might have held some weight. However, he was now at the mercy of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, a prominent sect known for its decisive actions in the art of the sword. Such a faction would hardly take his threats seriously. Nevertheless, no one can remain composed when faced with death, and even though he knew his threats were ineffective, he could not help but scream and curse. Elder Wang snorted. Having gleaned the information he sought, he had no desire to listen to the demon monk's raving any longer. With a decisive gesture, he contracted the barrier to the size of a palm, causing the demon's cries to vanish. After concluding these matters, Elder Wang turned his gaze back to Song Qingyi and Song Mingting, his stern demeanor softening into a faint smile. Now, please recount the events, my dear disciples. This time, it was Song Mingting who spoke. He succinctly recounted the events from beginning to end, though he intentionally omitted any details related to his past life that would be difficult to explain. Elder Wang listened attentively from his elevated seat, nodding occasionally. When Song Mingting mentioned that he had hunted the mooning water snake to obtain its core for cultivating the moon spring sword chi, a flicker of concern crossed his face. He felt that Song Mingting's ambition to cultivate such a formidable technique was somewhat overreaching. Yet, while he may have harbored reservations, Elder Wang said nothing, quickly masking his expression. Once Song Mingting finished, Elder Wang pondered for a moment before making a decision. This demon monk has countless vengeful souls at his command. Even 100 deaths would be insufficient to atone for his sins. Let him be slain. As for the mooning water snake, since it was you, Mingting, who single-handedly defeated it, it rightfully belongs to you. This demon monk, after years of cultivation, has only achieved the pinnacle of a minor sect. Even among the inner elders of the Black Sutra Temple, he is but a marginal figure. Killing him is no great matter, and I can decide this alone. Of course, had the victim been a righteous individual, he would not have acted so decisively. he would have ensured Song Mingting returned the mooning water snake, providing compensation in the form of a more suitable material for cultivating the moon spring sword chi. However, since the matter involved someone from the Black Sutra Temple, there was no need for such considerations. To slay such a demon was akin to executing divine justice. How could he possibly return the mooning water snake? After delivering his verdict, Elder Wang pointed towards the barrier, and a dark blue sword aura shot forth from his fingertip, plunging into the barrier. In an instant, hundreds of dark blue sword auras erupted within, intertwining, and within moments, the demon monk's spirit was obliterated. Although Elder Wang held the same rank as the demon monk, his strength far surpassed that of his foe, having reached the mid-stage of moon integration. At this juncture, even Song Qingyi was not his opponent, let alone the demon monk. Even at his peak, the demon monk would have struggled to withstand a few of Elder Wang's strikes, much less in his current injured and subdued state. Chapter 45. The Elegant Cloud Blue Bird, Part 1. As the demon monk's spirit was reduced to ashes, the 12 small swords hovering in midair swiftly converged, reforming into a single entity. I will inform Brother Taizhan of this incident in due course. You need not concern yourselves with it. After swiftly dispatching the demon monk, Elder Wang returned the small sword to Song Qingyi and addressed the two of them. Though he had decisively executed the demon monk and maintained a casual demeanor, the presence of an inner elder from the Black Sutra Temple near Guizang Mountain was, in fact, no trivial matter. The true purpose of this demon monk's presence at Guizang Mountain, whether it was indeed to seek the mooning water snake as claimed, remained uncertain. There may be deeper, ulterior motives at play. While the likelihood of such was slim, the involvement of the Black Sutra Temple necessitated caution. Hence, a thorough investigation with the people from the Breaking Evil Pavilion was warranted. After all, Elder Wang had left behind a few remnants of the demon monk's soul during his earlier attack, allowing for a soul search later. However, there was no need for Song Qingyi and Song Mingting to be involved in these subsequent matters. Upon grasping Elder Wang's unspoken intentions, Song Mingting and Song Qingyi quickly took their leave. Once outside the Tianzhao Pavilion, Song Mingting remarked, "By the way, senior brother, Master has been visiting friends recently and is not currently in the sect. He has pieced together fragmented memories during his absence, and it seems he left only after you had departed. Therefore, you should be unaware of his absence from the mountain." Hearing this, Song Qingyi chuckled. "Master is not here? I was just about to visit him. Let us first go to your quarters. I have something to give you." With Song Mingting having already connected his memories, he understood precisely what Song Qingyi intended to present. Nevertheless, he could not help but display a look of surprise. At that moment, he realized that since meeting his senior brother, the deep-rooted inner demons within him had begun to loosen their grip. The invisible barrier that had separated reason from emotion seemed to have been breached, allowing feelings to re-emerge. His spirit was revitalized, and the soul that had been split felt as though it was beginning to merge once more. Just a day prior, such vibrant expressions would have been utterly impossible for him. Thus, the two made their way to Song Mingting's residence. Upon seeing Song Qingyi, Jing Mo and Han Shui were equally surprised, and the four of them hurriedly prepared tea and snacks for him. Song Qingyi gratefully acknowledged the offering of tea from Jing Mo. Interestingly, the names of the brother duo, Song Mingting and Song Qingyi, contrasted starkly with their appearances and temperaments. Song Qingyi, despite his handsome and tall stature, possessed a character that was remarkably upright and generous, imbued with a touch of simplicity that softened his striking features, rendering him less imposing than his appearance might suggest. Coupled with his few words and deep voice, along with his prominent brows, his innate simplicity became even more pronounced, making the name Qingyi seem somewhat mismatched. In contrast, Song Mingting was strikingly handsome and possessed a somewhat aloof and introverted nature, aligning perfectly with the name Qingyi. Yet, ironically, his name was Mingting. Hence, many elders believe that the names of this brother duo were in reverse order, suggesting that they would have been better suited swapped. After Jing Mo completed serving the tea, he and Han Shui excused themselves. Song Qingyi took a sip of tea and retrieved 2 items from his belt, presenting them before Song Mingting. 2 items lay before them. One was a palm-sized indigo stone, and the other, a pair of 3-inch-tall iron effigies. "This is the wind-tide stone and the iron arhut," exclaimed Song Mingting, his expression one of genuine delight, albeit feigned. "I acquired these during my recent travels," Song Qingyi said with a smile. "You can use the iron arhut now, while the wind-tide stone will prove useful to you later." The wind-tide stone is a rare treasure formed by the relentless battering of mountain winds, classified as a high-grade spiritual material. When held close to the ear, one can hear the sound of waves crashing upon the shore, hence its name. This stone can be used in the crafting of magical implements, enhancing their lightness, speed, and enabling them to unleash 2 razor-sharp whirlwinds during an attack. The iron arhoot, crafted from fine iron, is a superior-grade puppet that, when activated, can instantly grow to the height of a human, possessing immense strength and resilience. Its attacks are further augmented by Buddhist magic, making it particularly effective against malevolent forces. This pair of iron arhoots can coordinate their assaults, significantly amplifying their effectiveness, capable of withstanding even the early stages of star-plucking cultivators. Though these treasures may not be considered rare gems, they nonetheless hold considerable value. Song Qingyi smiled as he retrieved a cloth pouch from his waist and produced a small object, and this. It was a palm-sized chick, its sparse feathers a pale blue, revealing pink skin beneath. After a moment of scrutiny, Song Mingting asked, his voice tinged with disbelief and anticipation, "Is this the Su Yunqing Niao?" Song Qingyi's expression softened with surprise before he chuckled and nodded. Song Mingting's eyes sparkled with joy, a sentiment that was partially contrived, as he had experienced this moment in his previous life. Nevertheless, the excitement surged within him, for he had once again encountered the Su Yunqing Niao. Much like the mooning water serpent, the Su Yunqing Niao is a creature of great innate power, descended from the ancient divine beast, the Qingwan. Adult Su Yunqing Niao possess the ability to reach the star-plucking stage, and while they may not rival the mooning water serpent, they are formidable in their own right. During his past life, the Su Yunqing Niao had accompanied him for a decade, serving as both his spirit companion and ally. Thus, encountering it once more stirred profound emotions within him. Following his initial thrill, a wave of gratitude washed over Song Mingting, a chick of the Su Yunqing Niao. Even for the true disciples of the prestigious Longqing sect, Taishang sect, and Mingwei sect, is an extraordinary pet, let alone within their own Guizang Sword Pavilion. Nurturing such a chick would provide significant assistance to his elder brother, greatly enhancing his strength. Given the rarity of the Su Yunqing Niao, acquiring a chick, especially one protected by an adult, is no small feat. He pondered how his elder brother had managed to obtain such a treasure, knowing full well that the journey to acquire it was likely fraught with challenges, contrary to his brother's nonchalant demeanor. Yet, here was this precious chick, with immense potential for power, freely given to him by his elder brother, stirring a deep sense of gratitude within him. Chapter 46. The Su Yunqing Niao, continued. Song Qingyi handed the Su Yunqing Niao to Song Mingting, who cradled it delicately. Observing the chick nestled in his palm, its head drooping as it slept soundly, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In that lifetime, the Su Yunqing Niao had been his companion for a full decade. During those years, it transformed from a small, featherless bundle to a magnificent creature adorned with resplendent plumage, much like a phoenix, a source of immense joy and assistance. Especially during the initial years, the Su Yunqing Niao was pivotal in his journey. At that time, he had yet to encounter his first opportunity, remaining at the bottom tier among his peers, plagued by insecurity and self-doubt. However, the arrival of the Su Yunqing Niao swiftly altered his circumstances. Creatures like the Su Yunqing Niao, endowed with exceptional talent, develop rapidly in their youth to ensure survival. Shortly after birth, they possess considerable strength. The scarcity of such beasts makes them prime targets for ordinary monsters. Thus, if their strength is insufficient for self-defense, survival becomes a daunting challenge, even with the protection of adult counterparts. Not every young beast is fortunate enough to have parental guardians, as evidenced by the mooning water serpent he had slain earlier, which lacked such protection. Moreover, he had nourished the Su Yunqing Niao with elixirs, further accelerating its growth. In just a few months, it reached the star-plucking stage, after which its growth rate began to slow. At that time, average cultivators among the true disciples were at the Dao Ding stage, with few achieving the star-plucking stage. Thus those who did could be regarded as geniuses. This meant that the Su Yunqing Niao had surpassed the majority of true disciples in strength. Additionally, as an extraordinary beast, its combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary monsters of the same level, making it a formidable foe even against some true disciples at the star-plucking stage. Inevitably, his situation improved markedly, as those who once bullied him, like Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben, were no longer a threat. The Su Yunqing Niao had become a source of solace for him during those challenging times. In time, he encountered several opportunities that bolstered his strength, transforming him from the inconspicuous third disciple of the peak master into someone who was no longer a target for bullying. Despite his growth, the Su Yunqing Niao remained a vital ally and combat partner. As his power increased, so too did that of the Su Yunqing Niao, and it grew even more rapidly than he did. Just as he was on the cusp of reaching the early star-plucking stage, The Su Yunqing Niao had already attained the moon fusion stage, nearing adulthood. Had he not mastered a formidable technique and acquired several powerful treasures, he might not have been able to contend with it. Then came the assault by the demonic forces, during which the Su Yunqing Niao sacrificed itself to save him. Take good care of this, Su Yunqing Niao. If you need beast-nurturing pills, let me know, and I will procure some for you, Song Qingyi added. Upon hearing his brother's words, Song Mingting snapped back to reality. Understood, elder brother, he nodded. The beast-nurturing pill is a general term for elixirs used in the cultivation of spirit companions. However, while he verbally agreed, his thoughts were entirely different. He would never ask his elder brother for beast-nurturing pills, as he was fully capable of concocting them himself and had no desire to burden his brother. Moreover, even in his previous life, he had never resorted to such a course of action, and he certainly would not do so now. Seeing that Song Mingting accepted the gift he had bestowed, Song Qingyi felt a sense of relief. In truth, his journey began with the intention of finding a powerful spirit companion for Song Mingting. For years, he had witnessed the subtle oppression and humiliation that Song Mingting endured at the hands of Zhao Jingke and his ilk. Although he had intervened on Song Mingting's behalf in the past, he could not always be by his side, rendering it impossible for him to manage the situation effectively. He had long pondered how to alter his junior brother's predicament and ultimately devised a plan to procure a formidable spirit companion for him. The root of Song Mingting's troubles lay in his insufficient strength. If he were to possess a powerful spirit companion, Zhao Jingke and others would find it far more challenging to bully him. At this moment, the Su Yunqing Niao had awakened, and observing Song Mingting enthusiastically playing with it brought a smile to Song Qingyi's face. Just then, Jing Mo, who had been waiting outside, announced, "Brother Mingting, Brother Qingyi, the master of Lihe Pavilion has arrived." The Taoist of Lihe was the head of the Tiangong Pavilion on Zhongshu Peak, hence Jing Mo's formal address. Song Qingyi promptly rose, and Song Mingting followed suit. The Taoist of Lihe was their own uncle and the only one of their lineage. As their master had taken only 2 disciples, one being their master, and the other the Taoist of Lihe. Thus, the closeness of their relationship with the Taoist of Lihe surpassed that of other elders on Zhongshu Peak. His unexpected visit likely stemmed from news of the black-robed monk from Heijing Temple, prompting him to ascertain the situation. As soon as Song Mingting and Song Qingyi stood, the Taoist of Lihe entered. Upon seeing them, he expressed concern. "I have heard that you encountered an inner gate elder from Heijing Temple. Are you both unharmed?" "We are fine. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Master," replied Song Qingyi, with Song Mingting shaking his head in agreement to indicate he had not been injured. The Taoist of Lihe scanned both of them with his divine sense, secretly relieved before stating, "That is good to hear." Upon learning of the incident, he had rushed over immediately. Over the years, although real person Kashi had gradually stabilized his position as peak master, the influence of the Fei Taoist faction remained substantial. For decades, the rivalry between their faction and the Fei Taoist faction had never ceased. In recent years, as their side began to regain the upper hand, the competition had notably intensified. In such circumstances, the elders of their faction were naturally vigilant in watching over their disciples, as the Fei Taoist faction would never resort to lethal measures against Song Qingyi and Song Mingting. Yet subtle sabotage and the seizing of opportunities to exploit weaknesses were indeed plausible. Thus, the elders devoted considerable energy to the welfare of their disciples, fearing they might suffer losses. Chapter 47. The Pavilion at the Heart of the Lake. He had always kept a close eye on Song Mingting and the others, especially during this period when his senior brother was away from the mountain, leaving the duty of caring for them entirely on his shoulders. This was why, even in the dead of night, he had learned of Song Mingting and Song Qingyi capturing an inner gate elder from Heijing Temple without needing specific notification from Tianzhao Pavilion. However, now that he saw that Song Qingyi and Song Mingting were indeed unscathed, he felt a sense of relief. Earlier, he had harbored concerns about whether they had sustained any injuries, given that they had encountered individuals from Heijing Temple. While the likelihood of severe injuries was low, after all, if they had been gravely harmed, Tianzhao Pavilion would have informed him. There remained the possibility of hidden injuries, especially considering they had faced an inner gate elder from Heijing Temple. While Song Qingyi was straightforward and had excellent innate talent, he was well aware of his strength. The monk could only be at the pinnacle of the Zhaixing stage and would certainly not be a match for Song Qingyi. However, Song Mingting's situation was different. His strength was lacking, and he would not withstand many blows from the monk. Even with Song Qingyi's protection, it was quite probable that he would not be entirely safe. Furthermore, he knew that Song Qingyi had been traveling outside for several days, which meant that their encounter was likely coincidental. Thus, It was conceivable that Song Mingting had faced the black-robed monk alone for a period. After settling his thoughts, the Taoist of Lihe spoke. Indeed, Qingyi, you managed to capture an elder from Heijing Temple. It seems that in a few years, I may not be your match any longer. A hint of embarrassment crossed Song Qingyi's face as he replied, Uncle Master, please do not jest. After teasing him, the Taoist of Lihe adopted a serious demeanor, saying, you need not worry about what follows, the sect will handle it well. Moreover, capturing an inner gate elder from Heijing Temple, though not intentional, is still a notable achievement. And I will do my utmost to advocate for you. After imparting this advice, he chatted idly with Song Qingyi and Song Mingting for a few moments before departing without even tasting the tea that Jing Mo had brought in. As the peak master and the only direct disciple of the sect, he was exceedingly busy, balancing his responsibilities at the Tiangong Pavilion with his own cultivation. Generally, he would not involve himself in trivial matters. Had it not been for the involvement of Song Qingyi and Song Mingting, he would not have made the effort to visit regarding an inner gate elder from Heijing Temple, whose cultivation level was beneath even the Rongyue stage and thus insignificant in his eyes. Once the Taoist of Lihe left, Song Qingyi and Song Mingting exchanged a few more words before stepping outside. After Song Qingyi departed, the serene smile that had adorned Song Mingting's face vanished, replaced by an expression devoid of emotion, though it was no longer as icy and unapproachable as before. He placed the Suyun Qingniao on the table and performed several hand seals, imbuing the intricate runes into the creature's body. The Suyun Qingniao remained entirely unaware, its head drooping as it continued to slumber soundly. What he had just executed was a technique he had mastered in his previous life, a beast-taming spell that enhances the bond between the spirit companion and its master, allowing the spirit companion to quickly become familiar with its master's aura. Having lived over 100 years in his previous life, he was most proficient in swordsmanship. However, he had also dabbled in various other disciplines, including beast-taming spells. While he could not claim mastery in this field, his expertise certainly surpassed the average level of those in the Taoist realm and even exceeded some. After imparting the beast-taming spell into the Suyun Qingniao, Song Mingting retired to bed to begin his cultivation. The spell he cast was not one of enslavement, but rather a sophisticated technique designed to swiftly increase the spirit companion's affinity with its master. He would never dream of enslaving the Suyun Qingniao. Furthermore, his rationale for performing this action was ultimately for the benefit of the Suyun Qingniao. While spirit companions could be kept in beast pouches, most preferred not to remain confined within them. However, as the Suyun Qingniao had only just come into his possession and was unfamiliar with him, keeping it outside posed the risk of it running away. Thus, to allow the Suyun Qingniao to remain outside without becoming restless, he had to employ a spell to help it quickly acclimatize to his presence. The night passed without incident, and at dawn the following day, Song Mingting stepped outside. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the glass vial on the windowsill, noting that the dark, viscous substance within had undergone slight changes compared to the previous day. Its color had lightened, revealing a hint of golden hue. Upon stepping outside, Song Mingting encountered Zhao Jinkei and Wang Ruben on the road. The residences of the true disciples were clustered together, albeit separated by a certain distance. Nonetheless, they were all situated in the same vicinity, making encounters inevitable. However, on this occasion, Zhao Jinkei and Wang Ruben surprisingly refrained from their usual mockery and merely shot him a fierce glance before silently walking away. Clearly, his earlier actions of punishing Zhou Weiyuan and his companions had yielded results. In fact, over the past few days, not only Zhao Jinkei and his ilk, but even others had significantly altered their attitudes toward him. Previously, while others did not target him as explicitly as Zhao Jinkei and his companions, their demeanor had been tinged with disdain and condescension. Yet ever since he had disciplined Zhou Weiyuan and his cohorts, their attitudes had evidently shifted, no longer reflecting the same disregard as before. Song Mingting did not dwell on this minor incident. He meandered through winding paths until he arrived at a small lake. In the center of the lake lay an island, upon which stood a pavilion comparable in size to the Tianzhao Pavilion and Tongbao Pavilion. This pavilion, like all structures on Zhongshu Peak, predominantly featured a black and white color scheme. However, its appearance and architecture differed greatly from the Tianzhao and Tongbao pavilions. The former exuded an air of solemnity, while the latter boasted ornate elegance. In contrast, the pavilion before him emanated a sense of stability and grandeur, untouched by the chaos of the world, imbued with a profound historical weight. Positioned on the island amidst swaying willows, it appeared even more isolated and independent from worldly affairs. Stepping onto the waterside corridor, Song Mingting made his way toward the island. The lake's water was exceptionally clear, revealing the seabed beneath. It shimmered with a vibrant green hue, and variously colored fish swam gracefully, seemingly drifting without any anchor. Soon, he arrived on the island, where hundreds of stone swords stood erect around the pavilion, each intricately inscribed with inscriptions. These inscriptions varied in style. Some were expansive and free-spirited, others steep and perilous, while some exuded an aura of strict formality. Yet, all bore a common characteristic, a profound and potent sword intent. Chapter 48. The Stone Sword Forest. Navigating through this grove of stone swords, Song Mingting entered the pavilion. This structure was none other than the renowned of their Guizang Sword sect, albeit this particular one was a branch located on Zhongshu Peak. Upon entering the scene unfolded before him. Unlike the bustling Tianzhou Pavilion and Tongbao Pavilion, it was remarkably tranquil. The coolness of the tiles beneath his feet contrasted with the numerous bookshelves that filled the hall, each densely packed with scriptures and secret texts. Yet the vast space remained largely unoccupied. Only by the window stood a rocking chair, upon which a venerable old Taoist with hair as white as snow reclined. He held a teapot in hand, gently rocking back and forth, basking in the sun's warmth. Nearby, a three-tiered bamboo rack displayed several pots of orchids and vibrant red camellias, while a birdcage hung from the eaves, home to a songbird with striking blue-green feathers, whose melodious notes filled the air. Song Mingting approached quietly and spoke softly. "Uncle Master, I wish to select a spell." The old Taoist before him was the esteemed elder of the Guizang Sword sect, a senior from his master's generation. Unlike the bustling Tianzhou and Tongbao pavilions, where guards were numerous, it was overseen by only a single elder. However, to assume that it was easily penetrable would be a grave miscalculation. The security of the was undoubtedly the strongest within the Guizang Sword sect, second only to the main hall, and even surpassing the ancestral hall in certain respects. This was a repository of the sect's lineage. What could be more paramount for a sect than its legacy? Thus, it was fiercely guarded, not only by the elder but also by numerous hidden forces. For instance, the grove of stone swords he had just traversed served as a crucial line of defense. These stone swords, left behind by generations of true immortals from Zhongshu Peak, were inscribed with inscriptions forged from their own sword intent before their ascension. Crafted from a material known as a rare and spiritually endowed substance, the swords were imbued with the essence of the sword intent left by these masters over the years. These stone swords had transcended the realm of the mundane. The inscriptions etched by the skilled practitioners, each a master of the Tao, had imbued the swords with formidable sword intent, which had only grown more concentrated over time. The nearly 200 swords had formed a natural formation. If an outsider attempted to breach the sword intent would erupt, ensnaring even the most adept practitioners of the Tao. This was but one of the many protective measures employed. In addition to the grove of stone swords, various other defenses safeguarded them. Perhaps the very beneath his feet, the black tiles upon the roof, or even a tree outside were part of an intricate setup, ready to activate at the slightest provocation. Thus, attempting to infiltrate was akin to entering a den of dragons and tigers. Upon hearing Song Mingting's words, the old Taoist lazily lifted an eyelid, casting a glance at him before closing it once more. After a moment's pause, he spoke slowly. "Oh, you seek to select a spell? Have you reached the mid-stage of the?" His voice was frail and drawn out, as if he might fade away at any moment. However, this impression was misleading. These esteemed elders were all cultivators with profound mastery, far from the notion of being frail and easily toppled. "Indeed, Uncle Master," Song Mingting replied, standing attentively with a bowed head. The elder overseeing was not singular. There were many, operating on a rotational basis. Today, it was this elder reclining in the rocking chair, while tomorrow it could be another. Regardless of who presided over they remained largely unfamiliar to the current generation of true disciples, as few knew the names of these elders. This lack of familiarity stemmed from several reasons. Firstly, the elders belonged to an earlier generation, often sequestered in deep meditation and self-cultivation, making interactions rare. Secondly, even in the few instances they did engage, the elders rarely divulged personal matters, leaving disciples hesitant to inquire. Lastly, their own masters seldom spoke of the elders, furthering the divide in knowledge. As a result, apart from the most renowned elders, the younger disciples knew little of their names or even their faces. Even he was no exception. Although he possessed an entire lifetime of memories, his interactions with the Grand Elder during his previous life were scarce. He could scarcely recall the names of most Grand Elders, and there were several he had never even met. Take the Grand Elder before him as an example. He had seen him, yet he could not recall his name or any notable deeds from the elder's youth. This was precisely why he referred to him vaguely as Uncle Master. However, despite his ignorance of the elder's name and title, he was acutely aware of the elder's fate in his past life. The Grand Elder had valiantly defended the Scripture Pavilion, ultimately sacrificing himself during the demonic assault on the mountain, a true embodiment of being born, raised, and perishing in the same place. As Song Mingting contemplated this, the Grand Elder spoke, his eyes still closed. "Which spell will you choose?" "Moonspring Sword Chi," Song Mingting replied. The custom of the Scripture Pavilion dictated that true disciples, upon initiation, could cultivate the foundational sword techniques of their lineage along with one spell of the condensation of truth rank, both provided free of charge by the sect. However, should they wish to practice additional spells thereafter, they would need to exchange them for Guizang Tongbao, which could only be acquired through their monthly stipends or by completing sect tasks. The reason the sect adopted such rules was twofold. Firstly, to introduce a competitive mechanism among the disciples, as a lack of competition and motivation would weaken their drive to progress, ultimately leading the sect to financial ruin. Secondly, to prevent disciples from being overly ambitious. Without restrictions, they might recklessly pursue high-level spells, disregarding their own talents, for humans often aspire to reach beyond their grasp. Thus, the sect established these regulations, a practice mirrored by most other sections. Moreover, the spells that true disciples could exchange for were limited to those below the Dongxian level. Spells above that rank could only be learned with the sect's approval. Nonetheless, there were occasions when the sect was quite generous. For instance, every true disciple who reached the Dongxiao stage could freely select one spell below the Dongxian level from the Scripture Pavilion. Having already reached the mid-stage of Dongxiao, Song Mingting had delayed learning a new spell at his master's suggestion, focusing instead on solidifying the foundational sword techniques. Consequently, his spell slot had remained unused. Fortunately, he had kept this opportunity, for the Moonspring Sword Chi, being of a higher rank, would have required a considerable amount of Guizang Tongbao in a short time. The old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of surprise flashing within them. He regarded Song Mingting and exclaimed, "Moonspring Sword Chi?" Song Mingting nodded, his expression resolute. The old Taoist scrutinized him for a moment before asking, "Is this your master's intention?" Song Mingting shook his head. The old Taoist frowned slightly, about to speak. But Song Mingting interjected, "I merely wish to try my hand at it. If it proves unfeasible, then so be it." The old Taoist swallowed his words, gazing at Song Mingting for a while longer before inquiring, "Are you certain about the Moonspring Sword Chi?" He had some recollection of Song Mingting, albeit only because he was a disciple of the self-disciplined real person. Thus, he was aware of Song Mingting's rather ordinary talent, prompting his three questions. He felt that Song Mingting might be aiming too high. Song Mingting nodded again, his expression unwavering. The old Taoist frown deepened further. After a prolonged gaze at Song Mingting, he finally said, "Very well, I shall procure it for you." With a wave of his hand, a volume flew from one of the shelves and landed in his grasp. The old Taoist tossed the volume to Song Mingting, coldly stating, "You may take the manual back, but it must be returned within 3 days. During this period, you may study it alone, consult with your master, but under no circumstances should it be shown to your peers or taken beyond the Mountain-esque gate. Violation of any of these stipulations will be dealt with according to sect rules." After saying this, he closed his eyes once more, disregarding whether Song Mingting had taken note. Song Mingting accepted the volume with a word of thanks and proceeded toward the entrance. Just as he was about to step out of the Scripture Pavilion, the old Taoist called out once more, "For practitioners, the pursuit of unattainable heights is the gravest folly. Trials and tribulations are merely temporary. With sufficient willpower and unwavering perseverance, change will eventually manifest. Should one blindly seek powerful spells and treasures just to prove a point, it may hinder one's cultivation." Although the Grand Elder was displeased with Song Mingting's disregard for his counsel, he could not help but offer this piece of advice. Song Mingting paused, turned, and bowed respectfully, saying, "I understand, Master." Despite his outward gratitude, he felt a twinge of helplessness within. Had he not experienced a lifetime in a dream? The old Taoist's admonition would indeed have been sage advice. However, after living through his previous life, he comprehended these truths all too well, and mastering the Moonspring Sword Chi was hardly a challenge for him. Nevertheless, he recognized that the old Taoist's words were well-intentioned, and he felt it was only right to express his sincere gratitude. Upon exiting the Scripture Pavilion, he glanced at the manual in his hand. It was a tome bound in moon white, with the characters Moonspring Sword Chi inscribed prominently on the left side. The paper was resilient and of exquisite quality. This was indeed the manual for cultivating the Moonspring Sword Chi, though what he held was merely a copy. The original resided in the central scripture pavilion. After a brief inspection of the manual, he tucked it into his belt, for he was already well versed in its contents. In his previous life, though he had never cultivated the moon's spring sword chi, he had been the last to perish, bearing the weight of the sect's legacy. Consequently, by the end, all remaining manuals had come into his possession. Thus, although he had not practiced many spells, he was thoroughly familiar with their cultivation methods. Yet, even though he understood the cultivation method for the moon's spring sword chi, the necessity of obtaining the manual from the scripture pavilion was not merely a formality. Indeed, he had a clear grasp of the method due to his experiences of the future, but in reality, he had never practiced the moon's spring sword chi. Therefore, it was only natural that he should not be expected to know its cultivation method. If he suddenly wielded the moon's spring sword chi without having formally borrowed the manual, it would transparently indicate that something was amiss. Thus, his visit to the scripture pavilion was merely a pro forma step, intended to avoid raising suspicions. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Song Mingting did not return to the meditation hall, but instead made his way down the mountain. Upon reaching the midslope, he summoned the Cold Star Sword and soared away from Zhongshu Peak, returning once more to Longchui Valley. Upon arriving at Longchui Valley, he did not practice swordplay but resumed his brick-making efforts. One by one, the bricks, as black as ink, took shape, gradually stacking higher alongside those he had produced the previous day. By midday, he had crafted nearly 100 bricks. At Zhongshu Peak, a pine-green sword light descended through the clouds, landing on the mountainside. Song Qingyi sheathed the Xiansong sword and walked toward the meditation hall. He had just returned from the Heavenly Zhao Pavilion, which was not the branch of the Zhongshu Peak, but rather the main pavilion where Song Qingyi, in addition to being the foremost disciple of the current generation of Zhongshu Peak, was also one of the 16 stewards of the Heavenly Zhao Pavilion. Typically, Song Qingyi did not need to visit the Heavenly Zhao Pavilion so frequently. For the younger disciples, cultivation was of utmost importance, particularly for a prodigious talent like Song Qingyi. It was rare for sects to allow gifted disciples to squander their time on trivial matters, as it would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Consequently, the truly busy individuals within the sect were the outer disciples, outer elders, and those exhausted true transmission elders, while the inner elders, sect leaders, and revered elders were comparatively at ease, primarily engaged in decision-making and cultivation. Even the tasks assigned to inner disciples were minimal. Although Song Qingyi was one of the 16 stewards of the Heavenly Zhao Pavilion, his daily responsibilities were not onerous. The reason he had set out early for the pavilion this time was due to the accumulation of his duties from his recent travels, which required a day or two of attention. Upon arriving at the entrance of Song Mingting's residence, he was greeted from afar by Nanqing. The residences of Song Qingyi and Song Mingting were in close proximity, making them the closest among their peers. Having grown up like brothers, the four sword attendants of Song Mingting were quite familiar with Song Qingyi. Nodding at Nanqing, who was stationed at the door, Song Qingyi was about to enter when Nanqing spoke up. Qingyi Shixiang, Mingting Shixiang is not in the house. Song Qingyi raised an eyebrow in surprise. As he was well aware of Song Mingting's usual habits, he would typically be inside at this hour. Nanqing, evidently sensing Song Qingyi's confusion, preemptively explained, for some reason, Mingting Shixiang has not returned after practicing his sword in the valley these past few days. He is busy making bricks. Making bricks? This puzzled Song Qingyi further. He knew that Song Mingting practiced swordsmanship every morning in a valley adjacent to Zhongshu Peak, a place he was familiar with from their many previous training sessions. Renowned for its serene beauty. However, Song Mingting would usually return after an hour. It was already noon and he had yet to come back. What could be the reason for making bricks? I'll go look for him. By the way, he hasn't had lunch yet, right? Let Jingma accompany me and bring some food. Song Qingyi suggested. That would be splendid. However, Qingyi Shixiang, you may need to wait a moment. Jingma is still in the kitchen pavilion. Would you like to sit inside for a while? Nanqing offered politely. Song Qingyi shook his head and smiled. Nanqing, could you kindly inform Yunji to bring some food here? Nanqing readily agreed and went to convey the message. Shortly after, Jingma and Yunji returned from the kitchen pavilion with the food box, and Song Qingyi set off towards Longsue Valley, riding his sword. By noon, Song Mingting was pleasantly surprised to see his senior brother rather than Jingma delivering the meal. Senior brother, what brings you here? He exclaimed. Song Qingyi glanced at the stack of bricks that had already reached a considerable height before returning his gaze, lifting the food box to say, I brought you lunch. Setting aside his task, Song Mingting took the food box and explained. I plan to build a villa here so I can stay without having to travel back and forth every day. However, the true purpose of his effort in constructing this villa remained a secret known only to him. Song Qingyi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. and produced a small dining table from his belt, inviting Song Mingting to eat. With a smile, Song Mingting took a piece of venison and began to eat. Meanwhile, Song Qingyi also commenced his meal, not questioning the bricks beside them. As if it were entirely normal for Song Mingting to suddenly decide to build a villa in such a valley. After finishing their meal, Song Qingyi set down his bowl and offered, "Let me help you with that later." Song Mingting accepted with a smile, saying, "That would be wonderful." He then proceeded to inform Song Qingyi of some important points to consider. The process of making bricks posed no challenge for cultivators. It merely required a degree of mastery over spells. As the foremost disciple of Chongshu Peak, Song Qingyi possessed exceptional control over spells, more than sufficient for brickmaking, allowing him to proceed without error and even surpass Song Mingting in speed once he grew accustomed to the task. The disparity in their cultivation levels was simply too great. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent making bricks in Longsue Valley, and by evening, the pile had risen considerably, with the number of newly made bricks exceeding double that of the previous day. Subsequently, Song Mingting and Song Qingyi returned to Chongshu Peak, their sword lights descending upon the mountain as they walked together towards the residence. On the way, Song Mingting remarked, "Senior brother, it will take a while to complete this courtyard. Your assistance today has been more than enough, so you need not come tomorrow. It may hinder your cultivation." He believed that his senior brother was currently in a period of rapid growth and strength, while spending an afternoon making bricks would provide some benefits for his mindset. It could not compare to the advancements he could achieve through his own cultivation. Song Qingyi nodded, "Very well." They parted ways thereafter. Upon returning to his residence, Song Mingting had dinner and practiced for an hour before heading out again to Longsue Valley, where he intended to cultivate the Moon Spring Sword Qi. By this time, the moon had ascended into the sky, casting a silvery light that illuminated Longsue Valley with a shimmering glow. Alighting on the Cold Star Sword, Song Mingting arrived at the valley and settled beside the pool under the waterfall, then sat cross-legged, retrieving the inner core of the mooning water serpent. After dispelling the restrictions on the mouth of the jade vial, the inner core soared from the bottle as if it were alive, shooting straight into the air. Song Mingting swiftly formed a spell to capture it mid-air and opened his mouth to draw the core into his abdomen. As the resplendent moon-white inner core entered his body, a chill reminiscent of the cold moon surged from his abdomen, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs. In the blink of an eye, a layer of lunar frost crystallized upon his eyebrows and hair tips. This was one of the reasons why most true transmission disciples hesitated to practice the Moon Spring Sword Qi. It was perilous. For if the power of the mooning water serpent's inner core spread unchecked, it would not be long before the physical body would stiffen and transform into moonstone. However, in the face of the inner core's erupting power, Song Mingting's expression remained calm and unfazed. He leisurely activated the method of Moon Spring Sword Qi and began his cultivation. Soon, the limited vital energy within the dantian began to circulate, swiftly transforming into a series of radiant runes glowing with the ethereal light of the moon, embedding themselves within the pulsating demon core of the mooning water snake. Each strand of magical power was meticulously converted into moonlit runes, with not a trace wasted. This remarkable precision in controlling his magic stemmed from Song Mingting's exceptional mastery over his own powers. In fact, this was the very reason he dared to cultivate the Moon Spring Sword Qi even in the mid-stage of the Aperture Realm. Otherwise, had it been another disciple at the same level, they would not have been able to achieve this feat, likely exhausting their magical energy midway due to the significant waste that would occur, a primary reason why lower-tier disciples hesitated to attempt the cultivation of the Moon Spring Sword Qi. Typically, only disciples at the peak of the Aperture Realm would dare to practice such an advanced technique. As the runes were imbued, the demon core of the mooning water snake gradually ceased its thrumming and began to morph in shape. It first became increasingly translucent, as if all the moonlight had coalesced into one, emanating an ever-intensifying chill. Strangely, as the coldness radiating from the demon core grew stronger, the moon frost surrounding Song Mingting began to dissipate. Ultimately, after a brief half-hour, the mooning water snake's inner core transformed from a round shape into a slender form, evolving into a 3-inch-long sword Qi that danced within Song Mingting's dantian. This sword Qi, a luminous moon-white, flowed like liquid moonlight, exuding a frigid aura while simultaneously releasing a formidable sword intent. This was indeed the essence of the Moon Spring Sword Qi. With the first strand of the Moon Spring Sword Qi taking shape, the chill within Song Mingting's body completely vanished, and the residual moon frost melted away rapidly. At this point, however, the vital energy within him was nearly depleted. Had he taken any longer to condense the Moon Spring Sword Qi, his magical energy would have faltered. Nevertheless, he had anticipated this outcome, having calculated beforehand that the mid-stage of the aperture realm was the minimum requirement for cultivating the moon's spring sword chi. Any lower, and even with precise control over his magical powers, he would not have been able to refine the mooning water snake's demon core. Upon opening his eyes, Song Mingting performed a minor spell, instantly evaporating the night dew clinging to him. Having refined the inner core into the seed of sword chi, he had successfully completed the most challenging step in cultivating the moon's spring sword chi. Do not be misled by the apparent ease with which he accomplished this task. In truth, refining the demon core of the mooning water snake into a seed of sword chi was fraught with peril and complexity. A typical mid-stage aperture realm cultivator would likely fail to condense even a single rune, let alone maintain perfection throughout the lengthy refinement process. However, he was no ordinary mid-stage cultivator. In his previous life, he had attained the pinnacle of the Tao realm and had mastered several formidable techniques, making the cultivation of a nuanced spell such as this a trivial endeavor. After dispelling the night dew, Song Mingting opened his mouth and exhaled the moon's spring sword chi. It hovered before him, resembling a stream of moonlit water or a darting silver fish. Changing his hand seals, he began to infuse new incantations into the moon's spring sword chi. As the incantations were poured in, the lunar essence cascaded down like water, flowing through the valley and illuminating the moon's spring sword chi. The moonlight coalesced into strands of moon essence, converging towards the moon's spring sword chi like a flock of tadpoles drawn to a silver fish. Simultaneously, a chill rose from the ground, also surging towards the moon's spring sword chi. This was the energy of the earth's yin. Refining the inner core to condense the seed of sword chi was merely the first step in cultivating the moon's spring sword chi. Subsequently, he needed to continuously absorb both the moon essence and the earth's yin to amplify the moon's spring sword chi. This process could not be shortcut. It was a characteristic of sword chi spells, and even he could not bypass the accumulation required over time. Fortunately, the area by the Dragon Emerald Valley was steeped in coldness, rich in earth's yin, while the moonlight was bright, making it an ideal location for cultivating the moon's spring sword chi. The moonlight shimmered like water, casting a veil of ethereal luminescence over the Dragon Emerald Valley, rendering it brighter than other locales. The moon's spring sword chi expanded at a visible rate. By dawn, it had grown from its initial 3 inches to 4 inches long, a remarkable increase of 1/3. Although Song Mingting could not circumvent the gradual accumulation required, his superior cultivation level far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to condense the moon's spring sword chi at a significantly faster pace. In the following days, Song Mingting rose early and returned late, spending his days crafting bricks and his nights cultivating the moon's spring sword chi. During this time, aside from his companions Jing Mo and Han Shui, he seldom encountered anyone else, leading a reclusive existence. After 7 days, he had produced an ample supply of bricks, and the viscous, pitch-black substance he had concocted had undergone a significant transformation during this week, shifting from a deep black to a brilliant gold, with its viscosity greatly reduced, previously resembling glue. It had now become watery. This golden liquid was the talisman water he had prepared. Although the materials used were numerous, including some of considerable value, none were exceedingly rare treasures, resulting in minimal material costs. What was truly precious was the formula, which he had derived from a fragmented ancient text, rendering it a proprietary secret, unique and unparalleled. On the morning of the 8th day, Song Mingting took the bottle and ventured out, proceeding as usual to the Dragon Emerald Valley. Upon arrival, he retrieved a brush from his belt. This was a talisman brush, specifically designed for drawing talismans, and was a type of magical artifact. The brush he held was a gift from his sect, akin to the sword robe he wore, and was a standard possession for every true disciple, thus not considered a powerful artifact, being classified as a low-grade treasure. After extracting the talisman brush, Song Mingting uncapped the bottle, seated himself cross-legged, and grasped a brick of ink. Dipping the brush tip into the golden liquid, he focused intently and lifted the brush to the brick's surface. With unwavering concentration, he painted with fluid grace, swiftly creating a complex and profound design upon the brick. The entire process executed seamlessly without a pause. As he completed the final stroke and lifted the brush from the brick, the golden runic symbol suddenly shimmered with brilliance, vanishing into the ink brick. Chapter 52. The 7 states of the upper chapter. However, Song Mingting only inscribed symbols on 10 bricks before pausing. Drawing talismans was far more exhausting than crafting the bricks themselves, as each attempt required considerable energy, and even he could not continue indefinitely without rest. Yet even during his breaks, he remained industrious, once again retrieving the stone basin he had used for concocting the talisman water. He first poured a lump of soil into the basin, which exhibited a faint blue-purple hue, releasing wisps of similar mist in the sunlight, conjuring various dreamlike images. This was cloud dream mud, which he had exchanged alongside the sun god needle. This soil, found only in the cloud dream marsh, possesses potent hallucinogenic properties, and the marsh itself is located within the territory of the Evergreen sect in the Central State. The world in which he resided was known as the Upper Chapter Realm, anciently referred to as the Qianlong Realm, and it was divided into 7 states: Central State, Flame State, Scenic State, June State, Lin State, Mao State, and Wu State. Among these, the Central State occupies the heart of this realm and is the most extensive, rich in resources. Scenic State is the second largest in area within the Upper Chapter Realm, situated to the northwest of the Central State, separated by a narrow sea. Next came the Flame State, which borders the Central State to the east, the two separated by a vast mountain range, making it the third largest state in the Upper Chapter Realm. Next is Junzhou, located in the northeastern direction of Zhongzhou. It ranks fourth in area among the 7 states and faces Yinzhou across a vast sea. The Guizang Sword Pavilion is situated atop Junzhou. Following that is Linzhou, which lies to the southeast of Zhongzhou, isolated over the sea, and is relatively closer to Yinzhou, ranking 5th in area among the 7 states. Next is Maozhou, positioned directly south of Zhongzhou, separated by a large, dense, and miasma-filled jungle, ranking 6th in area. Lastly, there is Wuzhou, the smallest of the 7 states. Located in the southwestern direction of Zhongzhou, distanced from Zhongzhou, Jingzhou, and Maozhou, truly isolated over the sea. The righteous 10 sects, along with the 6 demonic sects and the 2 obscure paths, are all situated in these 7 major states. Among them, the Qingqing sect, Taishang sect, Minggui sect, Gu God sect, One Beast sect, Wind Thunder Sword Pavilion, and Danqing sect are all located in Zhongzhou. The Bodhi Temple and Qinglian Temple are in Jingzhou. The Chunyang sect and Dei Temple are in Yenzhou. The Tianqin sect and Xichao Sword Pavilion are in Junzhou. The Niming sect and Heijing Temple are in Linzhou. The Duwang sect is in Maozhou, and the Wuan sect is in Wuzhou. The unique Longshu is located deep within the sea. Furthermore, it is notable that most of the righteous sects are situated to the north, while the major demonic sects are all located in the southern region of Zhongzhou. Although the Qingqing sect, Taishang sect, Wind Thunder Sword Pavilion, and Danqing sect occupy a significant portion of Zhongzhou, they remain in the north compared to the Minggui sect and Gu God sect, thus forming a pattern of righteous paths in the north and demonic paths in the south. Additionally, Jingzhou houses 2 of the 3 temples of Buddhism, leading to its reputation as Fanzhou, a stronghold of Buddhist teachings. These 18 sects dominate the finest regions of the 7 states, collectively occupying 3/4 of the area, while the remaining myriad smaller sects occupy only the remaining quarter. Guizang Sword Pavilion is among them, having once been a top-tier sect, even briefly holding the title of the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation for approximately a century. Even though it has since diminished, it remains far from being in a state of decline. Thus, the area it occupies is not insignificant, only slightly smaller than the Tianqin sect and Xichao Sword Pavilion, surpassing the majority of sects of comparable strength. This encapsulates the general landscape of the contemporary world. Yunmings, a grand lake in Zhongzhou, is famously known as the 800 Miles of Yunmings, located within the territory of the Qingqing sect. This lake is renowned for its picturesque scenery, perpetually shrouded in vast expanses of bluish-purple clouds that weave magnificent illusions, easily ensnaring those who wander within its midst. Subsequently, this ethereal mist was dubbed the Yunming Qi, leading to the lake being named Yunmings. As for the enigmatic phenomena surrounding Yunmings, it is said to be home to a Shunsheng that has lived for countless years, with the Yunming Qi being the vapor it exhales. However, this remains merely a legend, with its truth shrouded in mystery. The clump of earth he had just cast into the stone basin was mud from the lakebed of Yunmings, rich in Yunming Qi. Though this mud is not particularly rare, as it is abundant at the lake's bottom, its extraction is challenging due to the abundance of illusions. Coupled with the distance of Qingqing sect from Guizang Sword Pavilion, this has significantly inflated the price of Yunming mud. Hence, despite its modest appearance, he expended considerable wealth to acquire this small clump. After placing the Yunming mud into the stone basin, Song Mingting pounded it a few times with a pestle, then retrieved a jade vial and poured in some pink water, which he had concocted days prior. As this water, resembling peach blossoms, mingled with the Yunming mud, it astonishingly formed a visage of a human face adorned with peach blossoms, vanishing as it was pounded. He then set the mixture aside, refocusing on inscribing symbols onto 10 bricks. After completing the symbols, he resumed his work with the stone basin, introducing a new material into the mixture. Thus, he continued to inscribe symbols onto the bricks, pausing when fatigued, and kneading the Yunming mud in the stone basin. Over the course of the day, he added dozens of materials to the mixture, some unprocessed, others pre-processed by the Tongbao Pavilion, and some he had prepared beforehand. The entire process proved to be complex and laborious. By the end of the day, Song Mingting had only managed to inscribe symbols onto a handful of bricks. As evening approached, he returned to Zhongshu Peak, dined, practiced cultivation, and later, under the full moon, returned to Longsui Valley to refine the Moon Spring Sword Qi. Chapter 53. Unexplained targeting. In this manner, 7 or 8 days swiftly passed, and the end of the month arrived. By reckoning, Song Mingting had been reborn for over half a month. On the last day of the month, he rose early but chose to remain indoors rather than heading to Longsui Valley as he had in previous days. On the bird perch, the Suyun bluebird chirped intermittently. Under Song Mingting's careful nurturing, the bird's growth had accelerated significantly compared to its wild counterparts. Within just half a month, it had grown considerably, its feathers becoming much fuller, shedding its juvenile appearance. While listening to the melodious chirping of the Suyun bluebird, Song Mingting picked up a book to read. Not long after, Jing Mo's voice resonated. "Brother Mingting, Brother Qingyi has arrived." Setting aside his book, he soon welcomed Song Qingyi into the room. "Are you prepared for today's assessment?" Song Qingyi inquired. Song Mingting nodded. Today marked the monthly evaluation of the true disciples, intended to assess their cultivation progress. A smile graced Song Qingyi's face as he reassured. "There's no need to be anxious." Song Mingting felt a twinge of embarrassment. Throughout his time as a true disciple, he had consistently ranked at the bottom, making each assessment a torment for him. To his elder brother, it was evident that he must be nervous. Yet now, having undergone a transformation, the mere monthly assessment stirred not a ripple of anxiety within him. After calling upon Song Mingting, Song Qingyi proceeded to gather Chu Kuanga, Li Qingke, and Wei Kuangyuan. And together, the 5 of them made their way toward the Transmission Pavilion. The Transmission Pavilion, under the auspices of Qingyun Pavilion, is responsible for instructing inner disciples and conducting their evaluations. Today was the day of the monthly assessment at the Transmission Pavilion. Upon their arrival, they found many people already gathered at the spacious white jadestone plaza in front of the pavilion, which served as a martial arts arena for inner disciples to practice swordplay and as the venue for true disciples' evaluations. As Song Mingting and his companions arrived, they noticed that most of the attendees were inner disciples, who, although had completed their assessments 2 days prior, were present to observe the evaluations of the true disciples. Soon, 2 figures approached, both clad in the robes of true disciples, similar to Song Mingting and his companions. The elder of the 2 had a well-defined visage, albeit slightly portly, and wore a genial smile that radiated warmth. He carried a water-blue flying sword on his back. The younger one was notably more refined in appearance, exuding a somewhat introverted demeanor, yet his countenance was equally amiable, with a wind-green flying sword slung behind him. These were the 2 cherished disciples of Taoist Liha, the elder named Situ Ling and the younger Yang Fengjing. In truth, when compared to disciples from the other 5 peaks, the disciples of Zhongshu Peak were generally unremarkable in appearance. It was exceedingly rare to find a youth as strikingly handsome as Li Qingke. The majority were merely of average countenance, distinguished among mortals but considered commonplace among cultivators. At the Guizang Sword Pavilion, the most aesthetically pleasing were from Jimei Peak and Jingyue Peak, where the men were dashing and the women enchanting, each possessing an extraordinary allure, further enhanced by their ethereal demeanor, rendering them even more exceptional. Conversely, disciples from Zhongshu Peak, due to their practice of the Zhongshu sword technique, tended to embody a more unassuming and robust air, which inadvertently accentuated their ordinariness. However, this was inconsequential, as superficial appearances held little significance in the realm of cultivation. Qingyi, fellow disciples, greeted Situ Ling with a jovial smile. Yang Fengjing, standing beside him, also wore a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement to the group. Their master was renowned as Liha's sword, whose innate sword energy was the Liha sword qi. The term Liha embodies the essence of propriety and harmony. Thus, the path of Taoist Liha is fundamentally one of harmony. However, as his innate sword energy manifests as a vast and flowing river, the concept of harmony transforms into the imagery of a river. Naturally, his temperament was exceptionally kind, and as his cherished disciples, Situ Ling and Yang Fengjing inherited this amiable disposition in full measure. Not only did Situ Ling and Yang Fengjing greet them, But many others also came forth to extend their salutations, while a larger number merely nodded from afar. Song Qingyi, being the chief disciple of this generation from Zhongshu Peak, and with his affable and upright character, naturally commanded great respect. Besides Song Qingyi, Chu Kuanga, Li Qingke, and Wei Kuangyuan each had their own acquaintances as well. In stark contrast, Song Mingting found himself largely ignored, highlighting the mediocrity of his previous social standing. However, while the majority engaged with Song Mingting and his companions, a faction remained stationary, conversing among themselves, deliberately avoiding any glance towards Song Mingting's direction. This division created a distinct dichotomy within the assembly. When Song Mingting glanced over, he noticed a tall figure at the center of the crowd appear to sense his gaze and abruptly turn, revealing a pair of hawk-like eyes that glinted ominously. Expressionless, Song Mingting averted his gaze after scanning the group, noting among them Zhou Weiyan, Sun Huma, Zhao Jingke, and Wang Ruben. This was undoubtedly a faction aligned with Taoist Youfei. The individual with the piercing eyes was named Pan Yuanshan, a senior disciple of Youfei Taoist and the elder brother to both Zhou Weiyuan and Zhao Jingke. He was known for his aloof demeanor and fierce competitiveness. Yet, one could not deny that Pan Yuanshan had the credentials to be proud, as he ranked second among the younger generation of Zhongshu Peak, second only to his master brother, and was the sole true disciple capable of matching him. As time passed, small groups began to gather, albeit in limited numbers. Shortly thereafter, several elders emerged from the transmission pavilion. These elders were responsible for instructing the inner disciples and overseeing monthly assessments. Although true disciples like Song Mingting did not require instruction from these elders, they were nevertheless familiar with them due to the regular assessments. Once the elders made their appearance, one elder, marked by claw-like scars on his face, stepped forward. He cast a somewhat indifferent gaze over the assembly, pausing momentarily as his eyes grazed Song Mingting. With his heightened spiritual perception, Song Mingting sensed a trace of malice despite the elder's fleeting glance. This prompted a frown as an unsettling premonition arose within him. This elder, known as Lang Xiao, was the presiding elder of the transmission pavilion and, crucially, aligned with Taoist Youfei's faction. As anticipated, Lang Xiao Taoist spoke. For this assessment, we elders have deliberated and decided to alter the format. Instead of us intervening, you shall engage in mutual combat, with pairings determined by drawing lots. The crowd erupted in uproar, for previous assessments had always involved the elders' direct evaluation, and this sudden shift to mutual combat left many disoriented. But what if we draw lots against senior brother Song Qingyi or senior brother Pan Yuanshan? That would be futile, a true disciple exclaimed. The disciples varied in their tenure and aptitude. Some were only at the initial stages of comprehension, while others had reached the pinnacle of their cultivation. Aside from Song Qingyi and Pan Yuanshan, even when facing other true disciples at the pinnacle, those below that threshold would stand no chance. Lang Xiao Taoist cast a fleeting glance at the disciple, retorting, "What shall you do if you encounter a demonic cultivator more powerful than you in the future?" His words effectively silenced the disciple. The remaining crowd hesitated to speak further, well aware of Lang Xiao's notorious temperament. At that moment, another elder chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. "There is no need for undue concern. The drawing will have certain limitations to prevent you from facing overwhelmingly strong opponents." This reassurance brought a measure of comfort to the crowd. Suddenly, Lang Xiao Taoist produced dozens of slips of paper, which he extended, causing them to whirl like a tempest. After a brief whirlwind, 2 slips flew forth. With lightning speed, he seized them, unfolded them, and, with an impassive expression, announced, "Those called must step forward." Pausing briefly, he surveyed the crowd before finally settling his gaze on Song Mingting. Song Mingting. The crowd erupted once more. While Song Mingting held little significance among the other 5 peaks, he was well known in Zhongshu Peak, primarily due to his master being the peak's leader. Thus, not only true disciples, but also inner disciples were somewhat aware of the enmity between him and Zhao Jingke. This confrontation was evidently set to be between Zhao Jingke and Song Mingting, prompting recollections of the astonishing event from half a month prior, when Song Mingting had dramatically defeated Zhou Weiyuan and his companions, leaving many astonished. Now, as the two were to face each other again, the crowd grasped the reason behind Lang Xiao Taoist's alteration of the assessment format, and amidst this realization, a palpable excitement surged within them, for such spectacles were rare. Many turned their gazes towards Song Mingting and Zhao Jingke, while others shifted their focus to Song Qingyi and his companions. Rarely did the usually affable Song Qingyi display anger. His typically gentle countenance was now marked by a cold glare directed at Lang Xiao Taoist, who remained silent. Beside him, Wei Kuangyuan, agitated, exclaimed, This is intentional. How shameless. The tale of Song Mingting's triumph over Zhou Weiyuan and his companions through the utilization of the Thousand June Sword Talisman has spread widely. Thus, in Wei Kuangyuan's eyes, Song Mingting's prowess remains unchanged from the past. However, the monthly assessment does not permit the use of talismans or external forces such as ammunition. Consequently, he believes that Song Mingting is destined to fail, and the actions of the Wolf-Owl Taoist are clearly intended to humiliate him. Wei Kuangyuan's curse was not uttered in a hushed tone, and the acute hearing of cultivators far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. Hence, despite the considerable distance, the Wolf-Owl Taoist heard him clearly. Abruptly, he turned, his scarred eyes narrowing coldly at Wei Kuangyuan, emanating an icy glare. Yet, Wei Kuangyuan was undeterred, returning the glare with defiance and fury. Beside him, the usually aloof Li Qingke wore a grim expression, and even the typically carefree Chu Kuanga appeared somewhat somber. After casting a disdainful look at Wei Kuangyuan, the Wolf-Owl Taoist shifted his gaze back to the arena. Meanwhile, the other elders began drawing lots to summon participants. Although the number of true disciples was far fewer than that of the inner disciples, exceeding 100, it was impractical to conduct a single match at a time, for the day would fade before all contests concluded. Well, Song Mingting, last time you relied on the Thousand June Sword Talisman to defeat us. This time, without it, will you cower like a turtle? Zhao Jingke taunted, leaving Song Mingting with no option but to engage. Concern was evident in the eyes of Song Qingyi and the others as they looked towards him. Nonetheless, Song Mingting offered them a reassuring smile before stepping into the center of the martial arena. Meanwhile, the inner disciples observing from a distance buzzed with excitement. The true disciples, serious and focused for the impending battle, were not troubled by the unfolding drama, relishing the spectacle without concern. Upon Song Mingting's entrance, a flicker of animosity crossed Zhao Jing's face. The Wolf-Owl Taoist glanced at both participants, then raised his hand to cast a spell upon them. Silver-white runes enveloped them, transforming into a myriad of arcane symbols that floated around them, forming a protective barrier. After completing this, he calmly declared, "Commence." Zhao Jingke sneered at Song Mingting. Gritting his teeth, "Song Mingting, you relied on the Thousand June Sword Talisman to defeat me last time. This time, your luck has run out. I shall exact my revenge." Song Mingting remained composed, showing no intention of speaking. Feeling ignored, Zhao Jing's frustration mounted, and without further ado, he swiftly formed a sword gesture. In an instant, a flying sword erupted from its sheath, its blade shimmering with a yellowish hue as it hurtled towards Song Mingting with lightning speed. He quickly executed another spell, summoning 4 sand-colored shields that spun around him at a moderate pace, each adorned with serpentine patterns. This was a defensive spell Zhao Jingke had learned from his previous defeat, realizing that had he cast a defensive spell sooner, he would not have been so easily vanquished. Now, having absorbed the lesson, Zhao Jingke was quick to deploy his protective magic. In the meantime, Song Mingting activated the loyal and forgiving sword technique, drawing the Cold Star Sword to intercept Zhao Jing's attack. However, this time, the Cold Star Sword did not dominate as it had before. Instead, it found itself at a disadvantage. Chapter 55. The Mountain Wolf Sword Point. Observing the duel, the Wolf-Owl Taoist contemplated deeply. This arrangement stemmed from a directive given by the Youfei Taoist, who harbored doubts regarding Song Mingting's sudden increase in strength after defeating Zhou Weiyuan. He orchestrated this test to gauge his capabilities, and thus far, Song Mingting exhibited no irregularities. It seemed that his previous victory over Zhao Jingke indeed relied on the Thousand June Sword Talisman, the Wolf-Owl Taoist mused. In the arena, Zhao Jingke, feeling he had subdued Song Mingting, dispelled the last remnants of doubt within himself. "How does it feel now that you lack the Thousand June Sword Talisman?" he boasted. "This time, I shall see what you use to defeat me." As he spoke, he intensified his offensive, abandoning all defensive measures. Yet, despite Zhao Jing's increasingly ferocious onslaught, Song Mingting displayed no signs of panic. He executed the loyal and forgiving sword technique with precision. Although the situation appeared precarious at times, he maintained a steady defense, showing no signs of defeat. As he thrust the Cold Star Sword upwards, he successfully parried Zhao Jing's attacks. His true strength was far beyond what he displayed. Even with Zhao Jing's defensive spell in place, defeating him would not have posed a significant challenge. But the previous encounter had left him regretful for succumbing to his inner demons. While he had attempted to mend the aftermath, a flaw remained. He could not afford to repeat that mistake today. Fortunately, the passage of time had diminished the lingering effects of his past, allowing him to suppress his inner turmoil. Thus, he could exhibit a level of skill befitting a mid-stage disciple without revealing any vulnerabilities, fooling all present, including the most formidable, the wolf al-Daoist. The wolf al-Daoist observed the battle, internally assessing Zhao Jing's growth over the past days. Indeed, a bit of provocation ignites ambition, he thought. Yet, while Song Mingting's talent may be lacking, his mastery of the loyal and forgiving sword technique is commendable, though ultimately insufficient due to his inadequate cultivation. In the arena, although Zhao Jingke wore a smug smile, his mounting frustration became evident after failing to breach Song Mingting's defenses. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to escalate the confrontation. With a flurry of hand gestures, he declared, "Let's see how you withstand this." His right hand pointed decisively, unleashing a grayish-blue sword aura that rapidly morphed into a formidable mountain wolf, charging towards Song Mingting. Flames danced along its jaws, paws, and tail. Has Zhao Jing's mountain wolf sword point transformed? An inner disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, during assessments, Zhao Jingke had employed this technique. But the wolf that manifested then was no larger than a small dog, lacking any flames. Now, however, the conjured mountain wolf had doubled in size, its form exuding an imposing presence, complete with fiery accents. The transformation was astounding. It has reached the 4th tier. A true disciple gasped. Not only the disciples, but the elders also wore expressions of surprise. The wolf al-Daoist secretly acknowledged, "It seems Zhao Jingke has truly put forth effort, successfully advancing his mountain wolf sword point to the 4th tier. Impressive." Song Mingting's face was momentarily taken aback as he suddenly infused his magical energy into the cold star sword. In the next instant, the sword erupted with dozens of icy beams resembling stars, which hurtled like meteors towards the charging mountain wolf. The collision between the starlight and the wolf resulted in a dazzling explosion, sending the creature staggering backward under the relentless assault of the cold light. However, after repelling the mountain wolf, Song Mingting did not pursue the advantage but instead summoned the cold star sword back to his side. His gaze calm as he focused on the poised mountain wolf. The spell utilized by Zhao Jingke was known as the Mountain Wolf Sword Point, capable of launching a sword aura shaped like a mountain wolf. It was the primary spell he had been mastering at this stage, which explained why even the inner sect disciples could recognize its name, as Zhao Jingke had previously demonstrated this spell during assessments. The Mountain Wolf Sword Point is a 6th-tier spell of the level, considered top tier among spells of this category. Unlike sword energy techniques, which deliver sustained attacks, the Sword Point is an instantaneous spell that dissipates almost immediately after being cast. Therefore, while both appear as sword energy, they represent distinct types of magic. As one progresses through the tiers of the Mountain Wolf Sword Point, the manifestation of the sword energy changes significantly, particularly between the 3rd and 4th tiers, where the wolf's form undergoes a dramatic transformation, increasing in size and altering its appearance, complete with flames at its mouth, feet, and tail, elements absent in the previous tiers. He too had practiced a similar spell, the Azure Frost Sword Energy, which he had employed against the demon monk from the Black Sutra Temple. Azure Frost Sword Energy, like the Mountain Wolf Sword Point, is also a 6th-tier level spell, equally powerful, but it is classified as a sword energy technique, as indicated by its name. However, he had only managed to cultivate the Azure Frost Sword Energy to the 2nd tier due to his previously mediocre aptitude. Mastering the Loyalty and Forgiveness sword technique consumed most of his energy, leaving him unable to pursue another level spell. Despite his diligent efforts, he had only advanced to the 2nd tier over the years. Such spells derive their power from consistent practice. Thus, without elevating his technique to higher tiers, he could not unleash the 3rd or 4th tiers of the Azure Frost Sword Energy. Of course, with his current capabilities, he could effortlessly wield a level spell like the Mountain Wolf Sword Point, achieving full power upon casting. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, it was evident that such an action was not feasible. Chapter 56. Cold light like a sword. After the dozens of icy stars finally detonated, the mountain wolf was pushed back several meters, its form noticeably disrupted, indicating that the sudden onslaught of the cold star sword had diminished much of its strength. Zhao Jing's expression soured as he realized that while the barrage had concluded, the mountain wolf still remained. He breathed a sigh of relief, then scoffed. "I didn't expect your flying sword to possess such power. But tell me, can it deflect the 2nd strike after the 1st? Let us see what you use to block next." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged the mountain wolf to charge forward, transforming it once more into sword energy. Racing towards Song Mingting. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Song Mingting continuously performed sword gestures, and in the next moment, the cold star sword shot forth, racing towards the mountain wolf's sword energy. To his surprise, just as the sword energy was about to collide with the cold star sword, it suddenly reverted back into the mountain wolf, leaping into the air to evade the sword's path and change direction towards Song Mingting. The surrounding inner disciples gasped in astonishment. Unfamiliar with the mountain wolf sword point's capabilities, they had not anticipated that the sword energy could alter its course mid-flight, especially since Zhao Jingke had never demonstrated this maneuver during their previous assessments. However, Song Mingting had anticipated this, summoning the Cold Star sword back and thrusting it forward to intercept the wolf's assault. The cold light of the sword flashed as it struck the wolf's head, causing it to dissipate. The Cold Star sword then swiftly returned to Song Mingting's side. The defining characteristic of the mountain wolf sword point is its ability to change direction continuously during its trajectory, a feat not achievable by most level sword energy techniques, as the latter travel at incredible speed, making it nearly impossible to adjust their path in such a brief time frame. In contrast, the mountain wolf sword point, being a level sword point technique, is among the few that can alter direction mid-attack, but such maneuverability requires considerable control, a testament to Zhao Jing's adeptness in spell management. Having his decisive strike thwarted and given his earlier boastful remarks, Zhao Jing's expression darkened instantly. He fell silent, a glint of determination crossing his face as he swiftly pointed again, unleashing a second mountain wolf sword energy. Concurrently, he propelled his flying sword into the fray. The sudden onslaught of attacks swiftly broke through the layers of mountain illusions surrounding Song Mingting, conjured by the earlier loyalty and forgiveness sword technique, which possessed formidable defensive capabilities. As the foundational sword technique of loyalty peak, it adeptly combines offense with defense, being one of the more defensive-oriented techniques among the 6 foundational sword techniques of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. As the mountain wolf and flying sword breached the protective mountain illusions, they charged towards Song Mingting. The onlookers held their breath, eyes glued to the unfolding scene, oblivious to the other battles occurring around them. With the mountain wolf and flying sword poised to strike, Song Mingting's expression suddenly shifted to one of tranquility. Swiftly, he performed several intricate sword gestures, summoning an extraordinary aura that surged forth. The faces of the observing Taoists, including Wolf Owl Taoist and Pan Yuanshan, changed simultaneously, but there was no time to react. In a flash, Song Mingting pointed forward, and a beam of moonlight shot forth, rapidly expanding into a 3-foot-long moonlight sword aimed at the mountain wolf. This moonlight sword, imbued with an intense chill, caused beautiful frost flowers to bloom on the ground upon its emergence. Those in close proximity immediately felt a piercing cold. The moonlight, like the essence of the night, swiftly collided with the mountain wolf, which had no chance to resist as it was pierced through. The momentum of the moonlight remained unabated as it continued onward, striking Zhao Jing's flying sword and sending it flying away. After vanquishing both the mountain wolf and the sword, the moonlight executed a graceful spin, returning to Song Mingting's hand. At this moment, the spectators finally beheld the true nature of the moonlight, which appeared as a flowing stream of silvery light, suspended delicately beside Song Mingting, resembling a long sword forged from the essence of a moonlit spring. A voice cried out in astonishment, "The moon spring sword energy." This exclamation triggered an avalanche of gasps throughout the crowd. What? Is that truly the moon spring sword energy? My heavens, it is indeed the moon spring sword energy. The chorus of astonishment rippled through the crowd, leaving everyone in shock, including the elders like the Wolf Owl Taoist, whose expressions betrayed their astonishment. Song Mingtian surveyed the expressions of everyone present, acutely aware of the profound impact this moment had on the audience. His prior display of talent had been notably lacking, and this sudden eruption of power, culminating in the effortless defeat of Zhao Jingke with the Moon Spring Sword Qi, an ability that even many elders might struggle to master, left the spectators utterly astonished. In the arena, Zhao Jingke stood in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend the spectacle before him, momentarily frozen in place. The wolf, transformed from the sword Qi, had vanished without a trace, while Zhao Jing's flying sword lay on the ground, revealing its true form, now adorned with a thick layer of moonlit frost. The disciples who witnessed this scene could not suppress their gasps of disbelief. It is important to note that Zhao Jingke's flying sword was of no insignificant quality. As a direct disciple of the esteemed Fei Daoran, he possessed the finest belongings among his peers. The flying sword, being crucial for a sword cultivator, was of superior quality, surpassing that of most disciples present. Yet, under the assault of the Moon Spring Sword Qi, this high-grade flying sword not only lost its radiant glow immediately, but was also encased in ice. This occurred after the Moon Spring Sword Qi had already shattered the Wolf's Sword Qi. The overwhelming might left the onlookers in awe. Zhao Jingke, still wearing an expression of incredulity, had yet to regain his composure. However, Song Mingtian showed no inclination to continue the confrontation. Had this been before his rebirth, he would have relished the chance to defeat Zhao Jingke, using it as an opportunity to humiliate him and vent his pent-up frustrations. Yet, he was no longer the same person. The taunts and humiliations Zhao Jingke had inflicted upon him were deep-seated wounds for his 17-year-old self, but for the man he had become, they were trivial matters, merely the squabbles of children, hardly worth consideration. Chapter 57. The Moon Springs Might. He understood well that Zhao Jingke was not his adversary, but rather a fellow disciple. His true enemies were the Ming ghost sect, the forces of darkness, and all those who conspired to feast upon the remains of their fallen comrades in the hidden Sword Pavilion. Thus, there was no need for him to further demean his opponent after having already vanquished him and diminished his confidence. Such an act would be petty. If he lacked the magnanimity to rise above this, then he would be unworthy of the title of a true cultivator. Indeed, while Zhao Jingke had initially caused him considerable embarrassment and trouble, they had ultimately become allies in the face of adversity after their sect was breached. This only solidified his resolve not to humiliate Zhao Jingke further. Upon Song Mingtian's victory, Daoist Lang Xiao was the first to recover from his astonishment. He cast a glance at Song Mingtian, his expression impassive as he announced the results of the match, then turned to Zhao Jingke and said, "All right, you two may step down." This served as a reminder to Zhao Jingke, preventing him from humiliating himself further. With this prompt, Zhao Jingke seemed to awaken from his stupor. His complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, revealing his distress. He attempted to summon his flying sword back with a gesture. But under the influence of the moon's spring sword chi, the sword wobbled in the air before plummeting back to the ground. This misfortune only darkened Zhao Jing's expression further. At this moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, Pan Yuanshan. Approaching Zhao Jingke, he regarded Song Mingtian with keen eyes and remarked, "Well done, junior brother Mingtian. Mastering the moon spring sword chi is a remarkable feat. Indeed, one must view you in a new light. May your future endeavors be equally fortuitous." With a flick of his hand, he retrieved Zhao Jing's flying sword, then patted Zhao Jingke on the shoulder, saying, "Let us go." Though Zhao Jing's face still bore the marks of his earlier humiliation, he ultimately said nothing and obediently left. Among the onlookers, Zhou Weiyuan observed the departing figures of Pan Yuanshan and Zhao Jingke, his lips pursed and his expression darkening. His junior, upon hearing that Song Mingtian could defeat them due to secretly activating the Thousand June Sword Talisman, had immediately believed it and dedicated himself to rigorous training. He had refined the wolf sword finger to the 4th layer, eagerly awaiting this day of retribution. However, while his junior sharpened his metaphorical sword, he himself remained skeptical. His own strength far surpassed that of Zhao Jingke and the others, and his understanding of cultivation was considerably deeper. He knew well that, given the disparity in cultivation levels, even with the Thousand June Sword Talisman, Song Mingtian could not possibly defeat him. Such a notion was utterly illogical. Moreover, it was not merely this that troubled him. It was the unsettling aura Song Mingtian had exuded during their match, a cold detachment and a predatory intensity that felt utterly alien to the Song Mingtian he knew. Consequently, he hesitated but ultimately confided his concerns to his master, Fei Daoren. After hearing his account, his master too grew suspicious and conducted a divination. But the results revealed no anomalies concerning Song Mingtian. He had not been possessed, nor had he awakened any memories of a past life. Yet even so, his master chose to believe his words. This was the primary reason Daoist Lang Xiao had orchestrated the events of the day, observing the battle between Song Mingtian and his junior. While it was not surprising that Zhao Jingke had suffered a swift defeat upon the emergence of the moon spring sword chi, the fact that Song Mingtian had mastered this technique was indeed highly unusual. Zhou Weiyuan contemplated this. Song Mingtian glanced at the two who had rejoined the crowd. Pan Yuanshan no longer wore his usual solemn demeanor. He affectionately ruffled Zhao Jing's hair, murmuring words of comfort. Song Mingtian diverted his gaze, returning to the throng. Despite Pan Yuanshan's aloof nature, he still cared deeply for his two disciples. Song Qingye silently patted Song Mingtian on the shoulder, a look of genuine happiness on his face. Chu Kuanga smiled and teased, "Well done, third junior brother. Who would have thought you secretly mastered the moon spring sword chi? When did this happen?" Situ Ling and Yang Fongjing also approached, beaming as they congratulated Song Mingtian, their astonishment now concealed. Just moments prior, Song Mingtian had given a vague response regarding his training in the moon spring sword chi, disclosing only to his eldest brother and the elder in the scripture pavilion. Neither had divulged this information to anyone else, thus leaving the rest in ignorance of his cultivation. Therefore, his ambiguous answer bore no consequence. Meanwhile, Wei Kuangyuan, usually the most lively and talkative, remained unusually silent, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Song Mingtian noticed him and quickly recognized that Wei Kuangyuan was feeling awkward. This was entirely understandable. If he were to discover one day that someone he had previously underestimated had suddenly surged in strength beyond his own, he too would find it difficult to accept. In any case, the impact of the Moon Spring Sword Qi was far greater than he had anticipated. Soon, one match followed another. After several bouts, another elder drew lots and announced the names, Wang Ruben and Wei Kuangyuan. The arena fell silent once more. Song Mingtian frowned. Wei Kuangyuan's aptitude was decent. Among their group of 7 brothers, including the 2 younger disciples who had yet to ascend the mountain, he ranked 3rd, following only the eldest brother and the 7th disciple. However, his vivacious nature, coupled with his youth and fickle mind, had meant that he had never been particularly diligent in his cultivation, resulting in a relatively weak prowess. Certainly, this is not the primary reason. The main issue lies in Wei Kuangyuan's brief cultivation period, which amounts to no more than 7 or 8 years. Although Wang Ruben's innate talent may not surpass that of his 5th junior brother, he is 3 years his senior, a sufficient age gap to create a noticeable disparity. Thus, it is quite challenging for his 5th junior brother to secure a victory over Wang Ruben. This understanding is not limited to him. Others share the same sentiment, reflected in their less than optimistic expressions. However, Wei Kuangyuan, after a momentary change in demeanor, swiftly reverted to his usual carefree self, declaring, "Senior brother, you need not worry. I have made some progress recently, and I shall use Wang Ruben as a test subject." With that, he stepped into the arena. On the other side, Wang Ruben emerged from the crowd as well. Once they took their positions, Wang Ruben cast a fleeting glance at Wei Kuangyuan and contemptuously remarked, "Wei junior brother, just remember, if you lose, do not try to dodge the consequences." Wei Kuangyuan, incensed, retorted sharply, "Mind your own business. Just don't go hiding and shedding tears alone afterward." When it comes to verbal sparring, he had never been bested. Chapter 58. Mountain Sparrow Sword Qi. Wang Ruben remained unfazed by the exchange. He was well acquainted with Wei Kuangyuan. Their most frequent target, while sparring, was Song Mingting, primarily due to his weaker abilities. In truth, both Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan had also been subjects of their mockery. Wang Ruben was fully aware of Wei Kuangyuan's sharp tongue, and thus he was not offended by the retort, as he had never expected to incite such a fiery response with mere words. Commence the duel. With the elder's command, Wang Ruben activated his flying sword. Wei Kuangyuan, quick to respond, initiated the Zhongshu sword technique and propelled his sword toward Wang Ruben. The 2 beams of sword light clashed in midair, neither yielding to the other. Engaging in fierce combat. On the ground, wisps of earth energy were summoned by the Zhongshu sword technique, gradually coalescing into phantom mountain peaks, radiating outward from their central figures. Observing this, Situ Ling could not help but comment, "Junior brother Kuangyuan's Zhongshu sword technique is still somewhat lacking compared to Wang Ruben's. However, considering their ages, it is quite impressive that junior brother Kuangyuan has achieved this level." Song Mingting, overhearing, shook his head inwardly. Situ Ling's remarks carried an air of politeness. In reality, Wei Kuangyuan's Zhongshu sword technique was evidently inferior to Wang Ruben's. Given the disparity in their innate talents, even with the age difference, Wei Kuangyuan's technique should not be so far behind. Ultimately, it was his lax attitude toward cultivation that led to this outcome. Wang Ruben, who held the upper hand, did not rush for a swift victory. He continued to employ the Zhongshu sword technique, and soon, towering mountains surrounded him, while the phantom peaks near Wei Kuangyuan dwindled. In contrast to Zhao Jingke, Wang Ruben's demeanor was more composed and steady, opting for a methodical approach. This steady attitude harmonized with the Zhongshu sword technique. So although his mastery was not as high as Zhao Jing's, in a direct comparison of techniques, Zhao Jingke might not necessarily prevail. In terms of the Zhongshu sword technique alone, Zhao Jingke could hardly compete with Wang Ruben, and Wei Kuangyuan was even less capable, his mastery falling short of Wang Ruben's. As the phantom peaks from across the way gradually advanced, while those before him diminished, Wei Kuangyuan could no longer resist altering his strategy. He deftly maneuvered his flying sword to defend against Wang Ruben's onslaught, while swiftly forming hand seals. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a stream of grayish-blue sword qi, accompanied by the sound of a sparrow's cry, which transformed into a swift mountain sparrow, darting toward Wang Ruben. The mountain sparrow pierced through several phantom peaks, but ultimately faltered before the 4th, unable to advance further. Meanwhile, Wang Ruben had amassed a multitude of phantom peaks, far exceeding a mere dozen. Agitation flickered across Wei Kuan-Yuan's face as he swiftly pointed with another finger, summoning a second sparrow's cry, and soon after, he released a third stream of mountain sparrow sword chi. In an instant, 3 streams of sword chi, intermittently morphing into sparrows, filled the arena. Third layer of mountain sparrow sword chi. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The technique employed by Wei Kuan-Yuan, named mountain sparrow sword chi, mirrored Zhao Jing's mountain wolf sword finger, both being top-tier, 6-layered techniques of the condensed essence level. Though both sword chi and sword finger techniques wield sword energy against foes, they exhibit notable differences. Sword chi techniques are more versatile, akin to wielding an additional flying sword. Their lethality may not surpass that of sword finger techniques, yet they excel in endurance. Conversely, sword finger techniques are primarily linear attacks, emphasizing speed, precision, and ferocity, typically requiring lateral movements and continuous direction changes. However, while sword finger techniques are instantaneous, they lack the flexibility of sword chi techniques. The advantage of sword finger techniques lies in their ability to unleash numerous sword chi strikes simultaneously, while sword chi techniques generally release only a single stream. Yet, the mountain sparrow sword chi stands as an exception to this rule, possessing the unique capability to launch multiple streams of sword chi concurrently. The number of streams correlates with the technique's layers. The first layer yields 1 stream, the second 2, and so forth, culminating in 6 streams at the 6th layer. Presently, as Wei Kuan-Yuan unleashed 3 streams of mountain sparrow sword chi, it was evident that he had mastered the technique to its 3rd layer. This revelation accounted for the astonishment of those watching. During the last monthly assessment, Wei Kuan-Yuan's mountain sparrow sword chi had only reached the 2nd layer. Song Mingting, observing nearby, felt a tinge of surprise at Wei Kuan-Yuan's advancement. Yet he remained skeptical of his ability to turn the tide. The disparity between his strength and Wang Ruben's was simply too great, and Wang Ruben's temperament was not one to make careless mistakes in battle. Reflecting on this, Song Mingting's thoughts drifted back to the day of his rebirth. He recalled that Wei Kuan-Yuan and Li Qingke had ventured to capture a SAS bamboo arrow snake, presumably to earn Guizang Tongbao, enabling them to acquire materials for advancing the mountain sparrow sword chi to its 3rd layer. Like sword chi techniques, various materials are required during cultivation. Regular training necessitates cultivation materials, while advancing requires specific materials. For instance, his moon spring sword chi initially required the inner core of a mooning water snake, or similar treasures rich in moonlight essence. During cultivation, one must continuously absorb moonlight essence and earth-in energy. Once sufficient is absorbed, advancement materials are essential for elevating the sword chi. Similarly, the Qing Shuang sword chi demands the constant collection of morning frost during regular training and specific materials for advancement. Wei Kuan-Yuan's mountain sparrow sword chi follows suit. During practice, he must gather feathers from various birds, refining their essence into the sword chi, regardless of type or grade, even feathers from low-tier or spirit beasts, provided there is enough quantity. However, during advancement, ordinary bird feathers are insufficient. Specific feathers from designated avian species are necessary. For example, to progress from the 2nd to the 3rd layer, feathers from the phoenix crown tianqin bird are required. Admittedly, there are other feathers capable of facilitating the advancement of mountain sparrow sword chi, but the phoenix crown tianqin bird's feathers yield the best results. This bird is a spirit beast of the moon fusion stage, its head resembling a phoenix while its tail feathers resemble a guqin. It possesses a harmonious nature and formidable strength, ranking high among moon fusion beasts. Chapter 59. The opponent's intent. Such a formidable spirit bird was beyond Wei Kuan-Yuan's capabilities to confront. Fortunately, the advancement of the sparrow sword chi merely required a few feathers from the phoenix crown lyrebird, rather than the entire bird itself. Had it been the whole bird, his 5th junior brother would have no hope of acquiring it through his own efforts at this stage. However, obtaining a few feathers, specifically not the crown or tail feathers, was still within his reach. If memory served him correctly, in his past life, his 5th junior brother had earned sufficient tokens to exchange for the feathers around this same time by completing sect tasks, thereby elevating the sparrow sword chi to its 3rd tier. Nevertheless, given Wei Kuan-Yuan's innate talent, it was quite unreasonable that he had only managed to elevate the sparrow sword chi to the 3rd tier by this time. It was noteworthy that, with his mediocre talent, he had managed to cultivate the similarly graded frost sword chi to its 2nd tier. While Wei Kuan-Yuan's talent was far superior, and yet he had only recently managed to elevate the sparrow sword chi to the 3rd tier. This was indeed perplexing. With Wei Kuan-Yuan's talent, if he were diligent in his training, He should have been able to advance the Sparrow Sword Chi to a level close to the 4th tier by now. As Song Mingting's thoughts wandered in the arena, Wang Ruben had already exhausted the Phantom Mountain beside Wei Kuan-Yuan and struck the protective spell placed upon him by the Elder. Wang Ruben emerged victorious. The Elder from the transmission hall promptly announced the results of the match. The faction of Pan Yuanshan erupted in cheers. At this moment, Wang Ruben displayed none of his previous arrogance. He merely cast a glance at Wei Kuan-Yuan, offered a subdued acknowledgement, and turned to leave. Wei Kuan-Yuan stood in disbelief, taking a considerable time to regain his composure before returning in a daze. Song Qingyi and others approached to comfort him, and even Song Mingting placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The competition continued. Shortly thereafter, Li Qingxue's name was called, and his opponent was once again from the faction of Daoist Youfei. Like the previous opponents faced by Song Mingting and Wei Kuan-Yuan, this individual clearly demonstrated a significantly higher level of strength than Li Qingke. Even the most obtuse observers could discern that the faction of Daoist Youfei was deliberately targeting Song Mingting and his companions. Considering recent events, the reasons behind this behavior became apparent. Several elders could no longer bear to watch. One elder could not restrain himself and sent a message to Daoist Langshao. Brother Langshao, this seems excessive, does it not? Daoist Langshao responded coolly. We are merely assessing the practical combat abilities of the younger generation. What is excessive about that? Moreover, the disciples are protected by defensive spells, so there is little risk of injury. Although the elder felt a flare of indignation, he chose to remain silent. Daoist Langshao cast a fleeting glance at the elder before redirecting his attention to the arena. The transmission hall was not solely comprised of their faction's elders. Such crucial institutions responsible for guiding inner disciples had always been fiercely contested by various sections. Thus, within the transmission hall, there were representatives from his faction, as well as those from the faction of the ascetic true man, and others who maintained neutrality amidst the power struggles. Currently, the transmission hall was dominated by his faction, as the hall master belonged to their ranks, which explained why he could orchestrate today's events. The elders participating in the assessment had been carefully selected by him, with none from the faction of the ascetic true man among them, most being from the neutral faction. The elder who had earlier expressed discontent was one such individual. However, did he truly need to be overly concerned about the neutral faction? In the arena, Li Qingke had already engaged his opponent. His adversary, Chen Xiaogu, was a disciple of Daoist Xueji. Daoist Xueji was a direct disciple of the previous Peak Master, making him the biological junior brother of Daoist Youfei. The former Peak Master had taken in 8 disciples. The eldest had passed away early. The second disciple was the White Bear Daoist. The third disciple, known as the Iron Drum Daoist, was not particularly strong, having only just broken through to the Gathering Moon stage. Among the 8 disciples of the previous Peak Master, he was the weakest and least noticeable, apart from the earlier deceased. The fourth disciple was Daoist Youfei, who, despite being the 4th in age among the previous Peak Master's disciples, possessed top-tier talent, making him the strongest among the surviving disciples. This is why his faction rallied around him. In truth, had Daoist Youfei's cultivation not stalled at the immortal stage, the position of Peak Master would not have fallen to the ascetic true man. The 5th disciple had also passed away, being one of the 2 disciples who had died early. The 6th disciple was Daoist Xueji, who, though young, exhibited remarkable talent, matching the strength of the much older White Bear Daoist, and greatly surpassing the Iron Drum Daoist, thus serving as a vital force within Daoist Youfei's faction. The 7th disciple, known as the Yellow Ox Daoist, possessed talent akin to that of the Iron Drum Daoist, although he was respectable among his peers. He ranked lowest among the direct disciples of the previous Peak Master, currently only at the pinnacle of the Merging Moon stage, making him the weakest among the 6 surviving direct disciples. The youngest, the 8th disciple, was known as the Purple Swallow Daoist. As the former Peak Master's closed-door disciple, he displayed exceptional talent, rivaling that of Daoist Youfei. However, due to the age gap, his strength lagged significantly behind. Nevertheless, the Purple Swallow Daoist was no weakling, being stronger than the Iron Drum and Yellow Ox Daoists, and also a core strength of Daoist Youfei's faction. Song Mingting silently calculated in his mind. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the faction of Daoist Youfei harbored ulterior motives, seeking to suppress the morale of their faction through this monthly assessment. After all, the defeat of Zhou Weiyuan and his companions at the hands of a notorious waste was indeed embarrassing. It was not in the nature of Daoist Youfei's faction to let such a situation slide without reclaiming their honor. Moreover, Song Mingting suspected that Daoist Youfei had grown suspicious. Previously, he had dealt with Zhou Weiyuan and his companions, while Zhao Jingke, Sun Huma, and Wang Ruben were of little concern. Zhou Weiyuan's capabilities and discernment far exceeded those of the others. He was astute and likely would not believe that Song Mingting had triumphed over them solely through the use of the 1,000-pound sword talisman. Based on his understanding of Zhou Weiyuan, it was highly probable that once suspicion arose, he would inform Daoist Yue Fei. Thus, it seemed that Daoist Longxiao's arrangement today was also intended to test him. Chapter 60. The Discourse on Attributes. However, Song Mingting felt no anxiety regarding this. If he had truly been possessed, or had awakened memories from a past life, then concern would be warranted. For with Daoist Yue Fei's strength, he could undoubtedly unearth the truth using the heavenly mechanism method. Yet, he was indeed his true self, and thus, there was no cause for alarm. In the arena, Li Qingke had already engaged Chen Xiaogu in a fierce battle. Clad in flowing white robes, he appeared ethereal, effortlessly wielding his flying sword to parry Chen Xiaogu's strikes while unleashing piercing blasts of icy blue sword energy from his fingertips. Observing this from the sidelines, Song Mingting couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The arrangement made by the Wolf Owl Master was merely an attempt to undermine the morale of their faction. Logically, today's setup should indeed achieve that goal, as he assigned Zhao Jingke, Wang Ruben, and Chen Xiaogu as opponents for the three of them, each possessing strength just slightly superior to theirs, yet not overwhelmingly so. This would effectively dampen their spirits without appearing excessively underhanded. Unfortunately, the Wolf Owl Master's calculations were destined to fail. His own strength was far from what they anticipated. Even replacing Zhao Jingke with Zhou Weiyuan would not amount to a challenge for him. Moreover, Li Qingchua's prowess was not as feeble as he projected. Although his fourth disciple had an exquisite appearance, his character was anything but delicate. On the contrary, his temperament was remarkably resilient. Such fortitude may not be advantageous against significantly stronger foes, but it proved immensely beneficial when facing opponents only marginally superior. Furthermore, his diligent practice of sword techniques and spells had solidified his skills. Even without considering his tenacity, he was on par with Chen Xiaogu. Not only was Li Qingke formidable, but Chu Kuanga exhibited similar qualities. Although his second brother often indulged in wine, he possessed considerable talent and could be quite formidable when he applied himself. Even those from the Fei Daoist faction would find it challenging to defeat him easily. Of course, the primary focus of Fei Daoist strategy was his elder brother. Defeating him in the assessment would significantly demoralize their faction's disciples. If memory served correctly, at this time in his past life, Pan Yuanshan had indeed mastered a powerful spell, and it seemed they intended to leverage this formidable magic to vanquish his elder brother. Alas, Pan Yuanshan possessed a trump card, as did his elder brother. Within the arena, the sound of slicing air resonated incessantly as Li Qingke darted across the stage, unleashing streaks of lightning-like sword energy from all directions, compelling Chen Xiaogu to adopt a purely defensive posture, utterly devoid of counterattack opportunities. On the sidelines, Chu Kuanga and Situ Ling were visibly invigorated, and Wei Kuangyuan had also regained his composure, his face reflecting a renewed enthusiasm. In contrast, Song Mingting appeared notably calm, observing the battle with an inscrutable demeanor. Lost in thought, the lightning-like sword energy unleashed by his fourth disciple, known as the cold electric sword finger, was a technique aligned with the attributes of metal and water. Comprising 6 layers, surpassing lightning in speed, fierce in attack, and possessing an astonishing lethality with freezing effects. Its quality rivaled that of the Azure Frost Sword Chi, Mountain Sparrow Sword Chi, and Mountain Wolf Sword Finger, all esteemed spells within their sect's collection of authentic techniques. The supplementary spells practiced by the brothers were meticulously chosen by their master, perfectly aligning with each disciple's character and innate qualities. For instance, Chu Kuanga's innate affinity leaned towards fire. Thus, he progressed swiftly in fire-based techniques. However, his excessively relaxed demeanor often diverted his focus to wine, leading their master to select the Fire Crow Sword Chi for him, aiming to counteract his lethargy, as this spell was inherently explosive. Similarly, Wei Kuangyuan's innate traits leaned towards earth and wood, and his impulsive nature made sustained practice challenging. Hence, their master specifically chose the Mountain Sparrow Sword Chi, which subtly aligned with his attributes, requiring extensive patience and the collection of countless bird feathers, qualities suited to tempering Wei Kuangyuan's restless spirit. Li Qingke's supplementary technique mirrored this pattern. His innate qualities aligned with metal and water, and thus, the cold electric sword finger complemented his strengths, allowing for efficient mastery. Despite his delicate appearance, akin to a jade tree swaying in the breeze, he possessed a resolute character, decisively severing ties when necessary. Consequently, the rapid and fierce nature of the cold electric sword finger resonated with his disposition, leading to an exceptional proficiency that had now reached the fourth layer. This revelation evidently took Qin Xiaogu and the others by surprise, as evidenced by their astonished expressions. Moreover, while others may not have been aware, he was acutely conscious that Li Qingqiue's practical combat experience surpassed that of his peers. From the onset, he recognized his talent was not extraordinary, prompting years of deliberate training in real combat skills. Previously, during the monthly assessments overseen by the elders, he had concealed his practical experience, but now, facing the blatant attempt by the Fei Daoist faction to undermine their morale, he had no intention of hiding his strength. Thus, he commenced with an aggressive onslaught using the cold electric sword finger, as it was superior to the defensive nature of the Zhongshu sword technique. He understood that to secure victory, he must defeat Qin Xiaogu before the latter could fully unleash the defensive capabilities of the Zhongshu technique. Otherwise, as the illusory peaks surrounding Qin Xiaogu multiplied, his chances of penetrating the defense would diminish with time. The relentless sound of slicing air filled the arena, presenting an overwhelmingly one-sided spectacle. Yet, as a direct disciple of Shueji Daoist, Qin Xiaogu was no novice. Despite being momentarily pressured by Li Qingqiue's onslaught and facing perilous situations, he gritted his teeth and persevered, successfully defending against the oncoming cold electric sword energy. As the illusory peaks summoned by the Zhongshu sword technique dissipated and reformed, Li Qingqiu continued to maneuver with agility, launching the cold electric sword finger from various angles. The ground had begun to freeze under the chilling effects. Yet Qin Xiaogu steadfastly maintained a protective barrier within a yard around himself, preventing the cold electric sword energy from breaching the silver runes encircling him. As time progressed, the cheers from Sidu Ling and the others grew sparse, while the atmosphere among the disciples of the Fei Daoist faction became increasingly fervent. Observing the battle, Pan Yuanshan wore a faint, cold smile, remarking to Zhou Wuyan beside him, "Xiaogu's mastery of the Zhongshu sword technique is commendable. Watch closely, Li Qingqiu is about to lose." At this comment, Zhao Jingke, still reeling from his recent defeat by Song Mingting, regained a semblance of spirit. Zhou Wuyan nodded in agreement, stating, "Yet, Li Qingqiue's combat ability is unexpectedly strong. Not only did he initiate with the cold electric sword finger, but his movements are fluid and cohesive, truly impressive." Having undergone elite training, they possessed discerning eyes and could perceive the critical elements of the battle. Li Qingqiue's strength exceeded their expectations. He had not only mastered the cold electric sword finger to the fourth layer, but also possessed substantial practical experience. From the outset, he had discerned the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, continuously launching aggressive attacks with the cold electric sword finger, putting Qin Xiaogu in a precarious position, leading them to momentarily believe that Qin Xiaogu might falter. However, Qin Xiaogu's resilience surpassed their predictions, even before the full manifestation of the Zhongshu sword technique. He managed to endure Li Qingqiue's relentless assault. By now, the principles of the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique have been thoroughly unleashed, with the speed of the illusory mountain peaks forming far surpassing the rate of energy consumption. After a period of relentless bombardment, Li Qingqiue's offensive momentum has begun to wane. It can be said that Qin Xiaogu's victory is virtually assured. However, despite the evident outcome, there is little sign of triumph in the conversations between the two, as they provide fair assessments of Li Qingqiue's performance. This is due to the fact that the Guizang Sword sect upholds a standard of integrity among its disciples. Thus, even though Pan Yuanshan and Zhou Wuyan stand in opposition to Song Mingtian, they do not allow a minor victory to reveal any petty glee. In truth, the majority of Guizang Sword sect disciples are ill-equipped to display such base emotions. On the other hand, the expressions of Song Qingyi and others have darkened considerably. Even Song Mingtian's demeanor has turned serious, as he too acknowledges that the outcome is becoming clear. Nevertheless, he is not overly surprised by this result, for the battle's outcome was inherently a 50-50 chance. Had his fourth junior brother managed to breach Qin Xiaogu's defenses during the initial aggressive onslaught, victory would have been his. However, as he failed to do so, the victor is destined to be Qin Xiaogu. The true disciples from Song Mingtian's side react differently than those from Pan Yuanshan's, their emotions fluctuating with the battle's progression, while the neutral disciples and many inner sect members remain unburdened, as the outcome bears little consequence for them. The inner sect disciples are solely concerned with the battle's brilliance. The more enthralling the clash, the greater their enjoyment. The intensity of the duel between Li Qingqiu and Qin Xiaogu has far exceeded their expectations, prompting cheers from the inner disciples at first, though as the skirmish wore on, they gradually fell silent, their faces reflecting a state of rapt astonishment. Throughout the encounter, Li Qingke and Qin Xiaogu have relied solely on the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique and the cold lightning sword gesture, yet the battle has been exceedingly fierce. The former strikes like lightning, while the latter remains steadfast as a mountain. The arena is alive with jagged peaks, and the sword aura crisscrossing in all directions, creating a truly spectacular scene. This level of combat intensity has surpassed what the inner disciples can endure. Had they been in the midst of it, they likely would have faltered after just a few exchanges. At this moment, countless inner disciples find themselves reflecting on the disparity between themselves and the true disciples. The tide of battle has now shifted entirely, as Qin Xiaogu begins to gain the upper hand. The cold lightning sword aura emitted by Li Qingke has thinned, and his agile movements have slowed considerably compared to the beginning, while the illusory mountains surrounding Qin Xiaogu multiply rapidly. Soon, Qin Xiaogu commences his counterattack, his flying sword glowing with a sudden burst of golden light, swelling in size before shattering yet another of Li Qingque's cold lightning sword auras, and then colliding with Li Qingque's flying sword, sending it careening away. The expressions of Wei Kuan-Yuan and the others have grown grim, sensing that Li Qingke is likely to falter under this assault. However, just then, Li Qingke swiftly adopts a different technique, deftly executing several hand gestures. Suddenly, Qin Xiaogu's flying sword begins to freeze, surrounded by an abundance of ice crystals that converge upon it like a swarm of bees. The ice binding technique. Someone exclaims in astonishment. Qin Xiaogu's countenance shifts, and he hurriedly performs several sword gestures, causing the golden light on his flying sword to surge, instantly shattering the ice crystals on its surface. Yet, as soon as the sword light is freed, more ice crystals rush in, quickly enveloping it once more. Expressions of delight appear on the faces of Song Qingyi, Sidu Ling, and others, while Wei Kuan-Yuan, filled with excitement, inquires, "Senior brother, what technique has our fourth brother employed?" The ice-binding technique. Song Qingyi explains, "It is indeed the ice-binding technique, a fourth-tier auxiliary spell within our sect that can rapidly freeze objects. Although it lacks inherent offensive capabilities, it can freeze an opponent's flying sword, magical artifacts, and spells, enhancing their potency when paired with cold attribute techniques or artifacts." Situ Ling adds, "Junior brother Qingke has already unleashed no less than 30 cold lightning sword gestures, saturating the air with cold energy. Now, invoked by the ice-binding technique, its power has been significantly amplified. I never anticipated that junior brother Qingke had mastered this spell." Song Mingting, too, is somewhat taken aback, for he does not recall Li Qingke training in the ice-binding technique. And since this spell lacks offensive power, even when combined with the cold lightning sword gesture, it would not significantly augment its lethality. The cold lightning sword gesture strikes at such incredible speed that it hardly allows time for ice crystals to gather. Thus, since the inception of these two techniques, no one has ever combined them in battle, at least not to his knowledge, making the spectator surprise at Li Qingque's invocation of the ice-binding technique all the more understandable. However, the current turn of events demonstrates the unexpected efficacy of the ice-binding technique. Once employed, it utilizes the residual cold energy from the cold lightning sword auras, particularly that lingering on Qin Xiaogu's flying sword, instantly encasing it in ice. For a swordsman, the flying sword is an essential possession, with much of their strength reliant upon it. Thus, when the sword is frozen, a significant portion of their power is lost. With a resounding crash, Qin Xiaogu's flying sword ultimately succumbs to its frozen fate, crashing to the ground. Qin Xiaogu's expression darkens considerably as the ice encases his sword, severing the connection between him and his weapon. No matter how he attempts to manipulate his sword gestures, he cannot summon his sword in the slightest. Without the ability to command his sword, the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique becomes obsolete, and the surrounding formations of earth energy begin to dissipate. Li Qingke once again unleashes the cold lightning sword gesture, simultaneously urging his flying sword toward Qin Xiaogu. Nevertheless, he ultimately fails to overcome Qin Xiaogu. For while Qin Xiaogu may have temporarily lost his sword, he still possesses supplementary spells to rely upon. Conversely, although Li Qingke has rendered Qin Xiaogu's sword ineffective with the ice-binding technique, the prior onslaught has depleted a considerable amount of his own magical energy. Thus, although he regains the advantage, he cannot secure victory over Qin Xiaogu. Consequently, the battle concludes with neither side able to claim victory as their magical energies are exhausted. Despite the final result being a draw, the expressions of Pan Yuanshan, Zhou Wuyuan, and others reflect their discontent, having just asserted that Qin Xiaogu would win, only to be proven wrong in an instant. However, regardless of their displeasure, the assessment continues. Following the previous 3 rounds, where Song Mingtian, Wei Kuangyuan, and Li Qingke faced off against Zhao Jingke, Wang Ruben, and Qin Xiaogu. The mention of Chu Kuanga and Zhou Weiyun by the Taoist wolf owl draws little surprise from the inner sect disciples. However, by this point in the examination, the objectives of the Fei Taoist faction have already suffered a significant setback. Zhao Jingke has been decisively defeated by Song Mingtian. Qin Xiaogu has only managed to draw with Li Qingke, and only Wang Ruben has emerged victorious. This outcome strays far from the expectations of Taoist wolf owl and his colleagues. Thus far, rather than bolstering the spirits of the disciples from the self-denial sect, it is their morale that has been adversely affected. Therefore, Taoist wolf owl can only place his hopes on Pan Yuanshan to vanquish Song Qingyi. After Chu Kuanga took the stage, he grinned at Zhou Weiyun and said, "Junior brother Zhou, I heard you were defeated by my third junior brother not long ago?" Zhou Weiyun's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, "That was due to Song Mingting using the 1000 June sword talisman. A loss is a loss. What does it have to do with you?" Chu Kuanga chuckled, "Nothing? Then let us begin." With that, he launched his attack. Zhou Weiyun, not wasting any more words, summoned a brilliant circle of starlight around him, quickly enveloping himself in a defensive spell before directing his two flying swords towards Chu Kuanga with lethal intent. Having learned from his previous defeat, Zhou Weiyun was evidently more cautious, so even against an opponent he outmatched, he did not forget to cast a defensive spell before attacking, showing marked improvement compared to half a month ago. For beams of sword light of different colors clashed fiercely in the air, the yellow light surged, drawing forth a vast amount of earth energy that rapidly transformed into illusory mountain peaks. Once a cultivator reaches the Zhaixing stage, they can wield a second flying sword. And both Chu Kuanga and Zhou Weiyun had attained this level, allowing them to manipulate two beams of sword light. The illusory mountains soon populated the entire arena. Both Chu Kuanga and Zhou Weiyun were significantly stronger than Song Mingting and Li Qingke, with higher levels of sword techniques. Furthermore, with each wielding two flying swords, the speed of the illusory mountains forming surpassed that of Song Mingting and Li Qingke during their battles by several folds, not to mention the increased area of effect. The mountains collided, each impact dissipating the other. The formations originally meant for defense ended up producing offensive effects. The collisions of the illusory mountains imbued with the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique were fierce, while the four beams of sword light battled relentlessly. From the very start of their confrontation, the excitement of Zhou Weiyun and Chu Kuanga's battle far surpassed any previous encounters. "Well done, junior brother Zhou. I thought you couldn't withstand even one of my strikes, considering you couldn't even defeat my third junior brother, even in the midst of battle." Chu Kuanga's banter did not cease. Zhou Weiyun's expression darkened further as he swiftly formed a series of sword seals. The sound of chirping surged forth, and 6 grayish-blue sword energies appeared, transforming into birds the size of basins, darting toward Chu Kuanga. These were the mountain sparrow sword chi. Indeed, Zhou Weiyun's auxiliary spell was the same as Wei Kuangyuan's, the mountain sparrow sword chi. However, unlike Wei Kuangyuan, who had only mastered it to the 3rd layer, Zhou Weiyun had already perfected it to the 6th layer. Chu Kuanga screeched in surprise, seemingly intimidated by Zhou Weiyun's assault. Nevertheless, his hands moved swiftly, forming several sword seals before pointing a finger, unleashing a fiery red sword energy. The sword energy resembled flames, instantly morphing into a fire crow that charged towards one of the oncoming mountain sparrows. Midway, the fire crow split into 3, colliding with the mountain sparrow. The flames erupted, and the mountain sparrow was sent reeling back. Yet, as the flames dispersed past the sparrow, they reformed into the shape of a fire crow, emitting a harsh caw as it continued its assault on Zhou Weiyun. Meanwhile, Chu Kuanga had already conjured a second fire crow, similar to the first. This second fire crow split into 3 after repelling one of the mountain sparrow sword energies, reassembling and charging toward Zhou Weiyun. Zhou Weiyun remained unperturbed, invoking the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique to intercept the fire crows with his flying swords. Under the barrage of sword light, the fire crows were shattered one after another, while even those that could not be intercepted were thwarted by the surrounding illusory mountains, exploding into scattered sparks. On the other side, although Chu Kuanga had repelled 2 of the mountain sparrow sword energies, the remaining 4 were rapidly closing in on him, leaving him no time to summon more fire crows. However, he still possessed 2 flying swords. With the impetus of the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique, Chu Kuanga's 2 beams of sword light repelled 3 of the mountain sparrows, while the last one was halted by the illusory mountains in front of him. Yet, the mountain sparrow sword energies, being sword energies, would not dissipate upon being repelled. Thus, Once the 6 mountain sparrows had expended their force, they immediately resumed their assault on Chu Kuanga. As Chu Kuanga screeched, he continued to unleash Fire Crow's sword energies while also utilizing his sword light to defend himself. In an instant, the arena was filled with the sounds of sparrows chirping, crows cawing, and explosions, with sparks flying everywhere. Chapter 63. Fierce battle beside them. Taoist Lang Xiao frowned, discontentedly watching Chu Kuanga, who he deemed excessively noisy. On the sidelines, Song Mingting cast a sidelong glance at Taoist Lang Xiao before returning his focus to the duel. His second senior brother employed a technique known as the Fire Crow sword gesture, one of the many profound sword gestures at the true condensation level, comprising 6 layers. This particular technique was meticulously selected by his master, as his second brother's constitution leaned towards fire, allowing him to progress rapidly in fire attribute spells. However, his second brother's temperament was rather lazy, prompting their master to choose the most explosive Fire Crow sword chi among the various fire attribute sword energies, hoping to counterbalance his second brother's lethargic nature. The Fire Crow sword gesture is characterized by its accompanying fire damage, immense destructive power, and the ability for each sword energy to split into 3. Moreover, even after being shattered, each Fire Crow sword energy could reassemble once again. Thus, even among sword gestures of the same level, the Fire Crow sword gesture ranks among the best. Additionally, despite his second brother's laziness and limited time spent on cultivation, his talent was commendable, allowing him to also master the Fire Crow sword gesture to its 6th layer. This explains why he was not at a disadvantage when pitted against Zhou Wuyuan's Mountain Sparrow sword chi. On the arena, Chu Kuanga and Zhou Wuyuan stood at opposite ends, engaging in a rapid exchange of blows. The arena echoed with the sounds of chirping sparrows, cawing crows, and explosions, with sparks shooting out in all directions. Generally speaking, sword cultivators do not remain stationary for long during combat, as their fighting style emphasizes speed, precision, and ferocity, striking like thunder, killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. However, the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique is an exception, as it is a defensive sword art that invokes earth energy to form illusory mountains, providing formidable protection. Yet, these illusory mountains, being composed of condensed earth energy, are heavy and cannot move swiftly, since rapid movement is not feasible. If the practitioner of the sword technique were to dart around the arena, it would render their efforts futile. Thus, after employing the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique, to maintain formidable defensive power, the user typically refrains from unnecessary movement. This has led to a somewhat diminished perception of the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique, as its balanced offense and defense are predicated on sacrificing agility and evasion. Nonetheless, Chu Kuanga's foundational skills were ultimately not as solid as Zhou Wuyuan's, and after several exchanges, Zhou Wuyuan began to gain the upper hand. Though younger than Chu Kuanga, Zhou Wuyuan's talent was equally remarkable. Coupled with Chu Kuanga's habitual negligence towards cultivation, it became evident that in terms of cultivation, sword techniques, and spells, Zhou Wuyuan outperformed him in several aspects, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. However, this time, Chu Kuanga fought with remarkable tenacity. Though he continued to emit exaggerated cries, maintaining his usual carefree demeanor, his movements were surprisingly swift. Whether employing the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique or the Fire Crow sword finger, his actions were as rapid as lightning, exhibiting a relentless spirit that starkly contrasted with his typical behavior. This unusual display of prowess left many unfamiliar with him in attendance utterly astonished. Yet, Song Mingtian was not at all surprised. Indeed, his second senior brother was notoriously lazy and thick-skinned, typically indifferent to the outcomes of contests. In previous assessments, he often surrendered with exaggerated lamentations, never truly exerting himself. However, this occasion was markedly different. The current assessment was clearly designed by the faction of Fei Dao Ren to undermine the morale of their sect, rendering the implications far more significant. Although his second senior brother appeared unreliable, he was never muddled when it came to serious matters. Therefore, if Langxiao Dao Run, Pan Yuanshan, and Zhou Wuyuan believed he would easily concede as he had in prior assessments, they were gravely mistaken. The fierce battle continued, with Chu Kuanga's incessant chatter contrasting Zhou Wuyuan's increasingly grave expression. Zhou Wuyuan had initially thought that his confrontation with Chu Kuanga would not be overwhelmingly one-sided, as he was well aware of Chu Kuanga's capabilities. Yet, the strength Chu Kuanga exhibited was somewhat beyond his expectations. Presently, although he held the upper hand, a decisive victory was still far off. Thus far, neither of their attacks had even breached the illusory mountain ranges, let alone overcome the stellar auras that followed. Hence, despite the intensity of their duel. Determining a victor under the current circumstances could take an eternity. This contradicted his original intention. The purpose of their faction's display was to temper the resolve of Song Mingtian and his companions, and the results of the previous 3 matches had been rather disappointing. If he did not secure a decisive victory now, this orchestrated spectacle would surely turn into a farce. With this thought, Zhou Weiyuan's expression hardened, and he altered his hand gestures, summoning 6 mountain sparrows in succession. Suddenly, a faint bluish-gray light appeared around him, coalescing into a remarkable aura that emanated pressure, reminiscent of the invisible weight felt moments ago when Song Mingtian was about to unleash the moon's spring sword qi. Chu Kuanga's expression shifted, and he, for once, refrained from speaking. In that moment, he quickened his hand movements, unleashing a barrage of fire crow sword qi towards Zhou Weiyuan. With the mountain sparrow sword qi retracted by Zhou Weiyuan, Chu Kuanga's fire crow sword qi surged forth unimpeded, manifesting a multitude of fire crows charging towards Zhou Weiyuan with an overwhelming force. One after another, the fire crows collided with the illusory mountains, shattering peaks into fragments. Sparks flew as explosions erupted, and coupled with the 2 beams of sword light, the illusory mountains surrounding Zhou Weiyuan rapidly diminished, swiftly contracting from a range of several dozen feet to just a few. Under the final assaults of the fire crow sword qi, the illusory mountains before Zhou Weiyuan were finally breached. At that moment, Chu Kuanga's expression turned serious. He urged his flying sword forward in a flash, only to see the serpentine pattern on Zhou Weiyuan's sandy yellow shield suddenly come to life, transforming into a massive serpent that opened its jaws wide to swallow the flying sword whole. Chapter 64. The sword finger of the flock of crows. The spell Zhou Weiyuan employed was known as the 4-sided serpent pattern shield, a defensive technique commonly used by disciples of the Guizang Sword Pavilion in their early stages of cultivation. This technique, which was of the true condensation level, comprised 5 layers. Upon invocation, it formed 4 sandy yellow serpent shields around the caster. When under attack, the serpentine patterns would animate, enlarging into a giant serpent that would consume incoming strikes, providing formidable defense. Previously, during Song Mingtian's duel with Zhao Jingke, Zhao had employed this very technique. However, the efficacy of the same technique, when wielded by Zhou Weiyuan, was incomparably superior to that exhibited by Zhao Jingke. Zhou Weiyuan's 4-sided serpent pattern shield could even engulf Chu Kuanga's flying sword. As the flying sword neared being sealed within the serpent shield, a rare glint of determination flashed across Chu Kuanga's usually jovial face. He swiftly formed a new sword gesture, causing the stellar aura surrounding him to intensify. In the next instant, the giant serpent halted abruptly, its belly swelling dramatically, and soon after, the sword light that had been swallowed burst forth from its gut. Once pierced, the serpent's belly disintegrated, and the serpent shield vanished. Chu Kuanga propelled his sword light towards Zhou Weiyuan, while simultaneously, another of his flying swords joined the fray. This second sword also shattered a serpent shield, and the 2 beams of sword light struck against Zhou Weiyuan's stellar aura, causing it to tremble violently. The immense force sent Zhou Weiyuan reeling backward. Yet, despite his stumble, Zhou Weiyuan did not fall. He regained his footing after several steps, appearing somewhat disheveled, but quickly stabilizing himself. At that moment, the spell Zhou Weiyuan had long been preparing finally came to fruition, and the bluish-gray light surrounding him transformed into countless flying crows. With a pointed gesture, Zhou Weiyuan sent a torrent of hundreds, even thousands of azure crows surging towards Chu Kuanga. This was the flock of crows' sword finger. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Song Mingtian's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Zhou Weiyuan's success in mastering the flock of crows' sword finger, as in his recollection. At this juncture in his previous life, Zhou Weiyuan had not yet mastered any intricate level spells. Of course, their interactions had been limited, so it was entirely plausible that Zhou Weiyuan had secretly honed this technique without his knowledge. However, this development placed his second senior brother in a precarious situation. The flock of crows' sword finger was fundamentally different from the mountain wolf sword finger, cold lightning sword finger, or fire crow sword finger. It was an intricate level sword technique with 10 layers. Although its rank did not surpass the moon spring sword qi, it was nevertheless distinguished among intricate level spells, far surpassing the true condensation level techniques. As the crowd remained astonished by the emergence of the flock of crows' sword finger, both Zhou Weiyuan and Chu Kuanga possessed cultivation at the initial stage of star plucking. Yet, they were still quite young, with Chu Kuanga being the elder of the two, but still significantly younger than the earliest batch of disciples. It was not surprising that disciples from Song Qingyi's cohort could wield intricate level spells. After all, It had become standard for their age group to possess at least one intricate level technique, with some even mastering several. However, the fact that someone from Chu Kuanga's generation could execute an intricate level spell was indeed remarkable, as none of their peers had achieved such a feat thus far. Hence, Zhou Weiyuan's sudden invocation of the flock of crows' sword finger elicited such an exaggerated reaction from the crowd. This also explained why the audience had reacted so much more dramatically when Song Mingtian had unleashed the Moon Spring Sword Qi. After all, Song Mingtian was several years younger than Zhou Weiyuan, and while Zhou Weiyuan was renowned for his talents, Song Mingtian had previously been labeled a waste. It was understandable for Zhou Weiyuan to have mastered an intricate level spell, but for Song Mingtian to have done so, that sounded quite like a fantasy. On the sidelines, the expressions of Song Qingyi, Sito Ling, Wei Kuangyuan, and others turned grim. Both Song Qingyi and Sito Ling had even discreetly formulated their sword gestures, ever ready to intervene in the duel at a moment's notice. Even the host of this contest, the Wolf-Owl Daoist, secretly crafted a spell. While they intended to temper the spirit of the disciples of the self-control master, they never contemplated inflicting harm upon Song Qingyi and his companions. After all, regardless of the self-control master's good temperament, he is still the master of loyalty and forgiveness peak. They could employ their tactics to hone his disciples, but truly injuring them would not be something that could be easily explained away. In an instant, the hundreds of azure crows collided with the outermost illusory mountains, swiftly slicing through them. The formidable mountain shadows conjured by the loyalty and forgiveness sword technique offered little resistance before Zhou Weiyuan's finger. The layered mountain phantoms, towering several dozen feet high, rapidly retreated. Chu Kuanga's face lost its usual playful demeanor. His external starry aura brightened further, with strands of starlight emerging, curling upwards, signifying that he had pushed his magical power to its zenith. He deftly formed several sword gestures, and suddenly, the light of his two flying swords surged, doubling in intensity. In a heartbeat, the draconic sword light reached the throng of crows, followed by a flash of yellow radiance. In the next moment, two towering yellow peaks materialized, obstructing the advance of the crows. However, the crow sword technique was not merely a condensed form of the mountain wolf sword technique or mountain sparrow sword qi. It was a bona fide intricate level spell. Its destructive power far exceeded that of the mountain wolf sword technique or the mountain sparrow sword qi. Even though Zhou Weiyuan had only mastered the first layer, the lethality of each azure crow he conjured approached that of a fully realized mountain sparrow at the sixth layer. While the fully realized mountain sparrow sword qi could summon merely 6 sparrows, the crow's sword technique could conjure hundreds or thousands of azure crows. How could its destructive power not surpass the latter? Thus, the two peaks formed by Chu Kuanga's flying swords existed for only a few breaths before being shattered by the swarm of crows. After demolishing the peaks, the crows swiftly surged toward Chu Kuanga. At this critical moment, it appeared that Chu Kuanga attempted to cast a defensive spell. Unfortunately, before anyone could discern the situation, his figure was engulfed by the crows. With a flash of azure light and a flurry of sword energy, Chu Kuanga's form was utterly consumed, propelled several dozen feet away by the azure avian horde. At that moment, Song Qingyi and the Wolf-Owl Daoist relaxed and retracted their prepared hand gestures. Chapter 65. The grand finale. As the crows scattered, the exhausted avian swarm dissipated into sword energy, colliding against the surrounding barrier of the arena, causing it to tremble. Meanwhile, the previously submerged Chu Kuanga re-emerged before everyone's eyes. Although the starry aura surrounding him was rapidly recovering, it appeared significantly dimmer and thinner compared to before, indicating that he had expended a substantial amount of energy. Furthermore, the silver runes floating beside him had also dulled considerably, nearly fading away. This suggested that the crow's sword technique not only breached the defense of his starry aura, but also nearly penetrated the defensive runes surrounding him. Nevertheless, the crow's sword technique ultimately did not breach the protective spell that the Wolf-Owl Daoist had previously cast on Chu Kuanga. This was also the reason why Song Qingyi and the Wolf-Owl Daoist had retracted their preparations. Their exceptional insight had already revealed that Chu Kuanga would not sustain any injuries. Of course, Chu Kuanga's lack of injury was largely due to his formidable strength and swift reflexes, which allowed him to activate 2 defensive measures in mere moments, significantly diminishing the power of the crow's sword technique. Yet, despite avoiding injury, he had lost the match. After catching his breath, he reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor, as if this defeat had left no impact on him whatsoever. He remarked, "This time, I was careless, but next time you won't be so lucky. After all, you couldn't even defeat my 3rd senior brother." He displayed a level of audacity and shamelessness that was truly remarkable. Zhou Weiyuan was acutely aware of Chu Kuang's notorious tongue, so while he felt a surge of irritation within, his expression remained impassive. He did not even direct his gaze at Chu Kuang, but instead focused on Song Mingting at the edge of the arena, revealing a faint, cold smile. Defeating Chu Kuang filled him with a sense of pride, but more importantly, this victory avenged his defeat to Song Mingting over a month ago. He believed that if a rematch were to occur, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Song Mingting certainly noticed Zhou Weiyuan's challenging glance, yet he dismissed it from his mind. He had to admit that Zhou Weiyuan's strength had indeed seen considerable improvement since their last encounter. This enhancement was not only due to his mastery of the crow's sword technique, but also stemmed from his substantial advancement in practical combat experience. In fact, the latter contributed more to Zhou Weiyuan's strength than the former. Given Zhou Weiyuan's current prowess, it would be impossible for him to triumph over an opponent with the Moon Spring Sword Qi, even if he had this powerful, intricate-level spell at his disposal. The disparity between the mid-stage of the Aperture Realm and the early stage of the Star-Picking Realm was simply too vast. To describe it as a chasm would not be an exaggeration. Even the formidable Moon Spring Sword Qi could not bridge this divide, especially considering Zhou Weiyuan had already mastered the crow's sword technique. However, that was under normal circumstances, and he could not afford to evaluate the situation through a conventional lens. Indeed, according to what a disciple at the Aperture Realm could achieve, it would be inconceivable to defeat a disciple at the Star-Picking Realm who had mastered the crow's sword technique, even if the former had acquired the Moon Spring Sword Qi. But how could he be considered an ordinary disciple at the Aperture Realm? Although his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the Aperture Realm, he had once been a master at the true person level, possessing a mastery of swordsmanship at that level. With his swordsmanship, even if Zhou Weiyuan had mastered the crow's sword technique and significantly improved his combat experience, if he disregarded everything and unleashed his full power, he could easily defeat him. In fact, during their previous encounter, he had triumphed over Zhou Weiyuan solely due to his superiority in swordsmanship. He had not employed high-level sword techniques or powerful spells. His victory was entirely reliant on his unparalleled speed, which stemmed from his profound understanding of swordsmanship. Thus, should he choose to reveal his exceptional swordsmanship, he could easily defeat Zhou Weiyuan. In truth, if he unleashed his full strength, even disregarding the risks to his body by employing some hazardous techniques that could significantly enhance his cultivation, there would be few among all the true disciples present who could contend with him. The strength of a true person is beyond the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. So even with his mid-stage Aperture Realm cultivation, the power he could unleash defied common logic. Zhou Weiyuan, observing Song Mingting's calm gaze, felt an involuntary chill in his heart. Recalling the scene when Song Mingting had charged at him with a sword, such speed was simply unavoidable at the time. Zhou Weiyuan instinctively averted his gaze, while Song Mingting, after casting a glance back at him, turned his attention elsewhere. To him, Zhou Weiyuan was not someone worthy of significant notice. As the assessment progressed, 4 out of the 5 disciples from Song Mingting's group had been deliberately targeted in 4 matches. Despite the 2 losses sustained by the Taoist phase side, they unexpectedly won the 2 matches that had initially been anticipated to yield surprises. However, the overall outcome did not meet the expected results. Consequently, the Wolfowl Taoist and others no longer solely focused on targeting Song Mingting and his group. Under the veil of secrecy, a greater number of disciples belonging to the sect of the Self-Denial Master faced off against those of the Fei Taoist faction. However, the overwhelming majority among them failed to achieve victory in the contest, unlike Song Mingtian and Li Qingke. Apart from a handful of individuals, including Situ Ling, the vast majority, Yang Fengjing included, suffered devastating defeats. Consequently, the morale of the Fei Taoist faction soared, and their gazes towards Song Mingtian and the others became laced with provocation, which left Wei Quanyuan and Yang Fengjing feeling both frustrated and stifled, unable to retaliate. The assessment continued, with the true disciples taking turns to compete, and soon only 2 remained unchallenged. At that moment, the crowd by the arena suddenly fell silent, a hush infused with suppressed excitement and anticipation, as every pair of eyes fixed intently on the stage, including those of the elders who had previously overseen the matches. For the final 2 contestants yet to compete were none other than Song Qingyi and Pan Yuanshan. Their battle was the grand finale of this monthly assessment. Junior brother Pan, please, said Song Qingyi in a sonorous tone as he ascended the stage. Senior brother Qingyi, please, Pan Yuanshan replied in kind. In recent years, despite some friction arising from the Self-Denial Master ascending to the peak leader position, such discord was largely concealed. On the surface, both factions maintained a facade of harmony. Thus Pan Yuanshan, regardless of his inner thoughts, adhered to the necessary decorum. Chapter 66. The Clash of Masters. After exchanging courteous greetings, they did not immediately engage. At their level, the emphasis was on strategic prowess, prioritizing mental warfare. Thus, they refrained from launching an attack until one revealed a flaw. Moments later, Pan Yuanshan could no longer contain himself and made his move. With a clang of swords, two beams of light, one blue, the other green, shot forth from behind him, akin to two magnificent rainbows, rushing towards Song Qingyi. Not to be outdone, Song Qingyi swiftly summoned the Xiansong sword and drew that song by sword. One dark as ink, the other verdant as a mountain, the two swords, one a deep blue, the other a lush green, created an illusion of towering mountains across the ground as they engaged in a fierce duel. From the moment they collided, the clash resonated like thunder, with sword energies intertwining in a dazzling display. The arena soon became an expanse dominated by an endless array of mountain-like illusions. Even in the early stages of their duel, the two showcased the prowess of the foremost true disciples of the Zhongshu Peak. Each intricate sword maneuver was executed with ease, though both wielded the Zhongshu sword technique. The power emanating from their hands was incomparable to that of others. In their grasp, the refined Zhongshu sword technique seemed to transcend into a realm akin to the Dongxian level. The watching disciples, the majority of whom struggled to perceive even the trajectories of the sword lights, found themselves in awe. Thus, the true disciples at the sidelines gasped in astonishment, realizing that, had they been in the arena, they would scarcely endure a single exchange. Yet, this was merely a warm-up for the two masters. Not even the formal commencement of their duel. As the exchange of the Zhongshu sword technique intensified, both began to take the contest more seriously. Techniques such as the Fire Crow sword gesture, Mountain Wolf sword gesture, and the White Jade sword gesture, previously regarded as ultimate moves, now flowed freely from their hands. The air crackled with sword energies. The arena was ablaze with various luminous manifestations. The speed at which they countered each other was so rapid that it rendered the spectators momentarily breathless. Had it not been for the protective rain cover surrounding the stage, many onlookers would likely have sustained injuries from the crossfire. The pace of their combat escalated swiftly, and before long, the spells they wielded transcended the realm of the condensed truth level, reaching the refined level. Consequently, techniques such as the Flock of Crows sword gesture, Thousand Lights sword gesture, and the Raging Sun sword gesture, once deemed as lethal strikes, were unleashed without restraint. The arena resonated with explosive sounds, as spells clashed at every turn. Even defensive spells, in which they were relatively less adept, were executed with remarkable ease. As one layer of defense was breached, another seamlessly followed, leaving most spectators unable to discern when these layers were cast. Those like Situ Ling, older and closer in strength to Song Qingyi and Pan Yuanshan, grew increasingly serious as they observed. For the others, whose abilities were vastly inferior, the spectacle was largely a source of entertainment. From the beginning until now, they were dazzled by the continuous display of intricate and powerful techniques, yet could not grasp the deeper intricacies. Their levels of skill too disparate from that of Song Qingyi and Pan Yuanshan. However, for Situ Ling and his peers, as members of the first wave of disciples, their age was comparable to that of Song Qingyi and Pan Yuanshan. Thus they could appreciate the depth of strength exhibited by the two. The prowess displayed by the two was already enough to extinguish any thoughts of resistance among them. It was not merely the might of the techniques and spells they wielded. Indeed, they too could execute techniques like the Thousand Lights sword gesture or the Raging Sun sword gesture, but the difference lay in their combat awareness, which was overwhelmingly superior. The same spells and techniques, when employed by Song Qingyi and Pan Yuanshan, flowed with seamless grace, striking with thunderous impact. This represented a qualitative disparity. Masters are distinguished from the rest by their ability to integrate their learning into a cohesive methodology. Song Qingyi and Pan Yuanshan had evidently embarked upon this path of mastery. As the battle progressed, Pan Yuanshan's expression darkened, for he realized he was beginning to fall behind. Though this shift in momentum was not yet apparent to the onlookers, he was keenly aware of the disadvantage he faced. However, Pan Yuanshan was not overly surprised by this revelation, as Song Qingyi's overall strength inherently surpassed his own. Song Qingyi's foundational skills were remarkably solid, his temperament composed and methodical, which inexplicably rendered him slightly stronger in combat. Even though both had mastered the 12th level of the Zhongshu sword technique and were at the pinnacle of their cultivation, Song Qingyi's execution of the technique carried a superiority that left Pan Yuanshan at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Song Qingyi's remarkable composure in battle, akin to an immovable rock, allowed him to remain unfazed, even when facing overwhelming odds, an aspect where Pan Yuanshan could not compete. These factors contributed to Song Qingyi's consistent edge over Pan Yuanshan. In truth, Pan Yuanshan could not quite pinpoint where he fell short compared to Song Qingyi. In terms of cultivation, sword techniques, or spells, he was not lacking. Yet, in the heat of battle, he invariably found himself a step behind. In previous encounters, he had privately sparred with Song Qingyi, and not once had he emerged victorious. The crux of the difference lay in their combat awareness, a concept difficult to articulate. Even if Pan Yuanshan were to be told this, it would be of little use. For he had already established his own style, one that was now challenging to alter. Nonetheless, this time, Pan Yuanshan was clearly prepared. There are two ways to counter clever tactics. One can either outsmart the opponent or rely on sheer strength to overcome their cunning. Now, Pan Yuanshan was ready to harness that strength. After a brief moment, just before revealing his apparent weakness, Pan Yuanshan's movements abruptly changed. He completely abandoned his offensive strategy, retreating into a defensive posture, recalling his flying swords, and withdrawing all spells and artifacts to shield himself. Subsequently, his aura transformed dramatically. Song Qingyi, with a face as impassive as granite, exhibited no discernible emotion, yet immediately retracted his sword light. The Xian Song sword and the Tsang Bai sword returned to circle around Song Qingyi, poised for action. He ceased employing aggressive spells such as Crow Sword Finger and White Rainbow Sword Finger, instead releasing a series of defensive spells. Typically, when an opponent retreats into a defensive stance, an all-out offensive is the advisable course of action. Most would follow this path. However, Song Qingyi chose the contrary, adopting a full defensive posture as Pan Yuanshan concentrated on his own protection. This choice proved to be sagacious, as Pan Yuanshan was evidently preparing to unleash his trump card. Given that Song Qingyi excelled in defense over offense, this was indeed a more prudent strategy, reflecting his cautious and composed nature. Noticing Song Qingyi's lack of aggression, a flicker of disappointment crossed Pan Yuanshan's eyes, though he quickly masked this sentiment. At this juncture, his aura surged to its zenith, with four radiant star-like energies shimmering around him, their brilliance reaching extraordinary heights. A mountain breeze stirred unexpectedly, and suddenly, a vast expanse of rainstone-hued light appeared around Pan Yuanshan, manifesting the culmination of cosmic energy. As this rainstone-colored cloud materialized, an overwhelming pressure descended, inducing a profound sense of trepidation among all present. "Watch out!" an elder exclaimed nearby. At that moment, Pan Yuanshan completed his incantation, releasing a low, resonant call as he thrust his right finger forward sharply. Instantly, a dark azure sword energy shot forth from his fingertip. With the emergence of this dark azure sword energy, the gathered cosmic energy around Pan Yuanshan surged towards it with remarkable speed. The sword energy rapidly expanded, growing to several dozen feet in length, transforming into an enormous dark azure, hornless dragon, a chi dragon. The dark azure chi dragon let out a melodious roar, its powerful sound waves whipping up a tempest directed towards Song Qingyi, effortlessly shattering the outermost layer of his defenses. Even before the chi dragon had fully unleashed its potential, it had already demonstrated immense destructive capability. The flood chi sword chi. Several elders gasped in unison. The crowd erupted in commotion. Those familiar with the flood chi sword chi were visibly stunned, while others hurriedly inquired about its significance. Soon, cheers erupted from those allied with Fei Dao Run, while the expressions of those from Ku Ji Zhanren's faction grew grim. Among the throng, Song Mingting, though equally astonished and apprehensive, feigned concern, for he was already aware of Pan Yuanshan's mastery of the flood chi sword chi. Although this confrontation had not occurred in his past life, Pan Yuanshan had previously sparred with his senior brother, employing the flood chi sword chi at that time. The flood chi sword chi was a prestigious, advanced spell preserved within their Guizang Sword Pavilion, categorized as a strong spell above the Dongxian level. Such spells transcended ordinary magic and could dominate even in the foremost sects like the Chongqing sect, Taishang sect, and Bodhi Temple. "What spell is that, Brother Situ?" Wei Kuangyuan inquired, his face etched with worry. His relationship with Song Mingting was somewhat distant, but he shared a close bond with this senior brother, Song Qingyi. Situ Ling's plump visage bore a trace of concern as he solemnly replied, "That is a strong spell from our Guizang Sword Pavilion, a Dongxian level technique consisting of 13 layers, created by an ancestor from the Jimei Peak 8 centuries ago." Wei Kuangyuan's countenance changed dramatically, exclaiming, "It is indeed a strong Dongxian level spell." His anxiety became even more pronounced. "Brother Situ, can our senior brother withstand the flood chi sword chi?" This query evidently captured everyone's attention, and soon, aside from Wei Yuan, Song Mingtian, Li Qingke, Yang Fengjing, and others turned their gaze towards Situ Ling. Situ Ling's expression darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to speak candidly. It will be difficult. Although Qingyi's cultivation is somewhat superior to Pan Yuanshan's, and his combat experience vastly exceeds ours, he has not mastered a Dong Xian level strong spell. Without such a spell, it would be nearly impossible to counter the Flood Qi Sword Qi. In terms of spells, Pan Yuanshan has already surpassed Brother Qingyi and us. Upon hearing Situ Ling's words, a heavy pall descended upon the crowd. In the midst of it all, Song Mingtian feigned a troubled expression, but internally, he felt no genuine concern. What now? Shall we continue fighting, Brother Song? Pan Yuanshan inquired, a flicker of pride crossing his otherwise sullen face. After years of rivalry, this was the first time he was on the verge of defeating Song Qingyi, and he savored the moment. Song Qingyi pressed his lips together, remaining silent, yet it was clear he had no intention of conceding. Pan Yuanshan chuckled nonchalantly. In that case, I shall not hold back. He understood that Song Qingyi would never concede. His words were merely intended to humiliate him. After being overshadowed by Song Qingyi for 2 decades, he was finally afforded an opportunity to assert himself. Let him not concede, for that is even better, Pan Yuanshan mused. With that, his demeanor shifted, his aura intensifying once more. The dark azure Qi dragon emitted a clarion roar and, with a powerful sweep of its tail, surged towards Song Qingyi. Its charge was akin to a torrent, effortlessly shredding the illusory mountains conjured by the Zhongshu sword art. Next came the defensive spells. Under the Qi dragon's claws, the previously formidable defenses that had resisted spells like the Crow Sword Finger and White Rainbow Sword Finger crumbled as if made of paper, unable to offer even the slightest hindrance. In the blink of an eye, the Qi dragon breached half of Song Qingyi's defensive spells. Gasps of astonishment erupted from Wei Yuan and the others. Nonetheless, Song Qingyi had cast a multitude of defensive spells. From the moment Pan Yuanshan adopted a defensive stance and began to cultivate the Flood Qi Sword Qi, he had been preparing his own defenses. In this brief period, he had managed to cast several defensive spells, while 1 or 2 spells could not withstand the Flood Qi Sword Qi. The cumulative effect of multiple defensive spells could indeed withstand its initial onslaught. Moreover, Song Qingyi had an array of mountain illusions lingering from the Zhongshu sword art to bolster his defenses. Thus, the Qi dragon ultimately did not reach Song Qingyi, halting after dismantling a significant portion of his defenses, allowing Wei Yuan and others to exhale in relief. However, the Flood Qi Sword Qi was not merely a one-time strike. Even spells designed for a single attack would possess greater potential once elevated to the Dongxian level. Pan Yuanshan wore a cat-and-mouse grin as he changed his hand movements, causing the Qi dragon to stretch once more, preparing to launch a second assault. As the Qi dragon unfurled its body, it underwent a remarkable transformation, swiftly shifting from a dark azure hue to a muddy yellow, reminiscent of a surging mountain flood, turbulent, violent, and unstoppable. Observing from the sidelines, the expressions of Situ Ling and others, who understood the characteristics of the Flood Qi Sword Qi, grew increasingly grim. The inspiration for the Flood Qi Sword Qi stemmed from the mountain flood. The esteemed ancestor who devised this technique was inspired by a devastating flood, leading to the creation of this profound level swordsmanship. Thus, the nature of the Flood Qi Sword Qi closely mirrored that of a mountain flood. Even while the dragon's form retained its dark azure color, it possessed immense power, and as the water that constituted the dragon's body became murky, the sword Qi's might would escalate to unprecedented heights, becoming even more ferocious. The prelude to this ferocity had already been terrifying. What would ensue once it intensified? Nearby, the Taoist wolf owl observed the unfolding scene, a faint smile breaking through his typically stern countenance. He was well aware that Pan Yuanshan had mastered the Flood Qi Sword Qi. Otherwise, he would not have orchestrated this display under the auspices of the esteemed Taoist Fei. To his knowledge, Song Qingyi had yet to attain the profound level of spellcraft, making Pan Yuanshan the first among the younger generation of their sect to achieve such a feat. Mastering a profound level technique at such a tender age was indeed a source of pride. In fact, even when considering the entire sect, few young disciples had reached the profound level, and those who had were renowned prodigies from the other 5 peaks, having been celebrated since childhood. He himself had only achieved his first profound level technique at the age of 54, a milestone that had astonished even his own master. In contrast, Pan Yuanshan was merely 27. The disparity was glaring. Thus, it was no small feat for Pan Yuanshan to have accomplished this at such a young age. However, while the Taoist wolf owl felt elated by Pan Yuanshan's success, there lingered a subtle sense of melancholy. Though Pan Yuanshan belonged to their sect, he was not his disciple. The exceptional talent of another's disciple could never quite match the joy derived from one's own disciple's extraordinary gifts. Although his two disciples had some talent, they paled in comparison to Pan Yuanshan. With this realization, the Taoist's earlier joy and pride swiftly cooled, giving way to a sense of disillusionment. Just as the Taoist wolf owl was lost in thought, changes unfolded in the arena. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Song Qingyi, poised to face the second assault of the Flood Qi Sword Qi, did not cast a multitude of defensive spells. Instead, he stood resolutely in place, forming a unique incantation. Initially, the spectators were puzzled by his inaction, but as an overwhelming aura emanated from him, they soon recognized that the incantation Song Qingyi was performing was anything but ordinary. Even the Taoist wolf owl, absorbed in his musings, was disturbed by this newfound energy and lifted his gaze. Upon discerning the nature of Song Qingyi's incantation, the Taoist was taken aback. Simultaneously, expressions of astonishment appeared on the faces of several other elders. In the arena, Pan Yuanshan felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. When Song Qingyi first began his incantation, he had not paid it much heed, but upon sensing the formidable energy, he understood the peril and hastened the flow of his own power, further urging the Flood Qi Sword Qi towards Song Qingyi. A resounding roar echoed, akin to a mountain flood bursting forth, as the now completely muddy Qi dragon lunged at the remaining defensive spells, swiftly piercing through the outermost layers that shielded Song Qingyi. This time, the Qi dragon advanced with greater speed, like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, and soon reached Song Qingyi. At that moment, Song Qingyi's aura surged to unprecedented heights, more potent than when Pan Yuanshan had unleashed the Flood Qi Sword Qi. As if a colossal mountain weighed heavily upon the heart, making it difficult to breathe. The mountain silhouette previously conjured by the loyal and forgiving Sword Qi transformed back into the essence of earth, accumulating into a rich yellow hue under the impending spell Song Qingyi was about to cast. Pan Yuanshan's expression grew increasingly urgent as he let out a low growl, and in that instant, the Qi dragon's momentum surged once more. Just as the Qi dragon was on the verge of breaching all defenses, the Xiansong sword and the Tsang by sword suddenly emitted a fierce cry, their blade lights flashing with a jade-yellow brilliance, rapidly expanding like two luminous dragons, colliding forcefully with the Qi dragon. In this critical moment, Song Qingyi managed to multitask, commanding both the Xiansong sword and the Tsang by sword to serve as a barrier. The swords clashed against the raging Qi dragon, erupting into a blinding radiance that soared into the heavens, creating a tempestuous wave that shook the entire arena's protective barrier. Yet, even the thunderous strike of the Xiansong sword and Tsang by sword could only momentarily hinder the Qi dragon. Mere moments later, the two swords were sent flying. At this point, the Qi dragon finally breached the last layer of defense before Song Qingyi, charging down like a force of nature. Wei Kuangyuan, Yang Fengjing, and others could not contain their gasps of astonishment. As the dark azure glow surged, Song Qingyi's figure was completely enveloped by the suddenly erupting dark azure light. The younger members of Song Mingting's faction could no longer suppress their cries of alarm, while the older ones wore grim expressions. The observing inner disciples were equally pale, terrified by the might of the Flood Qi Sword Qi. Even the disciples of Taoist Fei displayed little pride, all struck dumb by the overwhelming power of the Flood Qi Sword Qi. As the dark azure light faded, the scene within was unveiled, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The massive Qi dragon sword Qi, akin to a mountain flood, loomed ominously before Song Qingyi, its jaws merely a foot away from his head. Yet, that single foot proved insurmountable for the Qi dragon. A yellowish glow enveloped the dragon, encircling Song Qingyi, with mountainous imagery rising within the light, resembling a scroll depicting splendid landscapes. This veil, a mere inch thick, effectively barred the colossal Qi dragon from advancing any further. This was the Heishan Sword Qi. A chorus of astonishment erupted, each face reflecting shock. While many may have been unfamiliar with the Flood Qi Sword Qi, Song Qingyi's current spell was renowned, known far and wide. Even among the inner disciples, none were unaware of it. This technique was none other than the famed 12 foundational techniques of the loyal and forgiving peak, the very cornerstone of their sect. On the sidelines, a faint smile graced Song Mingting's lips. From the outset, he had been performing for the audience, mirroring the reactions of those around him, relaxing when appropriate, tensing when necessary, merely to avoid arousing suspicion. In reality, he had never harbored concerns for Song Qingyi, for he had long known that his elder brother had mastered the Heishan Sword Qi, and mastering it signified not just survival, but victory. The machinations of Taoist phase faction had ultimately resulted in their own embarrassment, despite both techniques being of profound level. The Flood Qi Sword Qi and the Hishan Sword Qi were inherently different, their standings within the Guizang Sword Pavilion incomparable. The Flood Qi Sword Qi was merely a collected technique within their library, while the Hishan Sword Qi was one of the 12 foundational arts of their sect, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. The sole reason for the significant disparity between the two lies in their universality. For a particular sect, spells can be categorized into 3 tiers based on their significance. The first tier is known as the foundational spells. These spells form the bedrock of a sect, crafted and refined over countless generations. They are intrinsically linked to the sect's unique techniques, allowing even novices to master them. Even formidable spells beyond the Dongxian level can be learned by many within the sect. For instance, the Guizang Sword Pavilion boasts spells such as the Qing Shuang Sword Qi, the Mountain Wolf Sword Finger, the Mountain Sparrow Sword Qi, the Zhong Shu Sword Technique, and the Yuquan Sword Qi, all of which are considered core spells. These spells have been meticulously refined through generations and are inherently compatible with the Guizang Sword Canon, making them significantly easier to master compared to other spells of the same rank. Spells like the Zhong Shu Sword Technique and the Mountain Wolf Sword Finger, which are intricate and profound, can almost be learned by every disciple, while even the Dongxian level spell, the Mountain Sword Qi, sees 3 to 4 dozen disciples mastering it each generation. This is precisely why such spells are revered as foundational spells. The second tier is referred to as the treasured spells. Although these spells are also created by the elders of the sect, they are markedly more complex and difficult to master than the foundational spells, resembling unique techniques rather than transmissible spells. For example, the strong spells of Dongxian level and above created in his previous life belong to his unique mastery, making it exceedingly difficult for his peers to learn. These spells are quite challenging for disciples to practice, often requiring several generations before anyone manages to master them, with some even becoming lost to time, known only to their original creator. Furthermore, treasured spells typically yield their maximum potency only in the hands of their originators. Those who learn them later may find their effectiveness diminished due to the lesser universality of treasured spells compared to foundational spells, making it challenging for them to grasp the essence of these techniques. For these reasons, such spells are deemed treasures rather than means of transmission, exemplified by the Hong Qi Sword Qi of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. In fact, the Yuquan Sword Qi is also a treasured spell, but due to its lower rank, it has seen a greater number of practitioners compared to the Hong Qi Sword Qi. The third tier comprises the spells of other sections. These spells are a collection amassed over generations from various sections. The universality of these spells for disciples is even poorer. They may struggle to master spells created by their own predecessors, let alone those from different sections. Many of these spells may conflict with their sect's core techniques. Thus, the spells from other sects often serve merely as references. Practitioners may attempt to learn them, but if unsuccessful, they merely expand their knowledge. Of course, this comparison is solely based on the level of universality. It does not imply that the spells from other sects are inherently inferior to treasured spells, nor that treasured spells are necessarily less valuable than foundational spells. Consider a treasured spell of a higher tier compared to a foundational spell of a lower tier. It stands to reason that the treasured spell could surpass the foundational one in efficacy. However, when comparing spells of the same tier, foundational spells are indeed superior, as their compatibility with the sect's core techniques is far greater, resulting in a more potent manifestation of power. Therefore, even if the Mountain Sword Qi and the Hong Qi Sword Qi are of equivalent rank, the former still holds a distinct advantage, especially considering that the Mountain Sword Qi encompasses 15 levels, while the Hong Qi Sword Qi contains only 13. Thus, the Mountain Sword Qi is considerably more formidable. Consequently, Pan Yuanshan stood little chance of victory. In the arena, Pan Yuanshan's countenance abruptly soured, his eyes widening as he forced out the words, Mountain Sword Qi. The luminous barrier before Song Qingyi suddenly radiated with brilliance, expanding dramatically. The Hong Qi Sword Qi, having expended its strength, was effortlessly repelled, causing the massive body of the Qi dragon to stagger back. Meanwhile, the barrier swiftly transformed into a dark yellow sword Qi, pursuing the Qi dragon with unrelenting fervor. In the void, it was as if a dark yellow landscape unfurled. The Mountain Sword Qi quickly caught up to the Hong Qi Sword Qi, leading to a one-sided onslaught. The Qi dragon stood virtually defenseless against the Mountain Sword Qi, regardless of Pan Yuanshan's attempts to wield his sword techniques. It was futile in altering the Qi dragon's fate of being sent crashing in all directions by the mountain sword Qi. Had the Hong Qi sword Qi and the mountain sword Qi clashed with full force, the former might not have found itself in such a dire predicament. However, Pan Yuanshan had previously expended considerable energy in 2 aggressive assaults against Song Qingyi. When the mountain sword Qi countered, it was precisely at a moment when he was depleted of strength, making it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective retaliation. Furthermore, although Pan Yuanshan had mastered the Hong Qi sword Qi, invoking it remained a considerable burden for him. The energy expended in those 2 earlier attacks had already drained a significant portion of his power. Thus, in his weakened state, he was even less of a match. Ultimately, under the gaze of hundreds, the Qi dragon disintegrated, scattering into countless streams of water that coalesced into a dark blue sword Qi. Song Qingyi retracted the mountain sword Qi and calmly stated, "Junior brother Pan, I concede. The outcome is clear, and there is no need to continue." Pan Yuanshan's expression darkened, his face a mask of fury as he felt the mocking gazes of the crowd upon him. After a prolonged moment of silence, he began to retract the Hong Qi sword Qi. During this process, he sensed a palpable derision in the eyes of those around him. His face fluctuated between shades of green and white, ultimately unable to maintain his composure, and he stormed off in a huff. The remaining members, including Zhou Wuyuan, exchanged glances. Unsure of what to say, the Taoist wolf owl, who presided over the contest, also felt a deep sense of embarrassment after a few terse comments. He declared the assessment concluded and retreated to the transmission hall. Following this, the members of the Fei Taoist faction departed in disarray. On the sidelines, familiar faces finally subdued their shock and surrounded Song Qingyi, offering their congratulations. However, Song Qingyi maintained his composed demeanor, showing no signs of pride following his victory. Standing nearby, Song Mingting smiled, but beneath his cheerful facade, he contemplated deeper matters. Indeed, the recent contest had resulted in his senior brother's triumph. Yet, such a victory should not diminish the prowess of Pan Yuanshan. The fact that Pan Yuanshan had mastered the Hong Qi sword Qi at such a young age was a testament to his exceptional talent, undoubtedly ranking him among the elite. Had it not been for his senior brother's mastery of the mountain sword Qi, victory would have been unattainable. In terms of innate talent, Pan Yuanshan would certainly rank among the top 10 of all true disciples, not limited to those of their own Zongshu peak. In contrast, his senior brother could be described as a late bloomer. While his current talent was indeed commendable, it remained a distance from the pinnacle. In truth, when purely assessed by talent, Pan Yuanshan's gifts even surpassed those of his senior brother. The reason his senior brother consistently outperformed Pan Yuanshan lies primarily in his diligence and unwavering perseverance. His senior brother is characterized by immense patience and steadfastness, diligently practicing without a hint of impatience, embodying the quintessential essence of a natural cultivator. Moreover, although their master ascended to the position of peak leader through serendipitous circumstances and lacks a solid foundation, he is indeed a true practitioner of our Tao and possesses an understanding of cultivation that surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. In contrast, Taoist Yofei, despite being a direct disciple of the previous peak leader and having a profound background, is still not a true practitioner of our Tao. His ability to instruct disciples, though significantly superior to that of average elders, still falls short when compared to that of their master. This is a matter of realms. For these reasons, his senior brother has consistently maintained an advantage over Pan Yuanshan. Thus, while Pan Yuanshan may not currently be a match for his senior brother, it does not imply that he will remain so indefinitely. In fact, in his previous life, 3 years later, Pan Yuanshan had once defeated his senior brother in public, an event that severely undermined his senior brother's prestige and even posed a threat to his position as the chief disciple. Therefore, he must devise a means to enhance his senior brother's strength. He already has some ideas in mind. The assessment consumed the entire morning, and in the afternoon, Song Mingting returned to Longsue Valley to continue inscribing symbols on bricks, followed by practicing the Moon Spring Sword Qi in the evening. The next morning, after having breakfast, he prepared to head to Longsue Valley. Shortly after stepping out of the hermitage, he suddenly halted and gazed towards the horizon. A streak of dark sword light silently approached from the sky, and moments later, it drew near. Song Mingting's expression suddenly shifted to one of excitement. It was a sword light over 100 feet long, entirely black and adorned with golden petals that scattered like the fragrance of osmanthus. Seemingly in disarray upon the dark blade, golden petals continuously fell around the sword light, only to vanish into the air like snowflakes midway down. The immense sword light cast an inky hue over the sea of clouds, and a faint scent of osmanthus wafted through the air. As the sword light entered the cloud sea, it began to shrink, and by the time it reached the summit, it had diminished to a length of merely a foot before vanishing from sight. Gazing at the dissipation of the sword light, Song Mingting found himself trembling with anticipation. Without hesitation, he turned and hurriedly ascended the mountain. After traversing several thousand stone steps in a hurried and disordered manner, he arrived before a sturdy, ancient pavilion. At this time, it was the season of golden autumn, with osmanthus trees standing tall and verdant, their blossoms abundant like stars, enveloping the entire Zhongshu Peak in a rich fragrance. This was the most picturesque season at Zhongshu Peak, and the ancient pavilion, steeped in history and nestled among the towering, lush, millennia-old osmanthus groves, was none other than the main pavilion of Zhongshu Peak, Zhongshu Pavilion. It was here that he returned after half a month since his rebirth, having refrained from doing so earlier out of trepidation. Zhongshu Pavilion not only serves as the main hall of Zhongshu Peak, but has also been the residence of successive peak leaders since its establishment over 3,000 years ago with the founding of the Sword Repository. Upon arriving at Zhongshu Pavilion, Song Mingting abruptly halted. At that moment, a wave of profound homesickness surged within him, a rush of emotions that caused him to freeze in place, unable to advance further. He took several deep breaths, and after a lengthy pause, his tumultuous feelings began to subside somewhat. Taking a step forward, Song Mingting continued his ascent. The outer walls of Zhongshu Pavilion were adorned with numerous inscriptions, the legacies of the ancestral masters of Zhongshu Peak. Those who had left their calligraphy upon the outer walls of Zhongshu Pavilion were none other than the most illustrious figures in the history of Zhongshu Peak, including 7 or 8 grandmasters who ultimately ascended to the celestial realm. As Song Mingting stepped onto the final stone step, the grand entrance of Zhongshu Pavilion came into view. The golden autumn sunlight streamed through the sparsely arranged windows, casting fragmented beams of clear light across the wooden floor, imbued with the scent of wood. Inside, a slender, middle-aged Taoist was engaged in quiet conversation with an elderly Taoist seated beside him. The middle-aged Taoist appeared to be in his 40s. With a lean visage and graying hair at the temples, his gaze calm and serene, clad in a white sword robe with a long sword suspended at his waist. The sword's design was archaic, its scabbard dark with golden floral patterns reminiscent of osmanthus, perfectly embellishing the scabbard. The sword robe was embroidered with intricate dark sword patterns, which nearly covered half of the garment, and the edges were adorned with a golden trim that gleamed under the autumn sun. A wisp of jade-white smoke rose continuously from the space beside the Taoist, taking on the form of a qilin. Across from the middle-aged Taoist sat an elderly Taoist. His hair and beard were completely white, his face austere, yet his gaze was sharp, bearing an expression of solemnity. A wide sword was secured to his back, exuding an air of authority without anger. He too wore a white sword robe, richly adorned with dark sword patterns that almost dominated his attire, though differing slightly in style from the middle-aged Taoist. Surrounding them, wisps of azure true energy emanated, subtly forming a majestic mountain. The differing sword robes of the two men hinted at their respective identities. The middle-aged Taoist had sensed Song Mingting's arrival long before, so when Song Mingting reached the entrance, he paused his conversation and turned to face him. His gentle gaze fell upon Song Mingting, reminiscent of a tranquil lake under the warm sun of spring. In that instant, the gentle breeze seemed to transform into a rain of warmth, and in the blink of an eye, time appeared to rewind a century. Song Mingting momentarily felt disoriented. The memories of 100 years in his dreams became blurred, and all the suffering and death seemed to fade away, with the deeply etched pains beginning to heal. Why? Have you forgotten your master after a few months? The Taoist, known as Kashi, observed Song Mingting's days with amusement. His voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, resonated within the pavilion, wafting into Song Mingting's ears. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of bittersweet emotions surged within him, bringing forth memories from his dreams, causing his eyes to redden in an instant. The figure before him was none other than his master, Kashi. Instinctively, Song Mingting stepped further into the pavilion, his heart aching, almost on the verge of tears. After more than 100 years, he had finally reunited with his master. Meanwhile, Kashi, noticing the redness in Song Mingting's eyes, felt a flicker of confusion. Having raised him since childhood, Song Mingting had always been close to him, yet since coming of age, he seldom shed tears in his presence. Today, however, upon seeing him, he was already on the verge of tears, which genuinely surprised Kashi. Could it be that you have suffered some great injustice? Kashi pondered internally, about to inquire when Song Mingting had already stepped inside. Master, I miss you so much, he said, managing to suppress the redness in his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. Kashi wore a bemused smile, while the elder Taoist beside them frowned slightly, his expression stern. How old are you now? Still behaving like a little girl? He then turned to Kashi. Yushan, you indulge them too much. This is not good. Yushan was Kashi's courtesy name. Kashi chuckled softly and replied to Song Mingting. All right. You are no longer a child, yet you still act like one. Your Shizu Shanshu is right. I have indeed spoiled you too much. At this moment, Song Mingting had completely regained his composure. Being a true practitioner of our Tao, he possessed a remarkable ability to control his emotions. Had it not been for the overwhelming fluctuation of feelings, he would not have displayed such a moment of vulnerability. Now, after a passage of more than 10 breaths, he had sufficiently regained control over his emotions. Master Shizu, I was wrong, Song Mingting said sincerely, casting a quick glance at the elder Taoist beside him. The venerable Taoist, known as Master Shan Su, serves as the esteemed elder of the Chongshu Peak lineage. He is one of the 2 existing masters of the Taoist realm within this lineage, the other being his own master. In addition to this, Master Shan Su holds 2 other significant titles. He is the biological younger brother of the previous Peak Master, and he is the former head of the Chongshu Peak branch of the Tianzhou Pavilion. Thus, Master Shan Su is, in essence, the uncle of Yufei Taoist. Consequently, during his earlier life, he harbored a profound fear of Master Shan Su. At that time, he was merely a lowly inner disciple, with scant opportunities to encounter the high-ranking elder, yet this did not diminish the deep-seated trepidation he felt towards the stern and solemn elder. He observed that even the other elders held a palpable fear of this unyielding figure, and in his youthful perspective, even the esteemed true transmission elders were formidable beings, let alone someone like Master Shan Su, who instilled trepidation in them. Thus, it was only natural for him to instinctively fear Master Shan Su. As he matured and began to grasp the complexities of adult interactions, his fear gradually morphed into resentment. With age, he became aware of the underlying motives that drove Yufei Taoist and others to target his master. Upon learning that Master Shan Su was the biological younger brother of the previous Peak Master, it became evident to him that Master Shan Su was the strongest ally of Yufei Taoist and his associates. Given that both Yufei Taoist, Baisheng Taoist, and Xueji Taoist were direct disciples of the former Peak Master, it was only logical for him to conclude that Master Shan Su would favor his own biological nephews over distant relations. Thus, he harbored animosity towards Master Shan Su for an extended period, which only dissipated years later as he matured further and developed a more nuanced judgment of individuals. In due course, he came to realize that Master Shan Su was, in fact, a man of integrity and rigidity, almost selflessly devoted to the greater good of the sect, placing the interests of the Chongshu Peak above all else, including personal gain and sentiments. Throughout his tenure, Master Shan Su had not shown much favoritism towards Yufei Taoist and others. Rather, in many instances, he had supported his own master. Hence, when he saw Master Shan Su's stern demeanor, he felt a sense of familiarity rather than fear. It had been many years since he last encountered this elder. Please, take a moment to rest in the side hall, said the self-disciplined Taoist. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Song Mingting's mind. Upon hearing his master's words, he bowed to both the self-disciplined Taoist and Master Shan Su before retreating to the side hall. He understood his master's intent. Clearly, there were matters that required discussion between his master and Master Shan Su, and as a mere inner disciple, it would be inappropriate for him to remain. However, his earlier behavior had been somewhat erratic, and he knew his master would not be at ease without clarification. Thus he was sent to wait in the side hall. Once inside the side hall, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant approached him with a smile, silently pouring him a cup of tea. Song Mingting smiled back and said, "There's no need for such trouble, Uncle Shan." This man was his master's sword attendant, who had accompanied him since childhood and was no ordinary servant. "It is no trouble at all," Uncle Shan replied with a smile, stepping aside after pouring the tea. Song Mingting took the cup and sipped, savoring the warmth. Uncle Shan was rather reticent, the most taciturn among his master's sword attendants. Yet he was dependable in his duties. As the warm tea entered his system, a pure surge of spiritual energy arose within him, the fragrance of the tea mingling with a hint of osmanthus. Song Mingting silently began to absorb the spiritual energy contained within the tea. As the master of a peak, his master would not serve anything of inferior quality. He was not one for extravagance. Yet his status ensured that he would only use the finest of offerings. The tea he was currently enjoying was named Empty Mountain Autumn Rain, a profound grade tea of the highest quality. Only one plant existed within the Guizang Sword Pavilion, discovered and transplanted by a forebear of their Chongshu peak 7 centuries ago, yielding merely 2 tails annually. Given its rarity, although its grade was comparable to bamboo emerald sword rice, its value and scarcity far surpassed it. The tea presented a reddish-yellow hue, reminiscent of autumn foliage, its fragrance distant yet refreshing, embodying the warmth of a sunlit autumn day. Consuming this tea during the weighty dew of late autumn felt akin to savoring a sip of autumn sunlight, spreading warmth throughout his being, evoking an indescribable comfort. Not only was the flavor exquisite, but it also contained a wealth of spiritual essence beneficial for cultivation. This single cup could easily equate to over half a month's worth of his cultivation efforts, greatly enhancing his future practice. Of course, had a disciple of a different cultivation stage consumed this tea, they would have wasted much of its potential, but he differed, once a Taoist of the immortal stage. He possessed remarkable capabilities, allowing him to fully absorb the spiritual energy and essence contained within. After taking a small sip, Mingting set the cup down. At that moment, he felt a sense of ease wash over him, the lingering stillness within his heart gradually dissipating, indicating that his inner demons were indeed beginning to loosen their grip. Although he had exhibited some signs of instability in front of his master and Master Shansu, it was not excessive enough to raise suspicion. He owed this to his elder brother, for had he not encountered him beforehand, his inner turmoil would have been glaringly apparent to both his master and Master Shansu, given the stark contrast to his previous lifeless demeanor. In this state, even if he had endeavored to conceal his true condition, his master and Master Shansu, with their profound prowess, would have undoubtedly perceived something amiss. However, because he had previously encountered his elder brother, his inner demons had been somewhat quelled, allowing him to emerge from his despondency, thus preventing any suspicions from arising in the minds of his master and Master Shansu. With his capabilities, once he liberated himself from the grip of those demons, he could convincingly perform, and even his master and Master Shansu would be none the wiser, as he had once shared their level of attainment. He had no desire for his master to learn of his rebirth, not out of distrust, but because revealing such a truth could severely jeopardize his efforts to save the sect, potentially leading to its demise. This world possessed a type of sorcery known as divination, also referred to as fortune-telling, calculating, or augury, which utilized various mystical methods to glean insights and predict the hidden truths. Such sorcery was collectively termed the heavenly mechanism arts, one of the most enigmatic and profound forms of magic. The essence of these arts lay in gathering clues through specific means and analyzing them to predict possible outcomes. The more clues one could gather, the more accurate the predictions became. Hence, if he were to disclose his rebirth, it was highly likely that contemporary diviners would sense it. Given that the world operates as a cohesive whole, even if he refrained from uttering this truth before the masters of the heavenly mechanism arts, speaking it would leave a trace in this realm, an indelible mark. Under the guidance of celestial mechanisms, the master-level figures would inevitably sense an underlying connection. Once this connection was established, employing the celestial arts for divination would render any secrets they harbored utterly transparent. Should news of his rebirth reach the outside world, his situation would become exceedingly perilous. Not only would the salvation of his sect be in jeopardy, but his very life would hang by a thread. Thus, he must tread carefully and diligently safeguard the secret of his rebirth. The sage, Kiji, had little to convey to Master Shansu, and within the span of a single incense stick's burning, he rose to escort Shansu out. After bidding farewell to Shansu, Kiji entered the side hall, a gentle smile gracing his face as he inquired, "During my absence, have you encountered any grievances?" A warm current surged within Mingting's heart. At this moment, his emotions had stabilized, and the inner turmoil that once plagued him had entirely dissipated. Listening to Kiji's words, he maintained his composure, scratching his head in mild embarrassment as he replied, "It's nothing. I simply missed you dearly, master." The last vestiges of his former despair evaporated, and despite being over a century old, he felt no burden in feigning youthfulness. Kiji's expression shifted to one of bemused exasperation as he patted Mingting's shoulder. "As long as you're well, that is sufficient. Now, you may return. I have matters to attend to." Once Mingting departed, Kiji's smile gradually faded, and he turned to the attendant, Shanshur, inquiring, "What events transpired during my absence?" Shanshur succinctly recounted the events surrounding Mingting, including his triumph over the 4 adversaries, his punishment of transcribing scriptures in the reflective chamber, his inexplicable venture to the Longsue Valley to establish a secluded abode, his mastery of the moon's spring sword chi, and the recent completion of the monthly assessment. Kiji's brows furrowed in surprise upon hearing of Song Mingting's effortless defeat of the four adversaries. Astonishment flickered across his face. Having raised Song Mingting since childhood, their bond transcended that of a typical master and disciple, resembling a father-son relationship. Thus, Kiji was acutely aware of Song Mingting's capabilities. He knew well that not only did Song Mingting lack the strength to rival Zhou Weiyuan, but he was also significantly inferior to Zhao Jingke and Wang Ruben. Yet now, he had effortlessly vanquished Zhou Weiyuan. This was decidedly abnormal. Consequently, as Kiji learned of Song Mingting's inexplicable journey to an obscure valley to establish a dwelling and his mastery of the Moon Spring Sword Qi, his astonishment swelled into profound incredulity. The notion of unexpectedly venturing to an unknown valley to create a residence was peculiar in itself. And achieving mastery of the Moon Spring Sword Qi, it was not that he underestimated his disciple. Rather, he was acutely aware of Song Mingting's innate talents. Thus, he deemed it utterly impossible for Song Mingting to attain such mastery, given his current aptitude, even a decade hence. The likelihood of mastering the Moon Spring Sword Qi would be virtually non-existent. This was decidedly abnormal, exceedingly so, and Kiji's mind was fraught with uncertainty. The anomalies exhibited by Song Mingting commanded Kiji's full attention, to the extent that when he heard of the occurrences during the monthly assessment, his momentary irritation was trivial in comparison. In Kiji's view, the minor machinations of Daoist Lang Xiao and others were inconsequential when weighed against Song Mingting's peculiarities. After a moment of contemplation, Kiji suddenly began to perform divination. A series of jade-white qilins emerged from his palm, swirling about his fingers. Kiji was employing celestial arts. Although the Guizang Sword Pavilion was a paragon of swordsmanship, it uniquely intertwined the principles of the I Ching, leaving an indelible mark upon its teachings. Consequently, its members possessed varying degrees of divinatory skills. As the head of a peak, Kiji's profound cultivation endowed him with considerable expertise in this realm. While he might not rival the contemporary masters of divination, he was not far behind. With Kiji's divinatory prowess, even should the era's masters of divination engage in concealing secrets for Song Mingting, he could still glean some insights. This was because celestial divination is not solely determined by the strength of one's divination skills. Rather, the accuracy of divination depends on numerous factors, paramount among them being the proximity of the diviner to the subject of the divination. As mentioned previously, the essence of celestial arts is to deduce the unknown from existing clues. The more clues one possesses, the more accurate the results. Kiji had watched Song Mingting grow from infancy, and in terms of understanding him, Kiji would claim second place, with no one daring to contest the first. This level of understanding constituted a wealth of clues, granting Kiji an innate advantage in divination. This led to the situation where, even with the masters of divination concealing Song Mingting's secrets, Kiji could still discern certain truths, not because his skill surpassed theirs, but due to the inherent advantage of familiarity. After a brief moment, the qilins transformed into scintillating specks of light and vanished. Kiji's contemplative expression gradually softened, for his divination revealed that all was well. All is well. You may resume your duties. Please ask Qingchuan to bring forth the matters I need to address, Kiji instructed Shanshi. Shanshi complied and departed. Meanwhile, Song Mingting, having exited the loyal and forgiving pavilion, did not return to the secluded abode nor descend the mountain. Instead, he ascended further. He anticipated that his master would employ celestial arts to divine his circumstances. However, he believed that as long as he refrained from revealing any telltale signs, even his master would be unable to discern any truths. The power of the destiny chart hidden at the lake's bottom was like nothing he had ever encountered. Its capacity to obscure celestial insights ensured that if he did not expose any flaws, no one in the world could detect any irregularities. Fortunately, much of his inner turmoil had dissipated. Otherwise, in the state he was in upon his rebirth, Kiji would have seen through him without needing to divine at all. Once that realization occurred, Kiji's subsequent calculations would have rendered his secrets utterly indefensible. Song Mingting ascended the steps, ultimately reaching the mountain's peak. Upon his arrival, the sun was just beginning to rise. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the darkness receded, and the golden light ignited countless torches upon the earth, dispersing the night's shadows. The morning mist, tinged with a soft golden hue, began to dissipate, the chill of early spring and the night's dew fading away. A pale golden haze enveloped the azure mountains, suffused with spiritual energy, resembling a realm of immortals, standing atop the towering peak of loyal and forgiving. Song Mingting gazed into the distance, where 5 majestic mountains came into view. The northeastern peak towered above all, its summit bare and glistening in the sunlight, radiating golden brilliance like a gilded crown. The northern peak, though less lofty than Guizang Peak, exhibited an elegant and serene shape, its beauty reminiscent of a refined gentleman adorned with a sword and orchids, exuding an extraordinary aura, distinct from the ordinary. The verdant foliage atop this mountain, adorned with plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, transforms the landscape into a tapestry of picturesque scenery, where one encounters a captivating sight almost every 10 steps. The northwest peak stands as the most majestic, with its broad and towering expanse, lush vegetation, and a harmonious blend of flora across the seasons. Embodying the essence of the 5 virtues and a balance of yin and yang, its spiritual aura soaring to the heavens. In the northwest lies another peak, steep and formidable, shrouded in mist, resembling a sword piercing the clouds, its sheer cliffs instilling a sense of dread in the observer. Lastly, to the west, the most ethereal peak emerges, enveloped in swirling mists and shimmering waters, akin to a maiden draped in flowing garments, exuding grace and elegance. Together with the Zhongshu Peak beneath Song Mingting's feet, these 6 peaks, each unique in form and character, positioned in 6 distinct directions, stand out amongst the varied heights of the surrounding mountains, elevating themselves above the rest. This is the renowned Guizang 6 Peaks. The easternmost peak, Guizang Peak, is primarily composed of golden sunstone, which glimmers under sunlight, resembling golden rock. Guizang Peak is abundant with sunwood and fiery maple, radiating warmth. To its northwest lies Zhimei Peak, resplendent and refined, adorned with plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. Its summit boasting a vast expanse of snow plums that bloom in unison during the winter, explaining the origin of its name. West of Zhimei Peak stands the imposing Wuda Peak, where the spiritual energy is the most concentrated among the 6. It is home to rare beasts and celestial herbs, boasting the highest quantity of wonders within the peaks. Southwest of Zhimei Peak, concealed within the mists, lies the perilous Yali Peak, characterized by its steep cliffs resembling a formidable sword. The base of Yali Peak harbors a massive killing aura, making it the most menacing among the 6 peaks. Southeast of Yali Peak is the enchanting Jingyue Peak, its beauty rivaling that of Zhimei Peak, with abundant water vapor, spiritual springs, and cascading waterfalls producing a melodious sound. Chapter 74. A millennium of rise and fall, gazing upon the golden sea of clouds and the majestic mountains that appear and disappear within. Song Mingting felt an overwhelming sense of the grandeur of the universe, as if the accumulated frustrations of a lifetime had been expelled with a single breath. This is the Guizang 6 Peaks, symbolizing the 6 branches of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Established over 3,200 years ago, the Guizang Sword Pavilion is a sect with a lineage exceeding 3 millennia in the art of swordsmanship. 3,200 years ago, an unknown sword cultivator emerged, rising to prominence like a comet within a century, authoring the Guizang Sword Classic, vanquishing the evil sects, and founding the Guizang Sword Pavilion, adopting the title of Guizang Zhenren, instilling fear across 7 states and overshadowing all contemporaneous powers. During that era, the Guizang Sword Pavilion's reputation eclipsed even that of the esteemed Chongqing sect, Taishang sect, and the Bodhi Zen Temple, making it the foremost righteous sect of its time. This nameless sword cultivator is the revered founder of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, Guizang Xianren. Before establishing the sect, Guizang Xianren accepted 6 disciples, who became the 2nd-generation patriarchs of the Guizang Sword Pavilion and the founding masters of each of the 6 peaks. These 6 patriarchs are Zhongshu Xianren of Zhongshu Peak, Zhimei Xianren of Zhimei Peak, Xixiang Xianren of Wuda Peak, Jingyue Xianren of Jingyue Peak, Yali Xianren of Yali Peak, and Jingyang Xianren of Jingyang Peak. Though their strength pales in comparison to that of Guizang Xianren, they were nonetheless top-tier experts of their time, each ultimately achieving ascension to the celestial realm, thus creating the legend of the 7 immortals within the Guizang Sword Pavilion. That century marked the zenith of the Guizang Sword Pavilion's illustrious history, its stature and influence so potent that even the ancient sects such as Taishang sect, Chongqing sect, Bodhi Temple, Mingyue sect, and Gusen sect had to retreat from its brilliance. During that time, the Guizang Sword Pavilion was undoubtedly the unrivaled leader among sections. Over the subsequent 3,200 years, the Guizang Sword Pavilion maintained formidable strength, producing numerous masters and a total of 35 patriarchs who ascended to the celestial realm. With countless true immortals at or above the Tao period, making it uniquely distinguished among sects established over the past 5,000 years. Regrettably, the initial glory of the founding century became the sole pinnacle of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Although there were periods of resurgence, it has never regained such heights since. Extending the timeline into history, the Guizang Sword Pavilion has shown a gradual decline, once the foremost sect in the world. Now failing to rank among the top 10 righteous sects, its weakness glaringly apparent. Indeed, this decline began after the ascension of the 6 second-generation patriarchs, during which the Guizang Sword Pavilion faced numerous crises, the most severe of which threatened its very existence. Despite enduring these trials and experiencing several revivals, none have restored the glory of the sect's inception. Now, the Guizang Sword Pavilion finds itself in the most precarious position, its strength at its lowest in over 3,000 years, while its enemies grow ever more formidable. In the past, although the Guizang Sword Pavilion never recaptured its initial splendor, it never fell from the ranks of the supersections. Even during the singular threat of annihilation over 1,200 years ago, its strength did not wane as it does now. The Guizang Sword Pavilion, despite being gravely weakened, was still comparable to the Shichao Sword sect and the Danqing sect, remaining among the top righteous sections. Now, however, the Guizang Sword Pavilion has not only fallen from the ranks of the top sects, but continues to weaken. In comparison, its present strength can be deemed the weakest in 3,000 years. Yet this is not the most alarming aspect. The most daunting challenge lies in the fact that its adversary is the currently most powerful sect among the demonic six, the Mingting sect. And this is merely the visible opponent. It is noteworthy that in the previous life, aside from the Mingting sect, other sects also sought to undermine the Guizang Sword Pavilion. And these sects, even if they did not match the Mingting sect in strength, were still among the elite in the cultivation world. Thus, the perilous situation of the Guizang Sword Pavilion today far exceeds any crisis faced in over 3,200 years, even surpassing that of 1,200 years ago. The 6 peaks are shrouded in golden mist, each suffused with celestial energy. As the clouds and fog rise, boundless spiritual energy ascends, coalescing into tangible wisps that drift toward the sky above the 6 peaks. The clouds manifest in black and white, gradually merging into a cloud formation. Initially resembling ordinary clouds, as they drift closer to the center, their shapes become increasingly distinct, ultimately transforming into sword-like forms. At the core, vast swathes of black and white sword clouds converge, forming a colossal and expansive sea of clouds. This cloud sea takes the shape of a yin-yang fish, one half white and the other black, slowly rotating and inhaling the surrounding mist. Above this cloud sea, several small peaks emerge, where a magnificent and ancient pavilion can be discerned. The pavilion, with white walls and dark tiles, comprises 3 levels adorned with exquisite and antiquated carvings. The mountains and waters meld within the black and white cloud sea, resembling a watercolor fairyland. This is the illustrious Guizang Pavilion. As the rays of dawn cascade over the mountains and rivers, they illuminate Guizang Mountain. With the sun rising in the east, the landscape is bathed in a golden red hue, warming the very heavens and earth. Beholding this grand landscape, Song Mingting felt all his frustrations dissipate, as if a surge of vitality filled his being. What if the situation is perilous? What their ancestors accomplished, he too can achieve. In this life and death battle, success or failure would determine one's fate. Song Mingtian took a deep breath of the mountain breeze, feeling invigorated and clear-headed. He cast a final glance at the magnificent sea of clouds and rugged mountains before turning to descend. Unlike his usual path to Longsue Valley, he veered off and returned to the hillside where the true disciples resided. However, instead of heading to his own dwelling, he navigated through several twists and turns until he arrived at the abode of Chu Kuanga. Coincidentally, Chu Kuanga was also inside at that moment. Surprised by Song Mingtian's visit, he jokingly remarked, "Ah, a rare guest. Third junior brother, what brings you to seek me out?" Though half of his words were in jest, the other half stemmed from genuine astonishment. While their relationship was amicable, it was not particularly close, as Song Mingtian had always been a shadow to Song Qingyi, preferring to follow him and remaining distant from others. Thus, it was indeed unusual for him to initiate a visit, leaving Chu Kuanga quite taken aback. Chapter 75. Moonlight White Wine. Song Mingtian smiled without engaging in Chu Kuanga's banter, stating directly, "I would like to ask for your assistance, second senior brother." Chu Kuanga's eyes widened in exaggerated surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, you chose to seek my help instead of big brothers? How honored I am. Speak, what is it? I shall go through fire and water for you." Song Mingtian felt a peculiar itch in his teeth, His second senior brother had a penchant for playful sarcasm, and his words often carried an ironic twist. In the past, Song Mingtian had refrained from conversing much with him, partly due to his thin-skinned nature, which could hardly withstand Chu Kuanga's teasing demeanor. But now, who was afraid of whom? With a gentle and affable smile, Song Mingtian pretended not to hear the mockery and quickly clarified his request. I would like you to procure a jar of wine for me. Chu Kuanga's eyes widened even further, resembling two copper bells. It took him a moment to comprehend, and then he beamed with joy. You seek wine from me? How splendid. I recall how you all refused to drink in the past. What brings about this change? Have you discovered the joys of wine? At last, I have someone among our brothers to share a drink with. He instinctively pulled Song Mingtian into an embrace. However, as he did so, Chu Kuanga's body stiffened. He suddenly remembered that Song Mingtian despised physical contact with others and had completely forgotten in his moment of excitement. Yet, Song Mingtian did not pull away and responded, indeed. Second senior brother, you wouldn't be reluctant, would you? Hearing these words, Chu Kuanga felt even more delighted, his tense posture relaxing as he laughed heartily and patted Song Mingtian's arm. Why would I? Am I that sort of person? Now, what kind of wine do you desire? Instead of directly stating his request, Song Mingtian smiled and explained, I intend to use it for making snake wine, not for immediate consumption. So I fear I may disappoint you. A few days ago, I and Big Brother vanquished a demonic monk from the Black Sutra Temple. From him, we obtained an ancient recipe, and coincidentally, I also hunted a mooning water snake that day. Their properties complement each other perfectly for brewing snake wine. The tale of the mooning water snake was indeed true, but the ancient recipe was purely a fabrication, as he had acquired it in his previous life. Chu Kuanga initially felt a tinge of disappointment, but then his excitement returned. A mooning water snake? That is an extraordinary beast. Wine brewed from it will surely be remarkable. What kind of wine do you need for the infusion? I have an abundance of wines below the level, of all varieties. His curiosity piqued. He eagerly anticipated the quality of the wine produced from the mooning water snake. However, Song Mingtian's next words left him speechless, his expression akin to one suffering from constipation. I desire a jar of moonlight white, Song Mingtian stated. Chu Kuanga had initially intended to inquire about the quality of the wine, but his question faltered midway. After a moment of silence, he exclaimed in frustration, You little rascal. Did you deliberately ascertain my secrets? Moonlight white is a rare brew I painstakingly crafted, and just as I was about to unveil it, you come knocking. How am I to live with this? How on earth did you learn that I had brewed a jar of moonlight white? His palpable distress was understandable. For moonlight, white was no ordinary commodity. It was an exceptionally rare and esteemed wine, requiring the collection of moonlit dew along with numerous rare ingredients, all aged for 3 years before it could be unveiled. The mere gathering of sufficient moonlit dew was no trivial task. With Chu Kuanga's cultivation level at the initial stage of star plucking, he could only manage to collect a few dozen drops in a night, making the process time-consuming and intricate. He had dedicated a full year to amass enough moonlit dew for the brew. Not only did he spend a year gathering the necessary dew, but he also had to procure other rare materials. Additionally, the brewing process demanded meticulous control over various ingredients, temperatures, and storage conditions. Any misstep could ruin all his efforts. Therefore, crafting a jar of moonlight white was exceedingly challenging, requiring immense patience. Chu Kuanga had invested nearly 4 to 5 years into this endeavor. Were it not for his innate passion for wine and willingness to devote considerable time and energy, he would never have succeeded. Song Mingtian wore a guileless smile in response to Chu Kuanga's inquiries. I heard about it. In truth, he had learned of it from his previous life when Chu Kuanga had once treated their brotherhood to the wine after its creation. Observing Song Mingtian's obedient demeanor, Chu Kuanga felt an inexplicable itch in his teeth. Ultimately, he shot Song Mingtian a resentful glare, speaking in a tone that was both pained and resigned. Fine, fine. Take it. Who told you to be my junior brother? But I must insist that when the wine is ready, you share half with me. Yet, his display of discomfort was partially feigned. He was not a stingy individual, and given that Song Mingtian rarely sought his assistance, how could he refuse? Of course. Song Mingtian replied with a cheerful smile, as his intention to brew snake wine was indeed meant for Chu Kuanga and the others. The mooning water snake wine possessed the ability to enhance one's spirit, aiding in the swift passage through the moon integration phase. It was a profound medicinal wine, with effects rivaling those of lower-tier, Tao-grade elixirs. Such a notion was not surprising. Moonlight white was already a pinnacle among spiritual wines. Coupled with the mooning water snake and dozens of precious and magical materials, it would be a travesty if the resulting infusion were of lesser value. The brewing process for the Mooning Water Snake wine took 3 years. By that time, his elder brother would undoubtedly have broken through to the moon integration phase, making the wine immediately useful upon its unveiling. As for himself, while he might not reach the moon integration phase in 3 years, he was certain he would not be far from it. And then there was his second senior brother, who, at present, had already attained the initial stage of star plucking. In 3 years, even if he did not reach the moon integration phase, he would surely be close. It would not be long before the Mooning Water Snake wine would serve its purpose. As for Li Qingke and Wei Yuan, they are still far from reaching the fusion moon stage. However, the Mooning Water Snake wine will not spoil over time. After 7 or 8 years, it will surely be useful. Therefore, regardless of when they reach the fusion moon stage, it can be anticipated that the 5 of them will spend considerably less time in that stage than others. Chapter 76. On a thieving ship, by the way. How long does your wine need to steep before it can be consumed? As Chu Kuanga led Song Mingting to his wine cellar, he inquired. He possessed a vast wine cellar, specifically excavated for storing all his wines. It requires 3 years. Song Mingting replied. Chu Kuanga's expression instantly fell. 3 more years to wait. Goodness, I painstakingly brewed a barrel of Moonlight White, and before I could even have a sip, you've taken it. If it weren't for the fact that you are my junior brother, I would never have agreed. Do remember to share a bit more with me when the time comes. He spoke with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes as he negotiated with Song Mingting. Song Mingting found it amusing inwardly, but his face betrayed none of his mirth, simply nodding in agreement. Chu Kuanga's face lit up with satisfaction, but after a moment, he seemed to recall something, and with a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly began to bargain. No way, I am at a disadvantage here. Familiar with the temperament of his second senior brother, Song Mingting sighed inwardly at his antics and asked, What do you wish to do, second senior brother? Chu Kuanga feigned a look of great loss and said, You want to take my painstakingly brewed Moonlight White based solely on empty words? I haven't even had a drop yet. This is truly unfair. He displayed a look of reluctance. Then his expression shifted, revealing a sly grin, and he said in a conspiratorial tone, However, since you are my junior brother, and this is your first time asking for my help, I will, of course, do my utmost to assist you. You just need to do me a small favor. Just a tiny one, nothing troublesome, and once you help me, I will give you the Moonlight White. What do you say? Song Mingting, feeling a sense of caution, asked what favor? It's not anything significant. You see, there is one vital element in brewing wine, spring water. Chu Kuanga adopted a patient tone to explain. However, before he could finish, Song Mingting interrupted. Second senior brother, you're not suggesting we steal spring water from Jinghua Peak, are you? Jinghua Peak is one of the 6 main peaks belonging to the Guizang Sword sect, home to numerous spiritual springs, each possessing unique properties, with some even renowned across the land. The quality of spring water significantly enhances the quality of wine. The better the spring water, the finer the wine produced. Thus, when members of the Guizang Sword sect wish to brew wine, they typically go to Jinghua Peak to collect spring water, including for the sect's own brewing. However, not all spring water can be drawn freely. Only the FA level and treasure level springs on Jinghua Peak can be accessed without restriction. Spiritual level springs and above are guarded and considered the sect's communal property, not to be taken lightly. Therefore, true disciples wishing to brew wine can only resort to the FA level and treasure level springs. This is a task for those less discerning about wine quality. But given his second brother's obsession with perfection, he would certainly seek springs of spiritual level or higher. Yet, as previously mentioned, spiritual level springs cannot be accessed freely. Thus, the only option left is to steal, and given his second brother's audacity, it is indeed within the realm of possibility for him. Moreover, he has a history of pilfering from Jinghua Peak, though that was in a previous life. So, upon hearing Chu Kuanga mention spring water, Song Mingting immediately deduced that his second brother was indeed attempting to incite him to steal spring water. Chu Kuanga was taken aback, then displayed a face of feigned surprise. How did you know? But he quickly recovered, attempting to cover up. How could it be theft? I ask you. Isn't the spiritual spring on Jinghua Peak our Guizang Sword sect's property? What audacity! Song Mingting thought to himself. He had already guessed what his second brother was about to say. Yet, despite rolling his eyes internally, he maintained an expression of feigned bewilderment, listening attentively. Aren't we disciples of the Guizang Sword sect? Chu Kuanga continued to lead him down this path. Song Mingting, still in a daze, nodded again. Isn't the sect's property meant for the disciples to use? Chu Kuanga, undeterred by the shamelessness of his reasoning, continued. Song Mingting nodded, internally feeling exasperated. In essence, isn't the spiritual spring on Jinghua Peak meant for us? Chu Kuanga, seeing that Song Mingting had no other response but to nod, felt a sense of relief and continued. For the fourth time, Song Mingting nodded. He had no intention of countering his brother's logic. Well, doesn't that settle it? How can we call it theft if we're merely taking what belongs to us? It's merely a matter of taking it a little earlier. Chu Kuanga clapped his hands and spread his arms wide. Song Mingting rolled his eyes internally but verbally acquiesced. So what do you want me to do, second senior brother? He didn't consider it a significant matter. Had it been before his rebirth, he would never have had the courage. But now, such trivialities were hardly worth his concern. It was merely a few barrels of spring water. If they were caught by the sect, it wouldn't be a grave issue. Wonderful. Let us not delay. We shall go now. We can fetch the moonlight white later. Chu Kuanga exclaimed joyfully, his face lighting up. He had anticipated that Song Mingting would agree, as he had always perceived him as a rule-abiding individual. To persuade him to assist in stealing spring water was something he believed would likely be refused. Therefore, when Song Mingting unexpectedly consented, it was a delightful surprise. Excited, he neglected to retrieve the moonlight white and immediately pulled Song Mingting down the mountain. Song Mingting was dragged along, enduring the astonished gazes of fellow disciples, feeling utterly embarrassed, yet with no means to escape the situation. He could only suppress the urge to cover his face as they ran. Chu Kuanga led Song Mingting halfway down the mountain before summoning his flying sword, pulling Song Mingting onto the sword light. The copper-red sword light shimmered and surged into the sea of clouds, heading toward Jingyue Peak. Chu Kuanga's flying sword, known as Chili, is a mid-grade spiritual tool. Along with it, he possesses another flying sword named Danha, equally a mid-grade spiritual tool. Both swords were crafted by the esteemed Master Kashi. While Master Kashi favored Song Qingyi and Song Mingting somewhat, this favoritism was mostly evident in private. Publicly, he treated all 5 disciples equally, maintaining a fair and balanced approach in all endeavors. Chapter 77. At Jingyue Peak, the Chili sword is a 3-foot-long blade, exhibiting a copper-red hue, with glimmers of copper light dancing across its surface. The hilt is adorned with flame patterns, lending it an ancient elegance, while wisps of flame occasionally flicker from the blade, swirling around it. As the Chili sword traversed the sea of clouds, it cast a layer of copper-red brilliance upon the surrounding white clouds, soon arriving before Jingyue Peak. In contrast to the solid and imposing Zanshu Peak, which boasts a stable and weighty presence, Jingyue Peak possesses a delicate and ethereal shape, shrouded in mist, with the entire peak enveloped in a veil of translucent clouds, resembling a gentle layer of silk. Additionally, while Zanshu Peak is predominantly adorned with pines and cypresses, giving it a dark and solemn appearance from afar, Jingyue Peak is replete with a variety of flowering trees and shrubs, their leaves displaying a lighter hue. Consequently, when viewed from a distance, the peak appears jade-like, exuding a sense of elegance and transparency. As Chu Kuanga descended with the sword light halfway down the mountain, he stepped onto Jingyue Peak, where the refreshing moisture greeted him. In contrast to the crisp autumn air of Zhongshu Peak, Jingyue Peak retained a distinctly humid atmosphere even in the fall. Second brother, which spring do you wish to draw from? Song Mingtian inquired while following Chu Kuanga upward. Chu Kuanga hushed him gently, replying softly, "You will know in due time. No need to be anxious, we want to be discovered." After walking for a while, they soon encountered others. 2 graceful young maidens were gracefully descending from above. Upon seeing them, Chu Kuanga hurried forward, greeting them warmly, "Sister Jingyi, Sister Xiao Xiao, are you heading down the mountain?" The 2 maidens paused, with the demure and gentle-looking one responding first with a polite bow. "Sister Jingyi and I were indeed planning to descend. Chu Shixiao, are you here to fetch water?" However, the more vivacious of the 2 turned her face away upon seeing Chu Kuanga, and upon hearing the gentle maiden's words, she could not help but complain, "Sister, why do you bother with him? He is so slick-tongued, hardly resembling a senior brother. He even came to steal water from our Jingyue Peak." Oh, so this was not the first time. Song Mingtian mused silently. Even though Chu Kuanga was thick-skinned, he could not help but feel a hint of embarrassment at the girl's blunt words. Meanwhile, Song Mingtian rolled his eyes inwardly and shifted his gaze to the 2 maidens. He recognized both. The gentle one was Guo Jingyi, and the more spirited one was Lu Xiao Xiao, both disciples of the esteemed elder Yanlu of Jingyue Peak. "Sister." Guo Jingyi frowned lightly, reproaching Lu Xiao Xiao, and then turned to Chu Kuanga with an apologetic smile. Chu Kuanga, accustomed to such awkwardness, merely chuckled it off. Guo Jingyi then turned her gaze to Song Mingtian, a hint of confusion in her expression, and who might this be? Her question was not feigned. She genuinely did not know Song Mingtian. It was understandable, as he was of average talent, unremarkable in appearance, and rather introverted, rarely venturing to other peaks, thus few knew him among the 5 peaks. Chu Kuanga, as if awakening from a dream, clapped his forehead and introduced, "This is my 3rd junior brother, Song Mingtian. I brought him along to help me fetch water." He then turned to Song Mingtian, saying, "Junior brother, this is Sister Guizang, the eldest disciple of Master Yanlu, and this is Sister Lu Xiaoxiao, the 2nd disciple." Song Mingtian smiled like a gentle breeze under a bright moon, courteously greeting, "Sister Gua, Sister Lu." Guizang returned the smile, while Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, momentarily dazzled by Song Mingtian's smile. However, she quickly recollected herself and blurted out, "Oh, I remember now? You are the disciple of Master Kashi. Who hasn't he even reached the Dao Ding stage yet?" Song Mingtian was quite known at Jingyue Peak, for he was famously regarded as the one with mediocre talent among the disciples of Zhongshu Peak, ranking at the very bottom of their generation. This was not the crux of the matter, for he was also a direct disciple of the Peak Master, which was quite astonishing. Thus, although Lu Xiaoxiao had never seen Song Mingtian, she had heard of him. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Xiaoxiao realized her faux pas. Such comments might be acceptable in private, but to speak them aloud was quite another matter. Yet, once uttered, words could not be withdrawn, and her face turned crimson as she instinctively shrank behind Guizang. Chu Kuanga's expression darkened, and Guizang's face paled. She hastily apologized, "Junior brother Mingtian. I'm sorry. My junior sister didn't mean it that way." Junior sister apologized to junior brother Mingtian. Although Lu Xiaoxiao was spirited, she was not willful. She had spoken without thinking, and feeling remorseful, she would not stubbornly resist her elder sister's urging. "Brother Mingtian, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean it." Chu Kuanga's expression softened somewhat. Song Mingtian, however, smiled lightly. "It's all right. I haven't reached the Dao Ding stage, but that was in the past. From now on, I will strive to catch up." Lu Xiaoxiao stole a glance at him, trying to gauge if he genuinely bore no ill will. Song Mingtian noticed her gaze and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He truly was not upset, for he understood Lu Xiaoxiao's character and knew her comment had been thoughtless rather than malicious. Moreover, even if she harbored ill intent, he would not take offense, as both Lu Xiaoxiao and Guizang had shared trials and tribulations with him in a past life. In that previous life, after the sect's gates were breached by the Mingting sect, those of them who survived, under the leadership of the elder and surviving masters, began a tumultuous life of fleeing. Such experiences of mutual support and resistance to crises easily forged deep bonds so profound that few can truly understand. Except for a few traitors who had betrayed them midway, the remaining individuals trusted each other completely. Guizang and Lu Xiaoxiao were 2 among them, both fortunate to have survived the calamity and shared the ensuing hardships, struggles, and despair together, which made it impossible for him to be bothered by such trivial matters. Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed deeper. Just then, Chu Kuanga, whose expression had returned to normal, interjected, "Indeed, my junior brother Chu Kuanga is quite ambitious. By the way, sisters, I am brewing a new wine this time. Once it is ready, I shall send some your way." Guizang smiled gently, graciously thanking Chu Kuanga for his kindness. The group chatted for a while longer, and just as Guizang and Lu Xiaoxiao were about to take their leave, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Isn't that Song Mingtian? What brings you to Jingyue Peak?" Song Mingtian and Chu Kuanga turned to see 3 figures approaching. The one at the back appeared to be of similar age to Chu Kuanga, while the 2 at the front were younger, roughly the same age as Song Mingtian. All 3 were exceptionally handsome, clad in white robes and black sword attire, with long swords slung at their backs, exuding an ethereal elegance as they approached like jade trees in the wind. "Only you are allowed to come, but not us?" Chu Kuanga jested, though his tone carried an undercurrent of confrontation. "Not at all," the first young man replied with an apologetic smile, feigning innocence. "Chu Kuanga, I didn't mean that at all. I just missed junior brother Mingtian, as we haven't seen him in a while." "Missed him? That's a stretch." Chu Kuanga maintained his smile, while inwardly cursing. However, despite knowing the trio's intentions were less than friendly, he remained rooted in place. Had this been half a month ago, he would have undoubtedly stepped forward to shield Song Mingtian, but after the events of yesterday's monthly assessment, he felt no need to do so now. After all, if even Zhou Weiyuan could be defeated by Song Mingtian, these 3 posed even less of a threat. Although they were not weak, they were only slightly stronger than Zhao Jingke, and even if they all attacked together, Song Mingtian would not be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, a smile involuntarily crept onto Song Mingtian's face, for these 3 were familiar faces from his past. The 3 individuals hailing from Jingyue Peak are provocateurs. The audacious youth among them is named Wang Qingxiao, while the tall young man standing behind him is Zhao Anlin, and the boy at the far end, whose features are somewhat effeminate, is Sun Haoran. Both Zhao Anlin and Wang Qingxiao are esteemed disciples of the renowned Master Melu of Jimei Peak, while Sun Haoran is a cherished disciple of the Bamboo Stream Taoist from the same peak. The motives behind their provocations towards him are rather intricate, yet they fundamentally boil down to two primary reasons. Firstly, it is due to his exceedingly mediocre aptitude. Despite being a direct disciple, his talents are alarmingly unremarkable. To some, this alone is a transgression, as occupying substantial resources and wealth without the requisite ability incites envy. His talents were insufficient to warrant the status of a true disciple, yet he attained such a position due to his master's influence. Consequently, it was inevitable that he would attract resentment, as this fundamentally undermines the principle of fairness. However, if this were the sole reason, Wang Qingxiao and his companions would not have targeted him with such fervor, nor would they have taken pleasure in ridiculing him at every encounter. The more significant reason for their animosity lies in the long-standing enmity between Zhongshu Peak and Jimei Peak. This historical rivalry constitutes the second and most crucial reason for their antagonism. Otherwise, as a disciple of Zhongshu Peak, he would not warrant their deliberate ire, as his existence bears no relevance to their own affairs. As for the origins of the animosity between Jimei Peak and Zhongshu Peak, the intricacies are manifold, yet they can ultimately be distilled into two fundamental issues. The first is a conflict of ideologies. Both peaks espouse the way of the gentleman. However, they each possess distinct interpretations of what constitutes a gentleman. The disciples of Zhongshu Peak believe that a gentleman should embody loyalty and forgiveness, asserting that the inner virtue of benevolence is paramount, rendering outward appearances inconsequential. In contrast, Jimei Peak holds that a gentleman must cultivate both inner virtue and external demeanor, mastering the 6 arts of a gentleman. Consequently, disciples of Jimei Peak are required to study not only the principles of the heart and swordsmanship, but also the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. For Jimei disciples, while mastery of every art is not a prerequisite, a general proficiency, and preferably expertise in one or two, is expected. This divergence in philosophies has led to a growing disdain between the two peaks. Over time, the disciples of Zhongshu Peak have come to view those from Jimei Peak as excessively engrossed in trivial pursuits, while the latter regard the former as unrefined and dull, lacking in aesthetic sensibility and engaging conversation. However, had this rivalry been limited to mere disdain, it would not have escalated to such a point of animosity. The true catalyst for their deteriorating relationship lies in a historical grievance dating back 500 years. 5 centuries ago, Jimei Peak produced an exceptionally gifted individual, a prodigious disciple whose brilliance was unmatched. Within 30 years, he attained a high level of cultivation, and after 50 years, he achieved a pure yang spirit. Remarkably, this master was not only gifted in talent, but also possessed exquisite beauty and virtuous character, rendering him beyond reproach. The entire sect held high hopes for him, anticipating that he would become the future peak master and perhaps ascend to the celestial realm, adding another revered figure to their lineage. At that time, this master had a childhood sweetheart from Jingyue Peak, whose talents, though not as extraordinary, were nonetheless exceptional. She was renowned as one of the most beautiful and accomplished fairies of the cultivation world. The two masters had grown up together, their affection for one another apparent. And while they had not formally wed, they were regarded as a couple in the eyes of their peers. Their union seemed destined for greatness, poised to navigate the trials of the cultivation world together and ultimately ascend to the celestial realm. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, instigated by none other than the 26th peak master of Zhongshu Peak, known as the Qilong Immortal. Initially, he was an inconspicuous figure on the mountain, often embroiled in trouble, possessing a troublesome character rather than exceptional strength. In his youth, the Qilong Immortal was notorious for his rebelliousness and lack of decorum, his abilities in mischief far surpassing his martial prowess, rendering him utterly incomparable to the master from Jimei Peak. Yet, against all expectations, this flawed individual managed to capture the heart of the Jingyue Peak master, leading to his meteoric rise in prominence, ultimately aiding his beloved in ascending to the celestial realm alongside him, creating a tale of romance. However, behind this seemingly joyous narrative lay the tragic end of the Jimei Peak master, who, after suffering the betrayal of love, fell into despair. Despite his remarkable talent enabling him to reach the pinnacle of his cultivation path and eventually become the peak master of Jimei, his spirit remained shattered, and he languished at the threshold of enlightenment, never attaining it. Ultimately, his spirit waned, and he passed away at the age of 153, a mere youth by the standards of cultivators. This heartbreak serves as the second reason for the discord between Jimei Peak and Zhongshu Peak. To be precise, this incident involving the Qilong Immortal marks the true origin of their profound enmity. While ideological disagreements can be regarded as mere rivalry, the betrayal stemming from this affair transformed it into a genuine feud, irrevocably severing any amicable ties. The amalgamation of these two factors, along with a myriad of historical grievances, has culminated in the present-day irreconcilable animosity between Jimei Peak and Zhongshu Peak. This hostility persists and will only begin to wane more than a decade hence, following the destruction of their mountain gates, when the surviving members are forced into exile. Yet, by that time, reconciliation will hold little significance, as any hope for resurgence will have been extinguished. As for the present, the two peaks remain in a state of fierce opposition, with Jimei Peak's dominance overshadowing the vulnerabilities of Zhongshu Peak, rendering the latter perpetually on the defensive. This is the crux of Wang Qingxiao and his companions' relentless targeting of him. Reflecting on this, Song Mingting couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, for during that tumultuous time, he felt a mixture of fear and hatred towards Wang Qingxiao and his cohorts, a sentiment that far exceeded his disdain for Zhao Jingke and others. Though Zhao Jingke and his companions did indeed target him, their shared affiliation with Zhongshu Peak, coupled with the fact that his master was the peak's leader, tempered their actions. They would not go too far in their animosity. In stark contrast, Wang Qingxiao and his associates hailed from Jimei Peak, a rival of Zhongshu Peak, and his master held no sway over the disciples of Jimei. Thus, the harassment from Wang Qingxiao and his ilk was far more egregious and blatant than that from Zhao Jingke. At that time, he was weak, sensitive, and introverted, yet proud. He would swallow his grievances, never voicing complaints, making him an ideal target for bullying. "I miss you quite a bit," Song Mingtian suddenly smiled. Yet his expression bore an unmistakable hint of mockery, leaving those present momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Wang Qingxiao's face contorted in indignation. "Song Mingtian, what do you mean by that?" Song Mingtian replied with a grin, "I mean it in the most literal sense." His words were devoid of sarcasm, for Wang Qingxiao was one of his future comrades in life and death. In his youth, he had indeed harbored a strong dislike for Wang Qingxiao. But as he acquired various fortuitous encounters and his strength grew, he had long since repaid the humiliations of his past. When the demonic forces besieged their mountain, and the gates were breached, the surviving members focused solely on reclaiming their stronghold, rendering past grievances inconsequential. Eventually, after they reconciled, they even jested about those bygone days. Thus, in his eyes, Wang Qingxiao's petty provocations seemed akin to childish antics, hardly worth consideration. As he regarded Wang Qingxiao, memories of the latter's final years before death flickered in his mind. Song Mingtian's smile evidently incensed Wang Qingxiao, who shouted angrily, "Song Mingtian, what are you laughing at?" With that, he summoned his flying sword to attack. The sound of the sword being drawn echoed, and the weapon shot forth from behind him. Amidst the drifting red plum blossoms and the sweet scent of wine, a sky-blue sword light surged forth from Wang Qingxiao's sheath, propelled by the scattering petals. Aimed directly at Song Mingtian, Chu Kuanga's expression shifted subtly as he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a fiery sword energy from his fingertips. However, at that moment, a sudden blue-white sword energy intercepted and dispersed Chu Kuanga's attack. Turning, he saw Zhao Anlin retracting his hand, casting a calm glance his way, and remarked, "Chu Kuanga, this matter lies between my junior brother and Ming Tian. It would be unwise for us to interfere, wouldn't you agree?" On the other side, Guo Jingyi's expression darkened as she opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, was more straightforward. Upon witnessing Wang Qingxiao's sudden assault, she furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "What are you doing? This is Jingwei Peak, not Jimei Peak." Yet Wang Qingxiao and his companions paid her no heed. On the stone steps, Song Mingtian suddenly sprang into action, swiftly executing several sword seals, emanating an astonishing aura. An inexplicable chill enveloped the air, and moon-white frost flowers appeared beneath his feet, scattering moonlight as they rapidly spread in intricate patterns. Aside from Chu Kuanga, who was aware that Song Mingtian had mastered the moon's spring sword chi, the others were taken aback by the abrupt manifestation of this change. Soon, Song Mingtian pointed, and the moon's spring sword chi shot forth from his fingertips, exuding a refreshing chill as it surged toward Wang Qingxiao's flying sword. The frigid air descended, enveloped in ethereal moonlight. Vast swathes of moonlight appeared on the hillside, resembling delicate veils with graceful arcs, converging around the moon's spring sword chi as it surged toward Wang Qingxiao's weapon. As the moonlit veils swept past, the red blossoms turned white, and a layer of moonlit frost formed on the red plums. The collision of the cold star sword with Wang Qingxiao's flying sword resulted in a rapid accumulation of frost flowers on the latter, leading to its immediate defeat. Wang Qingxiao wielded the Mei Jiu Shi Jian, the foundational sword technique of Zhimei Peak, which, when executed, scattered red plums and released a mingling of intoxicating aromas. Its lethality surpassed that of the Zhongshu sword technique and was renowned for its elegance, often likened to a celestial being in motion, making it the most famous among the 6 foundational sword techniques of the Guizang Sword Pavilion. Though Wang Qingxiao possessed considerable talent and had practiced the Mei Jiu Shi Jian for over a decade, he was nonetheless defeated in a single exchange. Not only he, but even Zhao Anlin, Sun Haoran, Guizang, and Lu Xiaoxiao were left in disbelief. The Moon Spring Sword Qi, Zhao Anlin exclaimed gravely. Yet, Song Mingtian paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. He altered his hand gestures, causing the suspended Moon Spring Sword Qi to move with lightning speed. Launching another attack, Zhao Anlin's expression changed, and he hastily released a sword energy, but before it could reach Song Mingtian, it was scattered by a fiery sword energy that surged in unexpectedly. Chu Kuanga retracted his hand and coolly remarked, Zhao Anlin, this is a matter between Mingtian and Qingxiao. We should refrain from interference, don't you think? He even raised an eyebrow at Zhao Anlin. Zhao Anlin's face darkened, yet it was too late for him to act. Upon seeing the Moon Spring Sword Qi charge at him once more, Wang Qingxiao finally snapped out of his disbelief, hurriedly forming several sword seals and shooting forth a few sword energies in an attempt to defend against the incoming attack. However, despite his frantic efforts, his face was marked with panic. He knew all too well that the power of the Moon Spring Sword Qi would likely overwhelm even his full strength, let alone his hasty defenses. To everyone's astonishment, the Moon Spring Sword Qi suddenly veered off course mid-flight, diverting its attack from Wang Qingxiao to Sun Haoran instead. This unexpected shift caught everyone off guard, and Sun Haoran himself was taken aback, scrambling to defend himself. With red petals fluttering and the intoxicating aroma lingering, Sun Haoran's flying sword burst forth from behind him, racing toward the Moon Spring Sword Qi. Yet, even with his full might, he was unlikely to withstand the Moon Spring Sword Qi, let alone the hasty defense he was attempting now. Thus, it came as no surprise when the sword light was swiftly overwhelmed by the Moon Spring Sword Qi. In an instant, the Moon Spring Sword Qi reached Sun Haoran, and with a gentle swipe, sent him flying. For disciples who had only trained for about a decade, the Moon Spring Sword Qi was overwhelmingly powerful and nearly impossible to fend off. This time, Song Mingtian didn't even allow the Moon Spring Sword Qi to strike Sun Haoran directly. He merely enveloped him in the moonlight veils surrounding the Moon Spring Sword Qi, sending him soaring without resistance. Wang Qingxiao was both astonished and enraged, while Zhao Anlin's expression turned frosty. He silently formed sword seals, and with 2 resonant sounds, his flying sword shot forth fiercely towards Song Mingtian. However, Chu Kuanga would not allow him to proceed. With another 2 sharp sounds of swords ringing, Chu Kuanga's Qi Li sword and Dan He sword also erupted with fervor, pointed menacingly at Zhao Anlin. Beneath the gleam of the swords, Chu Kuanga maintained a nonchalant smile, yet the radiance of the Qi Li sword and Dan He sword shimmered brilliantly, their sword energies surging forth, poised to unleash a thunderous assault at the slightest movement from Zhao Anlin. Zhao Anlin hesitated, ultimately refraining from directing his flying sword at Song Mingtian. Before yesterday, Song Mingting was utterly insignificant in his eyes. He could defeat him with a mere wave of his hand. He had never even contemplated the possibility of engaging in combat with someone he likened to an ant. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Song Mingting had mastered the Moon Spring Sword Qi, which changed everything. He possessed profound knowledge of this exquisite and elite sword technique, as the Moon Spring Sword Qi represented the pinnacle of refined spells. Given that formidable techniques above the cave profound level were currently unattainable, the Moon Spring Sword Qi was the most powerful spell he could access. It was impossible for him not to feel a stir of ambition in this context. Consequently, he had attempted to cultivate this technique, and not just once. Yet, the difficulty of mastering the Moon Spring Sword Qi exceeded his expectations. Despite his talent, after numerous attempts, he found himself unable to even grasp the basics. His efforts not only squandered considerable time, but also wasted several precious Tying attribute inner elixirs he had painstakingly acquired. Reluctantly, he abandoned this pursuit and ultimately opted for a lesser refined technique. Now that Song Mingting had successfully cultivated the Moon Spring Sword Qi, his strength could no longer be assessed through previous lenses. Although he understood that Song Mingting would still not be his match, he realized that defeating him would now require more effort than before. This was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was that beside him stood Chu Kuanga. Although he was stronger than Chu Kuanga, the margin was minimal, and in a confrontation, their side might not gain the upper hand. Thus, after weighing the circumstances, he refrained from immediate action. For beams of sword light stood in a tense standoff, the battle poised to ignite at any moment. Nearby, Guizang and Liu Xiaoxiao could hardly conceal their astonishment. Although they had never interacted with Song Mingting, they had often heard tales of his purported mediocrity. Therefore, witnessing him suddenly unleash the Moon Spring Sword Qi to easily repel both Wang Qingxiao and Sun Haoran left them questioning the veracity of the rumors they had previously encountered. Song Mingting maintained an air of tranquility as he retracted the Moon Spring Sword Qi and calmly regarded Wang Qingxiao and Zhao Anlin. He bore no animosity towards Wang Qingxiao, yet his lack of hostility towards him did not extend to the others. In fact, he harbored a profound disdain for one of them, Sun Haoran, who had betrayed him in a past life. Wang Qingxiao, Zhao Anlin, and Sun Haoran. Wang Qingxiao would become a companion of life and death in the future. Zhao Anlin was a stranger to him, having perished during the assault on the Mingting sect in his previous life, and prior to that, their paths had barely crossed due to their differing ages and levels of cultivation. Chapter 81. The traitor of the past. Zhao Anlin was older than his second senior brother, Chu Kuanga, and had always been renowned as a prodigy, placing him on an entirely different level from Song Mingting. Even after years of significant advancement in his own strength, he would find it difficult to establish any rapport with Zhao Anlin. In this context, it was natural that there would be no interaction. The older disciples hardly targeted him. In fact, apart from a few narrow-minded individuals, those who opposed him on Jimei Peak were mostly of his own generation, while the older disciples rarely made a point of confronting him. Thus, he was not particularly familiar with Zhao Anlin. In his memory, Zhao Anlin was merely a somewhat proud and aloof disciple of Jimei Peak, not particularly gifted but certainly not mediocre. Beyond that, his recollections were hazy, considering these events transpired over a century ago. Conversely, he was quite familiar with Sun Haoran. This individual had been one of those who frequently bullied him during their time on the mountain, and he was also a traitor. He could dismiss the childhood bullying as mere conflicts among children, but betrayal was a line he could not tolerate. Sun Haoran, despite his name suggesting grandeur, behaved like a sycophantic opportunist, utterly unworthy of such a name. He was a disciple of the Bamboo Stream Taoist, whose strength was not formidable and who belonged to one of the less influential factions on Jimei Peak, holding little sway. In such a context, it was challenging for Sun Haoran to rise above his station. Barring any unforeseen events, he would likely fade into obscurity in a century, much like the Bamboo Stream Taoist. Yet, Sun Haoran was ambitious, and thus he naturally became a lackey to Wang Qingxiao. Wang Qingxiao's master, Master Meilu, was one of the two prominent figures of Jimei Peak, second only to the Peak Master Feng Lu, placing him on an entirely different tier from the Bamboo Stream Taoist. As Master Meilu's direct disciple, Wang Qingxiao enjoyed a high status within Jimei Peak. Therefore, Sun Haoran's association with him elevated his own standing. Although Sun Haoran's character was despicable, he possessed some skill. While he did seek favor, he did so without appearing overly subservient, maintaining a somewhat dignified demeanor that often resembled that of a true friend. Moreover, he had consistently exhibited a low profile, rarely flaunting his association with Wang Qingxiao, and thus not being perceived merely as a lackey, but rather as a friend. Over time, Sun Haoran seamlessly integrated into Wang Qingxiao's circle, becoming familiar with older, stronger, and more esteemed disciples like Zhao Anlin. However, the true nature of Sun Haoran was far from that of a loyal companion. He was an unabashed, double-faced individual, presenting himself as humble and modest in front of Wang Qingxiao and his peers, yet adopting an arrogant demeanor towards inner disciples of lesser standing, often leveraging the influence of Wang Qingxiao and his circle for personal gain. If this were all there was to his character, it might have been tolerable. After all, one cannot expect purity in a world so complex. Yet, the unforgivable sin lay in Sun Haoran's betrayal. This was something he could not abide. Moreover, Sun Haoran had not only defected to the demonic path, but had also caused the tragic deaths of many of his fellow disciples, including his seventh junior brother. How could he endure such a betrayal? This was why he chose to target Sun Haoran instead of Wang Qingxiao. In truth, upon first encountering Sun Haoran, he nearly succumbed to his murderous intent, almost taking off his head with a single strike. Fortunately, his inner demons had been significantly suppressed, or the situation could have escalated uncontrollably. After all, the betrayal by Sun Haoran had occurred in the future. At this moment, he had yet to commit any transgressions. still a legitimate disciple of Jimei Peak, amiable towards his peers, and with a bright future ahead. Thus, even if his murderous rage surged, he could not act on it. However, while he could not truly kill him, delivering a lesson was still an option. At that moment, Sun Haoran had struggled to rise, and Wang Qingxiao, awakening from his stupor, rushed over to support him, expressing genuine concern. "Junior brother Haoran, are you all right?" He truly regarded Sun Haoran as a friend. Sun Haoran trembled uncontrollably. Forcing a smile through chattering teeth, he replied, "I'm fine, just a bit cold." The Moon Spring Sword Qi, composed of the essence of moonlight and the energy of the Earth's Yin, exuded more of a coolness than a chill. Yet, the lethality of this coolness was no less than that of true cold. It penetrated to the bone, appearing innocuous while being quite harmful to the body. Thus, even the mere brush of moonlight had left Sun Haoran feeling utterly incapacitated. This was clearly Song Mingting's deliberate intention. Wang Qingxiao glanced at Sun Haoran's disheveled appearance, and immediately cast an enraged glare at Song Mingting. Unperturbed, Song Mingting regarded him with indifference, seizing the opportunity to alter the perception the sect held of him, especially since he could also impart a lesson to the traitor, Sun Haoran. At this moment, Guizang intervened to mediate, saying, "Fellow brothers, we are all part of the same sect. This altercation has gone on long enough. Continuing would only sour our relationships. Why not let it end here?" Chu Kuanga quickly chimed in, "Sister Gua is right. Prolonging this conflict would only harm our camaraderie, so let us settle this here." Naturally, his disposition was inherently lazy, with an extraordinary patience solely reserved for brewing wine, leaving him disinterested in other matters, including combat. Thus, for him, avoiding a fight was preferable. Zhao Anlin cast a casual glance at Guizang. The disciples of Jimei Peak bore no fondness for Zhongshu Peak, and similarly held little regard for Jingyue Peak, as their former errant ancestor hailed from there. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable for them to harbor any goodwill towards Jingyue Peak, although their disdain was somewhat less than that directed at Zhongshu Peak. Nonetheless, Zhao Anlin ultimately chose to follow the path Guizang had laid out, refraining from further hostility. Firstly, he was uncertain if his side would gain the upper hand in an actual fight. Secondly, given that they were on Jingyue Peak, any skirmish would be short-lived, as elders from Jimei Peak would arrive promptly. Since a prolonged conflict was unfeasible, it was better to avoid one altogether. "Let us depart, junior brother," Zhao Anlin said, gesturing for Wang Qingxiao to retract his flying sword. With a face still etched with discontent, Wang Qingxiao begrudgingly withdrew his sword and fixed an accusatory gaze on Song Mingting, declaring, "Song Mingting, I didn't expect you to have mastered the Moon Spring Sword Qi. But do not grow complacent. We shall duel again, and then we shall see if you can still prevail." After aiding Sun Haoran, he followed Zhao Anlin out. At this point, Guizang spoke up again, "Chu Shixiao, Song Shidi, we must take our leave as well." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao had been staring at Song Mingting with wide, curious eyes, filled with astonishment. Hearing her senior sister bid farewell, she could not help but exclaim, "Song Shixiao, I never imagined you would master the Moon Spring Sword Qi. It truly surprised me." Song Mingting smiled at her. It was merely a stroke of luck. Lu Xiaoxiao felt that the rumors were indeed unreliable. Not only was Song Mingting extraordinarily capable, but he also possessed an admirable appearance. As she reflected on this, she became aware of her own thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, and she fell silent. Subsequently, Guizang and Lu Xiaoxiao took their leave. After everyone departed, Chu Kuanga circled around Song Mingting, observing him with intrigue and occasionally uttering sounds of wonder. Unable to contain himself, Song Mingting asked, "What is the matter, second brother?" Chu Kuanga chuckled, "Oh, nothing. I just feel that you seem different today." In truth, it was not merely a slight difference. Song Mingting's recent performance was so remarkable that Chu Kuanga found it hard to believe that the person before him was indeed his third junior brother. Maintaining his composure, Song Mingting replied with a smile, "There is nothing different about me. It's just that I happen to master the Moon Spring Sword Qi." Chu Kuanga merely made a casual remark and did not delve deeper into the subject. In another direction, Zhao Anlin observed Wang Qingxiao's dejected demeanor and pondered for a moment before saying, "Qingxiao, do not be disheartened. While it is indeed surprising that Song Mingting has mastered the Moon Spring Sword Qi, his innate talent is not formidable. Even if he temporarily surpasses you now, he cannot outshine you for a lifetime. Rest assured, with diligent practice, you will soon surpass him." He paused before continuing, "In the realm of cultivation, the crux of the matter ultimately lies in strength, which is dictated by one's cultivation level. Song Mingting's foundation is lacking. Certainly, the austere Master Ji will provide him with resources to enhance his roots, but even so, his cultivation will not reach great heights, as his foundation is substantially inferior compared to yours and mine. In conclusion, Zhao Anlin asserted, thus, there is no need to dwell on this defeat. For even if Song Mingting has mastered the Moon Spring Sword Qi, surpassing him will not be a daunting task. However, you must apply yourself diligently. The longer you neglect your cultivation, the longer Song Mingting will enjoy his superiority over you. Being a few years older, Zhao Anlin's perspective was considerably more mature. While Wang Qingxiao remained mired in the embarrassment of being easily defeated by Song Mingting, Zhao Anlin had already discerned the key issue and pointed out Song Mingting's flaws with precision. Indeed, according to Song Mingting's previous foundation, even if he had mastered the Moon Spring Sword Qi, he would not remain arrogant for long, as it was merely a refined level spell, not an advanced level technique. In Zhao Anlin's view, Song Mingting's foundation dictated that he would not achieve high cultivation in the future. Consequently, burdened by this limitation, Song Mingting would inevitably fade into obscurity. However, Zhao Anlin could not have imagined that the current Song Mingting was no longer the same as before. As soon as Song Mingting successfully comprehended the sixth sense visualization of the Green Lotus Inn, his foundation would undergo a remarkable transformation. At that time, not only Wang Qingxiao, but even Zhao Anlin would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up to him. Moreover, even if Song Mingting did not master the sixth sense visualization of the Green Lotus Inn, his prior experience as a true immortal would ensure that he cultivated no slower than Wang Qingxiao. Therefore, Zhao Anlin's judgment was undoubtedly flawed. For now, no one was aware that Song Mingting had been reborn. Thus, when Wang Qingxiao heard Zhao Anlin's words, he found them quite reasonable. However, being naturally proud, he could not help but mutter, when has Song Mingting ever acted arrogantly over us? Sun Haoran, standing nearby, spoke solemnly, Brother Anlin, I understand. Starting today, I will double my efforts and will surely defeat Song Mingting soon, avenging today's humiliation. Wang Qingxiao also perked up, promising to work hard in the future. Zhao Anlin smiled with satisfaction. On the mountainside, Song Mingting and Chu Kuanga continued their ascent. Chu Kuanga, being a lively character, soon began to chatter incessantly along the way. Seizing a moment, Song Mingting inquired, Second brother, which spring do you plan to visit this time? It is well known among disciples of the Guizang Sword Pavilion that Jingyue Peak is abundant in springs. However, the majority of the springs on Jingyue Peak are only of the law and treasure grades, with only 18 springs exceeding the spirit grade. Collectively known as the 18 springs of Jingyue, disciples are free to draw from the law and treasure grade springs, but accessing those of spirit grade or higher is strictly regulated. These springs are not only protected by prohibitions, but also monitored by patrolling guards, making it impossible for disciples to draw from them freely. Chu Kuanga chuckled mischievously but did not reveal his intentions immediately, instead diverting the topic. Patience, my friend, you will know in due time. Song Mingting regarded him with a knowing glance and casually suggested, it must be the Drunken White Spring. Among the 18 springs, there exists 1 at the Tao grade, 5 at the Profound grade, and 12 at the Spirit grade, with the Drunken White Spring being one of the Profound grade springs. This spring, covering a mere length of 10 feet, boasts pale white water that resembles fine wine, a naturally occurring liquid of exceptional quality, ideal for brewing, significantly enhancing the quality of any wine produced from it. Given the audacity of his second elder brother, he suspected that the latter's target was most likely the Zue by spring. Chu Kuanga wore a perplexed expression, feigning ignorance as he insisted, you'll find out soon enough. No need to rush. Song Mingting silently rolled his eyes, already convinced that the object of his brother's theft was indeed the Zue by spring. How do you intend to obtain the spring water? He inquired. The area surrounding the Jingyue 18 springs is heavily fortified, and there are guards stationed. With your current capabilities, it would be impossible for you to stealthily extract even a jug of spring water. Chu Kuanga maintained an air of mystery, winking at Song Mingting and cryptically responding. The mountain dweller has his own clever schemes. Not long after, the two arrived at a pool of spring water, a vibrant emerald hue cascading from the cliffs above, forming a pristine pool below, its color reminiscent of jade and its quality akin to exquisite jadeite. This was the Emerald Spring, a treasure-grade spring. Chu Kuanga produced 2 wine flasks and handed one to Song Mingting. Leaning closer, he whispered, Junior brother, help me maintain this while I collect the spring water. Concealed within his outstretched hand was another item. Song Mingting, pretending to be nonchalant, accepted the gourd and the accompanying object. The moment he grasped it, he discreetly glanced at it, recognizing that it was a 2-inch wooden figurine resembling his second elder brother, clad in an oversized sword robe identical to that of their true disciples, a miniature version of Chu Kuanga himself. A substitute puppet? Song Mingting exclaimed, astonished. Your second elder brother is going to such lengths for a jug of spring water? The rarity and value of substitute puppets, particularly the high-quality ones, were not lost on him. Even the most inferior type was still of spirit-grade quality. Such a puppet could serve as a decoy in life-threatening situations, rendering it both precious and rare. Despite this puppet being of the lowest quality among substitutes, it still held spirit-grade excellence. Considering its rarity, its worth likely surpassed that of most top-tier spiritual artifacts, possibly even exceeding that of some inferior mystic tools. The value of this puppet was on par with his own eye-soul figurine. In his previous life, he had mastered the art of puppetry but had only successfully crafted 5 substitute puppets, 2 of which were inferior to this one. To utilize a substitute puppet merely to steal a jug of spring water seemed excessively extravagant. Your eyesight is commendable, Chu Kuanga remarked with surprise, then communicated telepathically, indeed. It is a substitute puppet. Assist me in maintaining it so that no one will notice my absence. As Song Mingting gradually suppressed his astonishment, he understood that once activated, the substitute puppet would mirror its original perfectly, even in aura, making it undetectable to those below the true essence level. This would lead the Jingyue Peak guards to believe that Chu Kuanga was still present. Although this artifact was a one-time use, it could serve its purpose without the need for a fatal substitution, allowing for future use. It would not be considered wasteful since discarding a valuable substitute puppet for just a jug of spring water would be extravagantly foolish, incurring divine retribution. However, how do you plan to bypass the guards and the restrictions to steal the spring water? Song Mingting continued to probe. Given his brother's abilities, it was unlikely he could evade the guards, let alone breach the surrounding defenses. With a triumphant smile, Chu Kuanga produced another item, flashing it before Song Mingting's eyes before concealing it again. Song Mingting's pupils constricted, and he gasped, the veil leaf? The item was a lifelike, dark ink-colored jade leaf. Chu Kuanga expressed astonishment. Junior brother, you recognize the veil leaf? I had no idea what it was at first. Ignoring his brother's surprise, Song Mingting was equally astonished. The dark jade leaf, known as the veil leaf, was a rare natural treasure that could conceal one's form and served as a natural artifact for breaching restrictions. Its invisibility was so potent that once activated, it rendered the user undetectable, even to those at the true essence level, and could easily deceive average surveillance and defensive barriers. Though not a magical artifact, it surpassed many in value, equating to that of an ordinary mystic tool. Its name, veil leaf, was derived from the phrase a leaf obscures the eye, signifying its ability to obscure one's presence. However, Song Mingting could not recall his second elder brother possessing such a remarkable item in his past life. Wait, second brother. You're not planning to steal from the 5 Lotus Spring, are you? Realizing the significance of the substitute puppet and the veil leaf, he quickly transmitted his concern. Given the rarity of both items, Song Mingting doubted that his brother would create such a commotion merely for a bit of zue by spring water. Furthermore, the level of these treasures was far beyond what his brother could currently acquire. Chu Kuanga's expression shifted, and instinctively lowering his voice, he cautioned, keep your voice down. It seemed that Song Mingting had deduced the truth. Yet, even with his true essence composure, Song Mingting felt a rising urgency. Indeed, I've always known my second elder brother to be bold and somewhat disdainful of the sect's rules, but I never imagined he would dare to set his sights on the 5 Lotus Spring. What was the 5 Lotus Spring? It was the sole Dao-grade spring of their Guizang Sword Pavilion. This was not to be compared with the Zue by spring, as the disparity between Dao-grade and Xian-grade springs was as vast as the gulf between fireflies and the bright moon. The Zue by spring ranked the lowest among the 5 Xian-grade springs, falling short even against the others, let alone the illustrious 5 Lotus Spring. Thus, the consequences of being discovered attempting to steal from the 5 Lotus Spring were far graver than those associated with the Zue by spring. The repercussions of stealing from the 5 Lotus Spring were not to be compared with those of the Zue by spring. Even if one were caught attempting to pilfer the Zue by spring, the worst outcome would be a reprimand and a few months' salary forfeited. However, attempting to steal from the 5 Lotus Spring could result in expulsion from the sect, an unforgivable crime. Certainly, given the identities of the two as direct disciples of the venerable Feng Feng, the likelihood of being expelled from the sect is nearly non-existent. However, such a situation would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble for their master, a predicament he could not possibly tolerate. Even if we were to entertain a hypothetical scenario, the act of stealing from the 5 Lotus Spring is hardly a prudent choice. While there exists a sliver of success in pilfering from the drunken white spring, attempting to seize the 5 Lotus Spring would be tantamount to courting disaster. The drunken white spring, though precious, ranks only 7th among the 18 springs of the Moonwell. Thus, should their sect notice a depletion of its waters, it is unlikely to provoke a significant response. More probable is that they would choose to turn a blind eye. However, if the 5 Lotus Spring were found to be diminished, even if the thief's identity remains undiscovered initially, an investigation would surely ensue, relentless until the culprit is revealed. Given their sect's methods, I have no doubt that my second senior brother could not evade detection, even with a substitute puppet or the obscuring leaves. Yet, Chu Kuanga seemed entirely unfazed by Song Mingtian's apprehensions. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of entreaty towards Song Mingtian, and without further ado, he grasped the obscuring leaves and vanished from sight. The leaves completely erased Chu Kuanga's presence, sound, and aura. In truth, at this moment, even if Chu Kuanga desired to make a sound, he would be utterly incapable, for the efficacy of the obscuring leaves is indeed profound. Thus, even if Chu Kuanga stood right beside Song Mingtian, the latter would remain entirely oblivious. Second senior brother, wait. Song Mingtian exclaimed anxiously, but Chu Kuanga had already disappeared. If it were in his past life, he could have easily dragged Chu Kuanga back, but in this life, with his current abilities, he could not detect his brother in his concealed state, let alone apprehend him. Hence, he had no choice but to channel his mana into the substitute puppet to assist in concealing Chu Kuanga's whereabouts. I hope this endeavor proceeds smoothly. Song Mingtian sighed in resignation. The substitute puppet shimmered and suddenly transformed into a figure as tall as a person, mimicking Chu Kuanga's likeness. Under Song Mingtian's control, it took the gourd from his hands. The reason Chu Kuanga opted for the substitute puppet rather than any other form of puppet was precisely due to its unparalleled ability to replicate his appearance. Only the substitute puppet could truly deceive the eye. At that moment, Song Mingtian felt a hand patting his shoulder. To his surprise, Chu Kuanga had not left. A wave of irritation surged within Song Mingtian. However, he could not ascertain Chu Kuanga's location, so even if he felt like cursing, he could not do so. He could not simply call out in any direction. He never anticipated that the first source of his unbridled anger upon his rebirth would be his second senior brother, and over thievery no less. He was utterly at a loss for words. In desperation, Song Mingtian could only maneuver the puppet towards the Jade Spring. Nevertheless, being over 100 years old and having weathered countless storms in life, his mental fortitude was not to be underestimated. Thus, his irritation was transient, and he quickly regained his composure. Given that events had already unfolded, further lamentation would be futile. The priority now was to consider how to mitigate the aftermath should matters come to light. Moreover, upon calming down, he realized that even if an incident were to arise, it may not be as dire as he initially thought. He had previously recognized that, at his second senior brother's current level, possessing both the obscuring leaves and a substitute puppet was exceedingly anomalous. The substitute puppet, while not entirely implausible given his second senior brother's prowess, should not have extended to possessing such a rare treasure as the obscuring leaves. The extraordinary rarity of the leaves was beyond the reach of even the most esteemed disciples, let alone his second senior brother. Even his eldest brother would not possess such a celestial wonder. Thus, the only conclusion was that the obscuring leaves and the substitute puppet were not his second senior brothers, but rather bestowed upon him by another. As for the identity of this benefactor, Song Mingtian had already begun to form a hypothesis. Upon arriving at the Jade Spring, Song Mingtian directed the substitute puppet to draw water alongside him. 2 streams of vibrant jade water leapt into the air, tracing elegant arcs before cascading into the gourd. As the water continued to pour in, Song Mingtian could feel the weight of the vessel gradually increasing. The essence of the Jade Spring, with its emerald hue and sweet flavor, exuded a faint, refreshing aroma. This spring water possessed remarkable healing properties, serving as an excellent medicinal ingredient, capable of enhancing the efficacy of various elixirs. It is only within esteemed sects like the Hidden Sword Pavilion that disciples could freely access such treasures in lesser sects. Even the Jade Spring would be revered as a sacred resource. Song Mingtian lingered by the Jade Spring for a time, feigning nonchalance. Fortunate that no one else came to draw water during this interval. Otherwise, their ruse would surely have been exposed, while the substitute puppet bore an uncanny resemblance. It was still not a living being, and should anyone approach with familiarity, their ruse would be laid bare. After a considerable time, the substitute puppet began to shrink, diminishing from the height of a person to merely 2 inches in size, coinciding with Chu Kuanga's gradual reappearance, catching both the puppet and the gourd with ease. His face bore an unmistakable thrill, and shaking the gourd in his hand, he exclaimed, "It's filled. Let us depart, third junior brother." Yet, while his words suggested calmness, the thoughts conveyed telepathically were quite different. Haha, we succeeded, junior brother. Let us go. I shall share some with you. His excitement was nearly palpable. Song Mingtian was not particularly surprised, given the capabilities of the obscuring leaves. It was hardly strange for his second senior brother to have successfully pilfered from the Five Lotus Spring. The real concern lay in the potential investigation that would follow. However, the priority now was to vacate the area post-haste. As Song Mingtian followed Chu Kuanga down the mountainside, they had barely taken a few steps when he abruptly halted. Junior brother, what troubles you? Why the sudden stop? Chu Kuanga inquired, perplexed. Song Mingtian cast a glance towards the right and slightly ahead. Unbeknownst to Chu Kuanga, a middle-aged woman with an impressive coif now stood there, donned in a flowing gown, her beauty striking even without adornment. Her features etched with frost as she regarded them with an icy demeanor. Chapter 85, Caught in the Act. Chu Kuanga's expression shifted subtly, yet he managed to maintain a facade of composure. He feigned ignorance, remarking, "Amp water, what a coincidence. Are you here for the Jade Spring as well? My junior brother and I are here for the same purpose. If there's nothing pressing, we shall take our leave." Song Mingtian sighed inwardly. This Amp Water was a prominent elder of the Moonwell Peak, possessing formidable strength. Although she had not yet reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, she was nonetheless in the late stages of the sun-drawing realm, ranking among the top 10 true elders of Moonwell Peak. Before her, he and Chu Kuanga had no chance of resistance. His second senior brother must have been discovered while attempting to steal from the Five Lotus Spring. Song Mingtian mused, mentally facepalming. He surmised that his second senior brother had grown overly confident with his current level of cultivation. He could hardly fathom the unpredictable might of an advanced sun-drawing cultivator. Believing that the obscuring leaves rendered him invulnerable, little did he know that one misstep could lead to exposure. Surely, in his eagerness during the theft of the Five Lotus Spring, he had inadvertently revealed a flaw, leading to Amp Water's discovery. Otherwise, given the effectiveness of the obscuring leaves, even she would not have been able to sense anything amiss. The Taoist of Azure Waters wore a cold expression as she gracefully appeared before the two men. Extending her hand, revealing a delicate, white jade-like hand, she spoke softly, hand over the item. Chu Kuanga, with a look of astonishment and confusion, asked, "What item?" "Master Azure Waters, what are you talking about? My junior and I have been here collecting from the Emerald Spring. We haven't gone anywhere else since we arrived on the mountain." His performance was quite convincing, yet this latter part of his statement was completely unnecessary, as it was akin to the saying, "There's no silver here." However, one could not blame Chu Kuanga for his inadequate response. Despite his naturally thicker skin and talent for acting, this was his first encounter with a practitioner of the Ascendant period, and the imposing aura of such a figure was not easily borne. Even a natural performer like him could not help but feel nervous and flustered. Given the circumstances, it was already commendable that he managed to avoid revealing too much. Expecting him to be entirely flawless was simply unrealistic. Taoist Azure Waters cast a faint glance at Chu Kuanga before remaining silent. With a flick of her hand, she summoned the substitute puppet that Chu Kuanga had concealed, which flew into her grasp. Chu Kuanga gaped in astonishment at the puppet that had automatically fallen into her hands, utterly unable to comprehend the formidable techniques of an Ascendant period master. However, with the substitute puppet now discovered, Chu Kuanga found himself at a loss. He stood by scratching his head, uncertain of what to say, while Song Mingtian appeared much more composed. Taoist Azure Waters unexpectedly regarded Song Mingtian before turning back to Chu Kuanga, inquiring, "How did you bypass the restrictions by the Five Lotus Spring?" In truth, she was more curious about how he had evaded her perception. Her discovery of someone pilfering from the Five Lotus Spring was merely serendipitous. She had been meditating nearby, not intentionally guarding the area, but the rich spiritual energy surrounding such a natural treasure made it an ideal spot for cultivation. Thus, she was merely seated in meditation. During this time, she noticed that the water level of the Five Lotus Spring was gradually diminishing. The spring was a small geyser, only a few feet in diameter, so even a small amount taken was quite noticeable, especially to someone of her insight. However, when she sent forth her divine sense to scan the area, she found no anomalies. Not only her divine sense, but even her eyes, ears, and nose could detect nothing, as if the thief simply did not exist. Yet, she was not without means. She immediately unleashed a broad-range detection spell, which allowed her to witness the moment Chu Kuanga revealed himself and retracted the substitute puppet, prompting her to approach. Still, she remained perplexed as to what method Chu Kuanga had employed to elude her perception. Chu Kuanga felt somewhat sheepish but could only chuckle awkwardly, showing no sign of presenting the obscuring leaves. At that moment, Song Mingtian, who had been silent until now, spoke up, addressing Taoist Azure Waters, Master Azure Waters. We utilized the obscuring leaves. The obscuring leaves? Taoist Azure Waters raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting slightly. She clearly recognized the obscuring leaves and understood to whom they belonged. Show them to me, she commanded, frowning. Chu Kuanga glanced at Song Mingtian, silently questioning why he had revealed the existence of the obscuring leaves. However, since Song Mingtian had already confessed, he had no choice but to relinquish the item. With a wave of her hand, the obscuring leaves slipped from Chu Kuanga's grasp into Taoist Azure Water's possession. She scrutinized the leaves for a moment, her face briefly flashing with a look of indignation. Chu Kuanga shot another glare at Song Mingtian, who feigned innocence, though he had done so intentionally, having already guessed the identity of the obscuring leaves' owner. His purpose in mentioning the obscuring leaves was to compel its owner to reveal themselves promptly. The accusation of stealing from the Five Lotus Spring was no trivial matter. If the situation were to settle down without intervention, even if the sect chose not to impose severe punishment on him and his second senior brother due to their master's influence, the consequences would still be significant, especially as it would bring considerable trouble to their master. Hence, to avert such a scenario, it was crucial for the owner of the obscuring leaves to step forward, as only they could mitigate the situation regarding the theft of the Five Lotus Spring. Indeed, not long after, a voice suddenly emerged, Junior Sister Azure Waters. It was I who instructed this lad, Chu Kuanga, to collect from the Five Lotus Spring, as it is my share for this year. I did not expect you to misconstrue the situation. The voice was hoarse and deep, ending with a couple of dry chuckles. Both Song Mingtian and Chu Kuanga found their vision momentarily obscured, and when they looked up, they beheld a middle-aged Taoist with a disheveled appearance. His face was covered in stubble, his long hair tangled, and he wore a prestigious yet untidy robe of a true disciple. A purple sandalwood sword was slung over his back, and he had a gourd of wine at his waist, holding another in his hand, from which he eagerly took a swig, as if he could hardly wait. A faint, dark blue aura emanated from him, vaguely resembling the shape of a gourd, and the robe was stained with wine, releasing a strong scent of alcohol mixed with an unidentifiable odor upon his arrival. This middle-aged Taoist was evidently a notorious drunkard, and as soon as he spoke, he couldn't resist taking a drink, demonstrating his eagerness for alcohol. Chapter 86. The Three-Wine Master has finally arrived. Song Mingtian secretly sighed in relief. He had suspected that his second senior brother must have someone backing him when he left. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his current level to possess items like the obscuring leaves and the substitute puppet. Who could this individual be? Someone so well aligned with his second senior brother? Who would go so far as to bring forth substitute puppets and obscuring leaves for the sake of brewing better wine? After much contemplation, the only candidate that came to mind was the Three-Wine Master, known for his love of alcohol and carefree spirit. The Three-Wine Master was one of the three esteemed masters of Jingyang Peak, infamous for his unrestrained demeanor, slovenly habits, and tendency to lead his disciples astray. Showing no semblance of authority as a senior among the elders of their sect, only this unreliable Three-Wine Master would share such a rapport with his second senior brother, behaving recklessly enough to incite the theft of the Five Lotus Spring. Upon seeing him now, Song Mingtian realized his suspicions were correct. He was fortunate to have revealed the obscuring leaves earlier. Otherwise, given the Three-Wine Master's notorious habit of causing trouble, he likely would not have shown himself. This master, who was driven by his insatiable thirst for alcohol, had a rather unfavorable reputation within their sect, characterized as cunning and roguish, lacking any trustworthy qualities. Though in his past life, Song Mingtian later learned that the Three-Wine Master was not as untrustworthy as his reputation suggested, this was merely hearsay. The veracity of such claims could not be confirmed. What if this notoriously whimsical master found amusement in ensuring their severe punishment? Thus, he could not rely solely on the Three-Wine Master's character. He had to compel the individual to reveal themselves. As for how to do that, naturally, it was through the obscuring leaves. Such a rare treasure, even for a master like the Three-Wine Master, was an extraordinary item. Rumor had it that he was not only a glutton for wine, but also exceedingly greedy, making it intolerable for him to see the obscuring leaves in someone else's possession. Upon encountering the esteemed Sanjiu Jinren, Chu Kuanga's eyes sparkled with a sense of relief, as if a savior had finally arrived. Master Sanjiu, you have come. I have procured this year's quota of Wullian Spring for you. But why must I make this trip? Surely, your disciples could have managed it. I shan't assist you again next time. Naturally quick-witted, he composed himself and seamlessly continued the conversation, weaving a tale without a hint of inconsistency. Sanjiu Jinren, scratching his ears, tapped twice into the void, eliciting a pained cry from Chu Kuanga as he clutched his head. "You little rascal. Is this how you respond when I ask you to perform such a trivial task? Do you not respect your elders? Respect your elders. Love the young." He tapped Chu Kuanga's head twice more, eliciting a series of pained exclamations from the latter. Holding his head, Chu Kuanga exaggeratedly lamented, "Indeed. A task of such simplicity should have been left to your disciples. Yet here I am, nearly misunderstood by Master Bishui, and you have plenty of disciples yourself." Master Bishui, with a stoic expression, observed the amusing exchange between the elder and the youth. Beside them, Song Mingting remained silent. Once the performance concluded, Master Bishui let out a cold laugh. "Does this year's quota of Woolian Spring require the use of a substitute puppet and the concealment leaf? You know full well that Sanju Junrin's drunken antics of sending a disciple to pilfer the Woolian Spring are merely a ploy to acquire more for himself. Given his nature, he could easily resort to such tactics. If I had not been vigilant, they might have succeeded." Sanju Junrin, sensing the gravity of the situation, attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, but Master Bishui suddenly softened her stance. She shot Sanju a fierce glare, then sighed, "Very well. Consider this as if I have not witnessed it. However, your share of Woolian Spring this year is forfeit." "Don't," Sanju Junrin wailed, completely disregarding his status as a master. Attempting to bargain, "Master Bishui, this is my only indulgence. Please reconsider." Yet, after receiving another icy glare from Master Bishui, he begrudgingly fell silent. Master Bishui returned the concealment leaf to Sanju Junrin and, with a final glance at the trio, gracefully departed. Once she was gone, Sanju Junrin, visibly disheartened, began to berate Chu Kuanga. "I say, are you not more hindrance than help? I provided you with the substitute puppet and the concealment leaf. Yet you managed to botch it. Now look, I have lost my Woolian Spring." He sighed heavily at the end, lamenting his misfortune. As a master in our Dao period, he was entitled to a share of the precious Woolian Spring annually. However, even he could only claim a limited portion, merely a gourd's worth, a genuine gourd, not one from a magical treasure. Despite Sanju Junrin's seniority and esteemed status, Chu Kuanga was unperturbed. Hearing the elder's complaints, he retorted, "Is it not the case that the substitute puppet and the concealment leaf you provided were inadequate? I followed your instructions precisely, and it was not my fault that I was discovered." He added, "Did you truly strike me just now? Was it not your ineptitude that caused the issue?" Sanju Junrin, irked, tapped his head once more. After a few more sighs, he conceded, "All right, though the plan has failed, I promise to give you the substitute puppet upon success. And I shall honor that promise. You may have it." Upon hearing this, Chu Kuanga's eyes gleamed. He had previously struck a deal with Sanju Junrin to use the substitute puppet and the concealment leaf to steal Woolian Spring for brewing, with the promise of splitting the resulting liquor and receiving the puppet afterward. He was pleasantly surprised by Sanju's generosity in offering the puppet before the brewing was even completed. Song Mingting, observing this exchange, felt a shift in his perception of Sanju Junrin, realizing he was not as miserly and unreliable as rumored. At that moment, Sanju Junrin turned his attention to Song Mingting, yawning. "And who is this? Your junior brother? What is his ranking? He seems much more dependable than you." "This is my third junior brother," Chu Kuanga replied, his face glowing with pride. Chapter 87. Those willing to hook will catch. Sanju Junrin observed Chu Kuanga's radiant demeanor, curling his lips. "However, when you brew the liquor, do put in some effort. If it does not turn out well, I shall reclaim the puppet." Chu Kuanga nodded vigorously. Yet, Sanju Junrin, underestimating Chu Kuanga's shamelessness, was caught off guard when Chu Kuanga continued, "Master, since you have decided to gift me the puppet, why not also give me the concealment leaf? It seems you have little use for it." Sanju Junrin's eyes widened in disbelief, finally understanding what it felt like to be outwitted. Normally, he was the one playing tricks, but this was the first time someone had turned the tables on him, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Sanju Junrin, flustered, delivered another gentle thump to Chu Kuanga's head, scolding, "You rascal, do not push your luck." Chu Kuanga feigned pain, clutching his head, which made Song Mingting chuckle inwardly. The elder and the youth, oblivious to their positions as top-tier masters and their respective roles, engaged in this playful banter with ease, while the younger one showed no sign of reverence, boldly teasing the elder. In a previous life, his second senior brother had shared a close bond with Sanju Junrin, both being fond of liquor and possessing similar carefree spirits. While Sanju Junrin's rebelliousness far surpassed that of his second senior brother, it was sufficient to earn the elder's favor. Furthermore, his second senior brother was an exceptional brewer, which endeared him even more to the wine-loving Sanju Junrin. Had it not been for their contrasting statuses, one a revered master and the other an inconspicuous disciple, such camaraderie would have seemed improbable. However, his second senior brother had passed away too soon during a demonic incursion, and due to his own temperament, he had not been particularly close to him. Thus, he only knew of their good relationship, without understanding its true depth. Now, it seemed that the bond between his second senior brother and Sanjiu Jinren was even stronger than he had anticipated. Song Mingting thought to himself, for if Sanjiu Jinren truly cared about that gourd of Wullian Spring, he would have personally pilfered it with his capabilities. With the concealment leaf, no one, not even Master Bishui or the entirety of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, would have been aware of the theft, even if he felt it beneath him to steal himself. He could have easily dispatched one of his own disciples to do so. After all, he had plenty of capable disciples. Why seek out his second senior brother? It was evident that Sanjiu Jinren's motives extended beyond merely acquiring that gourd of Wullian Spring. It was also a means to gift the substitute puppet to his second senior brother. While the puppet was valuable, for someone of Sanjiu Jinren's stature, a top-tier spiritual puppet was not overly precious, making it entirely reasonable to bestow such a gift upon a promising junior. However, that was merely a puppet substitute, which held little value for the esteemed Master Sanjiu. Yet for his second senior brother, it was a priceless treasure, capable of saving his life at a critical moment. Thus, he felt genuinely happy for his second senior brother to acquire such a substitute puppet. As Song Mingting stood aside lost in thought, he respectfully greeted Master Sanjiu, Uncle Sanjiu. Master Sanjiu cast a fleeting glance at Song Mingting, nodded slightly, yet remained silent. It was evident that Song Mingting did not hold his favor, much to the dismay of Chu Kuanga, who felt anxious watching the exchange. Chu Kuanga had brought Song Mingting along to pilfer from Wullian Spring, partly to secure some benefits for him, as it was only reasonable for Master Sanjiu to offer something in return for Song Mingting's efforts. However, it appeared that Master Sanjiu had no intention of offering any favors at all. Chu Kuanga understood that Master Sanjiu's stingy nature had resurfaced. He was well aware of the latter's penchant for thriftiness, having been swindled out of countless fine wines over the years of their acquaintance, and seldom managing to reclaim anything in return. The current substitute puppet was, in fact, the most significant benefit he'd managed to extract from Master Sanjiu throughout these years. At that moment, an idea struck Chu Kuanga. His eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Oh, I just remembered. Uncle Sanjiu. My third junior brother has obtained a mooning water snake and is planning to brew snake wine. He sought me out to request moonlight white for the brewing, but I enlisted him for labor instead." Oh, Master Sanjiu, who had earlier shown no interest, suddenly brightened, asking with keen curiosity, "A mooning water snake? You are quite fortunate to have acquired one. By the way, what level is it?" "It has yet to mature. Reaching only the Zhaixing level," Song Mingting replied with a smile. The gleam in Master Sanjiu's eyes dimmed slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face as he lamented. What a pity. If it were an adult mooning water snake, the resulting snake wine would be exquisite. Yet, he failed to consider that with Song Mingting's current prowess, it would be improbable for him to kill such a creature without being slain himself. "How do you plan to brew this snake wine?" Master Sanjiu asked, still intrigued despite the snake not being fully matured. "This is a mooning water snake, possessing the ancient bloodline of the moonlight mysterious dragon. Even if it is not yet mature, the resulting snake wine will undoubtedly be delightful. Besides, even if it falls short, I have never tasted wine brewed from a mooning water snake. I must try it regardless of its quality." Song Mingting explained before revealing his brewing method and listing various ingredients. Master Sanjiu listened intently, murmuring the uses of each ingredient while his eyes grew brighter, occasionally offering praise. Though he had never brewed wine himself, his extensive experience allowed him to discern the reliability of Song Mingting's recipe. Once Song Mingting finished, Master Sanjiu, visibly astonished, could not help but exclaim, "Where did you learn this brewing method? The creator of this recipe must be quite remarkable. I found it in an ancient text, and upon acquiring a mooning water snake, I thought I would give it a try," Song Mingting responded, omitting the origins of the ancient text, which led Chu Kuanga to speculate that it may have been obtained alongside the 1,000-pound sword talisman. In truth, this ancient recipe was something he had acquired in his previous life. It was a profound-level formula that guaranteed the wine brewed would possess at least low-tier profound quality. If the main ingredient's bloodline was exceptional, it could even reach supreme quality. A recipe of such caliber undoubtedly held remarkable virtues. Master Sanjiu's face radiated with delight. He was a glutton for all kinds of wine. Rich, light, sweet, bitter, fragrant, or astringent. He found interest in them all. Moreover, this was wine brewed from the mooning water snake. The recipe sounded quite promising, assuring him that it would be delectable. Consequently, he began to envision the unique and marvelous flavors of the completed wine. Young Song, How about this? When the wine is ready, share half with me? You shall not lack for benefits. Chu Kuanga smirked inwardly, having anticipated that once he mentioned Song Mingting's intention to brew wine with the mooning water snake, Master Sanjiu would be unable to resist the temptation. However, Song Mingting hesitated, a conflicted expression crossing his face before he apologetically replied, I'm afraid that won't be possible. This snake wine is meant for our brotherhood. It possesses effects that aid in overcoming the fusion of the moon's tribulation. If I were to share half with you, it might not suffice for us. Chu Kuanga looked surprised. He had not expected such a purpose behind Song Mingting's brewing of the snake wine. Master Sanjiu, however, nodded, indeed. From the recipe you provided, it seems the snake wine does possess such effects. Yet, the itch for wine remained, and despite Song Mingting's response, he refused to relent, suggesting, how about this? At least let me have a taste when it's ready. You will not miss out on benefits. With that, he could no longer suppress his anticipation and began to lick his lips. After a moment of contemplation, Song Mingting chuckled, very well, I shall reserve some for you. Uncle Sanjiu. Master Sanjiu's face lit up with joy, repeatedly affirming, then it's a deal. Do not forget. After a moment of thought, he gestured, and a wooden doll resembling Chu Kuanga's substitute puppet appeared out of thin air. Unlike the previous puppet with a face identical to Chu Kuanga's, this one bore a blank visage. It was yet another substitute puppet, one that had not yet been marked. Master Sanjiu tossed the puppet to Song Mingting, declaring, consider this puppet as a token for your brewing. Receiving the substitute puppet, Song Mingting felt pleasantly surprised. Although he could create such puppets himself, even to the profound level in his past life, he currently lacked the ability. Gathering the necessary materials was beyond his means, and even if he were to acquire them, his current cultivation level was insufficient for the task. Thus, the puppet given by Master Sanjiu was not without its value. Thank you, uncle. I will surely reserve a bottle of mooning water snake wine for you, Song Mingting expressed gratefully, with a dismissive wave of his hand. Master Sanjiu reminded him not to forget, and without asking Chu Kuanga for the Woolian Spring, he vanished before their eyes. Although flying was prohibited atop the 6 peaks, this restriction applied only to disciples and those elders lacking sufficient strength. Elders with the ability to summon their spirits could soar on the mountain, while those of a higher realm could traverse the void directly. Let us depart. By the way, third junior brother, does your snake wine truly help in overcoming the fusion of the moon's tribulation? Is it really prepared for us? Chu Kuanga inquired after Master Sanjiu's departure. Song Mingting nodded. Seeing this, Chu Kuanga's face lit up with emotion as he embraced him tightly, patting his back. Good lad, all these years. Your elder brother has not treated you in vain. Chu Kuanga was always one to express himself in exaggerated manners. Afterward, the two made their way back to Zhongshu Peak. Chu Kuanga retrieved Moonlight White from his wine cellar and handed it to Song Mingting, who then exited the cellar alone. He first returned to the Jing Shi to fetch the Su Yunqing Miao, after which he departed from Zhongshu Peak, venturing into the mountains. The Hanqing sword traced the undulating mountain ridges, and after soaring over several peaks, Song Mingting descended from the sword's light, choosing to continue on foot. His purpose was to seek medicinal herbs. Traveling on a sword would be akin to a fleeting glance, making it exceedingly difficult to discover the desired flora. Above him, the Su Yunqing Miao circled gracefully in the sky, occasionally emitting a joyful chirp, though still in its juvenile stage. The bird had developed the ability to fly under Song Mingting's attentive care. Subsequently, he alternated between exploring the forest, scaling cliffs, and diving into rivers to gather various herbs. With the experience of a true practitioner, he possessed an intimate understanding of the characteristics, effects, and habitats of medicinal plants, as well as the techniques for locating and harvesting them. Guizang Mountain is renowned as a celestial haven within the cultivation world, a place where the essence of heaven and earth converges, thus making rare herbs and treasures easily accessible. Furthermore, his quest was not for the extraordinary treasures of the Xian or Dao levels, but rather for herbs of the Fa level, which were not overly elusive. While herbs above the spirit level remained relatively rare on Guizang Mountain, those at the Fa and treasure levels were plentiful. Consequently, within half a day, Song Mingting had amassed a considerable collection of herbs, some intended for crafting snake wine, while others were fortuitously gathered along the way. In truth, the snake wine he sought required only a single herb known as water dragon ginseng, with the remainder being of treasure and Fa levels. Given that the mooning water snake was still young, it could only be classified as a spirit-level material. As the primary ingredient, the snake itself could not exceed the spirit level, otherwise, the hierarchy of the components would be inverted. For the next 3 days, apart from his essential cultivation, Song Mingting devoted himself entirely to the mountains and forests, seeking herbs and treasures. He took his time, wandering the primal wilderness as if on a leisurely excursion. Even so, bolstered by his extensive experience, he effortlessly gathered all the necessary materials except for the water dragon ginseng. He even fortuitously collected several herbs required for nurturing the Su Yunqing Niao. On the morning of the fourth day, as the dawn light filtered through the forest canopy, Song Mingting uprooted a spirit mushroom adorned with fiery patterns from the base of a large tree and tucked it into his belt. This fire pattern mushroom was a treasure-level herb that thrived in the dense, humid underbrush. After stowing the mushroom in his Chincoan belt, he prepared to leave. But at that moment, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Simultaneously, the Su Yunqing Niao perched on a nearby branch emitted a warning call. In an instant, Song Mingting discerned the source of the murderous intent and, without a second thought, vacated the spot, transforming into a white rainbow as he leaped to a tree several meters away. Just as he departed, a shadow struck with lightning speed at the place he had just vacated. However, by then, Song Mingting was already elsewhere, leaving the shadow to miss its mark entirely. Perched upon the tree, Song Mingting gazed at the assailant, a large snake measuring 4 to 5 meters in length with a girth akin to a bull. Its scales were a deep brownish black, and atop its head was a fleshy crown resembling a comb, glowing a fiery red like flames. The coxcomb fire snake. Song Mingting mused inwardly. This creature was a formidable beast, possessing the strength of a Zhaixing-level demon. The snake's robust physique and dark coloration indicated its maturity, and its size exceeded that of typical coxcomb fire snakes, suggesting it was significantly more powerful. This was not surprising. While the coxcomb fire snake is classified among Zhaixing-level beasts, it might transcend its species limitations if it were to consume certain heavenly treasures that aid in its transformation, thus gaining further strength over time. At present, this snake was merely stronger than its kin, which was entirely normal. After missing its strike, the coxcomb fire snake hissed, flaring its nostrils and suddenly revealing fiery red patterns across its body. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted from its mouth, surging towards Song Mingting. Yet, in the face of the ferocious blaze, Song Mingting remained unperturbed. He stood upon the branch, raising his right hand in a sword gesture, extending it forward as a beam of pearlescent light shot forth. A mist of shimmering white enveloped him, and then a stream of moonlit sword energy, akin to a bubbling spring, surged from his fingertips, racing toward the flames unleashed by the snake. The ethereal mist surrounding him was drawn into the moonlit sword energy, coalescing like arrows released from their bowstrings. The moonlight shimmered like gossamer, casting an enchanting glow around the moon's spring sword energy. In an instant, it pierced the flames, continuing unabated, striking the coxcomb fire snake's head like a silver arrow. The beast barely had time to react before its skull was penetrated, and a layer of moonlit frost materialized, sealing the wound. As the moonlight faded from the forest, Song Mingting's expression remained calm as he retracted the moon's spring sword energy. Given its lethality, it was entirely reasonable for a single strike to vanquish the coxcomb fire snake. Such creatures, though classified as Zhaixing-level beasts, were not particularly challenging. They merely exhaled fire and possessed considerable constriction strength, but could not compare to practitioners of the same level. He had even bested those at the Wu Yuan level, let alone this minor coxcomb fire snake. Moreover, the snake's attributes were countered by the moon's spring sword energy. Song Mingting approached and collected the coxcomb fire snake's corpse, depositing it into his storage ring. Unlike the mooning water snake, which possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, the coxcomb fire snake did not warrant extensive effort to brew a batch of snake wine. However, it was still of some utility. The snake's gallbladder could be used for alchemy, and its flesh could be consumed. After all, one must utilize resources wisely and avoid waste. Having secured the coxcomb fire snake's body, Song Mingting departed. This snake was the most formidable beast he had encountered in the past 3 days. The proximity to Guizang's 6 peaks meant that powerful beasts had long been eradicated for the safety of the disciples, leaving primarily Dao Fire, Cave Aperture, and Dao Cauldron-level creatures. Zhaixing-level beasts were rare, which explained why he had not faced any beastly ambushes in the preceding days. It seemed that just as he was preparing to return home, he encountered a coxcomb fire snake. This creature had likely been guarding the fire pattern mushroom for some time, and was caught off guard when Song Mingting arrived first, prompting its audacious ambush. Summoning the Hanqing sword, Song Mingting soared back to Zhongshu Peak. Upon returning, he did not return to the Jingxi immediately, but first visited Tongbao Pavilion, where he exchanged for a water dragon ginseng. Over the past half-month, Apart from his cultivation and brickmaking, he had also completed various tasks assigned by his sect. With his current capabilities, he accomplished these tasks far more efficiently than before, resulting in a significant accumulation of Guizang Tongbao within just over half a month. Coupled with his newly received monthly stipend, he had enough to exchange for a water dragon ginseng. Water dragon ginseng is a spirit-grade herb that flourishes solely in crystal clear, pure waters teeming with spiritual energy. Its name derives from its dragon-like appearance, resembling a blue-brown water dragon. Over the past 3 days, he endeavored to locate this rare herb. Yet spirit-grade medicinal plants are not easily found, and ultimately, he was unsuccessful. However, he had not harbored high hopes, so there was little disappointment. Exchanging for a specimen at Tongbao Pavilion would suffice. After obtaining the water dragon ginseng, Song Mingting made his way to Chu Kuanga's wine cellar. Chu Kuanga was busy tending to his numerous barrels of precious wine. Upon seeing Song Mingting, he exclaimed with delight, "Are we about to begin the brewing process?" Song Mingting nodded. Immediately, Chu Kuanga set aside his work and took Song Mingting by the hand, leading him out of the wine cellar towards Song Mingting's secluded retreat. Previously, Chu Kuanga had insisted that Song Mingting must call for him when commencing the brewing. Upon their arrival at Song Mingting's retreat, Jing Mo and the others were somewhat astonished. Pondering when Song Mingting had developed such a close relationship with Chu Kuanga, Song Mingting retrieved a transparent glass jar from his belt, subsequently extracting various herbs such as 7-leaf Rehmannia, golden silk goji berries, and moon fairy grass. Some of these herbs were familiar to Chu Kuanga, while others were not. He inquired about those he did not recognize. As Song Mingting prepared the materials, he answered Chu Kuanga's questions. His movements were deft, and each intricate step was executed with remarkable precision, occasionally pausing to explain the medicinal properties of the herbs, exhibiting a graceful flow reminiscent of a serene stream. Chu Kuanga watched in awe, utterly captivated. In his previous life, Song Mingting had a broad range of knowledge encompassing swordsmanship, mysticism, divine pathways, demonic arts, monster lore, shamanism, poison manipulation, and ghostly paths. He was well-versed in alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, insect nurturing, beast mastery, array formation, winemaking, gathering, and disguise, surpassing even many formidable beings in the round bright stage. His dire circumstances in that life compelled him to learn relentlessly, as he faced a world filled with adversaries and relied solely on himself for survival. The acquisition of every skill represented a glimmer of hope for survival. This relentless pursuit of knowledge was why he had mastered so many disciplines in a mere century. Brewing snake wine was among these skills, although it was relatively simple compared to alchemy and artifact forging. The primary requirement was to meticulously adhere to the recipe, and the challenges lay predominantly in controlling the quantities and the sequence of ingredient additions. Higher-grade recipes demanded increasingly precise measurements. Thus, successfully brewing snake wine hinged on the ability to manage the amounts and order of the materials, which is why he could undertake it now. In contrast, skills such as alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, beast mastery, and insect manipulation demanded a certain level of cultivation, making them unattainable for him at present. Even so, Song Mingting approached the task with caution, for it was indeed a profound recipe. Its brewing process intricate and delicate. A single misstep could lead to failure. While brewing snake wine was far less complex than alchemy and required fewer qualifications than winemaking, it was still a profound recipe, the intricacies of which were beyond the grasp of an ordinary disciple. Without the experience from his past life, even with all the necessary materials, success would have been improbable. Meanwhile, Chu Kuanga observed with fascination, thoroughly engrossed by Song Mingting's methodical approach. The fluidity of his movements was mesmerizing, a harmonious blend of complexity and order, visually captivating. He had already discerned that brewing snake wine was considerably more manageable than winemaking, which demanded attention to aspects such as raw material selection, temperature, and time control during distillation, and the meticulous management of conditions during aging. These skills required years of practice and innate talent. In contrast, the sole focus of brewing snake wine lay in the sequence and proportions of ingredient additions, rendering it significantly simpler. Of course, he understood that the true complexity of this craft resided in the creation of the recipe, which held the highest value. For instance, the true worth of Song Mingting's mooning water snake wine lay in the recipe itself, while the materials were of lesser importance. This principle applied not only to snake wine but also to alchemy, artifact forging, and winemaking. The greatest challenge in any endeavor is the act of creation. Nonetheless, Song Mingting's snake wine recipe was a profound one, and despite the simplicity of the brewing process, the steps were intricate. As a result, after considerable time had passed. He had only completed half of the procedure. Yet, Chu Kuanga exhibited no impatience. He remained silent, attentively observing Song Mingting's actions. After some time, they reached the final steps of the brewing process. The body of the mooning water snake lay within the glass jar, surrounded by an array of carefully prepared herbs, artfully arranged by Song Mingting, resembling a dragon poised for flight. Song Mingting retrieved the moonlight white and removed its seal. A rich aroma wafted from the jar, a deep and mellow fragrance with a hint of cool, ethereal notes reminiscent of moonlight. As the scent enveloped him, vivid images of a moonlit landscape flooded his mind. Beside him, Chu Kuanga inhaled deeply, entranced by the fragrance, unable to suppress the sound of swallowing. Calmly, Song Mingting poured the amber liquid into the jar, intensifying the aroma that filled the air. Chu Kuanga continued to swallow, barely able to contain himself. The moonlight-hued liquid gradually filled the glass jar, and Song Mingting swiftly sealed the jar's opening. Suddenly, the jar radiated a silvery moonlight, and the once-dead mooning water snake appeared to sprout a pair of wings, transforming into a silvery serpent that resembled an ancient mythical beast within the transparent jar. Song Mingting exhaled deeply, glancing at the sky. He had begun brewing the snake wine in the morning, and now the sun was setting. After such an intense and focused endeavor, even he felt fatigued. After all, he was merely a disciple at the aperture stage, lacking the formidable cultivation he had possessed in his previous life, where he could labor for an entire year without pause to refine a single pill. Third junior brother, is it done? Chu Kuanga inquired, unable to contain his excitement after watching Song Mingting work tirelessly throughout the day. Song Mingting nodded, a smile gracing his face, and replied, "It is complete. We merely need to wait 3 years before it can be unveiled." Was evidently in high spirits, yet upon observing the weary countenance of Song Mingting, he suggested, "It seems you are fatigued. Perhaps you should rest for a while. By the way, could you bring forth a jade vial? I shall share a portion of the 5 lotus spring with you." Startled, Song Mingting felt a peculiar thrill, akin to the gentle caress of a feather. "Isn't the 5 lotus spring meant for brewing wine? If you share it with me, will you still be able to craft the wine that Master San instructed you to make?" he inquired. "Not to worry," replied Chu Kuanga nonchalantly. "A little less will suffice. It's more than enough for brewing." The sensation of yearning within Song Mingting intensified, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, expressing, "Thank you, second senior brother." With a casual wave, Chu Kuanga produced a gourd filled with the 5 lotus spring, performed a hand gesture, and a stream of multicolored spring water surged forth from the gourd's mouth. The vibrant water ascended into the air, transforming into a cluster resembling 5 translucent lotus flowers in shades of red, yellow, green, blue, and white. Song Mingting silently executed a spell, carefully capturing the small sphere of 5 lotus spring into the jade vial, his heart swelling with gratitude. The 5 lotus spring was a rare terrestrial spring, appearing as 5 intertwined colored lotus flowers. Its annual yield was minimal, yet it was the most prized water of the Guizang Sword Pavilion and the only Dao spring known throughout the cultivation realm. The 5 lotus spring possessed the essence of the 5 elements, nurturing the primordial spirit, strengthening the physical body, and enhancing the potency of elemental spells. Regular consumption could even aid in enlightenment. This small portion of 5 lotus spring alone was worth more than the ice phantom doll, providing immense benefit to him. For not only did it nurture the primordial spirit and fortify the body, but it also augmented the power of elemental spells, each aspect proving invaluable to him. Had he still been at the pinnacle of the Tao, the 5 lotus spring would have offered little assistance. However, in his current rebirth, although his experiences and knowledge remained, the formidable primordial spirit and physical form of his previous life were absent. His current state was lamentably weak, making the consumption of this small portion of 5 lotus spring a significant boon for enhancing his spiritual and physical strength. Moreover, the enhancement of elemental spell potency was an added advantage. It is essential to recognize that the world is fundamentally constructed upon the essence of the 5 elements. Hence, all spells ultimately derive from them. Although most of his spells were primarily sword energy techniques, they still fundamentally related to the 5 elements. Thus, the 5 lotus spring could substantially amplify the efficacy of these spells, albeit not as significantly as it would for pure elemental spells. Therefore, the trifold benefits of the 5 lotus spring, strengthening the primordial spirit, enhancing the physical body, and amplifying the potency of elemental spells, were all immensely advantageous to him. Conversely, the most coveted benefit of aiding enlightenment held little relevance for him, as he had already attained the Tao in his past life. By that stage, The effectiveness of the 5-lotus spring in facilitating enlightenment diminished significantly. Even if he consumed the entire spring, it would not substantially elevate his level. After distributing a portion of the 5-lotus spring to Song Mingting, Chu Kuanga departed. Song Mingting stared at the jade vial in a daze for an extended period, memories flooding his mind. After some time, he carefully stowed the vial and exited, heading to Longsue Valley to resume the tasks he had been engaged in for the past fortnight. 3 days later, he had inscribed symbols on numerous bricks. Having nearly completed the task on most of them, in another half-month, he would be ready to start building the walls. However, this was not the most significant achievement of the past 3 days. The greater triumph was the completion of the concoction he had been formulating with Cloud Dream Mud. At Zhongshu Peak, in an obscure cave on the back mountain, a bright lamp cast an orange glow, illuminating the interior. Sitting beneath the light, Song Mingting held the ice phantom doll in one hand and a fine brush in the other, meticulously painting the figure. Beside him, a ceramic jar contained a small amount of wet clay, nearly empty. At present, the ice phantom doll he held had been transformed significantly. The originally crystalline body now bore a flesh-colored coating of fine clay, and its features had been refined to closely resemble a human form. He was now in the process of adding facial features to the doll. Time slipped away unnoticed until finally, he set down the brush. After his extensive modifications, the ice phantom doll bore little resemblance to its former self. While the earlier version retained some semblance of a doll, the current form was indistinguishable from a living human, appearing so lifelike that one might easily mistake it for a real person were it not for its diminutive size. Such craftsmanship was nothing short of miraculous. However, Song Mingting displayed little pride. Upon completing his work, he carefully stored the ice phantom doll, tidied up his surroundings, and exited the cave. What he had practiced was a form of disguise technique, learned from a fox demon in his previous life, noted for its excellence, post-transformation. The result was indistinguishable from a living being, even to seasoned Dao practitioners. Upon exiting the cave, he was greeted by the warm sunlight. This secluded cave was chosen specifically for its discretion, known to few. The reason for performing the disguise technique here was to keep this endeavor hidden from others. Soon, Song Mingting summoned the Cold Star Sword, leaping onto its luminous trajectory, soaring away from Guizang Mountain, eventually landing upon a hillside. He began to search the vicinity meticulously. This location was approximately as distant from his previous discovery of the mooning water serpent, far from the 6 peaks of Guizang, yet still within the boundaries of the mountain gate. After nearly 2 hours of exhaustive searching, he finally stumbled upon his target beneath a cluster of purple jade spirit mushrooms. There, he found a tiny purple spider, no larger than a fingernail, its deep purple hue perfectly blending with the surrounding purple jade spirit mushrooms. As Song Mingting approached, the 3 eyes on the spider's back suddenly opened, emitting dazzling beams of purple light. However, Song Mingting was prepared. Before the purple light could envelop him, he swiftly closed his eyes. In the next instant, he darted forward with a pointed finger, and the spider seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Lifting it into the air, Song Mingting retrieved a jade vial from his belt and captured the spider within it. This purple spider, known as the 3-eyed purple spider, was a rare species of demonic beast, no larger than a fingernail, capable of emitting brilliant purple light from its eyes. This mesmerizing light possessed formidable hallucinatory capabilities. If caught unawares, even a cultivator at the moon-melting stage could fall victim. Thus, the 3-eyed purple spider was regarded as a tricky creature to encounter. Yet, despite its formidable illusionary prowess, the 3-eyed purple spider lacked any other significant abilities. This meant that if its initial attack with the purple light failed to ensnare its enemy in an illusion, the spider would be left vulnerable. This is precisely why it was categorized as a lesser demonic beast. Otherwise, given its powerful illusion capabilities, if it were stronger in other respects, it would undoubtedly be classified as a moon-melting stage beast rather than a lesser one. Additionally, although the 3-eyed spider was only deemed a lesser demonic beast, it was exceedingly rare. Due to the fact that the 3-eyed purple spider does not consume flesh, but only extracts the juices from rare spiritual herbs, such as the purple jade spirit mushroom, its population is exceedingly scarce. The rarity of this spider, combined with its desirability as a prime alchemical ingredient, has rendered it extraordinarily valuable, almost priceless. This mission was his objective, albeit a guise. After securing the 3-eyed purple spider, Song Mingting also gathered the purple jade spirit mushroom. This herb, classified as a low-grade spiritual material, is rare, and even in a place teeming with spiritual herbs like Guizang Mountain, it is not easily found, thus he could not afford to overlook it. Upon discovering the first 3-eyed purple spider, Song Mingting did not depart but continued to search the vicinity, as the task required him to locate 2 of these spiders. And only this area bore the purple jade spirit mushroom. By the time he found the second 3-eyed purple spider, night had fallen. After acquiring the second spider, he ceased his search. Under the cloak of darkness, Song Mingting retrieved the ice soul puppet from his belt. He stood still, his hands weaving intricate spells. Yet the surroundings remained unchanged, with not even a flicker of response from his gesturing hands. Suddenly, an immense and formless aura began to spread, enveloping the realm in an instant. The entire world seemed to fall into a tranquil silence, yet just as quickly, it returned to normalcy. The wind continued to blow. The grass still swayed, leaves rustled, insects chirped, and night birds sang, as if the overwhelming presence that had briefly stilled time was merely an illusion. However, this was no mere figment, for at that moment, wisps of intangible essence emerged from the center of Song Mingting's forehead, gently drifting toward the ice soul puppet. This ethereal substance resembled the whimsical thoughts of dreams or the sinister intentions of a celestial demon. Formless and clandestine, it continuously flowed from his brow into the puppet's forehead. This was the ephemeral thought seed technique, a unique spell he had crafted in his previous life, representing the pinnacle of his magical prowess. While it was indeed his own creation, it was based on an ancient and fragmented technique known as the celestial demon's divine manipulation, a sinister method capable of silently ensnaring individuals as puppets, and, when mastered, could control thousands of them with unparalleled strength. The ephemeral thought seed technique, though not as domineering as its predecessor, possessed its own extraordinary qualities, thus earning its place among advanced spells. As this technique was of his own invention and did not demand excessive cultivation levels to perform, he was able to use it now. Had it been a different advanced spell requiring higher cultivation, he would have been rendered powerless, unable to act on his plans. Time slipped away, and when Song Mingting finally halted his incantations, it felt as if another shift had occurred in the world. Yet again, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. The brief silence was followed by a return to normalcy. His technique exhibited no visible manifestations. At that moment, the ice soul puppet began to grow silently, quickly reaching human size. In the next instant, its eyes opened, and the puppet had come to life. The ice soul puppet regarded Song Mingting with a faint smile, revealing a man who bore no resemblance to him. He stood half a head taller, a fully grown figure with slightly darker skin, lacking the pampered appearance typical of a disciple raised in a grand sect. His features were unremarkable, at best, possessing only symmetrical facial attributes. Song Mingting reciprocated the smile before tossing a belt to the ice soul puppet. After catching it, the puppet retrieved a set of clothing from the belt and donned it. Subsequently, Song Mingting produced something else from the belt and handed it to the puppet. A dozen or so fragments of black shards that were neither metal nor jade, adorned with twinkling starlight, pieces of the celestial fate plate. Upon receiving the fragments, the puppet's expression turned grave. It began to swiftly weave incantations, and an aura of profound mystery mingled with coldness began to rise from it, compelling Song Mingting to retreat a few paces. During this time, the fragments of the celestial fate plate began to transform. As if eroded by wind, they quickly shattered into powder, scattering into the night breeze. In the blink of an eye, the fragments had transformed into a resplendent sword resembling the cosmos itself. In that moment, the ice soul puppet's demeanor shifted to one of utmost solemnity, its chilling aura intensifying to the point of nearly freezing the surroundings. Both the puppet and Song Mingting wore expressions of grave seriousness. With one last glance at Song Mingting, the ice soul puppet suddenly raised its hand and swung the sword between them in a decisive strike. In that instant, the threads of fate entwined between Song Mingting and the puppet abruptly snapped, resulting in the shattering of countless strands of destiny. A flicker of joy crossed Song Mingting's face as he retrieved the remaining fragments of the celestial fate plate from his belt and handed them to the ice soul puppet. The puppet nodded in acknowledgement before turning and disappearing into the night. Chapter 93. A clone. After the ice soul puppet departed, Song Mingting began his journey homeward. He summoned the cold star sword and leapt upon its luminous beam, soaring toward Zhongshu Peak. He now possessed 2 perspectives, one belonging to his true self and the other to the ice soul puppet. Indeed, the ice soul puppet had now become his avatar. Originally, controlling the ice soul puppet required channeling magical energy and directing the puppet at will. However, with the invocation of the ephemeral thought seed technique, the dynamics had changed. The primary function of this technique was to silently penetrate a cultivator's essence, allowing the caster to perceive their thoughts and influence their actions without their awareness. Thus, While the ephemeral thought seed technique may not rival the celestial demon's divine manipulation in terms of sheer force, it surpassed it in subtlety. Consequently, this technique shed the nefarious and disruptive nature of its predecessor, transforming from a dark art into a wondrous one. The ephemeral thought seed technique was inherently mystical, and since the I-Soul puppet lacked its own essence, Song Mingting's drifting thoughts naturally assumed control, yielding far superior results than mere puppetry, effectively granting him an additional self. This clone was even more powerful than his original self, for the I-Soul puppet was a profound-grade automaton, its physical attributes surpassing his own. At present, his greatest limitation was his cultivation level. Even a slight enhancement would unleash greater potential. With the infusion of his thoughts into the I-Soul puppet, it was as if he had attained the cultivation level of the moon-melding stage, liberating the formidable prowess he had possessed in his previous existence. With his remarkable abilities and the aid of the I-Soul puppet doppelganger, he could even contend with ordinary experts of the Ascension period. This explains why he chose to rely on the I-Soul puppet rather than his true self to cast spells earlier. His own cultivation was insufficient. The grand display orchestrated by the I-Soul puppet was actually intended to sever the fateful ties between his true self and the puppet. The subsequent tasks that he required the I-Soul puppet to undertake were intrinsically linked to his plans for rescuing his sect, a matter of utmost significance that could directly influence the fate of the sect itself. Furthermore, this endeavor demanded the utmost secrecy. No one could be allowed to discover it. Additionally, the urgency of the situation compelled him to take such elaborate measures. Thus, he had been laying the groundwork for this since he intervened to teach a lesson to Zhou Weiyuan and his three companions, and only now did it come to light. To obscure his movements, he even deliberately accepted a mission from Tongbao Pavilion to capture a three-eyed purple spider, all to cloak his actions from scrutiny. Though outwardly no one had detected his series of maneuvers, it did not imply that no one could uncover the connection between him and the I-Soul puppet. For the existence of the heavenly mechanism law remained. Previously mentioned, the heavenly mechanism law is one of the most enigmatic and elusive spells in the realm of cultivation. Although his actions had been executed in solitude, any action recorded in the heavenly mechanism's divination left behind traces, and such traces could lead to the potential for revelation. Therefore, to prevent anyone from discerning his relationship with the I-Soul puppet, he needed to sever all connections between his true self and the puppet, erasing any evidence from the moment the puppet was discovered to the time it transformed into a doppelganger. Only by doing so could he ensure that no one would uncover any clues. However, concealing the heavenly mechanism and severing the threads of fate is a formidable task, one unattainable by those beneath the true immortal level. If he possessed the strength from his past life, it would have been a trivial matter, as he could have personally obscured the heavenly mechanism. Yet, in this lifetime, he had lost his cultivation, rendering him unable to employ such sophisticated techniques. Thus, he was compelled to rely on external means, specifically the fragments of the Celestial Star Fate Plate. It must be said, the Celestial Star Fate Plate is the most extraordinary artifact he had encountered across both his lives, and he still found it hard to fathom that such a defiant treasure existed in the world, capable of weaving a person's fate for over a century with such clarity. An artifact of such transcendence should not exist. He could hardly imagine the celestial prowess required to forge such a treasure. It must belong to a realm beyond his wildest dreams. Therefore, the might of the Celestial Star Fate Plate is undoubtedly of a supernatural caliber. Although its power had nearly been depleted due to his usage, remnants of its force still lingered within the fragments, sufficient to sever the ties between his true self and the I-Soul puppet. Having completed the first step, Song Mingting felt his spirits lift, even the tension in his heart easing somewhat. Now, he awaited the success of the I-Soul puppet's endeavors. In a buoyant mood, Song Mingting returned to Zhongshu Peak, collected his rewards for the completed task, and then retreated to his chambers. However, he did not linger long. After a refreshing bath, he proceeded to Longsue Valley to commence his nightly training. Meanwhile, the I-Soul puppet ventured forth into the southwestern darkness. The following morning, Song Mingting once again arrived at Longsue Valley, having just completed his morning practice when a streak of pine-ink sword light descended upon the valley. It was Song Qingyi. Song Mingting rose to greet him, asking, "Elder brother, what brings you here? Is there something you seek?" With a hearty laugh, Song Qingyi replied, "I have captured a rainbow-horned pheasant for you to savor." Taken aback, Song Mingting was suddenly overcome with emotion. The rainbow-horned pheasant spoken of by his elder brother is a spirit beast of the fusion moon phase. Adult rainbow-horned pheasants possess strength that reaches the fusion moon level. These spirit beasts resemble chickens, plump and round, with short wings and horn-like crests on their heads, their feathers shimmering with iridescence, creating a striking appearance. Moreover, the flesh of this beast is exceptionally delectable, making it a top-tier delicacy. Most importantly, consuming the meat of the rainbow-horned pheasant offers a slight enhancement to one's bone structure, thereby improving one's cultivation potential. However, as a spirit beast, their numbers are inherently limited, and among spirit beasts, the rainbow-horned pheasant is quite rare. Therefore, for his elder brother to have encountered one was indeed a stroke of fortune. The fact that his elder brother hurried to find him after capturing the pheasant indicated a desire to help him improve his bone structure, as few things in the realm of cultivation can achieve such an enhancement. Though he had always known of his elder brother's kindness, each time his elder brother selflessly extended such gestures, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Chapter 94. The rainbow-horned pheasant. After regaining his composure, Song Mingting readily replied, "Excellent. Just the other day, I hunted a rooster-crowned fire snake and gathered 2 purple jade spirit mushrooms. I can prepare a snake stew." With an affable smile, Song Qingyi welcomed Song Mingting onto his flying sword, adding, "Let us also invite 2nd junior brother, 4th junior brother, and 5th junior brother to join us for a taste. We should also save a portion for master." Alas, the rainbow-horned pheasant is rather small. Otherwise, we could have included junior brothers Situ and Yang as well. Although the rainbow-horned pheasant is a spirit beast of the fusion moon phase, it is not particularly large, only somewhat bigger than an ordinary pheasant, weighing merely a dozen pounds. Unlike the rooster-crowned fire snake, which weighs over 100, a dozen pounds of pheasant would be somewhat scant for 6 people, and inviting Situ and the others would render the portions even more insufficient. Though they shared a close bond, Song Qingyi naturally prioritized his fellow brothers in the face of limited provisions. The Xiansong sword carved a path of pine ink light across the sky, returning to Zhongshu Peak. The two first visited Li Qingqiue's abode, where they fortuitously found Wei Kuangyuan present. Upon seeing Song Qingyi and Song Mingting, both were taken aback. Li Qingke instructed his sword attendant to serve tea, while Wei Kuangyuan inquired, "Elder brother, 3rd brother, what brings you here? Are you looking for 4th brother?" Song Qingyi nodded, chuckling, "I came to see you as well." Exchanging surprised glances, Wei Kuangyuan and Li Qingke were puzzled as to why Song Qingyi sought them out. However, knowing Song Qingyi's straightforward nature, they soon learned the answer. "I have captured a rainbow-horned pheasant and wanted to invite you all to savor it." A hint of confusion crossed Wei Kuangyuan's face. Evidently, he did not grasp the rarity of the rainbow-horned pheasant, leading to his perplexity. "Isn't it just a pheasant? Is it really worth your special trip to share it with us?" In contrast, Li Qingke displayed a look of astonishment. Compared to Wei Kuangyuan, he trained more diligently and had broader experiences, thus understanding the true value of the rainbow-horned pheasant. Noticing its rarity was what prompted his surprised expression. At that moment, Li Qingqiue's sword attendant arrived with tea. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingke discreetly conveyed the significance of the rainbow-horned pheasant to Wei Kuangyuan. The latter, realizing its value, felt a swell of gratitude and was momentarily at a loss for words. Song Qingyi continued, "Additionally, 3rd junior brother has hunted a rooster-crowned fire snake and found 2 purple jade spirit mushrooms, intending to prepare snake stew for everyone." Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan exchanged glances with Song Mingting, simultaneously expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, 3rd brother." After undergoing the previous monthly assessment, the relationship between the two and Song Mingting evidently grew closer. While they could not yet be considered intimate, their interactions no longer felt as awkward and distant as before. Song Mingting smiled and remained silent. The three then set off to find Chu Kuanga. Those who enjoy fine wine typically have a penchant for good food, and with the rare delicacy of the rainbow glimmer-horned pheasant available, Chu Kuanga could hardly refuse, eagerly agreeing to partake. They first sent a sword boy to notify the culinary pavilion to deliver lunch, then found a small stream beside which they began preparing the ingredients. Song Qingyi started to pluck the feathers from the rainbow glimmer-horned pheasant, while Song Mingting dealt with the serpent's carcass, first skinning it, then gutting it, and swiftly removing the gallbladder and other organs. The chicken crest fire serpent was not a formidable beast, and its gallbladder held little value, so after extracting it, Song Mingting tossed it to the Suyun Qingniao, a natural enemy of serpentine creatures, believing it would somewhat expedite the bird's growth. Wei Kuangyuan, standing nearby, inquired, "Senior brother, 3rd senior brother, is there anything we can assist you with?" Song Qingyi repeatedly declined, while Song Mingting mentioned several tasks where help was needed. For besides the rainbow glimmer-horned pheasant, the chicken crest fire serpent, and the purple jade spirit grass, additional ingredients were evidently required to prepare a proper meal. Wei Kuangyuan promptly agreed. Following Song Mingting's instructions, while Li Qingke silently moved forward to lend a hand. At that moment, Shu Kuanga suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Of course, how could we not have good wine at a time like this? Wait here, I'll fetch some." With that, he hurriedly departed. Finding a convenient excuse to slack off, Song Mingting chuckled softly and returned to his task. After removing the internal organs of the chicken crest fire serpent, he conjured ice from water, forming ice needles that he used to eliminate the parasites infesting the serpent's body. Creatures like snakes and frogs often harbor numerous parasites within them. Although a cultivator's physique would withstand consuming the chicken crest fire serpent raw without issue, the mere thought of ingesting so many parasites was unsettling. Thus, he opted to eliminate all the parasites before proceeding. After dispatching the parasites and their eggs with ice needles, Song Mingting discreetly channeled his energy to expel the remains of the parasites. He then cleaned the chicken crest fire serpent and chopped it into several segments. Receiving the materials handed to him by Wei Kuangyuan and Li Qingke, sprinkling them with cooking wine to marinate and eliminate any fishy odor, followed by a myriad of spices. Meanwhile, once Song Qingyi had completely plucked the feathers from the rainbow glimmer-horned pheasant, he proceeded to open its abdomen, starting to handle the entrails. This particular pheasant had been encountered during a task the previous day, still juvenile and fortunately captured by him. Had it been an adult, he likely would have been unable to subdue it, as adult rainbow glimmer-horned pheasants possess strength at the moon fusion stage, making them formidable opponents even for someone of his peak Zexinki cultivation, despite commanding a formidable technique like the mountain sword chi. Due to the juvenile state of this particular pheasant, possessing only peak Zexinki strength, he managed to capture and kill it after a fierce struggle. Song Qingyi retained a portion of the edible organs and discarded the rest. As the elder brother, he had taken care of his junior disciple since childhood, making such tasks familiar to him. Coupled with the months of travel where he had to fend for himself, his practical skills had markedly improved. Thus, his actions, feather plucking, bloodletting, evisceration, and handling the entrails, were executed with remarkable proficiency, akin to a fluid dance. To his surprise, Song Mingting also displayed considerable skill in these tasks. However, Song Qingyi did not dwell on this, hastily setting aside the prepared rainbow glimmer-horned pheasant to throw away the plucked feathers. At that moment, Song Mingting suddenly interjected, "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Confused, Song Qingyi raised the feathers in his hand, explaining, "I'm throwing them away." "What's the matter?" Almost instinctively, Song Mingting set down his work, rushed to Song Qingyi, and seized the feathers from his grasp. Upon completing this action, he froze, a wry smile appearing on his face, as he realized the profound influence of his past life upon him. His instinct to stop Song Qingyi from discarding the feathers stemmed from their usefulness. Beyond the remarkably delicious and cultivation-enhancing meat of the rainbow glimmer-horned pheasant, its feathers held the greatest value. The feathers, resplendent in a fiery red hue and shimmering with iridescence, could be fashioned into garments or fans, serving as excellent materials for artifact crafting, equivalent to spiritual-grade materials. Particularly, the small tuft of crown feathers and several tail feathers contained extraordinary energy, qualifying them as top-tier spiritual-grade materials. Were it not for their limited quantity, they could easily be used to forge a premier spiritual-grade treasure. Hence, even though the few crown and tail feathers at hand were insufficient to serve as primary materials for such a treasure, they were still capable of elevating the grade of an existing one. Thus, the feathers of the rainbow glimmer-horned pheasant possessed significant value. However, that value was merely moderate. Altogether, the worth of the feathers was roughly equivalent to that of a purple jade spirit grass, making their disposal not particularly grievous, and certainly not warranting his impromptu intervention. Yet, he could not help but feel the remnants of fear from his past life. Indeed, he had been profoundly impoverished during his previous existence. In the end, he spent decades fleeing alone, lacking the support of a sect or the companionship of peers, relying solely on himself. The resources required to sustain a cultivator on the path to the pinnacle of their chosen way were vast, and he had to procure everything himself, making cultivation resources exceedingly scarce. During that time, he was perpetually ensnared in anxiety over the lack of resources, leading him to economize ruthlessly, developing a habit of meticulous calculation and seizing every valuable opportunity. Thus, his impulsive action of seizing the feathers was entirely instinctual. Upon reflection, he felt somewhat shocked. After all, the feathers required processing before they could be utilized for artifact crafting. Otherwise, they were worthless. Most people were unaware of this, which was why his elder brother intended to discard them. Even his elder brother was oblivious, yet he knew. Was this not perplexing? Moreover, when had he ever snatched something from his elder brother? This was entirely out of character for him. Nonetheless, Song Mingting was a former expert, possessing exceptional emotional control, allowing him to suppress the myriad of sentiments and fluster that arose within him in an instant. It's nothing. I merely recalled reading that the feathers of the rainbow glimmer-horned pheasant can be processed for artifact crafting, so I thought to keep them for that purpose. Additionally, the tail feathers should be useful for enhancing the 5th junior brother's mountain sparrow sword chi, he explained, maintaining a facade of calm. Naturally, Song Qingyi and the others harbored no suspicions, with Wei Kuangyuan expressing surprise and delight. Is that true, 3rd senior brother? Song Mingting nodded, affirming. I came across this information in the cultivation insights of a certain senior. After listening to Song Mingtian's words, Song Qingyi promptly divided the feathers and handed them to both Song Mingtian and Wei Kuangyuan. Well, since they are useful, take them, he said. Neither Song Mingtian nor Wei Kuangyuan was pretentious. They expressed their gratitude and accepted the feathers. Subsequently, Song Mingtian resumed his task of preparing the chicken crown fire snake. He casually inquired, by the way, senior brother, do you know how to prepare the rainbow glimmer pheasant? Song Qingyi replied, I have consulted a recipe. When Song Mingtian asked which recipe he had referenced, Song Qingyi provided a name. Upon hearing the title, Song Mingtian furrowed his brow, feigning hesitation before stating, while that method isn't entirely unviable, it won't fully harness the potential of the rainbow glimmer pheasant. I have encountered another technique in a different recipe that can better unlock its benefits. Senior brother, perhaps I should take the lead on this. Song Qingyi, placing complete trust in Song Mingtian, handed over the rainbow glimmer pheasant, saying, then you take charge. Just let me know what I can assist with. After accepting it, Song Mingtian responded, at the appropriate time, please help me manage the heat. He then called over Jing Mo, instructing him to fetch various ingredients from the kitchen. Jing Mo complied and departed, while Song Mingtian set about preparing the rainbow glimmer pheasant. His earlier remarks were motivated by a desire to prevent Song Qingyi from cooking the pheasant, as he suspected his elder brother might not know how to maximize its potential benefits. Although he had full confidence in his brother's culinary skills, he believed his own expertise, honed over decades in a previous life, surpassed that of his brother, who had lived only 27 years. Given the rarity of the rainbow glimmer pheasant, he was determined to fully exploit its effects. The methods and recipes he intended to employ were all derived from his past experiences, designed to maximize the efficacy of both the rainbow glimmer pheasant and the chicken crown fire snake, knowledge that his elder brother could not possess. Thus, he felt compelled to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, Chu Kuanga finally arrived, holding wine, albeit belatedly. The others did not solicit his assistance, and he, feeling somewhat sheepish, simply stood by with a grin, idly watching. Song Mingtian worked swiftly, having completed the preparation of the chicken crown fire snake, which he placed into the cauldron to simmer over a gentle flame. Alongside the chicken crown fire snake, he added several types of mushrooms, including the rare purple jade Ganoderma. Surprisingly, the most precious ingredient in this stew was not the chicken crown fire snake, but the purple jade Ganoderma, a low-grade spiritual herb that far surpassed the snake in quality. As the concoction simmered, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Initially subtle, it soon became overwhelming and tantalizing. Both Chu Kuanga and Wei Kuangyuan could no longer restrain their appetites, and even Song Qingyi and Li Qingke found themselves swallowing hard, utterly captivated by the fragrance. Chapter 96. The Feast of Pheasant and Snake. While the chicken crown fire snake and mushrooms simmered gently, Jing Mo returned from the kitchen with the ingredients requested by Song Mingtian. The ingredients were quite ordinary and of little cost, so the kitchen readily provided them. For more precious items, they would have hesitated, but they were pleased to accommodate Song Mingtian with these common supplies. Having received the necessary ingredients, Song Mingtian commenced the preparation of the rainbow glimmer pheasant, soon placing it into another pot to cook. The intoxicating aromas of the snake meat and mushrooms were now complemented by the enticing scent of bird meat, further heightening the allure. Chu Kuanga and Wei Kuangyuan repeatedly inquired about the time remaining until the meal was ready. After simmering for nearly half an hour, Song Mingtian finally declared the dish complete. Coincidentally, as the kitchen staff arrived with the meal, Song Qingyi bestowed a bottle of tiger bone pill upon the serving disciple as a token of gratitude for their efforts. Unlike the true disciples and inner disciples, the serving disciples, despite their title, were more akin to laborers. Their cultivation talents were mediocre, and many harbored little hope of achieving even the igniting of Tao fire. They remained in the Guizang Sword Pavilion as helpers, clinging to a slim hope of one day igniting Tao fire and thus advancing to a higher realm, eventually becoming inner disciples. If fortune smiled upon them and they gained the favor of an elder, they might ascend to become true disciples, a transformative leap that could lead to celestial elevation. However, for most serving disciples, this aspiration remained a distant fantasy, with only a rare few achieving such heights. Throughout the more than 3,200 years of the Guizang Sword Pavilion's establishment, millions of serving disciples had been accepted. Yet, among this multitude, not a single one had ascended to the celestial realm. Indeed, none had even reached the Tao stage, with the highest achievement being a single disciple who had endured the sun's trial and become a master of that realm. Even so, this individual was considered a legend in the history of the Guizang Sword Pavilion, not due to extraordinary combat prowess, as many celestial beings had been recorded over the centuries, but because the journey from a mere serving disciple to a master of the sun's trial was exponentially more challenging than the trials faced by the true disciples of other sections. The serving disciple, overwhelmed with gratitude for receiving the tiger bone pill, a high-quality medicinal elixir made from tiger bones that bolsters foundational strength, departed with heartfelt thanks. The evening meal provided by the kitchen consisted of a bowl of bamboo sword rice accompanied by 4 dishes and a soup. In contrast, Song Mingtian's snake stew filled a large cauldron, necessitated by the size of the chicken crown fire snake. However, consuming such a large cauldron of stew posed no challenge for Song Mingtian and the others, as those engaged in cultivation possessed robust appetites, capable of devouring vast quantities of food with ease. Song Qingyi divided a portion of the rainbow glimmer pheasant and snake meat before rising to say, "I will bring this to master," and departed. After his exit, the remaining diners refrained from eating until his return. Chu Kuanga, seizing the moment, produced wine from his belt. This time, he truly splurged, presenting 2 jars of fire stove wine. While not as precious as moonlight white, fire stove wine was still a rare spirit, cherished by cultivators who might never have the opportunity to taste it in their lifetimes. Pouring each person a generous bowl, he raised his cup and proclaimed, "Cheers. Let us drink. This marks the first occasion for our brotherhood to gather and enjoy a drink together. It must be a memorable affair." Indeed, this is the inaugural moment for the 5 brothers, as among them, only Chu Kuanga possesses a true fondness for wine, while the remaining 4 display little interest in such libations. In times past, the camaraderie among the 5 was rather distant, each belonging to their own small circles. Song Mingtian and Song Qingyi shared a bond akin to that of brothers, while Wei Kuangyuan was inseparable from Li Qingke, and Chu Kuanga often found himself alone, immersed in his own little world. Subtly, the 5 had divided into 3 factions, leading to inevitable misunderstandings. Moreover, no one had taken the initiative to bridge the gaps, resulting in a missed opportunity for shared moments over drinks. Affection must be cultivated. Without prolonged interactions, even the titles of brotherhood do not guarantee deep connections. A significant portion of this situation can be attributed to Song Mingtian. Previously, Song Qingyi had attempted to foster unity, feeling a responsibility as the eldest brother to ensure harmony among them. He earnestly wished for Song Mingtian to grow closer to Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan. However, during that time, Song Mingtian struggled with feelings of inferiority due to his mediocre talents and slow progress in cultivation. His insecurities were compounded by a fierce pride, causing him to rebuff the activities organized by Song Qingyi. Naturally, Li Qingke and Wei Kuangyuan were disinclined to pursue a cold reception, and over time, Song Qingyi ceased to bring up similar matters. This explains why, despite having been disciples under Master Keiji for several years, the relationship between Song Mingtian and the others remained rather lukewarm. As Chu Kuanga raised his cup to invite others to drink, Song Mingtian and the others had no reason to decline. After signaling to Song Qingyi, Chu Kuanga, Li Qingke, and Wei Kuangyuan, Song Mingtian tilted his head back and drained his cup. The potent liquor surged down his throat like a fiery dragon, reaching his stomach. In that moment, Song Mingtian felt as though a furnace had ignited within him, his throat ablaze. Chapter 97. Revelry and feasting. The intense aroma of the liquor caused Song Mingtian to grimace, his face contorted in discomfort. Although he had some experience with drinking, that was in a past life. In this life, he had scarcely tasted alcohol, and his limited encounters were with lighter wines, never with spirits of such strength. The renowned furnace liquor, known for its fiery potency, could ignite a blaze in the stomach, and even seasoned connoisseurs would hesitate to indulge too heavily. Despite having mentally prepared himself for strong spirits, his body was unaccustomed to such intensity, and he was unable to withstand it on his first attempt. While Song Mingtian merely grimaced from the furnace liquor, Wei Kuangyuan's reaction was more exaggerated. After struggling to swallow, he let out a pained groan, followed by gasps for air, exclaiming, "This liquor is too strong." Tears welled up in his eyes. Song Qingyi quietly slid a bowl of soup in front of him, subsequently offering bowls to Song Mingtian and Li Qingke. Wei Kuanyin gulped down the soup in a few hurried mouthfuls, feeling somewhat relieved as he wiped away the tears summoned by the fiery liquor. It was indeed foolish bravado on his part to heed Chu Kuanga's advice to drink straight from the cup on his first try. In contrast, Li Qingke was more prudent, consuming only half of his drink. Though he too was moved to tears by the alcohol, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure unlike Wei Kuanyuan. Chu Kuanga, teasingly, remarked, "Fifth junior brother, can't you handle it? Is that too much for you?" Young men are particularly sensitive to verbal jabs, and despite his tear-streaked face, Wei Kuanyuan, with a defiant lift of his chin, retorted, "Who says I can't? I can still drink. I just choked a little." With that, he reached for the liquor jar, intent on pouring himself another cup. Song Qingyi intervened, advising, "Have some food first. You're still young, and you shouldn't drink too quickly." After speaking, he shot a disapproving glare at Chu Kuanga, blaming him for bringing such strong liquor and teasing Wei Kuanyuan. Chu Kuanga chuckled, unperturbed. Song Qingyi's glare lacked any real intimidation, for he was known for his good-natured, even somewhat naive demeanor, never losing his temper with his younger brothers, rendering him harmless in Chu Kuanga's eyes. "Well then, I shall sample the rainbow glimmer partridge first," Wei Kuanyuan declared, still maintaining his youthful innocence, easily swayed by others' words. Listening to Song Qingyi, he quickly shifted to the alternative. Overwhelmed by the potency of the furnace liquor, he sought to ease his palate. At that moment, Song Mingtian interjected, "You should consume something else to mitigate the effects of the liquor before trying the rainbow glimmer partridge. Otherwise, you won't be able to appreciate its flavor." Just how potent is the furnace liquor? After downing a cup, Wei Kuanyuan likely found his mouth overwhelmed by the taste of alcohol, making it impossible to discern the delicacy of the dish. Wei Kuanyuan's eyes lit up. "You're right. Thank you for the reminder, third brother." With that, he served himself a bowl of snake soup and gulped it down hastily. By now, he spoke to Song Mingtian with a newfound familiarity, a hint of intimacy in his tone. Having already sampled a few dishes, the taste of alcohol had considerably faded for Song Mingtian. He then picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of rainbow glimmer partridge meat. Although merely a spirit beast of the moon-melting stage, its rarity rendered it a coveted delicacy, and even in his past life, he had never had the opportunity to savor it. Thus, the prospect of tasting such a renowned treasure filled him with anticipation. As the partridge meat graced his palate, an exquisite aroma enveloped him, prompting Song Mingtian to involuntarily close his eyes in delight. The flavor was simply divine, both fresh and fragrant, with an ideal texture that was neither too soft nor too tough. The layers of meatiness offering an unparalleled experience. Having indulged in countless culinary delights in his previous life, he could confidently declare that the rainbow glimmer partridge he was savoring today ranked among the finest he had ever tasted, with few rivals to compare. If Song Mingtian felt this way, one could only imagine the delight experienced by the others, all of whom closed their eyes, lost in the opulence of flavor. After a moment, Song Qingyi was the first to open his eyes. "Mingtian, when did you acquire such exceptional culinary skills?" He could not help but inquire.